The scion of the Chu family, destined to become a divine unicorn, was once a prodigy whose potential was shattered by a cup of poisoned wine in his youth, relegating him to the status of an outcast from the great sect. He immersed himself in military life, and after 6 tumultuous years, he earned the revered title of Northern King. Upon returning to his homeland, his words echoed like thunder, and his thoughts stirred the winds of change. Former adversaries became mere bones beneath his feet. Mastering the 6 transformations of creation, he shone with brilliance, overpowering the world's most formidable talents and trampling the invincible geniuses, daring to traverse the realms of life and death, unearthing ancient secrets, and reigning supreme across myriad worlds. After countless eons, Chu Nan confronted the heavens. I stand at the forefront of all deities and Buddhas who dares to approach and claim sovereignty before me. According to ancient lore, when the blood moon rises, calamity is imminent. 5 centuries ago, during such an omen, the ancestor of the Song dynasty broke his shackles and wrested 100 years of life from the heavens, solidifying the Song martial dynasty's foundation. Through 5 centuries of storms and trials, our Song martial dynasty has dispelled the rumors, flourishing steadily. And though we may lack a ruler of unparalleled might, countless exceptional talents and heroes have emerged. Some are born extraordinary, revered by their contemporaries. Others break free from their chains and roam the world unrestrained. Countless illustrious figures have faded into the annals of time. Yet in this era, none surpasses the Northern King. In Qingshan City, within the Taiyue Tavern, an elderly man with a limp spoke passionately. His granddaughter, with wide, twinkling eyes, listened intently. The old man, now in his twilight years, had once been a seasoned soldier. Accustomed to the specter of death, his heart was as deep as a tranquil pond, yet he became agitated whenever the Northern King was mentioned. In the vast Song martial dynasty, how many can be called kings? Only those possessing exceptional martial prowess and towering authority can claim the throne. The Northern King, a newly appointed monarch of the Song martial dynasty, emerged amidst the chaos. Half a year ago, when an enemy nation amassed an army of 800,000 to launch a surprise attack on the northern stronghold of the Song, it seemed perilous. In that dire moment, a figure wielding a divine blade emerged from the stronghold, cutting through the falling leaves and turning the tides of fate. The enemy forces suffered heavy casualties, retreating 100 miles, leaving the Song's mountains and rivers unscathed. This was the battle that crowned the king. The world is a vast ocean of suffering. One must traverse the realms of Huangwu, Xuanwu, Diwu, and Taiyan with 36 levels in Ta Taoto, reach the shores of transcendence and escape the mortal coil. Thus, he could navigate through the throngs of soldiers, engaging in the heat of battle. Throughout history, most souls are but mortals, withering away in the sea of suffering. In the Song martial dynasty, among hundreds of millions, few possess the ability to transcend their humanity. The kings of the Song possess unparalleled strength because they have ascended to a realm beyond the ordinary. The wielder of the divine blade has reached such heights. Due to the battle for kingship occurring in the northern territories, he was bestowed the title of Northern King by the current martial leader of the Song. The Northern King now reigns over the northern realm, his name echoing across the Song's vast expanse. The emergence of this new king was sudden, and many sought to uncover his origins, yet the outcome left them trembling. This new king had already dedicated himself to the northern battlefields 6 years prior. At that time, he was but an unknown soldier of the Huangwu realm, honing his skills amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, amassing countless merits and gathering a cadre of patriotic warriors beneath his command. Only with the crowning battle did he gain renown across the land. In 6 years, he traversed the 36 levels of the 4 realms of suffering, transforming into a being of extraordinary might. His talent was astonishing, eclipsing any other hero or prodigy in the Song martial dynasty. The new king was merely 19 years old. At 19, he ascended to the realm of the extraordinary and claimed kingship, securing the Song's foundation for 5 centuries, a record unmatched in history, with ample time to challenge the heights of the ancestors. The people of the Song marveled at this, lamenting that the true name of the Northern King had become a closely guarded secret. The power of the king is not something mere mortals can fathom, making the Northern King the most enigmatic figure among the Song's rulers. The tavern was quiet, and the patrons were entranced by the words of the limping elder. "Old Wei, you experienced the crowning battle 6 months ago," someone respectfully inquired. "Did you ever see the Northern King's true face?" The limping elder, named Fu Wei, was a veteran who dedicated his youth to defending his homeland, a true hero deserving of respect. "I did not," Fu Wei replied, his expression darkening as he touched his injured leg. "Had it not been for that fierce battle against the enemy forces, he would not have returned with such a wound, harboring regret for not being able to die on the battlefield. He should have found his final resting place amidst the sands of war. He had even dreamed of following the Northern King in a battle. However, all such hopes had turned to smoke." "Do not be disheartened, Elder Wei," another voice chimed in. "You are a master of the Xuanwu realm with proper care. You may yet return to the battlefield, perhaps even join the ranks of the Northern King's army and continue to shine." The tavern owner, having prepared a pot of aged fine wine, presented it to him. "That is not necessary." Fu Wei quickly rose, appearing somewhat flustered. His best years were spent on the battlefield, and now, in his retirement, he lived in modesty. A handful of peanuts and a jug of crude wine was already a luxury in this tavern. This fine wine was beyond his means. "Elder Wei, this is my treat," the owner insisted. "Moreover, everyone enjoys your tales of the extraordinary." Despite the tavern owner's geniality, Fu Wei remained steadfast in his refusal. The owner, resigned, let the matter drop. "Old man," a young man approached and sat down with a warm smile. "We have both struggled amidst the dead, sharing a meal, and drink should not be too much to ask. Child, have you seen the battlefield?" Fu Wei's eyes brightened as he examined Chu Nan. "I have," Chu Nan replied, ordering beef and roasted chicken, then producing a flask of wine to pour for the elder. "This is the unique strong liquor of Hemen Pass." Fu Wei savored it, tears welling up in his eyes. This liquor was fiery and lacked any palatable flavor. It was not favored by ordinary patrons. Yet, soldiers of the Xiao martial dynasty cherished it, as a few sips before battle could alleviate their pain from injuries. Among the youths of the Xiao martial dynasty, few were willing to fight on the battlefield at your age. Fu Wei's doubts dissipated, his regard for Chu Nan increasing. "Each has their own aspirations, and one cannot be forced," Chu Nan said, tearing off a chicken leg and offering it to the elder's granddaughter. The girl, around 7 or 8 years old, named Tong Tong, wore patched clothing, her face rosy and undeniably adorable. Watching the chicken leg, she swallowed hard, and upon receiving her grandfather's nod, she broke into a beaming smile, devouring it eagerly. "Take your time, all of this is for you." Chu Nan lovingly served Tong more food. "This child has truly suffered." Fu Wei accepted Chu Nan's kindness, feeling a pang of guilt. In his earlier years of military service, he returned home wounded, and his family fell into decline, leaving only his granddaughter. He poured out all his love for her, yet their material life remained impoverished. Chu Nan fell silent. With the elder's cultivation, even retired from battle, he could be a revered guest among certain factions. Yet, in his twilight years, burdened by old injuries and limited by his mobility, merely sustaining his existence was already a significant achievement. "Big brother, you and Grandpa both went to the battlefield. Did you see the Northern King?" Tong Tong asked, her words slightly garbled. "The Northern King?" Chu Nan chuckled softly. "Do you wish to meet him?" "Of course." The youngest king of the Xiao martial dynasty possesses astonishing talent and commands an army of 30,000 lions. Half a year ago, he was known as the Northern King's army. Tong Tong recited with enthusiasm. "He is so formidable, I guess he must be a descendant of a noble lineage or receive the true teachings of a great sect." After her grandfather returned, the topic he mentioned most was the Northern King. 6 years ago, when the Northern King ventured to the northern borders, he was merely 13 years old. To ascend to kingship at such a tender age is indeed a legendary feat, and how could she not yearn for such a figure? "That may disappoint you," Chu Nan murmured softly, as memories from the past flickered in his mind. The Northern King of the Xiao martial dynasty, 6 years ago, was but a discarded disciple of the Liang sect. A passionate youth, with dreams in his heart, who would not wish to illuminate their family name and become a dragon among men. The Liang sect was one of the great sects of the Xiao martial dynasty, producing many strong warriors of the Diwu and Tianwu realms, a beacon for countless youths. Faced with such a setback, he fell into despair. The heavy expectations of his parents, The promises made with his beloved weighed on him heavily. Yet he did not succumb to despair. With a heart full of defiance, he dedicated himself to the border defenses. There are countless paths to tread until one reaches the end. Who can know the outcome? A sword's edge emerges from the forge, and the aroma of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Ultimately, he triumphed. Through relentless trials, he ascended to the lofty position of the Northern King. After resolving the troubles of the Northern Territories, he returned to his homeland. These 6 years have felt like a fleeting dream. Chu Nan mused, his emotions swirling. Upon looking up, he noticed the elder and Tong limping toward the tavern door. On the table lay a few copper coins. Chu Nan sighed softly, recognizing the elder's proud spirit, unwilling to take advantage of his generosity. "Out of the way, old man." A sudden outburst of insults broke the tavern's tranquility. Fu Wei was shoved back, staggering with Tong in his arms. In that instant, a young man clad in purple approached, surrounded by admirers. How unfortunate! The young man glanced at Fu Wei with disdain, brushing off the dust from his sleeve. Fu Wei steadied himself, cupping his fists in apology, ready to leave with Tong. "Old fool, to apologize to young Master Yun, you must perform the 3 kneelings and 9 knockings." A burly man, perceiving the young man's displeasure, stepped forward, pressing a heavy hand on Fu Wei's shoulder. How domineering! The patrons in the tavern were filled with indignation. To humiliate a veteran who had fought to protect his homeland over such trivial matters was utterly intolerable. Chapter 2. 2 hours granted the old man wished to avoid trouble, yet he would not allow himself to be overly oppressed. Fu Wei's shoulder trembled, his bones cracking like a bowstring pulled taut, breaking free from the grip of the burly man. Bone cracking? The burly man staggered back several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This old man was actually a master of the Xuanwu realm. Ancient texts recorded that in this realm, divine beings had once appeared, hence the name True Spirit. The continent of True Spirit was vast and boundless, where humanity was descended from these divine beings, possessing their bloodline. Countless gifted individuals sought to trace the lineage of the divine, embarking on the path of cultivation, gradually gaining the strength to withstand calamities and misfortunes. Entering the path of martial arts was akin to returning to one's ancestral roots, culminating in the sight of deities. The realms of suffering were divided into 4 stages, each comprising 9 tiers. The first tier, Huangwu, nourished the blood. Blood strengthened the body. When the blood surged like rivers, it could shatter stone tablets. Upon entering the second tier of suffering, Xuanwu, the blood nourished the muscles and bones, significantly enhancing strength and allowing one to rend tigers and leopards apart. The limping old man before them had already reached this level. No wonder he was so formidable. The young man in purple narrowed his eyes, exuding a chilling glare. The Xuanwu realm was indeed considered a master within the 100,000 population of Qingshan City, a protector of his clan. But so what? The old man's unyielding demeanor infuriated him in Qingshan City. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Altogether, seize this old man, the burly man. Aware of his master's temperament, bellowed. 20 individuals emerged from behind the young man in purple, lunging at the old man. All were practitioners of Huangwu, brimming with vigor, their blood roaring in unison. How excessive! How could they bully an elder so? Some diners, filled with righteous indignation, rose to assist, only to be stopped by the tavern owner, who understood the identity of the young man in purple. Charging forward would only bring harm to Old Wei. Young Master Qi Yun. The tavern owner bowed to the young man, attempting to reason. Old Wei is a hero who has returned from the battlefield. He has protected us. Ha! If he were not born humble, who would go to battle? They are destined to be weak, and it is our duty to protect the nobles. Qi Yun scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the crowd. I am the young master of the Qi family. Do you dare to oppose me? The Qi family. The diners felt as though cold water had been splashed upon them. Qingshan City, among the myriad counties of the Daxia martial dynasty, was considered a mid-sized city, with various factions intertwined. Among them, the 4 great martial families held the highest esteem. The Qi family had been established for 100 years. The family head, Qi Xiong, had reached the 6th tier of the Earth martial realm, with 2 other formidable practitioners at the 4th tier also stationed in Qingshan City, deeply rooted and powerful. The 3rd realm of suffering, Earth martial, possessed iron bones and steel arms, the blood nourishing the flesh. rendering them impervious to blades and axes, a formidable opponent against 1,000 foes. The Qi family boasted 3 such warriors. A year prior, the Qi family took control of the city lord's mansion, rising to become the foremost family, their power overwhelming and their influence spreading to surrounding cities. Offending the Qi family meant that one would find it difficult to move even in Qingshan City, let alone the entire Liang prefecture. However, the diner's initial fear soon gave way to indignation. Old Wei, now frail and with a limp, was cornered, his hair disheveled as he struggled to protect Tong Tong. The diners felt their blood boil, their eyes reddening. The sight of a hero in decline was heart-wrenching. He had returned alive from the battlefield, yet now found himself persecuted by those he had once protected. How few have returned from the wars of old. His survival only signified his fear of death. The title of hero was undeserved. The burly man grinned maliciously, closing in on Fu Wei. "You scoundrels, do not bully my grandfather." Tong Tong broke free from her grandfather's grasp. Using her innocent frame to block the burly man, "Ire!" Fu Wei exclaimed in terror, his vision darkening at the sight of the burly man's fist aimed at Tong Tong, nearly causing him to faint. "Damn it! What of the Qi family? I will fight them." The diners could no longer contain themselves, rushing forward in droves. They too had children. How could the vibrant flowers of youth wither away in such a manner? Just then, a piercing sound pierced the air. Before the burly man's punch could land, he was sent flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing against the wall, a cloud of blood mist erupting. "What?" The crowd stared in disbelief. The burly man lay lifeless, a wine cup embedded in the hole where his head once was. The wine cup remained intact, having taken the burly man's life. What a terrifying display! Who is it? The Qi family practitioners, who had surrounded the old man, recoiled in fear, their gazes falling upon Chu Nan. How many warriors have gallantly perished to secure the peace of the Daxia? Chu Nan sat calm. The subsequent blows followed in quick succession. The secret edict of the Great Xia pressed heavily upon the Liang county, plunging him into an abyss of despair. "Pang Feng, considering our friendship, could you allow me to visit the Taiyue restaurant?" Qi Xiong's voice was hoarse. He was acutely aware that his wayward son had provoked a terrifying figure. Given the actions of the Qi family over the years, once held accountable, not a single innocent would remain. They might not even survive until the day of sentencing. Their only hope lay in pleading for mercy. Tio, that formidable figure, he would not hesitate to personally slay his own child if it meant survival. Friendship? What friendship remains between us, save for the hatred of a slain wife? Pang Feng's countenance twisted with rage, the pent-up hatred within him erupting like a volcano. Wretched child. Qi Xiong's lips quivered, aging him considerably in an instant. He understood that the Qi family had lost all hope. The Great Xia's secret edict had mobilized the entire county, leaving the Qi clan utterly defenseless. "This person, leave to me," Pang Feng declared, his murderous intent unabated, handing over Qi Xiong's kin to the city guards before departing with him. When he reappeared, his hands were stained with blood, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The burden of hatred that had weighed upon him was finally lifted. "My benefactor resides within the Taiyue restaurant. From this day forth, my life belongs to him." Pang Feng made his way towards the Taiyue restaurant. Chapter 4. A visit of kinship, a quest for vengeance as the sun sank in the west. Its afterglow painted the sky. Qingshan City was rife with unrest. The voices of the townsfolk surged in waves. In just 2 hours, the citizens bore witness to the thunderous collapse of a once mighty clan. Their shock was palpable, but so too was their exhilaration. The Qi family had long cast a shadow over Qingshan City, and many harbored deep-seated grievances against them. With their downfall, it was as though the oppressive gloom had finally lifted. Those well-informed hurried towards the Taiyue restaurant, filled with awe at the decree that could only have been issued by someone at the pinnacle of the Great Xia's martial hierarchy. The order to extinguish the Qi family perhaps signaled a reordering of the power dynamics in Qingshan City. Outside the Taiyue restaurant, the throngs bustled, yet within, silence reigned. The patrons stood frozen, as if ensnared in a dream. They needed no further information to grasp the events that had transpired. The blood-red smoke of battle obscured the entire county. The young man who had stood up for Fu Wei remained seated, a commanding presence that had annihilated the Qi family with but a word. The young hero. The restaurant owner snapped back to reality, searching for the figure of Chu Nan, who was nowhere to be found. Fu Wei, seated at the table, remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. He has left. Old Wei, do you know who that young hero is? The restaurant owner asked, a sense of loss creeping over him, though not inquire, nor speak of it. We must keep this matter under wraps, Fu Wei replied solemnly. Chu Nan had not revealed his identity, nor had he acknowledged the great Xia's secret edict that had subdued the Qi family. How could they presume to speculate? I understand, the restaurant owner sighed, glancing towards the corner where Qi Yun sat. Chu Nan's departure did not signify Qi Yun's innocence, but rather his disdain for involvement. This cannot be. Qi Yun, disheveled and trembling, lay prostrate on the ground, his face a mask of terror. How could the Qi family's overwhelming power collapse in mere 2 hours? Who had he offended? Throw this wretched creature out. The restaurant owner scoffed. No, please, don't. Qi Yun screamed in terror. With the Qi family's demise, he had lost all protection. The crowd outside would likely flay him alive. You reap what you sow. The restaurant owner and several patrons seized Qi Yun, dragging him out like a dead dog. Soon, he was engulfed by the surging crowd, his cries drowned out. Meanwhile, Fu Wei had taken Tong Tong and departed. His expression impassive, though his withered hands trembled slightly. Grandfather, who exactly is that big brother? Tong Tong observed the elder's emotional turmoil, tilting her head and asking. Fu Wei ruffled Tong Tong's hair, smiling as he replied, My dear, he is the radiant sun in the sky. He had witnessed the Northern King's battle, and though he had never glimpsed the Northern King's true form, he had caught a glimpse of his grandeur. With Chu Nan issuing the great Xia's secret edict to suppress a county, he could hardly be oblivious. The Northern King, whom he dreamed of following, was now before him, the one of extraordinary talent renowned throughout the realm. Yet, before he could fully grasp the moment, the Northern King had already departed, leaving him feeling despondent. Is that big brother truly so formidable? Tong Tong pondered aloud. I wonder if he is from Qingshan City. That innocent remark jolted Fu Wei from his thoughts. The origins of the Northern King were shrouded in secrecy. After pacifying the Northern territories, if the Northern King appeared in Qingshan City, it was possible he hailed from this very place. Perhaps he would still have the chance to pay his respects. There were 3 prominent martial families in Qingshan City. Which one could the Northern King belong to? Fu Wei's heart surged with excitement. The mysterious Northern King returning to his homeland would surely disrupt the peace of this city. Several streets away, Chu Nan, clad in a white robe, walked with purpose. 6 years, he murmured softly. When he was expelled from the Liang sect, he had lacked the courage to face his parents. After joining the border forces, bound by military orders, he had no time to return to Qingshan City. It was only after the Northern King's battle, having vanquished countless enemies and alleviated the northern threat, that he finally returned. 6 years of separation had amassed an abundance of longing. Why, good brother, you would never have imagined that I, Chu Nan, would rise again. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as memories surged forth. 6 years prior, he had entered the Liang sect, where his divine bloodline was discovered, earning him the title of the sect's greatest genius. At that time, surrounded by beauty and basking in the limelight, he had been filled with ambition. Little did he know, danger was lurking. A fellow disciple of the Liang sect, Xingchen, had poisoned him, eradicating his divine bloodline and shattering his future. Consumed by rage, Chu Nan had sought justice from the sect, only to be met with ruthless expulsion. The concepts of fairness and justice meant little to a grand sect like the Liang sect. With his divine bloodline extinguished, the sect had no intention of punishing Xingchen, whose bloodline, while inferior to Chu Nan's, still marked him as a talent among his peers. After Chu Nan's downfall, Xingchen received preferential treatment. Chu Nan stood still, gazing beyond the city. As night fell and the moon ascended, the earth lay shrouded in desolation. The Liang sect, one of the great sects of the great Xia's martial dynasty, was named for its proximity, merely 100 miles from Qingshan City. His return was motivated by 2 purposes: to reunite with family and to exact vengeance. Chu Nan pressed his lips together. After visiting my parents, I will head to the Liang sect. Clad in battle attire, he was both the Northern King who guarded the northern territories and shed blood for the common people of the great Xia, and the man who returned to resolve the enmity in his heart. Everything stemmed from his true intentions. He sought no shame before heaven and earth. The Liang sect held not only Xingchen, but also the lover he had once sworn eternal vows with. It has been 6 years. I wonder how you are faring. A smile graced his lips at the thought. Suddenly, A gust of wind swept through the street, and a fearsome figure appeared behind him. "My king, if you seek to settle old scores, there is no need to act personally. Please issue a royal decree, and the 300,000 Northern King's army shall flatten the Liang sect for you." The fearsome figure spoke, indignant at the injustice Chu Nan had endured. With Chu Nan now a king, the Northern Dynasty's 152 counties belonged to him, including Liang County. The forces within the county, though unruly, were still subjects under the Northern King, as a major sect. The Liang sect must also pay respect to the Northern King. They could not withstand the iron cavalry of his army, or utilize the Great Xia's secret edict against the Qi family seemed excessive to outsiders. Yet they were unaware that should the Northern army arrive, the entire Great Xia would be thrown into turmoil. Some matters must be undertaken personally to hold significance. Chu Nan had regained his composure. The Northern King's army's blades should be directed outward, spilling the blood of enemies, rather than acting as his personal enforcers. Understood, the figure nodded. Chu Nan was not only a military genius, but also a figure of immense renown. Possessing the charisma of a ruler on the battlefield, he had bravely ventured 3,000 miles into enemy territory to save a common soldier. Even after being conferred the title of king, he would not abuse his power, returning home with only one companion. Such a character could inspire loyalty among the 300,000 Northern King's troops, compelling these valiant warriors to follow him to the death. Yet, the figure hesitated, contemplating his words. "Speak plainly." Chu Nan frowned. "I have learned that the Chu family has been struggling these years. Your father, in a desperate bid to secure your re-entry into the Liang sect, has exhausted the family fortune to curry favor with its elders. Ultimately, he was ridiculed and grievously injured half a month ago. Recently, a disciple from the Liang sect was spotted at the Chu residence, likely to stir trouble. As the figure finished, he appeared somewhat anxious. He had fought alongside Chu Nan and understood the weight family held in his heart. He could not fathom the calamity this news might unleash. Chu Nan froze, the air heavy with silence. A flurry of leaves swirled violently as if shaking in response to his rage, the temperature plummeting. The howling wind sliced through the air like a blade, causing the crowd to scatter in fright. Over the years, he had maintained correspondence with his parents. After being cast aside by the Liang sect, he had come to understand the truth of the tall tree attracts the wind. His rise in the north, marked by extraordinary achievements, had made him a target for enmity. Consequently, in his letters home, he had kept his circumstances vague, fearing that any slip might endanger the Chu family. His father, too, had been cautious, never daring to pry, lest he touch upon Chu Nan's wounds. This tacit understanding had persisted until Chu Nan's ascension, only for his father to have secretly made such sacrifices. Such was a father's love for his son. "Is it not enough to deceive me? You must also deceive my father. The hatred from 6 years ago and the grievances of today. Blood for blood, I demand retribution." Chu Nan's expression darkened, his roar echoing like thunder as he vanished from the street. Chapter 5. A returning wanderer, a path lined with peril in this world. Nothing remains eternally unchanged, and the forces within Qingshan City were in constant flux. The once mighty premier martial family had crumbled, and the Chu family, now at the bottom, was also facing decline, losing its former grandeur. The vast Chu residence lay in desolation. Inside the grand hall, a dozen individuals sat comfortably. Their expressions were haughty, their every gesture brimming with superiority, the blazing sun embroidered on their robes signifying their status as disciples of the Liang sect. "Have you come to a decision? Your Chu family's decline makes it the best choice for Chu Yao to marry El Shidi. You should know that El Shidi's elder brother is now the young master of our Liang sect." A young man scanned the Chu family members within the hall and spoke indifferently. "Esteemed youths," a weathered man with a face etched by hardship smiled obsequiously. "My niece, Chu Yao, is still quite young and not yet of marriageable age." He was Chu Hong, the patriarch of the Chu family. The young man frowned slightly and reprimanded, "Chu Hong, I offer this marriage to your Chu family out of respect for the former Chu Nan Shixiao. Do not be ungrateful." Upon hearing this, Chu Hong's eyes flashed with anger. He was Chu Nan's uncle and had heard the tale of his nephew's expulsion from the Liang sect. How could these disciples of the Liang sect still have the audacity to mention Chu Nan? Yet, he had to suppress his anger for the sake of his family's reputation, as they could not afford to offend El Xingqian, who stood behind these disciples, a prodigy who had reached the 9th layer of the earth martial realm by the age of 20. He had recently gained experience in the world, challenging Earth martial realm practitioners across various counties, rising to the 5th rank on the Great Xia's Earth ranking, a list of the top 100 Earth martial realm experts. At such a young age, Xingqian's ascent to 5th place had earned him immense fame, marking him for promotion to the young master of the Liang sect. This time, it was Xingqian's younger brother, Shi, who had come to propose marriage. "Get out! All of you, get out!" A 16-year-old girl stormed into the hall, her face a mask of frost. "You harmed my brother and bullied my father, and now you put on a facade of compassion? It's utterly disgusting, Yaoer. How did you come out?" Chu Hong exclaimed in shock, grabbing the girl. "Quickly return. Sister Yao, it seems you harbor misunderstandings about me." Shi's eyes gleamed as he stepped forward. Years ago, Chu Nan Shixiang had merely faltered in his cultivation, becoming a waste. "It had nothing to do with my brother. As for Uncle Chu, he was merely injured by accident. I heard about this matter and felt sorrowful, which is why I came to offer my condolences." Shi, portly and reeking of alcohol, wore a self-satisfied smile. "Do you think I would believe you?" Under Shi's gaze, Chu Yao recoiled, trembling. She could not forget the day 6 years ago when her brother was declared a waste and expelled from the Liang sect, and how her father, Chu Yuan, had reacted. Since then, her father had repeatedly presented lavish gifts, bowing low to seek justice from the Liang sect. The elders, seeing an opportunity, feigned agreement. For 6 long years, they had continuously extorted the family, and only after exhausting their resources did her father realize it had all been a ruse. Even Chu Nan's downfall had been a deliberate scheme. The grief and rage had turned her father's hair white overnight, and in his fury, he had spoken out for his son, only to be grievously injured. Such hatred was etched deep in her heart, and how could she ever forget? "Do you all know the truth now?" Seeing Chu Yao's demeanor, Shi's smile faded, replaced by a lecherous glint in his eyes. Leveraging his brother's influence, he had caused much suffering among the female disciples of the Liang sect. Upon encountering Chu Yao, he was struck by her beauty. At merely 16, she had blossomed into a stunning young woman with a natural talent for alchemy, her unique aura and graceful figure captivating him. Moreover, she was the sister of Chu Nan, the once brilliant genius who had overshadowed even her brother. Thus, Chu Yao was the perfect prize. With her brother's tacit approval, he had come with intent. "If you do not comply today, the Chu family will be razed to the ground." Shi dropped his pretense, reaching for Chu Yao. "Yaoer, run!" Chu Hong rushed forward in desperation to block Shi. With a thunderous crash, he was sent flying, spitting blood. Together with Chu Nan's father, one focused on commerce and the other on martial arts, they had jointly led the Chu family. Chu Nan's father, disliking constraints, had allowed Chu Hong to become the family head. Yet he had neglected training. Shi, having nurtured his body with blood, had reached the Xian martial realm, making him a formidable opponent even in Qingshan City. He was no match for Shi. "Uncle!" Chu Yao's face turned pale, and as she stumbled, Shi seized her by the hair, dragging her towards the hall's exit. A few members of the Chu family rushed forward in anger but were blocked by the disciples of the Liang sect surrounding Shi. The Qi family in Qingshan City angered a powerful figure and was annihilated. "Do you wish to follow in their footsteps?" They scoffed at the Chu family, now reduced to a mere handful of members. Chu Nan's father, Chu Yuan, once held a 5th-level Earth martial realm cultivation but was now bedridden from his injuries. The remaining family members posed no threat. Shidi, "We cannot return empty-handed. Let us see what remains of value in the Chu family." The disciples of the Liang sect sneered, resembling bandits. "Release my Yaoer." A woman rushed in upon hearing the commotion. She was Chu Nan's mother, Lin Lanji, usually gentle and quiet, now appeared frantic as she lunged to claw at Shi. "Madwoman, get lost!" Shi kicked her aside with a brutal force. "My Yaoer!" Lin Lanji fell far away but struggled to rise, crying out in anguish. A mother's love could turn fierce in the face of danger. She had 2 children underfoot, and now, witnessing Chu Yao in peril, she could not simply stand by. "You seek death." Seeing Lin Lanji attempting to claw at him again, Shi's face contorted with rage as he extended his hand, aiming for her throat. "Mother!" Chu Yao trembled, feeling utterly helpless. The Liang sect had harmed her brother and injured her father. Why would the once suffocating genius has returned? Chu Nan uttered not a word. His gaze was fixed solely upon his mother and sister, with nothing else in sight. After a 6-year separation, he noticed his mother had grown somewhat frail, and his sister was no longer the snot-nosed child she once was. What should have been a heartwarming reunion ignited a fierce blaze within Chu Nan's heart. Witnessing the blood at the corner of his mother's mouth and the disheveled hair of his sister intensified his breath, making it feel as if his chest might explode. How dare they bully his family in such a manner? Mother, it is I, your son Nanner. Chu Nan trembled as he approached his mother, tears streaming down his face. I have been an unfilial son, causing you to suffer. He was the North King, feared by enemy nations, yet also a wanderer who had drifted alone for 6 years, as his son. Upon entering his home and witnessing his mother being wronged and his sister humiliated, how could he endure it? Nanner, is it really you? Lin Lanji gazed at Chu Nan, reaching out a hand before retracting it. She had dreamed countless times of the scene where Chu Nan would be nestled in her embrace, fearing this might still be a dream. Senior brother Chu, it has been a long time since we met, but it seems you are destined to join us for a journey. A young man stepped forward, his eyes cold as ice. What did it matter if Chu Nan had returned? He was merely a cripple. Having ambushed Lu Shi and rendered him disabled, they had created a significant enmity that could not be easily resolved. As soon as the youth finished speaking, his body exploded without warning, blood splattering everywhere. The expressions of the other disciples of the Sunfire sect changed dramatically. Chu Nan advanced, without a visible strike, yet managed to kill a practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, a feat too astonishing to behold. Chu Nan, do you still dare to cause harm? Someone shouted, demanding a fight with Chu Nan. With a loud bang, this person too met the same fate, their body bursting apart. Chu Nan continued toward his mother. With each step he took, another person fell, and an unprecedented fear permeated the hearts of the remaining disciples of the Sunfire sect, causing their teeth to chatter. They wished to flee, to cry out, but were unable. That a torrent of murderous intent surged forth, as if the gates of hell had swung wide open, rendering them motionless, an invisible hand gripping their throats. The wrath of the North King was overwhelming. Not only could these disciples of the Sunfire sect not withstand it, but even those at the heavenly martial realm would crumble. Feel bully the family of the North King. I, the North's tens of thousands of warriors, shall not allow it. The fate of the Sunfire sect was sealed. The butcher stood like a ghost in the distance, his gaze frigid. In the grand hall of the Chu family, the air was thick with the stench of blood. A dozen mutilated corpses lay scattered, blood flowing, a vivid crimson that was blinding. The North King, in his youth, had already traversed 36 levels of hardship, moving through the hall with an aura of impending doom. Aside from the unconscious Lu Shi, all the disciples of the Sunfire sect had perished. Chu Nan, clad in flowing garments, did not cast a glance aside. He knelt heavily before Lin Lanji, his voice choked with emotion. Mother! He, a royal scion, paid no homage to heaven and earth, only kneeling to his parents. This was no dream. Lin Lanji reached out to Tu after losing an arm, with blood vitality diminished. Even if he could recover, it was likely that a significant portion of his cultivation would vanish. Yet now, Chu Nan proclaimed that he could step into the heavenly martial realm. Before Chu Yuan could inquire, Chu Nan pointed his finger like a blade, extracting the fire ape's celestial bone. The amber-like marrow within the bone radiated brilliance, causing waves of heat to surge through the room. Chu Nan refined the marrow, forcing it into the beast's severed right arm before severing it cleanly and connecting it to where Chu Yuan's arm had been amputated. Although he had drifted through the northern territories and lacked alchemy expertise, he had honed remarkable medical skills. As he sought to restore his father's arm, he dared not be careless, focusing intently. During this process, Chu Nan continuously retrieved several flesh-generating pills to assist Chu Yuan in the transformation, his expression solemn as he strived for perfection. 2 hours later, beads of sweat adorned Chu Nan's forehead, yet he successfully reattached the arm. Chu Yuan let out a muffled grunt. His skin felt feverishly warm, and soon his brow relaxed as a surge of potent energy, akin to a dam bursting, cascaded from the fire ape's arm, flooding throughout his limbs and body. His shattered meridians had been reforged by the pills, becoming increasingly resilient as each bone vibrated with newfound strength. Am I truly on the verge of a breakthrough? Chu Yuan's voice trembled. The earth martial realm nourished the flesh with blood, invigorating the bodied. At this moment, his vitality surged like a tide, coursing through his body, his cultivation surpassing its peak, having entered the 6th layer of the earth martial realm. And this was merely the beginning. Father, once you've adapted, we shall ascend to the Li sect together, reckoning with both new grievances and old. Chu Nan smiled. Ascend to the Li sect? Chu Yuan appeared dazed. That was one of the major sects of the great Xia martial dynasty. For a family to provoke it was akin to an insect attempting to shake a tree. His fate would serve as evidence of this folly. However, recalling Chu Nan's remarkable performance today, he no longer viewed this as an extravagant hope. Truly, you are my son. Good, good. Chu Yuan grinned, tears glistening in his fierce eyes. What parent does not wish for their child to become a dragon? His son seemed to have exceeded his expectations. Chu Yuan had no time for further inquiries. The essence of the celestial bone was too potent, demanding his undivided attention. Seeing that his father was now unharmed, Chu Nan exited the room. It was deep into the night. Musée had already departed. The members of the Chu family were shocked, and under the urging of the human butcher, they dispersed to rest. Chu Nan felt no desire for sleep and strolled into the ancestral hall of the Chu family. This was a place dedicated to honoring the deceased ancestors. In the center of the hall stood a stone statue, its features indistinct but vaguely recognizable as a refined middle-aged man, gazing down upon the vast earth. This was the ancestral statue of the Chu family. Chu Nan murmured softly, "My Chu family has been passed down through generations. In the future, a Qilin child will emerge, capable of earning the recognition of the ancestral statue and obtaining the family heirloom." To his astonishment, the rumors were true. Chu Nan's eyes sparkled with realization. It turned out that I am that Qilin child. Chapter 8. Wang Xingba, ascending to the Li sect. The ancestral teachings had long been passed down through the Chu family. Whenever a child was born, they were required to come to the ancestral hall to pay homage to the statue. When there were no signs of change in the statue or the family heirloom, the Chu family believed it to be a blessing from their ancestors. In his youth, Chu Nan had accompanied his father to pay respects. Upon the first bow, the hall shimmered with brilliance. The second bow, the ancestral statue emitted auspicious light. The third bow, a small cauldron appeared within him. Young Chu Nan joyfully informed his parents, only to be met with laughter, for this phenomenon was invisible to all but him. As the cauldron vanished into his body, Chu Nan gradually forgot about it. It was not until he was stripped of his divine bloodline and expelled from the Li sect that the cauldron glowed again, revealing a mysterious celestial skill, awakening Chu Nan to the ancestral teachings. Without the family heirloom, how could I rise again? Chu Nan's gaze shifted. The Qilin child of the Chu family wielded the family heirloom and possessed the 6 transformations of creation skill. In the realm of true spirit, to trace the secrets of the divine bloodline, one must break through and return to their ancestry, which is inseparable from cultivation methods. The higher the bloodline's rank, the stronger the skills one could cultivate. The 6 transformations of creation skill could perceive the vast continent as a prison. Within this prison, the elite were termed creation seeds, capable of refining their blood and evolving their lineage. With this skill, Chu Nan could reshape his divine bloodline, evolving step by step in the northern territories, surpassing his peak, and, at a young age, traversing the 36 minor stages of the Bitter Sea's 4 realms to become the Northern King. Dominating an era.in the realm of true spirit, humanity's talent was evaluated by bloodline rank.it, was said that those with the strongest talents had blood half derived from the divine, referred to as half-pure-blooded prodigies. The turbulence of their blood could provoke terrifying phenomena, wielding power to dominate the realm of true spirit. Chu Nan clenched his fist. The pinnacle of the 6 transformations of creation skill could transform me into a pureblood, becoming a divine being. Since the disappearance of the divine, the descendants of true spirit have not seen a divine being. Even those who have reached the end of ancestry cannot compare to the divine. This is an ironclad rule. Therefore, the 6 transformations of creation skill is truly heaven-defying, transcending the system of returning to ancestry. Of course, to become a divine being through this skill, one must consume thousands of creation seeds. In the 6 years Chu Nan spent in the northern territories, he slew countless foes, yet only 48 qualified to become creation seeds. The 6 transformations of creation skills requirements for refining a pure-blood divine being are exceedingly stringent. My Chu family must be extraordinary. Chu Nan pondered silently. The Chu family, once ordinary in his recollection, had merely been a small household in Qingshan City decades ago. It was not until his uncle and father joined forces that they elevated the family to prominence. However, tracing back, the Chu family was quite ancient. The ancestral hall housed over 5,000 spirit tablets. Many deceased members of the Chu family had existed, suggesting a lineage that likely surpassed the great Xia martial dynasty. As for these spirit tablets, most were nameless, seemingly deliberately so. Even the visage of the ancestral statue had been erased. This was something that neither Chu Yuan nor Chu Hong could explain. The Chu family undoubtedly harbored secrets. Upon returning this time, he hoped to uncover clues and explore the heirloom's other mysterious uses. Chu Nan lit incense to honor his ancestors before stepping into the courtyard. Handsome and tall, with the moonlight cascading down. Even his hair appeared to glisten. The extraordinary realm is divided into minor, medium, major, and peak tiers. I have already crossed into the medium tier. Chu Nan's gaze deepened. After 6 years of warfare in the northern territories, cultivation had almost become second nature to him. With a hum, as Chu Nan's blood vitality surged, 48 seeds of varying sizes awakened within him. These were his creation seeds, invisible to outsiders. Suddenly, Chu Nan's aura transformed, his blood glowing, forming 6 radiant rainbows that shot toward the heavens. If the princes of the great Xia were present, they would surely be astounded. Extraordinary beings, having shed their mortal shells, could connect with celestial beings, using their divine blood to create rainbows to draw upon the world's spiritual essence. In the history of the great Xia martial dynasty, those who could sustain 3 rainbows with their bloodline were already at the pinnacle. 6 rainbows are exceedingly rare throughout history. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with rustling grass and swirling leaves. Chaotic currents encircled Chu Nan as the world's spiritual essence flowed into his body along the rainbows. After being refined through the 6 transformations of creation skill, pure essence entered his abdomen. Extraordinary beings possessed abdomens akin to the universe, capable of containing essence, gathering into a sea of essence. For every 10 zhang that the sea expanded, a minor stage was crossed, corresponding to the extraordinary 4 tiers. Having reigned as king for half a year, Chu Nan's sea of essence had reached 10 zhang in area, placing him in the medium tier of the extraordinary realm, right on par with the princes of the great Xia martial dynasty. With Chu Nan's guidance, the sea of essence billowed and surged, pure essence flowing throughout his body, continuously nourishing his flesh before returning to the sea of essence. Forming a great cycle, the night passed without incident. As dawn broke, Chu Nan exhaled a puff of white breath. Invigorated. I wonder when I can reach 50 creation seeds. He mused. As the name suggests, the 6 transformations of creation skill is divided into 6 transformations. Each transformation results in a bloodline metamorphosis, propelling the cultivation method forward while also evolving into a unique creation technique. 50 creation seeds are required to enter the first transformation. The Li sect had learned that over a dozen disciples were slain, and El Shur was captured. Upon seeing Chu Nan conclude his practice, the human butcher appeared. However, due to yesterday's secret decree from the great Xia, they dared not act recklessly, fearing to offend the order's issuer. Heh, Chu Nan sneered. The Li sect feared the decree's issuer, refraining from approaching, unaware that he was the one who issued it. Since they would not come, then I shall go to them personally. Chu Nan pressed his lips together. Brother, are you going to the Li sect? A slender young girl rushed over and embraced Chu Nan. After a deep slumber the previous night, Chu Yao awoke to find Chu Yuan successfully restored. Overflowing with joy, she instinctively clung to Chu Nan. Some sought to kill, while others sought an audience. Gently ruffling Chu Yao's hair, Chu Nan fondly replied, however. Chu Yao opened her mouth. After 6 years apart, her brother's demeanor and bearing had changed dramatically. The awe he inspired in Mu Zhe, the restoration of their father, each event had exceeded her wildest imagination. Yet the Li sect was one of the great Xia martial dynasty's major sects. Teeming with powerful figures, she did not wish for tragedy to repeat itself. Fear not, in this great Xia martial dynasty, there are likely few who can harm me. Chu Nan smiled. His sister had always enjoyed tinkering with various concoctions. Upon returning, he learned that Chu Yao had begun to exhibit talent in alchemy, which pleased him greatly. Miss Yao is your sister. That woman should not refuse to impart the art of alchemy to her. The human butcher remarked, aware of Chu Nan's intentions. Very well. Chu Nan nodded with a smile, taking the bewildered Chu Yao to the Chu family's secondary residence. The ancient and elegant room was enveloped in a wave of heat. It seemed that the celestial bones effects exceeded my expectations. Father has crossed 3 minor stages in a single night, reaching the 8th layer of the earth martial realm. Chu Nan entered, raising an eyebrow. Father, Would you be interested in accompanying me to the Liwang sect? Chu Nan inquired loudly. Over the past 6 years, his father had endured humiliation and even sustained grievous injuries. All of this had been for him. Thus, he wished to allow his father to witness and find reassurance in his strength. After a moment, the door swung open, and Chu Yuan emerged, his expression resolute. Though his hair was streaked with gray, he radiated vigor, his blood vitality flowing like a mighty river, his form akin to a spear, entirely devoid of the appearance of injury. His right arm was robust, a beast's limb, flickering with flames, casting Chu Yuan in the guise of a divine warrior. Son, since you possess such ambition, I shall accompany you to seek justice. Chu Yuan's voice boomed, his gaze fiery. The wounds inflicted upon him by the Liwang sect had not merely marred his flesh but had also wounded his resolve to reclaim justice for his son. As a father, what sort of man could he be if he could not even voice his grievances for his child? This night, he had transcended 3 minor stages, regaining his confidence while coming to understand Chu Nan's formidable nature. At this moment, words were unnecessary. A silent understanding passed between father and son, and they shared a knowing smile in Qingshan City. Discussions raged on regarding the secret decree from the Great Xia, dominating the province. The upheaval the Chu family experienced yesterday was not as widely discussed. Half an hour later, a carriage departed from the Chu residence, drawing attention. The reins of the carriage were tied to a plump young man, who had lost a hand, appearing disheveled, his robe emblazoned with a blazing sun, indicating his identity as a disciple of the Liwang sect. The Northern King had killed over a dozen disciples of the Liwang sect, leaving El-Shur alive only to transform him into a beast of burden, pulling the carriage for 100 miles to the Liwang sect to settle scores both new and old. In an instant, Qingshan City erupted in chaos. Across the Great Xia martial dynasty, how many dared to insult a disciple of the Liwang sect in such a manner? This was a provocation against the Liwang sect. Damnable wretch! Upon reaching the Liwang sect, I shall see how you meet your demise. El-Shur's face twisted in rage as he stepped toward the outskirts of Qingshan City. Chapter 9. My purpose in this journey is to kill 3 people practitioners of the Xuanwu realm, nourish their bones with blood, capable of tearing through tigers and leopards. Although El-Shur had lost a hand, pulling a carriage was no challenge for him. As El-Shur dragged the carriage, crimson blood seeped from his wound, staining the earth. The carriage belonged to the Chu family, and word had spread that their prodigy had returned, slaying over a dozen disciples of the Liwang sect. How is this possible? Wasn't he rendered a waste? Perhaps he has encountered some opportunity and restored his strength, seeking vengeance. Heavens, is he truly heading to the Liwang sect? It is said that the disappearance of his divine bloodline was a conspiracy. Regardless, he is the first to dare confront the Liwang sect. Qingshan City was in an uproar, a dark mass of people surging forward. As one of the prominent families in Qingshan City, the Chu family's recent experiences were no secret. Various rumors thrust the Chu family into the spotlight, causing a stir in surrounding cities as many followed the carriage. The Liwang sect, being one of the major sects of the Great Xia martial dynasty, was less than 100 miles from Qingshan City, not far at all. Regardless of the outcome of this provocation, it was worth witnessing. Grandfather, is that the big brother? A 7- or 8-year-old child cried out amidst the throng. Through the fluttering veil, 3 figures could be vaguely discerned. The butcher beside the carriage was someone she had seen at the Taiyue Tavern. Indeed, it is him. Fu Wei's breath quickened. Yesterday, he had lamented missing the opportunity to pay his respects to the Northern King. Today, he had the chance to see the Northern King in action. The legendary Northern King, possessing extraordinary talent, hailed from the Chu family. Fu Wei's emotions surged. Were the eyes of the elders of the Liwang sect blind? The Northern King, a legend of the Great Xia martial dynasty, had origins shrouded in secrecy, with countless tales surrounding him. Only today did he realize that the Northern King's lineage was far from as noble as the rumors suggested. Compared to the entirety of the Great Xia martial dynasty, the Chu family could only be considered a humble household. Who says a humble household cannot produce lords? Ni, let us follow. Fu Wei held onto the child, limping along as if on a pilgrimage. As the wind swept by, it lifted the veil of the carriage, revealing a handsome visage. Could he be my savior? Among the crowd, a young man clad in silver light armor felt his heart race. He was Pang Feng, the commander of the city guard. After slaying his enemy the previous day, He had hurried to the Taiyue Tavern, only to cross paths with the departing Chu Nan. Now, seeing Chu Nan's true form, he immediately recognized him. Brother, the crowd is growing larger. Seems the Li sect has caught wind of this. Inside the carriage, Chu Yao kept glancing outside, appearing anxious. Do not worry, Chu Nan smiled. He travels 100 miles to settle scores. Even the entirety of the Li sect cannot impede him. Chu Nan's calm demeanor elicited laughter from Chu Yuan. He did not inquire into Chu Nan's realm, but he harbored a vague suspicion. Within the Li prefecture, a lush mountainous region lay shrouded in mist. Through the fog, one could see houses built against the mountains, adjacent to perilous temples, where white cranes danced and rare herbs flourished, resembling a celestial abode. This was the location of the Li sect. Before the imposing mountain gate stood 300 disciples of the Li sect, steadfastly awaiting. The events concerning the Chu family had already sent shockwaves through the sect. Now, the members of the Chu family dared to have El Shur pull a carriage straight to the Li sect. Not to mention El Shur's brother, who was already the young master of the sect. Even an ordinary disciple would be seen as an affront to the Li sect. They're coming, someone whispered. Leaves danced upon the road, swept up by the gusting wind. The carriage approached, sunlight glinting off its surface, radiating brilliance. The butcher walked beside it like a guardian, while thousands followed from nearby cities. Clang, clang. In an instant, the sound of unsheathing swords rang out in unison. This is the sacred ground of the Li sect. Do not act recklessly, release El Shur, and you may have a chance at survival. Before the mountain gate, 300 disciples of the Li sect, their robes billowing, surged forth like a torrent. Having reached the Xuanwu realm through blood nourishment, they collectively pressed toward the carriage. However, there was no response from within. The butcher remained unperturbed, urging El Shur to continue forward. The northern king stood atop the pinnacle. Why waste words on this rabble? Chu Nan, I know you are inside. You, a discarded disciple of the Li sect, dare to provoke the might of the great sect. Today, I shall avenge brother El Xingchen. One disciple leaped forward, aiming to board the carriage. Bang! The butcher, expressionless, struck with a palm, unleashing a torrent of force that sent the disciple reeling, blood spewing forth as he crashed several meters away. Impudent! The other disciples seethed with rage, charging forward in unison. In an instant, the air was filled with shimmering blades, their clashing ringing like dragon roars. Yet within a 10-meter radius of the carriage, all remained eerily calm. The butcher moved like a specter, with each flicker of his figure. A disciple from the Li sect fell as if trampled by wild grass, their cries echoing. The northern king commanded a valiant army, all at the earth martial realm, each capable of contending against a major sect. Had he not slaughtered thousands, how could he earn the title of butcher? In a fleeting moment, there stood no one before the chariot. The 300 disciples of the sunlit sect lay either in pools of their own blood or unconscious. Those who managed to rise were retreating in terror. Their attention was fixated on Chu Nan, unaware of the fearsome presence accompanying him. All 300 were at the Xuanwu realm, yet even united, they could not approach him. The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle was in uproar. The prodigy of the Chu family had returned, ascending to the sunlit sect, evidently well prepared, having summoned such a formidable entity. What a bunch of useless fools! Lu Shur seethed, feeling humiliated for having to pull the chariot for 100 miles. He had thought that upon arriving at the sunlit sect, he would be free from his predicament. But these disciples disappointed him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the chariot had entered the mountain gate, leading to a staircase of blue stone that seemed to ascend into the clouds. This was the Zong Dao of the sunlit sect, consisting of 9,999 steps, engraved with the Great Mountain Suppression Array. Anyone who dared to trespass would be met with its oppressive force. It had been 6 years, as the curtain of the chariot was lifted, Chu Nan stepped down. Gazing at the Zong Dao, his eyes shifted. 6 years prior, he had been betrayed by Lu Xingchen, expelled from the sunlit sect, departing from this very path in despair. Memories flashed before him, as vivid as if they were yesterday. Now, he had returned, no longer the persecuted youth devoid of power to retaliate. Chu Nan, surrender and release Lu Shur, or face the annihilation of your entire family. A cloud of smoke swirled along the Zong Dao. The Great Mountain Suppression Array was triggered. Figures adorned in robes embroidered with the blazing sun appeared. wielding weapons as they lined the steps, their booming voices tearing through the clouds above. A major sect of the Daxiao martial dynasty, the Sunlit sect housed tens of thousands of disciples. The 300 guarding the mountain gate were merely the tip of the iceberg. Now, elite disciples of the Earth martial realm stood on the Zhongdao. Chu Nan's gaze swept over the familiar faces, a slight smirk playing on his lips. When he had once been the pride of the Sunlit sect, these individuals had lavished him with praise. After his divine bloodline was stripped from him, they had turned against him, siding with Lu Xingchen, mocking him, and providing the sect with a pretext to expel him. Such is the fickleness of human hearts. My purpose for this journey is to eliminate 3 individuals: Wang Qingfeng, Su Fu, and Lu Xingchen. Those who stand in my way shall perish. As Chu Nan ascended the steps, his resonant declaration caused many to change color. Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu were both esteemed elders of the Sunlit sect, while Lu Xingchen, the current junior master, was the sect's foremost talent. Chu Nan's incursion into the sect was a declaration of intent to kill these 3. Chapter 10. Treading the Great Mountain Suppression Array. The Zhongdao of the Sunlit sect comprised 9,999 steps, guarded by 1,000 disciples, who could breach it in the entirety of Sunlit Prefecture. Yet, Chu Nan maintained a calm demeanor. The moment his foot touched the first step, swirling smoke rushed toward him like a mountain descending upon him. With a resounding crack, Chu Nan stood tall as a pine, unmoving, while the step beneath him shattered. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Nan's footsteps were steady. Each step he took caused the stairs to crumble. He was not merely traversing the Zhongdao. He was dismantling the Great Mountain Suppression Array. Chu Yuan and Chu Yao followed him, impervious to the effects of the array, as the smoke swirled around them. Meanwhile, Lu Shi was howling in agony, being dragged along. What? The disciples on the Zhongdao looked on in disbelief. For 6 years, Chu Nan had been almost forgotten, only to resurface the day before. How had the boy, stripped of his divine bloodline, acquired such power? Chu Nan, you were once a disciple of the Sunlit sect. You must know the consequences of your actions. Ahead on the staircase stood dozens of disciples, their blood surging like a tidal wave, all at the Xuanwu 9th layer, their weapons poised to strike at Chu Nan. Despite the onslaught, Chu Nan's hair danced in the wind as he continued to ascend. He had risen in the northern realm, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The renowned adversaries he had slain in the past 2 years were formidable figures from enemy nations. The disciples of the Sunlit sect were beneath his notice. They were not worthy of his effort. A massive arm shot forth, akin to a towering pillar, igniting a blaze. Clang, clang, clang. All the weapons aimed at him splintered, the shards returning to pierce through the bodies of dozens of disciples, causing them to scream and collapse. The one dragging Lu Shi continued his advance, his physique resembling a mighty dragon, shattering weapons without sustaining injury. Kill! The moment of silence was shattered by a chorus of roars. The smoke billowed on the Zhongdao, birds took flight in fright, and numerous disciples surged forward, their battle cries echoing like thunder, rattling the mountains. Among them were elite disciples of the Earth martial realm, all of whom had entered the sect as paragons of their generation. They had embarked on their path. The sound of a series of explosive strikes erupted from Chu Nan's fists, overwhelming like a tidal wave, rendering the observing disciples speechless. Chu Nan unleashed the great explosive empty fist, surpassing the 9 strikes and reaching an astonishing 15, completely overshadowing Lu Xingchen in the blink of an eye. Their fists collided, creating ripples of energy. With a pained expression, Lu Xingchen coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10 meters before he awkwardly came to a stop. How could this be possible? Trembling, with a ghastly expression, Lu Xingchen gazed at Chu Nan. The fact that Chu Nan could master the great explosive empty fist signified that he had at least reached the Earth martial realm, and his mastery of this technique far surpassed his own. Die! A shadow of despair crept into his heart as Lu Xingchen roared, charging at Chu Nan once more. Silence enveloped the spectators, who were rendered mute. Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu, engaged in battle with Chu Yuan, cast astonished glances. Dressed in flowing white, Chu Nan appeared ethereal, one hand guiding his sister while the other pressed against Lu Xingchen. Regardless of the various martial techniques Lu Xingchen employed, Chu Nan countered with equal force. In just 100 breaths, both exhibited over 10 different martial arts, each perfected to an extraordinary level. Despite being expelled from the Liang sect, Chu Nan had cultivated various techniques to such heights. The elders observing were breathless, feeling as if a mountain weighed upon their chests. They did not lament Chu Nan's divine lineage being diminished, for Lu Xingqian's performance was increasingly impressive. Even if Chu Nan's innate talent remained, it would not surpass that of Lu Xingqian. Yet now, their perceptions were being upended. The abandoned disciple of the Liang sect possessed monstrous talent capable of surpassing the young sect leader. Young sect leader, do not continue this fight. As Lu Xingqian was once again forced back, a black-robed elder admonished. He was the grand elder of the Liang sect, named Lu Yu. Chu Nan appeared to reveal no inner energy, yet it was evident he had entered the celestial martial realm, and Lu Xingqian was definitely no match for him. It has been 6 years. How could I still lose to him? Lu Xingqian swayed, blood staining his chest and back, his face twisted in madness. I will make him die. He pulled out a golden short sword. Liang order. Lu Yu's expression changed. Everyone, retreat from the square. With a swift motion, Lu Xingqian thrust the golden sword into the ground. A low hum resonated, and the entire central square rippled as if disturbed by water. Beams of scorching light shot up from all around, illuminating the sky and revealing a magnificent sun. All elders and disciples hurriedly evacuated the square. Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu, too, could not concern themselves with Chu Yuan and retreated hastily. As a great sect of the Daxia martial dynasty, the Liang sect possessed substantial resources. Their sect's engraved mountain-protecting formation could fend off external threats. The Liang killing formation inscribed in the central square was particularly fearsome, capable of slaying celestial martial realm practitioners. Only those on the Daxia martial dynasty's celestial rankings could withstand it. This formation could only be activated once, and since the Liang sect's founding, it had been unleashed during life-and-death moments. Lu Xingqian, as the young sect leader, wielded the Liang order to activate the formation. Look at Chu Nan. What is he doing? Someone noticed Chu Nan and, to everyone's astonishment, he did not retreat. Instead, he grasped a tuft of grass and pointed it skyward. This, the disciples gasped, their breaths stifled. Facing the lethal Liang killing formation, Chu Nan held the grass as if wielding a celestial blade, becoming an unstoppable force. A simple gesture contained profound wisdom that resembled a form of swordsmanship. The Grand Elder Lu Yu's expression shifted. Using grass as a blade to break the Liang killing formation, Chu Nan stood tall, and as the magnificent sun descended, he wielded the grass toward the heavens. The most powerful swordsmanship was renowned in the Northern Kingdom, honed through 6 years of combat, transforming each stroke into a lethal art. His Northern King's blade, nurtured by blood, achieved the unity of man and sword. Manifesting at will that moment, the delicate grass pointed toward the heavens, resonating with the sound of blade strikes, cleaving through clouds and shattering stones. The fierce winds swirling in the square became razor-sharp, slicing through those uninitiated into the celestial martial realm, leaving them with grievous wounds. Leaves and branches soared into the air, forming a dark cloud that rushed skyward. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Chu Nan, wielding grass, challenged the Liang killing formation. The descending sun, with its overwhelming presence and murderous intent, sought to obliterate the dark cloud. Yet, it trembled violently, fracturing under the strain. The bright sky rapidly dimmed, and the scorching flames scattered. The cracks in the central square spread like a spider's web, transforming it into ruins. The elders and disciples who had retreated stood frozen, their spines chilled by an icy dread, to think that the Liang killing formation, capable of annihilating most celestial martial realm practitioners, had been shattered by someone wielding grass. Lu Xingqian stared at Chu Nan, swaying as if choked, unable to utter a coherent word. The relentless counterattacks from Chu Nan had obliterated his confidence. After shattering the killing formation with a mere tuft of grass, the shadows of his past resurfaced, extinguishing any will to fight. This was a prodigy beyond his reach. The poison he had sipped 6 years prior had failed to diminish Chu Nan. The seeds of the past had borne their fruit today. Chu Nan gazed at Lu Xingqian, striding forward. I have come to kill you. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. Lu Xingqian, retreating, screamed frantically. Yet the surrounding disciples shunned him as if he were a beast. The elders, including Lu Yu, stood rigid. Chu Nan had shattered their understanding time and again, his power terrifying. Of the 10 elders of the Liang sect, 8 had entered the celestial martial realm, 3 had attained the Daxia martial dynasty's celestial rankings. Yet they knew they could not contend with Chu Nan. They dared not strike at him. Ha! When I was plotted against by you, the sect isolated me just as they are now. A smirk appeared on Chu Nan's lips. Most in the world could hardly conceal their self-serving instincts. Lu Xingqian, his hair disheveled, fled toward the distant cliff. Chu Nan remained calm. Following closely, he intended to slay Lu Xingqian, who could save him in the entire Daxia martial dynasty. Yet, upon this visit to the Liang sect, he did not see the beautiful figure with whom he had once made grand promises. Had she departed? After a brief moment, Lu Xingqian reached a cliff, a sacred place for the Liang sect's leader to meditate. The martial cliff. Chu Nan halted, gazing at the stone wall below. The stone wall was square and engraved with mysterious totems, emanating an ancient aura. The bloodline stone wall, Chu Nan murmured. The bloodline stone wall was a divine relic, capable of accurately assessing the bloodline level of the young, allowing for targeted cultivation. 6 years ago, it was here that he had been recognized for his extraordinary divine bloodline, hailed as the Liang sect's greatest talent. Let this be where it begins and ends. Chu Nan approached the martial cliff. Sect leader, Lu Xingqian exclaimed in terror, but he saw Chu Nan extend his hand to cover the stone wall. Buzz! In an instant, the stone wall radiated, emitting beams of divine light. 16 beams of divine light. His divine bloodline had indeed been restored. The pursuing disciples and elders of the Liang sect wore complex expressions. Founded 300 years ago, only one person in the past 50 years, Chu Nan, had caused the bloodline stone wall to emit 16 beams of divine light. Buzz, buzz. As the stone wall trembled again, 3 more beams of divine light illuminated. 19 beams of divine light. The disciples and elders stood frozen, their pupils dilating. The divine bloodline of humanity on the Zhongling continent had grown increasingly rare, and under various influences, a genius might occasionally appear among the descendants. Yet, regardless, the bloodline levels of cultivators were constants. Chu Nan's restoration of his divine bloodline was already astonishing. Why was it still increasing? No, his divine bloodline level must exceed this. Lu Yu discerned the clues. The brilliance of the bloodline stone wall intensified as more divine lights surged forth. Simultaneously, an inexplicable chanting echoed, transforming into tiny characters that engulfed Chu Nan's figure. The inheritance of the Tsong High Hundred Shackles technique. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples and elders of the Liang sect felt their eyes redden. Techniques were the roots of cultivators. The Tsong High Hundred Shackles technique was the Liang sect's premier technique, renowned throughout the Daxia martial dynasty, cultivated by the founding master of the transcendent realm. Upon his passing, this technique was merged into the bloodline stone wall. For 300 years, no one had obtained this inheritance, as it required the bloodline stone wall to emit 20 beams of divine light, a condition for cultivating this technique. Chu Nan had achieved it. Moreover, the number of divine lights continued to rise. 21 beams, 22 beams, 23 beams. The surging divine lights left everyone dizzy, as if lost in a dream. My6 transformations of creation technique, though yet to reach the first transformation, far surpasses the Tsong High Hundred Shackles technique. Chu Nan whispered, gazing at the bloodline stone wall. Since the Liang sect could not fairly treat a disciple with extraordinary talent, what use was this bloodline stone wall? Chu Nan's blood boiled. The seeds of creation within him revived, causing the number of divine lights to soar to a terrifying 28. Simultaneously, the bloodline stone wall could not withstand the pressure and shattered with a thunderous crash. Silence. Utter silence. Everyone was bewildered. Chu Nan did not attack with brute force but shattered the bloodline stone wall solely through his bloodline. This indicated that his bloodline level exceeded the detection limits of the wall. This meant that his talent had broken the records of the Liang sect. As they gazed at the youth in white, Lu Yu clutched his chest, gasping for breath. He knew not what Chu Nan had endured, but the results from the bloodline stone wall could not be fabricated. A prodigy so fearsome, if nurtured properly, could elevate the Liang sect to unprecedented heights. Yet, they had expelled him and forced him into opposition with the Liang sect. Regret. An unprecedented regret spread within the elders, their gazes toward Lu Xingqian shifting. Their stares pierced like arrows, leaving Lu Xingqian in despair, collapsing to the ground. Sect leader, save me. The instinct for survival drove him to call out to the martial cliff. Enough, Chu Nan. A voice, aged yet authoritative, resonated from within the martial cliff, echoing like a thunderous bell. An elder with a youthful appearance descended like a falling leaf. Sect leader. Lu Xingqian saw a glimmer of hope. Transcendent realm. Upon seeing the faint glow surrounding the elder's body, Lu Xingqian's expression changed. The leader of the Liang sect, Fan Xuanji, had already reached the 9th layer of the celestial martial realm, ranking among the top 3 in the Daxia martial dynasty. Yet, due to his advancing years, he had neglected sect affairs, remaining in secluded meditation. The only time he had appeared in the last decade was to procure blood for Lu Xingqian. Now, he emerged, having broken through the shackles, becoming a transcendent realm master. Congratulations, sect leader. From now on, our sect will become the foremost in the Daxia martial dynasty. Lu Yu and the other elders rejoiced, bowing deeply with the disciples. Transcendence stood at the pinnacle of the Daxia martial dynasty, free from the mortal realm, looking down upon the 4 realms of suffering. The resounding congratulations only revealed a hint of bitterness at the corners of Fan Xuanji's mouth. Transcendence could not defy fate as the summer ancestor had. With limited lifespan, what joy was there in crossing the sea of suffering? The Chu Nan before him was different, merely 19. With such monstrous talent, he could fully enter the transcendent realm in his prime. Had he known, he would not have allowed Chu Nan to be expelled. I mourn the events of that year. Fan Xuanji continued, his sorrow palpable. You have already avenged enough, and you have destroyed the bloodline's stone wall. Why not grant this old man a favor and end it here? His tone was grave, and no matter how regretful he felt, it could not alter the reality. Chu Nan had already severed ties with the Liang sect, and no matter how one viewed Lu Xingqian, he was still the young sect leader. To have him slain like this would make the Liang sect a laughingstock in the Daxia martial dynasty. As the slaughterer, Fan Xuanji's eyes glimmered with confusion. The northern king had returned without his armor, and aside from the northern commanders, very few were aware of his identity. In terms of cultivation, Chu Nan had entered the transcendent middle absolute. He had yet to unleash his full strength, and Fan Xuanji should not be able to see through him. At this moment, Chu Nan had taken Chu Yao aside. Chu Yuan was still engaged in a fierce battle with Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu. These 2 elders of the Liang sect were also on the brink of collapse. The flames of Chu Yuan's fire ape arms swirled around him. Each strike scorched their flesh, shaking their very organs as if they might dislocate. After hundreds of exchanges, they were severely depleted. In contrast, Chu Yuan grew stronger with each battle, his vitality surging, an indication of a breakthrough. A mere waste. Since Chu Nan's return, he had rapidly ascended through several levels in just 2 days, utterly astonishing. What is even more surreal is that Fan Xuanji stands at a distance, indifferent to the plight of Lu Xingqian and others, gazing at the unfathomable Chu Nan and the expressionless figure of the butcher. Their hearts are torn with despair. Even if they were to emerge victorious, what would it matter? At that moment, Chu Nan would undoubtedly execute them. The outcome of this battle is already a foregone conclusion. With a fierce roar, Chu Yuan's surging blood energy causes his physical form to swell, resonating like iron striking an anvil, as he breaks through to the 9th level of earth martial arts. He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving Wang Qingfeng in a state of panic, his arms shattered with a pitiful scream. As for Su Fu, his throat is torn open by Chu Yuan. The 2 elders stagger backward, their eyes wide with horror, regret lingering in their hearts before they collapse helplessly, causing tremors among the other elders. Had they conspired with Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu, they too would likely have met a grim fate. I have finally avenged myself, Chu Yuan exclaims with a smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. As a father, it is a profound blow to be unable to secure justice for his son. Such pain is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. The deaths of Wang Qingfeng and Su Fu serve to alleviate his inner resentment and affirm his capabilities as a father, capable of protecting his children. Nanner, Yaoer, we are going home. Chu Yuan's pent-up emotions dissipate as he strides toward his children. Father, wait. Chu Nan's gaze is fixed at a distance. Unbeknownst to him, a stunningly beautiful woman stands there, poised and elegant. She appears to be of similar age to Chu Nan, adorned in an embroidered phoenix robe that accentuates her tall figure, with cascading chestnut hair that adds to her allure, making her a true beauty. Is she Yue? The butcher's heart stirs upon noticing Chu Nan's expression. He is aware that the Northern King has ascended to the Liang sect, seeking to reunite with a former lover. The Northern generals have heard Yue's name from the Northern King. It has been a long time since we last saw each other, and your presence brings me great joy, Yue observes quietly. Indeed, It has been 6 years. Chu Nan replies. 6 years have passed, separated by mountains and rivers. Now, seeing Yue before him evokes a sense of distance. He notices that the disciples and elders of the Liang sect regard Yue with utmost respect. You seem to have guessed that I was the one who stopped sect Master Fan, allowing you to achieve your revenge, Yue says, assessing the young man before her. Chu Nan smiles faintly. As the Northern King, why would he need anyone's assistance to eliminate Lu Xingqian? Then what is your current status? Chu Nan inquires without offering an explanation. I have befriended the young Ming King and will become his consort in 6 months. Yue responds, her lips parting slightly after a moment of silence. The title Young Ming King leaves Chu Nan momentarily stunned. In the Daxiao martial dynasty, there are 8 kings, and the Ming King is one of them. The young Ming King is his offspring, a position of great power. After 6 years, Yue has seemingly forgotten their past vows. That insignificant young Ming King is worth you forsaking my brother? Chu Yao's brows furrowed in discontent. Her brother possesses unparalleled talent within the Liang sect, and if Yue seeks to become his sister-in-law, she must consider it carefully. Many things have transpired in these 6 years. Yue states softly, your brother indeed excels and has encountered favorable opportunities. At this age, he is likely to rank among the top on the heavenly ranking. Yet, in the Daxiao martial dynasty, there are far too many talents. How many can truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the kings? The young man who once shone brightly is still remarkable, but since she entered the young Ming King's realm, every prodigy of the Daxiao martial dynasty bows to her. These reflections have diminished Chu Nan's brilliance in her eyes. He'll rank among the top of the heavenly ranking. The butcher's lips twitch. After all, the Northern King laid waste to the mountains and broke through the killing formations, only to receive this evaluation from Yue? Chu Nan, you should be aware that the feelings between us were merely youthful ignorance. Seeing Chu Nan fall silent, Yue feels a pang of sympathy. Indeed, youthful ignorance. Chu Nan interrupts her calmly. He does not expect others to wait for him for 6 years. However, if Yue truly cherished their past connection, how could she stand idly by while his father was deceived and Chu Yao was coerced by Lu Shi? Yue has truly changed. The passage of 6 years has allowed him to see a person clearly. What he longed for was merely the beauty of their youth. Let us depart. Taking a deep breath, Chu Nan turns away decisively. Foolish. The butcher glances at UWEI. In terms of talent, the Northern King possesses extraordinary abilities. In terms of status, he stands equal to the Ming King. A mere young Ming King is nothing before Chu Nan. Watching Chu Nan's retreating figure, Yue is momentarily taken aback. His resolute departure evokes a sense of defeat within her. Chu Nan, with the support of the young Ming King, in 10 days, I will call upon the various strong figures of the Daxiao martial dynasty at the Liang sect for the Daxiao martial conference. The young Ming King will be present. Those who perform exceptionally well may join the Ming King's ranks, and I hope you will participate, Yue states, biting her red lips. The Daxiao martial conference. Chu Nan halts, his eyes turning cold. Is this the true reason you stopped Fan Xuanji? With your talent, if you could join the Ming King's ranks, you could achieve greatness. Yue feels an instinctive fear under Chu Nan's gaze. The young Ming King holds a prestigious position, and her alliance with him is a significant elevation. If she can facilitate the entry of a prodigy like Chu Nan into the Ming King's ranks, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Chu Yao, hearing this, is incensed. She has no words for Yue's choices, but to also pull Chu Nan into allegiance with the Ming King is an affront to her brother. Very well, I shall return in 10 days and see just how remarkable the young Ming King truly is. A cold smile appears on Chu Nan's lips. The northern regions of the Daxiao martial dynasty encompass 152 counties, all of which are under the Northern King's domain. The Ming King desires to hold the Daxiao martial conference in his territory. Is he underestimating the Northern King's maturity and the northern generals under his command, as well as the 300,000 troops of the Northern King? Chapter 14. I come from the northern region. Chu Nan departs. Within the Liang sect, chaos reigns. Miss Wei, do you believe he truly wishes to affiliate with the Ming King's faction? The elder, Lu Yu, expresses his dissatisfaction. Today, the Liang sect has suffered a significant loss of face. Yet, Chu Nan, with his astounding talent, has caught Yue's attention. I believe he must have thought this through. Yue replies. In her view, Chu Nan's assault on the Liang sect stems from his anger. Hearing that she has befriended the young Ming King, his reaction is understandably intense. Wire. In the Daxiao martial dynasty, only those in high positions can issue secret decrees. The secret decree appeared in Qingshan City yesterday, and that was when Chu Nan returned to the Chu family Just as he turned 19, Fan Shuangji speaks deliberately. Do you think this is merely a coincidence? Yue trembles slightly. She is astute enough to comprehend Fan Shuangji's implication. If this is not mere coincidence, then all the gathered information leads to a singular conclusion. No, it cannot be. Yue hastily suppresses her unfounded speculation. If he were that person, the Liang sect would have been razed to the ground. Chu Nan's current achievements are indeed astonishing, but they pale in comparison to the Northern King. Indeed. Fan Shuangji nods with a bitter smile. The kings of the Daxia hold immense power. If Chu Nan were the Northern King, would he have dared to confront the Liang sect alone? As for the secret decree, he speculates it was likely issued by a significant figure passing through Qingshan City, who simply dealt with the Qi family's misdeeds on a whim. However, Fan Shuangji still feels uneasy. Chu Nan's every gesture exudes an astonishing charisma that even he cannot fathom. Asked the sect master. He has no choice but to intervene. It is only due to Yue's discreet intervention that he has a reason to withdraw. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of people disperse, their faces lit with excitement and exhilaration. The Chu family's prodigy has stormed the Liang sect, killing the young sect master and retreating unscathed. This young man, with such extraordinary talent, could overshadow the Liang sect, rumored to possess strength on par with the heavenly ranking. As a carriage returns to Qingshan City, the surrounding towns feel as if they have weathered a storm. Over the past 2 days, too much has transpired. First, the Qi family was obliterated by the Daxia's secret decree, and then the Chu family prodigy confronted the Liang sect. Discussions flow through the streets, leaving the two major martial families in Qingshan City restless. With the Qi family's sudden collapse, they are preparing to vie for the title of the foremost family. Who would have expected a newcomer like Chu Nan to emerge? In the Daxia martial dynasty, a single heavenly martial realm expert can revitalize a clan, not to mention one with strength on the heavenly ranking. If Chu Nan so desired, he could easily uproot them like weeds. At the Chu residence, over 20 family members gather for a meal. Brother, my family's brat is far more promising than yours. Chu Yuan, seated at the head of the table, is in high spirits, drinking with Chu Hong. Indeed, indeed. The most promising among the Chu family is undoubtedly Nan. Chu Hong replies nonchalantly, after all, we are all sons of the Chu family. There's no need to distinguish between high and low. After learning that Chu Nan has become a pariah of the Liang sect, his second brother, once gloomy, is now lighthearted. Nan, just now, someone from the Lihua Hall inquired whether our Chu family is willing to collaborate with them. What do you think? Suddenly, a slightly plump young man asks with a smile. He is Chu Hong's son, Chu Xing, who has been learning the ways of commerce. Lihua Hall. The Chu family members quiet down, turning their gazes toward Chu Nan. Over the past 6 years, the Chu family has been drained of its resources and urgently needs to regroup. The Lihua Hall is a powerful organization formed by alchemists within the Daxia martial dynasty, with branches spread across various counties, wielding immense wealth in ordinary times. Even the Qi family, the foremost in Qingshan City, wouldn't attract their attention. Yet now, Lihua Hall has approached the Chu family repeatedly, offering staggering conditions. If the Chu family is willing, they could sell Lihua Hall's medicinal pills, keeping 80% of the profits. This Muze is quite persistent. Chu Nan, who had been chatting with Lin Lanji, shakes his head at Muze, who treated Chu Yuan, is indeed a hall master of Lihua Hall. After leaving yesterday, Muze swiftly opened a branch in Qingshan City, making his intentions clear. Chu Hong and Chu Xing are undoubtedly tempted, but it ultimately depends on Chu Nan's decision. Uncle, cousin, the business affairs of the Chu family have always been in your hands. You may decide. Chu Nan muses for a moment before speaking. The northern region of the Daxia martial dynasty encompasses 152 counties, all under his domain. If he wishes, the Chu family could take control of all the shops and markets in these territories. However, the Chu family currently comprises only a handful of individuals, confined to Qingshan City, lacking experience to manage such a vast domain. This is a list of all the county governors. The butcher produces a tome. The county governor's list? Silence blankets the room, and the excitement on Chu Hong's face turns to shock as his wine cup clatters to the ground in the era of the great Xia martial dynasty. The county governor held significant power, capable of determining the fates of prominent families within their jurisdiction. If Chu Nan were a formidable warrior of the heavenly martial realm, it would not be surprising for him to cultivate a favorable relationship with a county governor. However, acquiring a list of over 100 county governors is no trivial feat. As Chu Nan perused the scroll casually, he contemplated his return to his fief, where all these governors would be required to pay him their respects. Yet, one could not ascertain whether these governors harbored sentiments akin to those of the Ming king, who underestimated him due to his youth, his decision not to impede the Great Xia Martial Assembly, and his intention to attend, stemmed from a desire to observe how these governors would treat the young Ming king. His fief could not accommodate those who practiced duplicity. As Chu Nan concealed the scroll, he noticed the astonished gazes of his relatives fixed upon him. Nanner, you, Chu Yuan, having regained his composure, spoke with tremors in his voice. Father, uncle, have there been any formidable figures in our Chu family lineage? Chu Nan smiled slightly, choosing to redirect the conversation. Over the past 6 years, he had refrained from discussing his circumstances in his letters home, fearing it might jeopardize the Chu family. Now, he opted for silence, wishing to savor the tranquility of their reunion without the interference of opportunists. Moreover, his demeanor had likely led his family to surmise certain truths. Our Chu family's ancestors? Chu Yuan and Chu Hong exchanged glances, calming themselves before engaging in dialogue. Other family members soon joined in. The nameless spirit tablets enshrined in their ancestral hall, along with the effaced statues of their forebears, remained an enigma. Indeed, the Chu family was ancient, with their lineage traceable only to the establishment of the Great Xia Martial Dynasty. Beyond that, no one could ascertain their origins. Could it be that the Chu family had some connection to the progenitor of the Xia? Thoughts swirled in Chu Nan's mind. Since the founding of the Great Xia Martial Dynasty, the northern region, comprising 152 counties, had never been conferred to a king. The northern territories held unique significance for the Great Xia Martial Dynasty, for it was here that the Xia progenitor was laid to rest in the lonely Crane Mountain range. The summer tombs loomed, gazing out towards the northern frontier, guarding the nation's borders, a place shrouded in sanctity. Only the reigning martial sovereign and the kings bestowed upon the northern counties were permitted entry into the summer tombs. It was rumored that the Xia progenitor had left behind a legacy within. After the conclusion of the Great Xia Martial Assembly, Chu Nan resolved to visit the summer tombs, as it might unveil the mysteries surrounding his ancestry. His curiosity regarding the family heirlooms of the Chu clan was insatiable. In the following days, Chu Nan remained in the Chu residence, diligently cultivating his skills while cherishing the company of his loved ones. Chu Hong had already established contact with the Lihua Hall, initiating a collaboration aimed at restructuring the Chu family. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan continued his previous pursuits, dedicating himself to martial arts, adapting to the heavenly bone-fire ape arm, and preparing for a breakthrough into the heavenly martial realm. Chu Nan wholeheartedly supported this endeavor, recognizing that without exceptional martial prowess, any glory would be as ephemeral as scattered sand. Having navigated the northern territories for 6 years, engaging in countless battles and acquiring numerous martial techniques, Chu Nan generously shared his treasures, including the esteemed Songhai Baji technique inherited from the Liang sect. This was the most formidable martial art of the Liang sect, with exceptionally high training prerequisites. Perhaps some within the Chu family could master it. Simultaneously, the uproar caused by Chu Nan's raid on the Liang sect was subdued by a different wave of fervor. Yu Wei, a disciple of the Liang sect, invited powerful figures from across the Great Xia to participate in the martial assembly, recommending talented individuals for the Ming king. This announcement sent shockwaves throughout the realm. The kings of the Great Xia wielded immense power. Anyone who could forge even the slightest connection with them would find themselves soaring to new heights. Such an opportunity was akin to opening the gates of nobility, presenting a wide avenue that no one wished to miss. The winds of change began to stir within the Great Xia Martial Dynasty. Some claimed that the Ming king had prepared for this day for an extended period, having previously extended invitations to various talents across the counties. Consequently, many factions had set out in advance, leading to a surge in the population of Qingshan City. Figures from the earth and heaven rankings began to appear one after another, flocking to the Liang sect to pay their respects to the Ming king's consort, further elevating the sect's renown. Fan Xuanji's vision had indeed dulled with age. Despite having achieved the transcendent realm, he failed to recognize the genius of the Chu family, the northern king, within the Lihua branch of Qingshan City. Mu Zhe, with his white hair and beard, scoffed. The northern king possessed extraordinary talents, destined for greatness. How could he be compared to the Ming king of the Great Xia? It was outrageous that the Liang sect openly supported the Great Xia Martial Assembly within the northern king's domain. Issue the order, Mu Zhe commanded, to distance ourselves from the Liang sect. Any practitioners associated with them shall not be received. In the Chu family, he had already incurred the northern king's displeasure. Having finally established a connection with the Chu family, he naturally had to clarify his stance. Chapter 16. What use is it to leave unprotected borders? 10 days swiftly passed. Liang County had become a hub of activity within the great Xiao martial dynasty, evoking reflections on the influence of those who held dominion over the land. Even in the absence of the king, the Ming king's consort alone could command the attention of the world. As dawn broke, a massive throng gathered near the Liang sect, the air alive with anticipation. The Ming king's consort had already declared that the Great Xia Martial Assembly was a grand gathering for heroes, permitting only those of the Earth martial realm to take the stage. Even as spectators, one had to possess a certain status, yet this still attracted common folk who wished to behold the might of the Great Xia's champions from afar. Before the gates of the Liang sect, the crowd surged. The grand sect of the martial dynasty, Shuiwe sect, sent 3 scrolls of Earth-level techniques to congratulate Sect Master Fan on his ascension to the transcendent realm. The Grand Sect of the Martial Dynasty, Panlong Mountain, dispatched 10 boxes of treasures to celebrate Sect Master Fan's achievement. The governor of Lingyun County presented various Earth-level medicinal pills, totaling 99, in honor of the Liang sect's newfound fame within the Great Xia. 8 elders, accompanied by their disciples, were busy receiving congratulatory gifts, basking in the moment. Fan Xuanji had shattered his shackles and crossed the bitter sea. Among the disciples of the sect, another had emerged as the Ming king's consort, marking a moment of double joy. Strong figures from the earth and heaven rankings continued to come to pay their respects. Even renowned sects came to congratulate them. This spectacle dispelled any shadows cast by Chu Nan's previous actions. With his hair white as snow and his robes billowing, Fan Xuanji smiled as he stroked his beard. He could not afford to neglect these guests. The Ming king must be treated with utmost respect. Fan Xuanji glanced towards the inner sanctum of the Liang sect and spoke. A transcendent with limited time left has a finite influence. These guests have come to pay their respects solely due to the Ming king's stature. Rest assured, sect master, the Ming king has Miss Weir with him, so we need not worry. The elder Lu Yu responded with a smile. Indeed, Fan Xuanji nodded, a glimmer of wildness igniting in his murky gaze. With Lu Xingchen's death, cultivating a new young sect master would require time. His lifespan waned, and he could not protect the Liang sect for long. The Ming king had long been conferred dominion. If they could align themselves with this powerful figure, the Liang sect would undoubtedly flourish. Congratulations, brother Fan. At that moment, a bald elder strode forward, causing a stir among those present. The newcomer was none other than the legendary Feiying elder, ranked second on the heaven ranking. Feiying brother, you flatter me. Our strengths were once on par. Since I have broken through, you too have hope. Fan Xuanji humbly clasped his fists. Hee. In martial cultivation, one must possess a heart of courage and progress. The Feiying elder replied with a wry smile. My mindset has suffered, and I fear I shall never break through again. Is it due to the challenge you faced a few days ago? Fan Xuanji's expression shifted slightly. What was the background of your opponent, Feiying brother? The Feiying elder had encountered a challenge from a black-robed swordsman, and he had heard rumors of it. He found it hard to fathom how someone at the heavenly martial realm could pose a threat to the Feiying elder. When confronted with Fan Xuanji's inquiry, the Feiying elder waved his hand and entered the mountain gate. He had no desire to dwell on such a humiliating matter. Sect Master, Chu Nan has arrived. At that moment, a disciple exclaimed suddenly. A procession appeared on the mountain path, led by Chu Nan in flowing white robes, accompanied by over 20 family members. Ren Tu and Pang Feng flanked him, acting as his protectors. This talented scion of the Chu family exuded a palpable arrogance. It is said he has a past with the Ming king's consort. The crowd before the mountain gate turned their attention, clearly taken aback by Chu Nan's arrival. Just 10 days prior, he had stormed the Liang sect, and now he returned with so many family members. Did he not fear retribution from the Liang sect? The Ming king's order states that during the Great Xia Martial Assembly, irrelevant individuals must remain outside the mountain gates. A disciple of the Liang sect barked. Only Chu Nan may enter. Boy, let us see how you perform. Ren Tu's gaze shifted towards Pang Feng. Last time, Chu Nan had entered the mountain as a member of the Chu family. This time, he came as the Northern King. Who could dare obstruct the kin of the Northern King? All right, Pang Feng nodded. He, a fifth-layer practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, charged forward, swiftly repelling the disciple. How dare you? Today is the grand assembly of the Great Xia. How can a mere Xuanwu presume to act insolently? 10 disciples of the Liang sect drew their swords, prepared to confront Pang Feng. Touch him, and I will take your heads. Ren Tu's cold gaze swept over them. Since the Northern King had allowed Pang Feng to follow him, he was now part of the Northern Territory. Instantly, the 10 disciples froze in place, as if rooted to the ground. They vividly recalled the events from 10 days prior when Ren Tu had accompanied Chu Nan into the mountain. Ha! My Liang sect's discarded disciple certainly has a grand demeanor. By disregarding the Ming King's orders, you are provoking the Ming King himself. Be wary for your lives. A resonant voice rang out, changing the expressions of those present. The Ming King had arrived at the Liang sect. The speaker deliberately brought up the Ming King to incite conflict, revealing malicious intent, as expected. A chilling aura surged forth from the distance. 1,000 heavily armored soldiers appeared, standing guard at the mountain gate. The Ming King's army. Seeing this legion struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. The kings of the Great Xia wielded immense power and commanded formidable armies, known as the King's Army. With the Ming King personally present at the Liang sect, the King's army would provide protection. Such a vigorous display of martial prowess, all comprised of practitioners from the Xuanwu realm. Pang Feng felt a twinge of trepidation. The city guards of various counties could not compare to the King's army. The Ming King's army was the sword in his hand, capable of suppressing territories. Who would dare to oppose them? However, Chu Nan maintained a calm demeanor, leading his family towards the mountain gate. Simultaneously, a chilling voice rang out, "Find the one who spoke and kill." As the word kill escaped his lips, Ren Tu transformed into a shadow, crashing into the crowd. Shortly thereafter, a diminutive elder was seized by Ren Tuesday. He was one of the elders of the Liang sect, known as Wan Pang. Chu Nan had slain Lu Xingchen, bringing shame to the Liang sect, so they sought to use the Ming King's army to teach him a lesson. They never anticipated that Chu Nan would dare to act recklessly, as a first-layer practitioner of the heavenly martial realm. He stood no chance against Ren Tu, whose grip snapped his neck with a swift motion. Gasp! Witnessing Wan Peng's lifeless body fall, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Even on this day, an event of great significance to the Great Xia martial dynasty, with guests in attendance, bloodshed before the gates of a grand sect was a profound insult. All eyes turned towards Fan Xuanji, whose face darkened as he stood to the side. Had it not been for Yu Wei's recognition of Chu Nan's talent and her desire to recommend him to the Ming King, he would have intervened long ago. Now, he deemed it unnecessary, as the 1,000-strong Ming King's army had already marched forth in the Great Xia martial dynasty. Who would dare disregard the might of the Ming King's army? Surrender now, and you may keep your bodies intact. The 1,000 soldiers shouted in unison. They bore the weight of the Ming King's reputation. Even those ranked on the heaven list would have to yield. In the face of the King's army, Chu Nan's gaze grew icy. These soldiers were indeed formidable. Why, in this critical moment for the northern frontier, had they not stepped onto the battlefield to repel foreign foes? Yet now they sought to assert their dominance in his fief. This was truly disheartening for him. As Chu Nan's words fell, Ren Tu charged forth like a tempest. Chapter 17. Brother, she is not worthy of you. The Ming King's army stood poised against the Northern King, a transgression that warranted death, especially given the Northern King's open stance. With a sudden burst of energy, Ren Tu unleashed a wave of force, fueled by his formidable vitality, granting him the strength of thousands with each movement. Amidst the cacophony of cracking bones and anguished cries, within mere moments, Ren Tu swept through the ranks of the Ming King's army, leaving them sprawled upon the ground, blood pooling around them, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. In front of the Liang sect, chaos erupted as the Ming King's army was decimated. This prodigy of the Chu family was boldly slapping the Ming King in the face. What audacity! Silence hung amidst the exiles. There exists no shortage of formidable individuals from the heavenly rankings, yet before the ruthless killer, they are utterly powerless. At this moment, the elder of the Flying Eagle, among the guests, suddenly grew alert. Chu Nan had settled his kin and was now leading Chu Yao towards him. My younger sister is still young. Seated here is just right. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly, and with a light-hearted remark, he provoked the elder of the Flying Eagle. He, the second ranked on the heavenly list, renowned for ages, was now expected to yield his seat to an inexperienced girl? Elder Flying Eagle, do not be enraged. Chu Nan is an unparalleled genius, here to participate in the Great Xia Martial Assembly. To pay respects to my husband, the young King Ming. Just as the elder was about to explode with rage, Yue Wei, adorned in an embroidered phoenix robe, appeared with an apologetic expression. To pay respects to the young King Ming? The elder of the Flying Eagle paused, realizing that Chu Nan held significant weight in the eyes of the young king. Very well, for the sake of the young king's consort, I shall temporarily endure. The elder cast a chilling glance at Chu Nan, declaring that when the martial assembly commenced, he would personally test Chu Nan's mettle. With that, the elder stood up, addressing the assembly. My apologies, it was my oversight. Yue Wei performed a graceful bow, directing the disciples of the Fierce Sun sect to arrange additional tables and chairs for the guests displaced by Chu Nan's actions. Chu Nan, cease this folly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yue Wei's gaze was stern as she looked at Chu Nan.as, the young king's consort. Her participation in the Great Xiao Martial Assembly was to prove her capabilities. Chu Nan's disruptive antics had incited her ire. Chu Nan cast a sidelong glance at Yue Wei and took a seat with Chu Yue Wei. Feeling helpless, quickly donned a smile and engaged in conversation with the other guests. The young women accompanying their elders gazed at Yue Wei with envy. Although Yue Wei's martial cultivation was not exceptional, her connection to the young king had elevated her status within the Great Xiao martial court, allowing her to converse with martial champions and receive courteous treatment from the county magistrates. Observing her former lover with another, and having to bow before him, was indeed a bitter irony. His rise to power seemed driven by a desire for vengeance. As their gazes fell upon Chu Nan, sympathy filled their faces. Regardless of personal talent, unless one achieved the extraordinary, how could one be compared to the young king? Brother, she is unworthy of you, Chu Yao remarked. Her eyes fixated on Yue Wei, her hostility intensifying as she overheard the surrounding chatter. Oh, Chu Nan smiled. Then who would be worthy of me? Beauty beyond compare, unmatched talent, rather than a woman adept in scheming. Chu Yao blinked earnestly. Miss Yao, there is indeed such a woman by your brother's side, and you shall meet her soon. The ruthless killer interjected, a mischievous grin on his face. Chu Yao's curiosity was piqued, eager to inquire further. You rascal! Chu Nan shot a glare at the killer, who promptly fell silent as the sun rose high. The central square was bustling with thousands, yet the young king was nowhere to be seen. Guests found nothing amiss. Given the young king's stature, it was only natural for him to remain behind the scenes. When the silver-haired, youthful Fan Xuanji took the stage to announce the commencement of the Great Xiao Martial Assembly, the elder of the Flying Eagle abruptly stood, pointing at Chu Nan. Chu family lad, do you have the audacity to ascend the stage and compete with me? The entire venue fell silent. Eyes filled with malicious glee turned towards Chu Nan. The elder of the Flying Eagle, ranked second on the heavenly list, required no martial assembly to affirm his prowess. His presence at the Fierce Sun sect was merely to honor the young king. For such a venerable figure to lower himself and challenge a younger generation clearly indicated his genuine anger. Young King's consort, I trust you shall not prevent my actions this time? Seeing Chu Nan remain absorbed in his own thoughts, unresponsive, the elder's face darkened as he glanced at Yue Wei. The Great Xiao Martial Assembly is a grand event for martial discourse. Please feel free to proceed. Elder Yue Wei, seated with her head bowed, was displeased with Chu Nan's attitude. The elder's actions could reveal the depths of Chu Nan's abilities. Very well, then I shall show my shortcomings, the elder proclaimed as he approached Chu Nan. This scene intensified the guests' sympathy for Chu Nan. The elder's strike would not allow Chu Nan to refuse. Young Master Chu, Pang Feng stepped forward, only to be halted by the ruthless killer, that moment. The elder extended his withered hand towards Chu Nan. A sharp whistling erupted. A cascade of sword light surged forth, striking from the side, causing the guests' eardrums to thrum as if about to burst. As the sword light swept past, the elder froze, blood welled from his 5 fingertips. The wounds expanded, blood gushing forth as the elder's fingers fell to the ground. In an instant, excruciating pain engulfed him, eliciting a howl of agony. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Blood martial cultivators possess copper bones and iron arms, resistant to blades and axes. Upon breaking into the heavenly martial realm, their blood vitality births internal energy, rendering their bodies even more formidable. Who could draw a sword swiftly enough to catch the second-ranked elder off guard and sever his hand? I heard the Fierce Sun sect was hosting the Great Xiao Martial Assembly. I trust one am not late that a figure clad in black robes, with a wide-brimmed hat, strode forward, wielding a 3-foot-long blade, a black-robed swordsman? Fan Shuangji's expression shifted. Could this be the mysterious powerhouse challenging the elder of the Flying Eagle? You, the elder, lying in a pool of blood, gazed at the black-robed swordsman, momentarily forgetting his pain point 10 days prior. The black-robed swordsman had issued a challenge, seeking a friendly contest. Yet now, he had drawn his sword and severed the elder's hand. What grievance did he hold against this northern general? Before everyone's astonished eyes, the black-robed swordsman entered the arena, and guests hurriedly made way. He spoke not a word. Clang. After sheathing his 3-foot-long blade, the black-robed swordsman sat to the left of Chu Nan. I never expected such a recluse to emerge from the great scion martial court. Someone, quickly fetch medicine for elder Flying Eagle. Yue reacted, rising to pacify, her heart brimming with joy. The great scion martial assembly had commenced, and aside from those already loyal to the young king from the heavenly and earthly rankings, the rest were merely unassuming guests. Thus, she understood that this black-robed swordsman was not listed on either ranking, indicating his status as a recluse. His arrival at the fierce Sun sect was likely to pay respects to the young king, a delightful surprise for her. The atmosphere in the square lightened. The black-robed swordsman had challenged the elder 10 days prior. Perhaps they had harbored animosity since then. The elder's misfortune was palpable. Just as he was preparing to reprimand Chu Nan, he encountered this recluse. Guests regained their composure, speculating about the black-robed swordsman's origins. The great scion martial court spans vast territories. It was not surprising to have formidable recluses emerge from obscurity. The elder of the Flying Eagle's lips trembled, attempting to speak but failing. Elder Flying Eagle, please focus on healing. This young man, we shall assist you in reprimanding. Soon after, 3 young men clad in green stood up, challenging Chu Nan. The green-clad trio, recognizing the challengers, some guests murmured. These 3 brothers had once received the elder's favor in their youth. Now, they had risen to the top 20 of the heavenly rankings and excelled in collaborative techniques, gaining prominence in the great scion martial court. Chu Nan's recent rise had drawn much ire, and the green-clad trio sought to showcase their prowess. Faced with the green-clad trio, Chu Nan remained aloof, offering no response. Humph, where do you find the audacity to act so brazenly before us? Is it merely because of your bodyguards? The trio's voices reverberated as they charged towards Chu Nan, their internal energy surging. Good dogs do not block the way. A cold voice suddenly rang out, causing the green-clad trio to startle. Unbeknownst to them, a fair-skinned, striking figure clad in silver robes stood behind them, wielding a wooden sword. Before the trio could react, the swordsman swung the wooden blade. Boom! The seemingly weightless wooden sword unleashed a torrent of force, sending the trio crashing back as if struck by lightning, their chests exploding, silencing them entirely. In that instant, the guests were left in utter shock. The green-clad trio was felled by a wooden sword. This dead demoness has truly become increasingly formidable since training with Wang Shui in swordsmanship. Yang Yi murmured. Alas, she still struggles to achieve a seamless unity of man and sword. The black-robed swordsman, Yang Yi, remarked. Indeed. The ruthless killer shivered, then cast a sympathetic glance at the silver-robed swordsman. In the northern realm, talents abound, and under the northern king's banner, the 4 great generals lead the charge. Surely, one of them must be present. Chu Nan shook his head. He understood that once word spread of the young king's consort opening the great scion martial assembly in his domain, the 4 great generals under his command would undoubtedly rush to his side, having fought alongside him in countless battles, akin to blood brothers. From this moment forth, should you take a single step outside, your internal energy will vanish entirely. Take a second step, and your meridians will shatter. Take a third step, and your flesh shall decay. In the next moment, a melodious female voice echoed, sending shivers through the crowd. Someone was threatening the number 1 of the heavenly rankings, the Water Moon sect's leader. Humph, though I have aged, I am not yet foolish, the Water Moon sect leader chuckled, stepping closer to Chu Nan. However, as her foot touched the ground, her smile froze, and her hunched form began to tremble. Chapter 19. Today, you must bow to him within the great scion martial court. The leader of the Water Moon sect is regarded as a legend. For decades, she had kept the great scion's heavenly warriors at bay and still held the top spot on the heavenly rankings. Had it not been for her frail age, she could have long since entered the realm of the extraordinary. How could she have fallen behind Fan Shuangji? Years of cultivation had left the water-moon sect leader with a robust vitality that surged like the sea, her internal energy at its peak. Yet now, she sensed that vitality swiftly dissipating. This bizarre phenomenon left her gasping in disbelief. Heavenly martial cultivators possess heartbeats like thunder, immune to the ravages of time. How could someone like her, untouched by illness, experience such a loss of internal energy? I shall see who is behind this. Suppressing her panic, the water-moon sect leader's piercing gaze swept over the crowd as she took another step forward. The esteemed number one on the heavenly rankings would not be easily intimidated. Upon taking her second step, the water-moon sect leader's face contorted, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed. Following this, her blood flowed in reverse, her veins coiling like dragons, snapping like taut strings. Pfft. The water-moon sect leader curled on the ground, convulsing violently, blood spraying forth. Leave Qin Huayu wore a sarcastic smile, her beautiful eyes glancing at Yue Wei. Average in stature, appearance, and cultivation, it seemed someone must have been blind to have taken a liking to her. Her words plunged the entire gathering into a profound silence, brutally striking both Xiaoming Wang and Yue Wei. Chu Nan, who was indulging in his drink, almost choked upon hearing her. Among the 4 celestial generals of the northern borders, only Qin Huayu dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Seize this woman!" The sharp command emanated from Yue Wei. Since she had assumed the title of Xiaoming Wang Fei, her past with Chu Nan had become a blemish on her reputation. At this moment, not only did Qin Huayu mention it publicly, but she also offered such a scathing evaluation. Moreover, Xiaoming Wang's attitude towards Qin Huayu instilled a sense of crisis within her. In an instant, an overwhelming killing intent surged like a violent wind. A multitude of Ming Wang troops surged in, surrounding the square tightly. "Xiaoming Wang, this woman is far too disrespectful. We have come to assist you." The guests, both from the earth and heaven rankings, rushed forward, their expressions pale as they witnessed the Ming Wang troops closing in on Qin Huayu, further enclosing Chu Nan and Chu Yao. "Since you have come to pay your respects, please step aside to avoid any misunderstandings." Xiaoming Wang did not stop Yue Wei but addressed Yang Yi and Yin Xiling instead, completely ignoring Chu Nan, knowing that the someone Qin Huayu referred to was indeed Chu Nan. How could such a beauty favor another? Just this alone rendered Chu Nan's formidable talent irrelevant. However, Yang Yi remained unresponsive, while Yin Xiling wore a bemused smile. The northern generals only revered the northern king. What does this mean? Xiaoming Wang's fury simmered. If he could recruit these 2 hidden masters, his father would surely be pleased, but their reactions left him feeling humiliated. "Did you truly believe we came for you?" Qin Huayu lamented Xiaoming Wang's dullness, then pointed at the composed Chu Nan, declaring, "Today, you must pay your respects to him." Chapter 20. The Northern King's army approaches. Dark clouds descend for Xiaoming Wang to bow to Chu Nan. This woman must harbor a grudge against him. No matter how stunning a prodigy, if they do not grow, they remain forever weak. As Qin Huayu's words settled, chaos erupted. Over 10,000 armored Ming Wang troops mingled with the earth and heaven-ranked experts, all gazing at Chu Nan. The chaotic energy, coupled with the murderous intent radiating from the Ming Wang troops, turned Chu Yao's face pale as she anxiously gripped Chu Nan's arm. "You frightened my sister." Chu Nan's eyes turned cold. With a simple sentence, the rising dust fell to the ground, and the air crackled like rain on banana leaves. Closest to Chu Nan were 3 heaven-ranked experts, their heads buzzing as if struck by a hammer, staggering and swaying. The earth-ranked cultivators and the Ming Wang troops were not spared either, collapsing in droves. This impactful scene silenced the uproar. Chu Nan sat calmly, having not moved a muscle, yet managed to suppress so many cultivators. This was an extraordinary presence. The poison lord of Shueyue trembled, as if struck by thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring and the very space to freeze. The 9th layer of Tianwu was the limit of mortals. Only by merging essence, energy, and spirit could one break through this limit, transcending the mortal coil to command a stronger physique. An extraordinary being possesses immense spiritual power that manifests as an overwhelming presence. Within Tianwu, one could suppress thousands with mere breath. Yet, the extraordinary could dominate Tianwu solely through their aura. The difference was vast. Extraordinary presence? The Grand Elder of Liang sect, Lu Yu, gasped. Chu Nan is an extraordinary realm master. Extraordinary? An unattainable tier, looking down upon the 4 realms of suffering. Their discarded disciple from Liang sect had actually attained the extraordinary. What status did Chu Nan hold? I should have realized it sooner. The old man of the flying eagle gazed at Chu Nan, his heart unsettled. As the black-robed swordsman Yang Yi appeared beside Chu Nan, his suspicions solidified. He is the Northern King. Xiao Ming Wang trembled, roaring, "How can this be possible?" Due to the past between Chu Nan and Yu Wei, he held considerable animosity towards Chu Nan. However, if Chu Nan truly wished to pledge loyalty to him, he could overlook their history. Yet, Chu Nan had already reached the extraordinary, a status that would even move his father, the great Xia's Northern King. Why was this impossible? Yin Xiling, wielding a wooden sword, stood up, his face cold. My elder brother possesses unparalleled talent and exceptional military achievements. Crowned as king at a young age, the people's choice. Without our king guarding the borders of the north, what peace and prosperity could there be? Now, you lot, these rabble, prostrating before Xiaoming Wang in the Northern King's territory. Do you think we are to be trifled with? Yang Yi and the butcher rose, their inner energy surging like a tempest across the heavens, all at the 9th layer of Tianwu. Alongside Qin Huayu, they surrounded Chu Nan like four war gods. They were not hidden masters. They were the heavenly generals under the Northern King, the Lord of Shuiyue shivered. The power of the great Xia's Northern King exceeded all rumors. His subordinates were astoundingly strong, including a heavenly alchemist. With an alchemist's assistance, it was unimaginable how powerful the Northern King's army would be. "Look!" someone shouted, glancing skyward. The sky darkened, a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air as if the gates of the underworld had swung open. Thousands of black dots rapidly enlarged, plummeting toward the central square of Liang sect. They were a flock of ferocious birds, massive as small mountains, their feathers forged of steel and emanating a fierce aura. As they spread their wings, they stirred up dust and shattered ancient trees. The mountains surrounding Liang sect trembled. Those were the Qingling eagles. Xiaoming Wang looked up, his face paling. The Qingling eagles were a rare breed among beasts, each comparable to a Xuanwu realm cultivator, reigning as kings of the sky, capable of traversing dozens of counties in a single day. The great Xia's martial dynasty reared the Qingling eagles, and only the royal army was qualified to ride such fierce flying beasts. At this moment, in the high sky, hundreds of figures stood atop each eagle, rooted as if their feet were planted in the ground, cloaked in heavy armor, leaving only their piercing eyes visible, cold and fierce, emanating an overwhelming killing intent that darkened the skies. On the fluttering flags, a single character, North, was clearly visible. The Northern King's army. The entire Liang sect descended into chaos. The Northern King's army, like the Northern King himself, was shrouded in mystery. Each soldier, battle-hardened, emerged from the depths of war, a veritable reaper. This battle-hardened force disrespected neither gods nor demons, only revering the Northern King, descending like dark clouds. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Dozens of county lords were filled with terror. The current Northern King, despite his astounding talent, was but 19 years old. Thus, upon learning that the Xiaoming Wang Fei wished to initiate the Great Xia Martial Assembly at Liang sect, they had naturally made their choice. Little did they expect that at the Great Xia Martial Assembly, they would encounter the Northern King, a figure so mysterious, his status and cultivation glowing in harmony, standing right before them. You truly are the Northern King. The heaven-ranked experts, overwhelmed by Chu Nan's presence, collapsed to the ground, their legs cramping in fear. They had dared to act against the youngest king of the Great Xia. The Northern King's army would surely flay them alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, figures leaped from the backs of the Qingling eagles, surrounding Liang's sect completely. The entire sect had been sealed. At the same time, a legion of the Northern King's troops marched into the central square. They held shields in their left hands, spears in their right, with great bows slung over their backs and short swords at their waists. The sound of their heavy armor clashing and their feet striking the ground resonated like a hammer on the hearts of all present, causing disciples of Liang's sect and guests alike to scatter in panic. Even the Ming Wang troops, who had wielded their power over the Great Xia's commoners, felt an instinctive fear upon encountering such elite warriors, risen from the dead. Not to mention this legion of Northern King troops, all of whom had reached the realm of Tianwu. How terrifying must the Northern King's army be? The Northern King is my son. Chu Yuan's heart raced within the crowd. Indeed, through Chu Nan's various displays, he had guessed the truth. However, he dared not contemplate it. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the legion of the Northern King's troops approached Chu Nan. They did not draw their swords to fight. Instead, they all knelt on one knee, the Northern King's army paying homage, imploring the Northern King to punish them. 300,000 Northern King troops, disciplined and resolute. Without the Northern King's command, their unapproved presence at Liang's sect constituted a violation of military regulations. But they had no regrets. The Northern King had fought valiantly for the Great Xia. He was their faith. The Ming Wang had disrespected the Northern King's youth. How could they endure it? Butcher, was it you who commanded the Northern King's army? Chu Nan frowned slightly. This time, he had come to Liang's sect in the capacity of the Northern King and had no intention of concealing anything. He would not blame his 4 heavenly generals for appearing. The Northern King's army was a national treasure, and for them to act on their own initiative on his behalf displeased him greatly. I acted impulsively. The butcher lowered his head. This matter shall be punished with 100 strikes for all. Chu Nan waved his hand. Let them all rise. Yes. The legion of the Northern King troops responded in unison. In the next moment, they simultaneously dropped their shields to the ground, raised their spears, the sharp points aimed at all present. Having completed our penance, we shall punish those who have insulted the Northern King. In an instant, the atmosphere froze, chilling everyone to the bone. Participating in the Great Xia Martial Assembly on the side of the Ming Wang within the Northern King's territory was tantamount to insulting the Northern King. Just for this, they had already made an enemy of him. How would they resolve this now? In that moment, numerous guests turned their gazes towards Xiao Ming Wang and Yue. Chapter 21. That is the Northern King's blade, Chu Nan. You are indeed the Northern King. Yue trembled, her delicate frame quaking as she bit her lip. She wished to say something, but her mind was a blank. The Northern King was renowned throughout the Great Xia martial dynasty. She had once yearned for the name. It was hard for her to fathom how a man of her age could ascend to such heights, wielding immense power and unparalleled martial prowess. Having allied herself with Xiao Ming Wang had already drained her of energy, and she had faced countless doubts. Aspiring to connect with the Northern King felt like a far-fetched dream. Yet, a dramatic twist unfolded. Chu Nan was the Northern King. The boy from 6 years ago had now risen to become the national sovereign, while she reveled in her position as Xiao Ming Wang Fei, naively boasting in front of Chu Nan. A mere jester in the grand scheme of things. Seeing both Yue and Xiao Ming Wang fall silent, the guests grew anxious. There is no need to worry, everyone. The Northern King, with his remarkable military achievements, is the guardian spirit of our Great Xia martial dynasty. How could he possibly trouble us? The elderly man of the Flying Eagle, having bandaged his wounds, flattered, emphasizing the term guardian spirit, which made the butcher frown slightly. This old man was cunning. While appearing to praise Chu Nan, he was actually seeking to extricate himself. Indeed, the Northern King holds a high position and will certainly not stoop to our level. Northern King, we apologize for our previous transgressions. We shall take our leave immediately. The guests awakened to reality, bowing profusely to Chu Nan, with dozens of county lords being the most eager. The Northern King's army had arrived, sealing the mountains. Xiao Ming Wang would likely find it hard to protect himself, leaving them to save their own skins, as the Northern King, who had shed blood to guard the Great Xia. His reputation would not allow him to humiliate them, for that would undoubtedly attract criticism. Do you not understand yet? What I protect are the common people of the Great Xia, not you petty individuals who chase after fame and disregard the lives of others. Chu Nan rose, his white garments billowing, visibly disappointed. Since entering the gates of Liang's sect, the earth and heaven-ranked experts he encountered had displayed such ugly faces. To curry favor with Xiao Ming Wang. They had all strived to put on a show. If he were merely an ordinary genius, he might have already been killed by these flatterers. Had he fought for 6 years in the northern borders to safeguard these people? Were those soldiers who died on the battlefield not worth it? Are you truly willing to disregard your reputation, Northern King? The elderly man of the Flying Eagle's expression changed drastically, yet he found no retreat. As the black-robed swordsman Yang Yi and the wooden sword-wielding Yan Xiling had already barred his way. For 6 years, the northern borders faced numerous crises. I once sought to gather earth and heaven-ranked cultivators of the Great Xia to repel the enemy, but only a handful responded. Yet today, a mere Xiao Ming Wang has managed to assemble so many powerful individuals. How absurd! What qualifications do you have to speak of reputation, if I wish to slay you? Who would dare say a word against me? Chu Nan's gaze turned sharp, his fingers unleashing a surge of true essence. The true essence of the extraordinary realm could cleave mountains, and even as it just began to materialize, the old man's body was already covered in sweat. He wished to resist, but his proud Tianwu cultivation was utterly useless before the Northern King. Pfft. The old man's forehead exploded, pierced by true essence, his corpse collapsing onto the ground. The Northern King made his move, a single finger ending the life of the second-ranked heaven expert, the old man of the flying eagle. Silence. A profound silence. The guests who had supported the old man stumbled, their legs trembling. The Northern King's wrath was fueled by the injustice felt for the soldiers who had perished on the front lines. He would not be burdened by the so-called reputation. The Northern King's questions echoed in their ears, filling the guests with guilt, while the young geniuses standing at a distance felt their blood surge with excitement. Yes, possessing immense martial power yet not striving to protect one's homeland, only fighting for fame and fortune, is a waste of cultivation. They finally understood why the 300,000 Northern King troops regarded the Northern King as their faith. Chu Nan embodied the essence of a king. Ha, the Northern King of Great Xia, what a magnificent presence. The frozen atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Xiao Ming Wang's laughter. My father once spoke of the heroes of Great Xia, holding the Northern King in high regard. But that is all there is to it. Among the kings of Great Xia, your rise has been the swiftest, yet your foundation is the weakest. Xiao Ming Wang fixed his gaze on Chu Nan. Slowly speaking, today, he should be the most dazzling presence. With Chu Nan's emergence, he felt overshadowed, and the guests, like reeds in the wind, began to shift allegiances. How could he bear it? Moreover, the Northern King's subordinates, the butcher, Yang Yi, Yin Xiling, and Qin Huayu, filled him with jealousy. Why must such extraordinary heavenly generals bow to the 19-year-old Chu Nan? Seeking death, the legion of Northern King troops roared, their voices rumbling like an avalanche, shaking the heavens. If the Ming Wang were present, he might still have the qualifications to converse with our king. But you, a second-generation heir, what gives you the right? The butcher's eyes turned icy. Because I am the son of the Ming Wang. Xiao Ming Wang's eyes revealed madness. Fan Xuanji, kill Chu Nan for me. In the future, I will protect your Liang sect. Fan Xuanji, the lord of Liang sect. The moment these words were uttered, the entire assembly gasped. The Northern King's army had sealed the mountains. The 4 heavenly generals of the northern borders had gathered. How dare Fan Xuanji act against the Northern King? Thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as the silver-haired, youthful-looking Fan Xuanji slowly approached. His gaze fixed on Chu Nan, his expression exceedingly complex. 10 days ago, when Chu Nan stormed the mountain, he had felt an unsettling apprehension and even warned Yue. Yet he still clung to a sliver of hope. However, the worst-case scenario had unfolded. The discarded disciple of Liang's sect had gloriously transformed into the exalted Northern King. Chu Nan sought retribution for both new and old grievances, but did not implicate Liang's sect. For the Northern King was unwilling to spill innocent blood. Now, it was too late. 6 years ago, expelling you was the most erroneous decision since the founding of Liang's sect. Otherwise, your presence would have ensured our prosperity for centuries. Intense regret filled Fan Xuanji's heart. So, you intend to aid Xiao Ming Wang? Chu Nan's cold gaze bore down on him. I had no choice. Pain flickered across Fan Xuanji's face. The relationship between Liang's sect and the Northern King had become irreparable, even standing on opposing sides. With his lifespan waning, he would rather sacrifice his remaining days for a future for Liang's sect. The Ming Wang had stepped into the extraordinary realm for 10 years. Reaching mid-expert status in the prime of life. Between the Northern King and the Ming Wang, he would choose the latter. As he spoke, an extraordinary presence erupted, radiating from Fan Xuanji. The true essence of an extraordinary realm master surged forth, shaking the entire central square. Fan Xuanji was cornered. This scene sent shivers through everyone present. Chu Nan had only recently entered the extraordinary realm. If Fan Xuanji were to fight to the death, he might indeed be able to take down the Northern King. Old fool, if you dare harm a hair on the Northern King, we will slaughter Liang's sect. The butcher bellowed, and all the Northern King troops raised their spears, charging towards Fan Xuanji. Stand down. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly, uttering cold words, while a sharp blade aura surged around him. Dressed in white, he revealed a celestial blade in his right hand. The blade measured 1 meter in length and weighed 1,000 pounds. Its dark red hue a testament to the countless lives it had claimed. The Northern King's blade, forged from the rare red meteorite iron of the northern realm. It had been a long time since his elder brother wielded the Northern King's blade. Yan Ziling's eyes lit up, and a faint smile graced the corner of Qin Huayu's lips. 5 years ago, when they first encountered each other in the north, Chu Nan was but an unyielding youth, determined to use his youthful frame to stand against the enemy forces. In the blink of an eye, he had shed his naivety and risen as the Northern King amidst the chaos of battle. She understood well that if the Sunlit sect were to repent and make amends, Chu Nan, for the sake of Daxia's stability, might choose not to pursue vengeance. Yet, Fan Xuanji chose to mock the youth, courting death and leading the Sunlit sect to ruin. "If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, you may yet live," Chu Nan declared, his expression impassive as he approached Fan Xuanji. Chapter 22. The innate king, the Northern King of Daxia, marched forth, wielding the Northern King's blade. Standing tall and strikingly handsome, his words resonated with authority as he demanded the sect master of the Sunlit sect to endure 3 strikes. This was not an act of mercy. It was a proclamation of his invincible confidence, a declaration that he intended to slay his opponent within those 3 strikes. The Northern King was exceedingly audacious, having only recently stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Fan Xuanji believed he could withstand the onslaught. Elder Lu Yu and the other elders of the Sunlit sect exchanged glances, unable to contain their overwhelming joy. Chu Nan, now the Northern King, had once filled them with despair. Yet now he dared to belittle Fan Xuanji, and if, after 3 strikes, Fan Xuanji still drew breath, Chu Nan would find it difficult to strike again. However, the expression on Fan Xuanji's face grew increasingly grave. To him, Chu Nan was not merely advancing with a blade. He was wielding a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his blade aura and killing intent roaring like a dragon, relentlessly battering against his heart. With each step Chu Nan took, the blade aura intensified, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Just how terrifying was his swordsmanship? A tempest of fear surged within Fan Xuanji. Before Chu Nan had even unleashed his strike, he found himself at a disadvantage. "Fan Xuanji, what are you waiting for? You two are at the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Can you still fear him?" came the eerie voice of the little Ming King. Taking a deep breath, Fan Xuanji unleashed his true essence, gathering it into both palms. Instantly, his hands became like 2 flowing clouds, compressing the air to create a series of explosive sounds, causing the guests around them to stagger and recoil. The butcher also shielded Chu Yao, retreating backward. The extraordinary realm allowed one to transcend mortal limits. Fan Xuanji's mere initial move was already astonishing. This was the extraordinary martial technique, Flowing Cloud Hand. Lu Yu was elated. Fan Xuanji had only just entered the extraordinary realm and could already demonstrate extraordinary martial skills, greatly increasing his chances of winning. Boom! Dust filled the air, fissures spreading like spider webs as they surged forth alongside Fan Xuanji, akin to a tsunami sweeping across the land. Clang! In an instant, the sound of clashing metal rang out. Chu Nan's Northern King's blade transformed into a ghostly light, horizontally blocking Fan Xuanji's flowing cloud hand. Despite Fan Xuanji pouring his true essence into his palms, he could not advance even an inch. All his power vanished like a mud cow sinking into the sea. "What?" Fan Xuanji gasped in astonishment. Chu Nan had effortlessly neutralized his extraordinary martial technique with mere swordplay. The first move of the blade cultivation technique, river severing. Yan Ziling was thrilled. The river severing technique, honed by the Northern King in the north, consisted of 3 moves: river severing, meteor, and sky splitting. The first move, river severing, focused on defense. As its name suggests, it could withstand numerous enemies like the mighty Yangtze River. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly, sending a chill through Fan Xuanji's veins. The 3 strikes Chu Nan spoke of included defensive maneuvers. Die! Fan Xuanji howled, sliding to Chu Nan's side and launching a fierce assault with the flowing cloud hand. Chu Nan's thoughts shifted, and the Northern King's blade shadowed him. Once again intercepting the attack, boom! The ground beneath them shattered, creating a massive pit, shockwaves radiating in circular patterns that toppled trees and houses, leaving chaos in their wake. How is this possible? What level of cultivation do you possess? Fan Xuanji stared in disbelief at the unfaltering Chu Nan. The consecutive exchanges had made him acutely aware of the disparity between them. The pinnacle of the extraordinary was not supposed to be this terrifying. The second strike has passed. 6 years ago, the Sunlit sect imparted their teachings, and I, Chu Nan, have repaid that debt. With deep-set eyes, Chu Nan instilled dread in Fan Xuanji. The first 2 strikes had been defensive, recalling the past kindness. The third strike would surely be his execution. Buzz! Fan Xuanji retreated, his blood boiling, true essence swirling around him like armor, protecting him from harm. The earth trembled as stones and dried leaves lifted into the air. Reminiscent of the day he wielded straw to break through the sunlit sect's array. Unlike before, however, Chu Nan was now armed with the Northern King's blade. The sect master of the sunlit sect is doomed. The butcher's eyes reflected pity. This was the second move of the Northern King's blade cultivation technique, meteor. Once unleashed, the blade would streak through the air like a meteor, capable of severing the head of a commander within 1,000 troops. Swish, in a flash, the world was illuminated by the blinding light of the blade, rendering the guests unable to open their eyes. After a moment of silence, a pained groan broke the stillness. All eyes turned to see Chu Nan standing firm, the blade's tip dripping blood, while Fan Xuanji staggered, his chest pierced by the Northern King's blade, blood gushing forth. This scene left everyone trembling in shock. The Northern King of Daxia was far more formidable than they had imagined. To slay Fan Xuanji, a single strike sufficed, middle pinnacle of the extraordinary. So, you have already stepped into the middle pinnacle of the extraordinary. Fan Xuanji gazed at Chu Nan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice barely above a whisper. He had indeed wagered and lost. The Northern King of Daxia was a true prodigy, having reigned for merely half a year, yet his cultivation was on par with other kings of Daxia. Meanwhile, he had repeatedly erred, leading the Sunlit sect to an irreparable fate. I am the sinner of the Sunlit sect. With a tragic smile, blood tears flowed from Fan Xuanji's eyes, gradually dimming, before he collapsed to the ground. Sect Master, Lu Yu and the other elders, along with the disciples, turned ashen. They understood that the Sunlit sect was utterly finished. Lord Northern King, I implore you to spare the Sunlit sect for the sake of our past ties. Lu Yu, regaining his senses, hastily knelt before Chu Nan, bowing fervently. I had offered you an opportunity, yet you remained obstinate. The butcher scoffed, an overwhelming fear enveloping everyone. The Northern King of Daxia was inhumanly powerful. Who could withstand him? The Sunlit sect was to be erased from existence. All elders and disciples, as well as the county officials present, were demoted to war slaves and taken to the borders. Chu Nan sheathed the Northern King's blade, a divine judgment upon them. His territory would not harbor treacherous subjects. With a single command from the Northern King, the Northern King's army surged forward to apprehend them. As for you. Chu Nan's cold gaze swept over the alchemists, the top-ranked martial artists, and the lower-ranked ones present. Lord Northern King. The guests trembled, their legs weak. Today's events served as a warning. In the future, should anyone dare to exploit their cultivation to act recklessly, no one in Daxia would be able to protect them. Chu Nan spoke. You spare us? The guests were taken aback. The Northern King had effortlessly slain Fan Xuanji. Killing them would be akin to uprooting weeds. Why would he hold back? To demonstrate his strength was to validate the name of the Northern King. To spare them was for the stability of Daxia. He was the true sovereign, destined to tread a long and illustrious path. The sect master of the Water Moon sect wore a bitter smile, understanding Chu Nan's intentions. Thank you, Lord Northern King, for sparing our lives. Should Daxia's borders face peril in the future, I would willingly offer my frail body. The sect master of the Water Moon bowed deeply, a gesture that astonished many young prodigies. This act of reverence transcended cultivation and status. It was a heartfelt homage. The Northern King of Daxia was indeed worthy of his reputation, commanding respect from all corners of Daxia through his mere presence. Young Master Chu Nan is indeed the Northern King. Pang Feng's face flushed with excitement. He had followed Chu Nan purely out of gratitude, having suspected that Chu Nan held significant stature. Yet, he never imagined that Chu Nan was the revered Northern King of Daxia. At that moment, a commotion ensued. The Little Ming King had suddenly made his move, unleashing his inner energy to injure the Northern King's army, abandoning Yue as he charged down the mountain. The Northern King of Daxia has stepped into the middle pinnacle of the extraordinary. He will undoubtedly disrupt our grand scheme. I must inform my father. The Little Ming King, filled with trepidation, fled swiftly. What do you think my contributions are, guarding the borders of Daxia with 300,000 Northern King soldiers? At this moment, you dare to harm my soldiers, a chilling voice echoed from behind, causing the Little Ming King's heart to race. In the next instant, a spear shot forth like lightning, pursuing him and drawing forth a spray of blood. The little Ming King's head was shattered by the spear's tremendous force, his decapitated body rolling away, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The Northern King was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the little Ming King was slain without hesitation. This marked the beginning of a deadly feud between the Northern King and the Ming King. Chapter 23. The Clash of Two Kings, underlying currents flowing among the 8 kings of Daxia. The Ming King had reigned for a decade, excelling in both strength and influence, commanding an army of 50,000. With the little Ming King's death at the hands of the Northern King, should the Ming King seek vengeance, the martial world of Daxia would undoubtedly descend into chaos. Chu Nan, you dare to kill the little Ming King. You are declaring war on the Ming King. One of the Ming King's generals bellowed in fury. This is my territory. The little Ming King trespassed first, injuring my Northern King's army afterward. What harm is there in my actions? Chu Nan replied calmly. Do not speak of the little Ming King. Today, if the Ming King were to cross boundaries, I would still draw my blade. Elder brother, why waste words with them? Let us take them as offerings for my blade. Yan Xiling wielded a wooden blade, a playful smile on her lips, causing the Ming King's general to gasp, sweat pouring down his face. Let alone this venture, the Ming King's army has only sent 2,000, even if the entire Ming King's army were mobilized. They wouldn't dare to claim victory over the Northern King's forces. The Northern Realm's fierce warriors are beyond his imagination. Since the Ming King cannot command his army, allow me to take charge. Chu Nan gestured for Yan Xiling to cease, ordering the captives to be taken to the borders. Yes. The Northern King's army, composed of martial artists at the peak of the mortal realm, surged forward, their blood boiling as they brandished their spears, forcing the Ming King's soldiers to surrender without resistance. The gathered alchemists and top-ranked martial artists wore expressions of reverence. The reason these Ming King's soldiers, and they still drew breath, was entirely due to the Northern King's sense of duty towards the nation. Lord Northern King, we shall certainly heed your teachings. The guests bowed once more in gratitude before departing. As for the elders and disciples of the Sunlit sect, along with several county officials, they were escorted down the mountain by the Northern King's army. Among them was Yue, disheveled and staggering, casting glances at Chu Nan from time to time. With the little Ming King's death, her title as the little Ming King's consort had naturally evaporated, reducing her to the status of an ordinary disciple of the Sunlit sect. Yue wished to plead for leniency from Chu Nan, yet found herself unable to voice her thoughts. Is someone feeling compassion? Qin Huayu remarked softly upon noticing Yue's expression. Compassion? Chu Nan cast a glance at Yue, his lips moving slightly. From now on, I have no further ties with Yue. Ever since that day when Yue had spoken passionately before him, reflecting on their past relationship as youthful folly, she had become a stranger to him, and no further ties. Those 4 words struck Yue's heart like arrows, leaving her with a bitter smile. Indeed, considering her actions, how could Chu Nan ever forgive her? Had she remained steadfast in her feelings over the past 6 years, might things have been different now? Brother, are you truly the Northern King? At this moment, Chu Yao clung to Chu Nan, still in a daze. From the appearance of the 4 heavenly generals of the north to the arrival of the Northern King's army, she felt as though she were in a dream. The members of the Chu family approached, their expressions a blend of shock and delight. Chu Yuan was especially overwhelmed, filled with emotions he could not articulate. He found it hard to imagine how much a lonely youth must have sacrificed to ascend to the status of the Northern King of Daxia. I am the Northern King, and I am also your brother. Chu Nan affectionately ruffled Chu Yao's hair before turning to Qin Huayu. For the sake of someone, I shall reluctantly take this little girl under my wing. Qin Huayu understood Chu Nan's intent, lazily stretching and revealing her exquisite figure. Yaoer, would you like to learn alchemy from a heavenly alchemist? Upon hearing this, both Chu Yuan and Chu Hong shuddered. Qin Huayu was likely the first heavenly alchemist in the history of Daxia's martial realm. That Chu Yao could earn her favor was nothing short of miraculous. However, considering Chu Nan's status, they could only smile wryly. The Chu family was poised to rise dramatically, becoming one of the foremost families in Daxia's martial realm. The Daxia Martial Assembly had come to a close. The most extraordinary king in Daxia's history had revealed his true name, Chu Nan, as the Northern King made his appearance at the Daxia Martial Assembly. Embodying the regal aura of a sovereign, his name rapidly spread across the vast territories of Daxia through the mouths of the guests. The city of Qingshan erupted in seismic waves, its citizens left in a state of shock. The Northern King, rising from the battlefield, commanded admiration throughout Daxia's martial realm. Without the northern king, who could fathom the toll of countless lives lost in the northern territories, they never anticipated that this king was right beside them. When the Chu family returned to the Chu residence amidst the heavenly general's entourage, Qingshan City became a bustling hub, throngs of people flocking to the Chu residence to pay homage to the northern king. Unfortunately, the residence was heavily guarded. The Chu residence was officially renamed the Northern King's Mansion, allowing only the old soldiers to enter by invitation. This left the townspeople filled with regret. It is easy to add flowers to a brocade. It is the most difficult to provide warmth in the snow. Over the past 6 years, as the Chu family faced decline, they had merely watched from the sidelines. Now, the opportunity to befriend the Northern King was lost to them. Meanwhile, the Northern King's fiefdom of 152 counties was undergoing a substantial transformation. First, a total of 72 county officials were demoted to war slaves. Additionally, the city lords under these officials faced rigorous scrutiny from the Daxia secret guards, with many being dismissed from their positions and imprisoned. This made it clear to the world that this newly ascended king, though young, wielded an iron fist. While they admired the Northern King, they also felt a sense of unease. The news of the Little Ming King's demise at the hands of the Northern King spread rapidly. The youngest king in Daxia's history was set to clash with the Ming King, who had reigned for a decade. In just 2 days, time flew by. In the Northern King's mansion, Chu Nan was meditating against the rising sun. His blood shimmered, 6 rainbow bridges stretching toward the heavens. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, entering his body, where it was refined by the 6 transformations of creation and transformed into true essence, gathering within the Sea of Origin. Upon closer inspection, Chu Nan's Sea of Origin had expanded, reaching 12 feet in diameter. Such a speed of cultivation was nothing short of astonishing. The Sea of Origin would expand to 20 feet before entering the great pinnacle of the extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, breaking through would take him another year or so. Chu Nan concluded his meditation, his gaze profound. Most extraordinary beings who had emerged in the 500 years since Daxia's establishment had remained at the middle pinnacle. Once he broke through to the great pinnacle, he would be second only to the martial lord at the top of the extraordinary ranks within Daxia. However, the extraordinary realm was never Chu Nan's goal. The path of cultivation in the true spirit continent traced back to the secret of divine bloodlines. Chu Nan understood that to transcend mortal limitations and step into the extraordinary meant the true beginning of ancestral return. There were 7 stages of return to ancestry. The extraordinary realm was merely the first stage. 500 years ago, the ancestor of Daxia shattered the shackles and entered the second stage, cave heaven, thus extending his life by 100 years. How powerful would the cave heaven realm be? Chu Nan took a deep breath. The Daxia Martial Assembly had concluded. It was time to head to Xiaoling, where he might uncover the secrets of the Chu family. As Chu Nan walked toward the backyard, he saw 3 figures preparing meals. Besides Lin Longji and Chu Yao, Qin Huayu was also lending a hand. Chu Nan's gaze swept across, and his lips twitched. Qin Huayu had a few strands of hair disheveled, a smudge of black dirt on her delicate face, and in front of her lay several unappetizing dishes. Finish eating? Noticing Chu Nan's expression, Qin Huayu felt a bit embarrassed, her beautiful eyes flashing with annoyance, prompting Chu Yao to chuckle endlessly. I truly fear I might succumb to poison. Chu Nan forced a smile. Though Qin Huayu's alchemical skills were unparalleled, her culinary talents left much to be desired. Are we Northern Kings also afraid of poisoning? Should you truly be poisoned, Miss Qin would certainly be able to assist with the antidote. Lin Longji shot Chu Nan a glare. In these past 2 days, she had digested the shock of Chu Nan's status as the Northern King of Daxia. Haha, Aunt Lin is indeed correct. A cunning glint sparkled in Qin Huayu's eyes. Her toxic arts posed little threat to the extraordinary Chu Nan. Witnessing Chu Nan in a moment of discomfort filled her with a sense of pride. You have won. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. It had only been a few days since Qin Huayu had grown close to Lin Longji. Today, Miss Qin is cooking, and your father is in seclusion, striving for the heavenly martial realm. He won't have the pleasure of dining with us. Quickly, summon the others to join us for a meal. Lin Longji suggested. They wouldn't dare, Chu Nan replied, taking a seat. Qin Huayu, known as the Poison King among the northern generals, had once caught him off guard and had been avoiding her ever since she announced she would be cooking. Child, how can you treat your subordinates so harshly? Lin Longji scolded him again, oblivious to the underlying meaning, leaving Chu Nan to sigh in response. After the meal, the butcher appeared, looking grave. "What is it? Is there movement from the Ming king?" Chu Nan inquired, lifting his gaze. Upon learning of the death of the Ming king's offspring, the butcher reported in a deep voice, he is mobilizing 500,000 Ming army troops, intending to attack the northern king's territory and invade the northern king's mansion. Chapter 24. The corpse uncorrupted, facing the Green Mountains. What? Lin Lanji, who was tidying up the dishes, immediately panicked. She had heard of the enmity between Chu Nan and the Ming king. However, after learning of the great Xia martial sovereign's stern order prohibiting infighting among the kings, she felt somewhat reassured. Yet, the Ming king was still preparing for war, even mobilizing a sizable army. How many innocent lives would be lost if the two kings went to war? Hee. A cold smile crept across Chu Nan's lips. The Ming king was indeed acting swiftly this time. Over the years, war had raged in the northern realm, and the Ming king had either been slow to respond or had simply ignored the situation. Yet now, in just a few days, he could mobilize 500,000 troops. What a grand irony! To so blatantly disregard the lives of the common people of Great Xia, how unworthy of a king! Furthermore, in the past 2 days, the Great Xia secret guards discovered that, aside from the 72 governors demoted to war slaves, there were several city lords within the northern king's territory who were pawns placed by the Ming king. Now, all those city lords have been dealt with. The butcher continued, to recruit my subordinates is one thing, but to encroach upon my territory? A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. The Ming king had shown little concern for the war in the northern realm, yet secretly stirred up these actions, making Chu Nan suspect that the Ming king sought to extend his grasp over Xialing. What gave the Ming king the audacity to defy the great Xia martial sovereign? Ha! Qin Huayu, twirling her delicate fingers through her hair, remarked, to covet the legacy of the Xia ancestors while allowing the young Ming king to initiate the great Xia martial assembly. This Ming king harbors great ambitions indeed. The actions of the Ming king not only belittled Chu Nan, but also tested the limits of the great Xia martial sovereign. In that case, Chu Nan said coldly, I shall write a letter to the Ming king. If he seeks vengeance against me, there is no need for such grand gestures. I will await him alone in the solitary Crane Mountain range for a decisive battle to settle our grievances. The butcher's expression changed slightly. The northern king's forces had Qin Huayu, the heavenly alchemist, assisting them. Over the past few years, as Qin Huayu's alchemical skills advanced, the northern king's army benefited significantly, with 100,000 soldiers reaching the Earth martial realm. Known as the Earth Battalion, the Celestial Battalion's leaders consisted of their 4 great generals, totaling 100. With 300,000 northern soldiers, they were indeed a formidable force capable of safeguarding the borders against external threats, and they could certainly withstand the Ming army. Yet, Chu Nan was unwilling to engage the two armies in battle, fearing the innocent would suffer, choosing instead to confront the furious Ming king alone. I have always stated that the purpose of the Northern Army is to protect the northern borders of Great Xia. Moreover, a mere Ming king does not warrant my concern. Chu Nan interrupted the butcher firmly. Brother. Chu Yao's small face had turned pale dye in her eyes. Although her elder brother was formidable, he had only been a king for half a year. Little girl, do not worry. The Ming king's strike may not necessarily defeat your brother. Qin Huayu smiled, her delicate features radiating confidence. In the past 6 years in the northern realm, Chu Nan's rise had been exponentially rapid. Now, as he stood on par with the extraordinary, he held no fear of the Ming king. At that moment, the 152 counties in northern Great Xia were in disarray, with governors and city lords filled with trepidation. The death of the young Ming king had sent ripples of dread throughout. They had not anticipated that this day would come so swiftly. 500,000 Ming troops gathered like storm clouds, poised to descend upon the northern king's territory. Amidst the chaos in Qingshan City, a green-feathered eagle soared from the northern king's mansion, disappearing into the vast sky. As the ruler of the heavens, the green-feathered eagle flew at an astonishing speed, traversing several counties in mere hours. Solitary Crane Mountain Range. Standing atop the back of the green-feathered eagle, Chu Nan gazed at the distant mountain range. Unlike the Liang sect, this mountain range was not particularly beautiful and bore a sense of desolation. One towering stone mountain loomed like a giant, gazing towards the northern realm's stronghold. The green-feathered eagle swooped down, and Chu Nan leaped off, landing before the stone mountain. The stone mountain stood about 100 meters high, with strange rock formations jutting out and a spring flowing between them. A bronze door, covered in moss, was embedded in the stone mountain. Engraved on the door were the characters Xia Ling, the founder of the great Xia martial dynasty. The Xia ancestor was buried within this mountain. There was no need for a large army to guard it. Aside from the inheritor of the throne, no one dared approach this place. The 6 transformations of creation are too defiant. What secrets does the Chu family hold? Where did the family heirloom originate? Chu Nan exhaled a breath of turbid air and pushed open the heavy bronze door, stepping inside. The interior of the stone mountain had been hollowed out, forming a stone cave several dozen meters high, illuminated by flickering everlasting lamps. As Chu Nan's gaze swept across the cave, his pupils constricted. Inside the cave sat a gray-robed elder with hair as white as ash, meditating before a stone tablet. His brow was lowered, his blood long since drained, leaving only skin wrapped around bones. He had been dead for many years. Is this the Xia ancestor? Chu Nan exclaimed in shock. After breaking through the shackles, the Xia ancestor could not escape the ravages of time. Even in death, his body remained uncorrupted after centuries. Was this the terrifying power of a cave-dwelling realm expert? That is, Chu Nan turned his gaze to the stone tablet before the Xia ancestor's corpse, gasping in astonishment. The tablet bore a single character, Chu. The Xia ancestor's body not only faced the stone tablet, but also seemed to gaze toward Qingshan City. Could it be that the Xia ancestor is honoring my Chu family? A tumult of emotions surged within Chu Nan. If this were true, then the martial sovereign who held dominion over the great Xia martial dynasty had a profound connection to the Chu family. Yet, why had the great Xia martial sovereign never shown favor to the Chu family over the years? Soon, Chu Nan noticed a jade box placed beneath the stone tablet. Should a descendant of the Chu family come here, it signifies that the Kirin child of the Chu family has emerged. I can finally rest easy. Kirin child. Consuming spiritual pills. A line of small characters engraved on the jade box sent a jolt through Chu Nan's spirit. Clearly, this was a message left by the Xia ancestor. The Xia ancestor knew of the Chu family's ancestral teachings. Furthermore, the current great Xia martial sovereign had conferred upon him the title of Northern King to lead him to Xialing. The mention of spiritual pills further piqued Chu Nan's interest in the world. Alchemists, like cultivators, were strictly categorized. The 4 ranks of alchemists, yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, corresponded to the 4 realms of suffering. Beyond that lay the realm of spiritual alchemists. As the name suggests, spiritual alchemists possessed the ability to refine pills that could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, yielding effects far superior to those of heavenly pills. Currently, the great Xia martial dynasty had only one heavenly alchemist, Qin Huayu, let alone a spiritual alchemist. Chu Nan opened the jade box, and an overwhelming fragrance wafted forth, causing every pore in his body to relax. What a magnificent wave of spiritual energy, Chu Nan murmured to himself. After the Xia ancestor, the great Xia martial dynasty had passed down through 3 generations of martial sovereigns, yet none had taken this spiritual pill, as it was meant for the Kirin child of the Chu family. The Xia ancestor would not harm me. Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before retrieving the round spiritual pill from the jade box and swallowing it whole. Boom! When the spiritual pill entered his body, it erupted with a torrent of energy, causing immense spiritual energy to surge and swirl within him like wild horses running amok. Chu Nan let out a muffled groan and immediately sat down to circulate the 6 transformations of creation. After a short while, the chaos within him began to subside, and the spiritual energy radiated brilliantly as it flowed to his dantian, causing it to rumble and expand, while cultivation is rapidly increasing. Chu Nan's spirit surged. With his innate talent, it would take him a year or more to reach the extraordinary realm. This spiritual pill would shorten that time infinitely. Was it this spiritual pill that the Ming King coveted? As Chu Nan continued to cultivate and refine the spiritual pill, he began to search for any other clues, feeling slightly disappointed when he found none. However, at the very least, it confirmed a connection between the Xia ancestor and my Chu family. It seems I must meet with the current martial sovereign. He should know something. Chu Nan pondered briefly before walking towards the bookshelf within the stone cave. There lay various martial arts and techniques, legacies left by the Xia ancestor that each martial sovereign would study upon inheriting the throne. Chapter 25. The 3 Forbidden Techniques. The Ming King approaches Great Xia's demon-slaying technique, a top-tier martial art of the Great Xia martial dynasty, allows one to support 4 celestial rainbows with divine bloodline after reaching the extraordinary realm. Chu Nan casually picked up an ancient book and began to peruse its contents. After a moment, he shook his head. Compared to the Liang sect's oceanic binding technique, Great Xia's demon-slaying technique was indeed superior. However, the 6 transformations of creation that he possessed was unmatched, surpassing all martial arts in the true spirit continent. Even before entering the first transformation, he could make his blood glow and support 6 rainbows with his lineage. Thus, he naturally looked down upon other martial arts. What intrigued Chu Nan was the introduction to the cave-dwelling realm at the end of this ancient book. Once an extraordinary cultivator expanded their dantian to 40 zhang, they reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. At this point, they could fuse the essence of their body with the dantian, opening a tangible cave dwelling that would generate cave-dwelling power, allowing flight and earth-shattering strikes, each capable of reaching a force of 100,000 pounds. This annotation sparked a gleam in Chu Nan's eyes. 100,000 pounds of force. How terrifying! He would be akin to a monstrous being, able to throw mountains with ease. No wonder the Xia ancestor could establish a martial dynasty in the wild. This means that unleashing 100,000 pounds of force is the threshold for entering the cave-dwelling stage. Chu Nan contemplated. With his current cultivation, using true essence, he could only muster around 30,000 pounds of force, far from reaching the cave-dwelling level. The bookshelf held a dozen or so martial arts. Chu Nan skimmed past them, turning his attention to the martial techniques. All the martial techniques within Xialing were at the extraordinary level. Chu Nan gasped in astonishment. During his 6 years in the Northern Realm, he had only acquired a handful of extraordinary techniques. One by one, he flipped through these martial techniques, which were worn and tattered, evidently having been perused many times, with various notes left by previous martial sovereigns. Chu Nan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Through the Great Xia demon-slaying technique, he could ascertain that his bloodline talent was not only capable of overshadowing the Liang sect, but could even surpass the entire Great Xia martial dynasty. In the 6 years he spent in the Northern Realm, he had also honed his sword-wielding technique. Training in these martial techniques would merely be an embellishment. Suddenly, Chu Nan's gaze sharpened. He noticed 3 ancient scrolls, sitting forlornly in a corner, looking remarkably pristine. Curious. Chu Nan's eyes flickered. How could the successive martial sovereigns of the Great Xia martial dynasty overlook these 3 ancient scrolls during their studies in Xialing? The 3 forbidden techniques of the Great Xia martial dynasty. Only those who can support 6 extraordinary rainbows with their divine bloodline may cultivate them. The seal binding the 3 scrolls bore a prohibition that left Chu Nan astounded. Throughout the history of the Great Xia martial dynasty, those capable of supporting 6 extraordinary rainbows were exceedingly rare. This requirement was something even the current Great Xia martial sovereign could not meet. No wonder they were classified as forbidden techniques and left to gather dust here. The path of cultivation rests upon foundational techniques, while martial techniques are but leaves, and the divine bloodline serves as nourishment. With a high enough bloodline grade, cultivating powerful techniques and martial arts could be detrimental to oneself. With my talent, I just barely meet the requirements for cultivation. Chu Nan tore open the seal and began to examine the contents. 10 steps to death. Infuse extraordinary true essence into your feet, shake the earth, and in 10 steps, leave a trail of corpses. Hunyuan explosive fist. Cultivate an unstoppable fist intent, allowing the fist edge to unleash true essence and kill enemies from a distance. Horizontal mountain blade technique. Integrate spiritual power into the blade technique, cleaving with a single strike as if a mountain were descending, deemed invincible within the same realm. The descriptions of the 3 martial techniques dazzled Chu Nan's eyes. It was rumored that the Xia ancestor possessed incredible martial prowess, mastering techniques that were both fierce and domineering. These 3 must be among them. Indeed. Chu Nan smiled with satisfaction, particularly drawn to the horizontal mountain blade technique. Having reached the realm of unity between man and blade, with a foundation in sword-wielding techniques, he would find training in the horizontal mountain blade technique quite effortless. Thus, Chu Nan immersed himself in the refinement of the spiritual pill while earnestly deciphering the techniques. Time passed silently. Chu Nan's blood surged, the dantian within him roiling, the flowing true essence following a specific trajectory, converging upon his legs. In an instant, a gentle breeze began to ripple through the stone cave, causing the ancient books before him to flutter. With a resounding boom, the ground beneath him erupted, causing the entire stone cave to tremble slightly. Had he truly mastered 10 steps to death in just a few hours? Chu Nan suddenly awakened, filled with realization. It seems that the 6 transformations of creation allows me to cultivate martial techniques with remarkable efficiency. He delved deeper, discovering that he had only refined about 20% of the spiritual pill. Yet his dantian had already expanded to 14 zhang. This spiritual pill is indeed a treasure, capable of facilitating my rapid breakthrough to the peak of the extraordinary realm. Chu Nan smiled faintly. At this moment, the surging true essence within him felt like a dragon stirring in his flesh, making him eager to unleash it. Chu Nan decided to practice the Hunyuan explosive fist. After a few hours of exploration, Chu Nan's left fist struck out, unleashing a torrent of true essence like crashing waves, creating numerous pits in the walls of the stone cave point. One spiritual pill had invigorated Chu Nan, and he did not pause to rest. Retrieving the heavy Northern King's blade from his ring of the universe, contemplating the horizontal mountain blade technique. Just as Chu Nan had speculated, having reached the realm of unity between man and blade, he could easily grasp the essence of the horizontal mountain blade technique. Over the course of 2 days, Chu Nan dedicated himself tirelessly to his training. Lord, the Ming King is approaching. A deep voice resonated within Xiaoling. The butcher. Chu Nan halted his efforts, frowning slightly. He had come alone to the solitary Crane Mountain range, leaving his 4 great generals at the Northern King's mansion. Now, the butcher had arrived as well? Stepping out of Xiaoling, Chu Nan was met with a cacophony of voices. As he looked around, he saw hundreds of diverse cultivators gathered near the stone mountain, coming from the surrounding counties. The butcher, Qin Huayu, Yin Xiling, and Yang Yi were all among them. Lord Northern King, we understand that you do not wish to mobilize the Northern Army lightly, nor do you desire to involve the innocent. That is why we have come here alone. You have sacrificed so much to protect the northern borders. In your time of need, how can we stand idly by? Upon seeing Chu Nan, the hundreds of cultivators wore sincere expressions. Speaking in unison, please allow us to fight alongside you against the Ming King. In the past 2 days, news of the Northern King's challenge to the Ming King for a battle in the solitary Crane Mountain range had spread. Beyond their shock, they were filled with admiration. The young Ming King had crossed the line first, and the Northern King's actions were not unjustifiable. They could understand the Ming King's desire for revenge. However, mobilizing the Ming army to attack the Northern King's territory was a blatant disregard for the Great Xia's state. Facing the furious Ming King, the Northern King had not mobilized a single soldier, choosing instead to await the Ming King's approach alone. This spirit was worthy of unparalleled renown. Such a king was a blessing for Great Xia and must not encounter misfortune. Thus, they had all voluntarily come to stand alongside the youngest king of the Great Xia martial dynasty in battle. A smile crept across Chu Nan's lips. During the Great Xia martial assembly, he had witnessed many powerful figures from the celestial and terrestrial rankings vying for fame and fortune, leaving him somewhat disheartened. At this moment, he felt that the 6 years of struggle had been worthwhile. Rest assured, we have also learned that upon receiving the challenge, the Ming King headed straight for the solitary Crane Mountain range. Leaving the Northern King's mansion, Qin Huayu spoke, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Compared to bloodline talent, the infectious charm of the man before them was the most remarkable. Having returned to his territory without armor in less than a month, he managed to garner the support of so many cultivators. For someone like her, who willingly assisted Chu Nan, it was also an opportunity to witness how far he could go. Indeed, brother, we also wish to see how you will decisively defeat the Ming King. Yin Xiling chimed in with a grin, wielding a wooden sword. Chu Nan glanced at his 4 great generals, feeling an indescribable sense of gratitude in his heart. Thank you all. For this battle, my presence alone will suffice. In response to the hundreds of cultivators' pleas, Chu Nan clasped his fists in gratitude. Lord Northern King. The cultivators were taken aback, their eyes glistening with tears. Ignorant child, at the time I ascended to kingship, you were but a mere youth. What audacity grants you the temerity to belittle my authority? At this moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens. Chapter 26. Today, I shall vanquish the king of the Great Xia. Above the firmament, 100 fierce birds of prey surged towards the solitary Wu mountain range. These were none other than the azure feather eagles, which could only be commanded by the royal army of the Great Xia. Swish, 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 before the 100 azure feather eagles could land, a myriad of figures descended like meteorites. They were seasoned warriors, numbering 2,000, clad in armor more exquisite than that of the royal army, each imbued with formidable vigor. The moment they touched ground, They formed ranks and raised colossal shields, confronting Chu Nan. The elite guards of the Ming Wang, the butcher, Yin Xiling, and Yang Yi gazed upwards. The northern king of the great Xia, supported by the likes of the alchemist Qin Huayu, had nurtured commanders from the earth and heaven battalions among his 300,000 troops. The Ming Wang, having reigned for a decade, had similarly trained a select guard from treasures, though they numbered only 2,000, each at least at the earth martial realm. Indeed, upon closer inspection, this was the case. The foremost 20 were all at the heaven martial realm. Chu Nan issued a declaration of war, aiming to resolve the challenge of the 50,000 Ming Wang army attacking the northern king's territory, compelling the Ming Wang to come with his guards. The Ming Wang, Chu Nan, in his white attire, gazed intently at a middle-aged man behind the guards. The man was tall, with thick hair, exuding a wild aura, unmistakably the great Xia Ming Wang. The presence of the Ming Wang sent Chu Nan's blood surging, even affecting his alchemical pursuits. This sensation was familiar to Chu Nan. Whenever a potential creator of fortune appeared, the 6 transformations of creation would respond. The Ming Wang's blood could aid in the evolution of my lineage. A wave of joy washed over Chu Nan. Since he had embarked on the path of the extraordinary, it had been ages since he encountered a creator of fortune. You dare to send a war challenge after slaying my own child. Your audacity is remarkable. The Ming Wang, too, scrutinized Chu Nan, his gaze icy and piercing, akin to a venomous serpent. If you value the life of your offspring so highly, why did you allow him to cause trouble in my territory? Chu Nan suppressed his inner excitement and spoke slowly. I killed him because he deserved death. Ha ha ha. I am destined to overshadow the great Xia. In this vast expanse of 1,000 counties, who can condemn my son? The Ming Wang laughed in rage, scanning the hundreds of cultivators. Since these fools wish to die alongside you, let us begin with their slaughter. Whoosh. As the Ming Wang's words fell, the air trembled. A flash of cold light suddenly darted into the crowd. Cries of horror erupted as a man's chest exploded, blood gushing forth, his eyes wide in shock as he fell. Behind him, a blood-soaked arrow was embedded in a stone, its fletching quivering uncontrollably. Be careful. It is the great Xia's moon-chasing arrow, Yin Mu. The butcher noticed a gray-robed youth wielding a bow beside the Ming Wang, his countenance instantly changing. Yin Mu, a fierce general under the Ming Wang, was also among the top 10 in the heavenly rankings. Known as the great Xia's best archer, the Ming King moves with astonishing speed, soaring into the heavens astride a Qingling eagle. He cannot escape. Chu Nan, too, ascends upon a Qingling eagle, leaving aside the Ming King, who is regarded as a seed of creation by the 6 transformations of creation technique. His actions alone render him unworthy of the throne. Eradicating evil is Chu Nan's steadfast principle. How can the northern king, having reigned for barely half a year, compel the Ming King to flee in disgrace? Such poise is unparalleled among the kings of the great Xia. As they gaze at the 4 celestial generals of the northern region, also riding Qingling eagles, the hundreds of cultivators in the solitary Wu mountain range feel their throats dry. The corpses littering the ground serve as testament to the northern king's extraordinary talent. Given time, how could he not stand shoulder to shoulder with the Xia ancestor? The great Xia martial dynasty is on the verge of producing another sovereign who transcends the extraordinary. Above in the sky, the wind howls fiercely. 6 Qingling eagles spread their wings, their speeds nearly identical. The Ming King cannot shake off Chu Nan, nor can Chu Nan and his 4 celestial generals draw closer. The piercing cries of the Qingling eagles draw the attention of the citizens in the cities below, who look up in horror upon seeing the bloodied middle-aged man ahead. The Ming King, having ruled for a decade, is known to all, yet now he flees in a pitiful state, pursued relentlessly. Before long, the citizens come to understand the situation. The northern king has overpowered the Ming King in the Wu mountain range and now seeks to eliminate him. The Ming King is not fleeing back to his fiefdom as they pursue. The butcher, Yang Yi, and Yin Xiling sense something amiss. Observing the direction of the Ming King's flight, it is clear he is heading towards the northern borders. The Ming King is no fool. He understands that even if he returns to his territory, the 500,000 Ming soldiers cannot withstand the northern king. To save himself, he must seek another means. Qin Huayu's crimson silk gown billows, her delicate visage etched with frost. Beyond the northern borders lies the Deluo martial dynasty, with which they have been at war for many years. In the next moment, the butcher feels the ground tremble beneath him. Beacon towers ignite, flames rising toward the sky, signaling a dire situation. The Deluo martial dynasty, disregarding their agreement, has gathered 1,000,000 iron cavalry, intent on breaking through the northern borders. On the back of a Qingling eagle, Chu Nan deciphers the signals conveyed by the smoke, and his eyes gleam with a cold light. 6 months prior, during the King's Ascension War, he had annihilated over 100,000 troops of the Deluo martial dynasty, securing an agreement that they would not invade the Great Xia for 5 years. With the northern region's troubles resolved, he and his celestial generals need not remain there. Yet now, the Deluo martial dynasty has broken this pact. The Ming king, in his desperate flight toward the northern borders, coincides with the resurgence of war. Surely this is no mere coincidence. Reflecting on the Ming king's actions over the years, it appears he is allied with the Deluo martial dynasty. A dignified ruler of the Great Xia has betrayed his nation. This is a betrayal of the Great Xia's common folk, a disgrace to the valiant warriors who fought and died. Ming king, in heaven or earth, who can save you? Chu Nan calls out, "Send forth my royal decree. All northern troops, march with me into battle." In truth, no command from Chu Nan is needed. Across the northern counties of the Great Xia, Qingling eagles ascend into the sky, and 300,000 northern troops emerge at the martial gathering, like a dark cloud descending. Afterward, this battle-hardened army stands ready, vigilant against the Ming soldiers. With smoke rising, the northern troops respond swiftly, heading to the borders to defend the Great Xia's realm. This is the mission entrusted to them by the Northern King. In the span of an hour, a wave of ominous clouds swiftly moves across the northern counties of the Great Xia. The northern region, once a land of abundance, is now desolate, ravaged by endless warfare, a graveyard of countless bones. The chilling wind whistles, a mournful sound reminiscent of countless lost souls weeping. The drums of war beat like the roars of wild beasts. On the scorched earth, two armies clash. Engaged in a brutal struggle, the horrors of war are starkly evident. The front lines, where swords clash, every drop of blood staining the ground signifies a life lost. Atop the formidable pass stands a woman clad in battle armor. Her hair is elegantly styled, her skin fair and flawless, her warrior garb unable to conceal her stunning figure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, exuding an aura of determination. Princess N. The Deluo martial dynasty has dispatched 1,000,000 troops, led by 5 extraordinary beings. Our 10,000 troops cannot possibly hold out for long. At the command post, 3 women of remarkable talent stand firm, their prowess rivaling that of men. Princess N, the esteemed daughter of the current Great Xia martial sovereign, possesses an illustrious lineage and exceptional ambition. 2 years prior, she ascended to the extraordinary realm, having been nurtured by the martial sovereign. Her name, N, signifies the protection of the Great Xia. After the Northern King resolved the troubles of the northern region and departed, Princess N took command. Yet, they were unprepared for the onslaught from the Deluo martial dynasty's 1,000,000-strong army, bolstered by 5 extraordinary leaders. In the realm of martial dynasties, extraordinary beings are the foundation of power. Unless a national war erupts, they seldom engage in battle. This is the principle of warfare. The Deluo martial dynasty's unilateral breach of agreement, mobilizing 5 extraordinary beings, places the northern region in grave peril. If they can withstand this moment, it will be a victory. Princess Anne's alluring red lips curl slightly. To breach the northern borders, you must first step over my corpse. Being the daughter of the martial sovereign, her status symbolizes both honor and heavy responsibility. The 3 women nod in agreement, their gazes frequently drifting behind them. In recent years, the Great Xia martial dynasty has faced internal strife. Should the Ming king ignore the northern region's conflict, the other kings, even if they send troops, would do so merely as a formality. Only the northern king stands firm at the nation's gates. Therefore, when the Deluo martial dynasty strikes, it is expected that the northern king will be the first to respond. The northern region lies within the northern king's territory. They await the arrival of that young king. 2 hours later, the sound of war drums grows increasingly urgent, and the mournful horn echoes across the skies. Princess and 2 extraordinary beings from the Deluo martial dynasty have entered the fray. The left flank of the army has been breached. The enemy has charged in. We cannot hold. An officer reports urgently. I will defend the Great Xia against the Deluo sovereign, Princess Anne declares, her jade hand gripping her sword. The extraordinary realm's warriors can tear through legions, and she must make her presence known. Deluo martial dynasty, come to my aid. Suddenly, a voice filled with dread erupts from behind. Princess and turns to look, momentarily stunned. Then her brows relax. I knew he would come. Chapter 29. Annihilate the Deluo hounds. Evolve the bloodline in the heavens. A Qingling eagle cries out in despair. Exhausted from its long flight, it soars over the pass, its massive body plummeting down. A bloodied middle-aged man falls. His right shoulder is torn open, exposing bone, blood flowing freely, his disheveled appearance drawing attention. This is the Ming King of the Great Xia. Once a king, he now resembles a hunted dog, pursued to the northern battlefront. Ming King, to lure the northern king here. You truly have sacrificed much to be chased by a mere boy. Do you not fear ridicule? Two figures, akin to demons, stroll leisurely across the battlefield, where great Xia soldiers fall one after another. They are the extraordinary beings of the Deluo martial dynasty, approaching the Ming King as they speak mockingly to Li King. In King. The Ming King's lips curl in bitter resignation. These two Deluo sovereigns believe he is merely pretending. Am I, the sinner of the Great Xia, someone you can save? A chilling voice reverberates from the heavens. Chu Nan arrives, riding a Qingling eagle, looking down upon the Ming King. Over the years, Chu Nan has donned armor on this battlefield, his true visage seldom seen. Now, clad in flowing white, he reveals himself, youthful and striking, with a gaze that radiates a chilling light. The Ming King's flight and his exchange with the two Deluo sovereigns confirm Chu Nan's suspicions. The Ming King has indeed allied with the Deluo martial dynasty. You little brat, you have no right to speak before me. For the past 6 years, had the Deluo martial dynasty dispatched a sovereign, you would have long since been buried here. Among the two Deluo sovereigns, the silver-haired elder with a face full of wrinkles speaks. He is the Silver King of the Deluo martial dynasty, a veteran of many years in the mid-absolute extraordinary realm, his eyes fixed on his prey. As he finishes speaking, the Silver King stomps the ground and leaps dozens of meters into the air, aiming to strike Chu Nan. Let me be buried, just based on you? Chu Nan's Yuan Si has reached 19 zhong, having refined 70% of the spiritual elixir obtained from the Xia tomb. Now, he wields the Northern King's blade, which hums ominously as he swings it down upon the Silver King. Such a blade technique. The Silver King's pupils constrict. This strike is unparalleled, infused with spiritual energy, carrying an extraordinary momentum akin to a collapsing mountain. He leaps into the air, unable to leverage his strength, and can only roar as he unleashes his true essence to resist. With a thunderous boom, the air erupts with the sound of an explosion, a violent wind rushing down from above, causing the battling soldiers below to fall like withered grass, drenched in warm blood. In the sky, the Silver King's body disintegrates, and blood rains down, rendering the world eerily silent. Shortly after, Chu Nan's imposing figure lands, crushing the remnants of the Silver King beneath his feet, leaving the other Deluo sovereign gasping in shock. The Silver King has been slain by Chu Nan in a single strike. Li King. This child's cultivation is extraordinary. Only someone at the peak absolute extraordinary level could suppress him. The Ming King struggles to blend into the Deluo martial dynasty's ranks. Xia tomb lies within the Northern King's territory, not far from the northern borders. He has fled here over the course of 2 days. During this time, Chu Nan has continued to refine the spiritual elixir, his extraordinary aura growing increasingly formidable. He has no courage to face Chu Nan in battle. Having entered the extraordinary realm for half a year, he now stands on par with those at the peak absolute extraordinary level. The Deluo's Li King shivers at the thought, retreating hastily, cursing, Ming King, are you out of your mind? The Ming King knows of Chu Nan's might, yet he has lured him here. This is treachery. The Deluo has shown no loyalty, breaching the agreement and invading the Great Xia's borders. I, Chu Nan, shall slay every last one of them. With the Northern King's blade in hand, Chu Nan strides over the corpses, his voice booming like thunder. Swish! A flash of cold light bursts forth, tearing through the heavens. The icy gleam spreads for dozens of meters before dissipating, cleaving 1,000 Deluo soldiers in half, blood flowing like streams. The Northern King's blade technique, third form, heaven-splitting. While its might may not rival that of the horizontal mountain blade technique, it can strike the sky with fury and covers a vast range. Li King, save me! The Ming King stumbles. Chu Nan advances directly towards him, unimpeded. Ignoring the Ming King's pleas, Li King also flees, showing no concern. Whoosh! Another flash of cold light appears, the Northern King's blade soaring through the air like a meteor. The Northern King's blade technique, second form, meteor, can sever the head of a commander amidst thousands. It is alarmingly swift. Enhanced by Chu Nan's true essence, the speed advantage of the blade technique reaches its zenith. Though the Ming King reacts swiftly, he is already gravely weakened from blood loss, struggling to evade. Thud. The Northern King's blade pierces through his back, impaling him completely, sending his body flying backward, toppling many others. The Ming King of the Great Xia has perished, watching Chu Nan, who stands as firm as a pine tree. The Li King grows increasingly fearful. This youngest king of the Great Xia martial dynasty possesses terrifying talent. The Deluo martial sovereign has lamented multiple times that Chu Nan will be the greatest obstacle to their ambitions. Now, drenched in blood, Chu Nan stands alone amidst the throngs of Deluo soldiers, exuding an aura that cannot be suppressed. Northern troops, heed my command. Charge forth with me and slay every last Deluo hound. As the winds of battle rise, the heavens darken. Thousands of black dots appear in the sky, rapidly descending, transforming into fierce birds that dive toward the front lines. On these birds, warriors clad in heavy armor draw their swords. The killing intent birthed from their bloodthirsty spirits sweeps across the battlefield like a raging storm. The banners fluttering, emblazoned with the character for North, at the forefront stand 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman. Like gods of war, towering between heaven and earth. The butcher, Yang Yi, Yin Xiling, and Qin Huayu respond to the Northern King's decree, joining forces with the 300,000 Northern troops, racing to the battlefield at lightning speed. Kill, kill, kill. 300,000 Northern troops roar in unison, their voices a singular force. Over the past 6 years, most of them have fought alongside the Northern King, dedicating their youth to protect their homeland. This is their territory. How can they allow foreign foes to run rampant? Though numerically inferior to the Deluo army, the 300,000 Northern troops strike like a sharpened blade, scattering the enemy forces. The Northern troops have arrived. The Deluo army's formation is thrown into chaos. The Northern troops, known as the Invincible King's army, are united in purpose, fueled by their bloodthirsty spirit, having repeatedly driven the Deluo forces to abandon their armor in fear. This time, they launched their assault on the northern borders, knowing the Northern King's troops had withdrawn. But now, the Northern King has come. The Northern King's army has also arrived. The presence of 1 king and 1 army is enough to dominate the battlefield. Excellent, the Great Xia is safe. The already weary troops of Princess An are now invigorated, filled with newfound confidence. Following the Northern King, alongside the 300,000 Northern troops, they can annihilate the Deluo hounds, clad in battle armor. Princess An has joined the fray, rushing to the front lines. This Northern King brother is indeed remarkably young, and he has even mastered the forbidden techniques left by the Xia ancestor. As she fights, her beautiful eyes continually glance toward Chu Nan, her red lips slightly parted, feeling lightheaded. Since Chu Nan was conferred the title of Northern King, she has been curious, seeking to uncover his origins. Yet, even her father, the Great Xia martial sovereign, remains silent. Thus, this is her first time seeing Chu Nan's true form. The young Northern King has descended upon the battlefield, slaying the Ming King and causing 1 Deluo sovereign to perish while the other retreats. One cannot help but admire the Northern King's striking appearance. Princess An's lips curl into a tempting smile, a moment that leaves flowers in her wake. At this moment, Chu Nan has halted, standing atop the Ming King's corpse, activating the 6 transformations of creation technique to extract the essence from the Ming King's blood. Unexpectedly, he has encountered 2 cultivators capable of becoming seeds of creation. Chu Nan feels exhilarated. The 6 transformations of creation technique resonates with the Ming King's blood. The Deluo Silver King, whom he had slain with the horizontal mountain blade technique, also holds such potential. Earlier, he had secretly extracted the essence from the Silver King's blood. The Deluo martial dynasty's deployment of extraordinary beings to battle inadvertently aids my seeds of creation, bringing them to 50. The 6 transformations of creation technique is on the verge of breaking through to the first transformation, evolving into a unique creation technique. Chu Nan's eyes shine brightly. Chapter 30. The body of creation. Moments later, the 6 transformations of creation technique invigorates Chu Nan's blood, infused with a blaze of flame. This is the essence of the Silver King's blood, containing a fragment of his divine lineage. In an instant, Chu Nan's 48 seeds of creation awaken, causing his blood to shine, forming 6 radiant bridges reaching toward the heavens. As the flame urges, the 49th seed of creation emerges, causing Chu Nan's blood to thrum as 3 additional bridges rise into the sky. The chaotic currents enveloping Chu Nan extend 100 meters around him, making it difficult for even the strongest to approach. After a moment, the Ming King's corpse trembles, and the blood essence is extracted, causing Chu Nan's physical form to resonate, revealing the 50th seed of creation. The operation of the 6 transformations of creation technique experiences a qualitative leap. In the span of a breath, Chu Nan's blood energy cycles around him 100 times, once again propping up 3 radiant bridges. The vultures among the desolate red earth of the northern region and the Qingling eagles ridden by the northern troops all recoil instinctively, sensing an overwhelming fear. Looking around, Chu Nan's figure becomes obscured, engulfed by a swirling storm of sand. King, the butcher, Yang Yi, Yin Xiling, currently drenched in battle, raise their eyes in shock. They cannot see the seeds of creation within Chu Nan, but the radiant bridges rising into the depths of the heavens are unmistakably clear. Chu Nan's connection to the heavens, supported by the divine bloodline, has expanded the bridges to 12, dramatically increasing the rate at which he absorbs the spiritual energy of the world. Akin to a great whale drinking water, those who draw near can feel the overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy surrounding Chu Nan. 12 radiant bridges. Princess Anne's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment. The current great Xia martial sovereign, her father, can only manifest 5 extraordinary bridges due to his bloodline talent. It is said that the Xia ancestor, upon entering the cave heaven realm in his prime, could only support 6 extraordinary bridges through his bloodline. Chu Nan's talent has far surpassed that of the Xia ancestor. At this moment, the advancement of the 6 transformations of creation technique plunges Chu Nan into a unique state. The 6 transformations of creation technique purifies the divine blood. The body of creation, forming a divine body. A mysterious voice resonates in Chu Nan's ears, instilling him with profound awe. The body of creation. This martial technique is a rigorous discipline for the body, capable of achieving a divine form that transcends existence in this world, pushing one through the 7 realms of ancestral return. This technique complements the 6 transformations of creation. The essence of the first transformation is profound and inscrutable, as though inscribed within Chu Nan's mind. Extraordinary practitioners can traverse 4 steps of ascension to open the gates of the celestial realm and enter the 2nd stage of ancestral return, wielding a force of 100,000 pounds. Beyond the extraordinary 4 steps, there lies a realm of extremes. Exceptional talents can forge an unparalleled foundation in the extraordinary realm through secret methods, mastering forces of 100,000 or even 200,000 pounds, thereby opening multiple celestial gates and standing proudly among peers. Cultivating the first transformation of the creation body allows one to enter the extraordinary ultimate realm. Chu Nan was deeply engrossed in this realization. Unable to calm his mind, it turned out that beyond the peak of the extraordinary, there exists yet another extreme. The great Xia martial dynasty also possesses techniques for honing the physical form, yet none have been known to assist extraordinary warriors in reaching this extreme. After a moment of silence, Chu Nan attempted to manifest the creation body. Instantly, the 50 seeds of creation within him resonated, connecting through fine threads that formed a network within his physical being. This network, known as the treasure meridian of the creation body, comprises 50 channels, surpassing the 8 extraordinary meridians. Chu Nan absorbed the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. One of the treasure meridians resembled a parched channel gathering water, rendering his physique even more robust. This was far more direct and potent than the nourishment of extraordinary true essence, in just a short while. His physical strength had surged by 100 pounds. Chu Nan was astonished. Truly, the techniques evolved from the 6 transformations of creation are extraordinary. Suddenly, a sharp horn sounded, startling Chu Nan. It was the signal for retreat. Looking out, he saw the Deluo army retreating like a tide. The northern king had arrived, causing the Deluo fierce king to flee without a fight. The morale of the Deluo army had been crushed by the northern king's forces, and after several encounters, they were already in disarray, fleeing in panic, a group of cowards. I have not yet had my fill of slaughter. How can they sound the retreat? The elegant Yin Xiling, draped in a silver robe stained with blood, wielded a wooden sword and led the northern king's army in pursuit. The bloodthirsty Yang Yi also fought with fervor, unwilling to relent, eager to continue the counterattack, though not pursue a desperate enemy. The Wang interjected timely, "Our purpose is to defend the northern borders." The Deluo army had mobilized 1,000,000 troops, and the Great Xia royal army was at a significant disadvantage in numbers. Among the 5 extraordinary leaders of Deluo, 3 had yet to reveal themselves. Attacking now would not be wise. Most importantly, the changes within Chu Nan made her feel that this was not the right time for a counterattack. Yin Xiling, Yang Yi, and the others turned their gazes toward Chu Nan, awaiting the Northern King's command. They would rest in place. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly. With the successful advancement of the 6 transformations of creation, his confidence soared. Given a few days, he could completely break through to the peak of the extraordinary and could certainly decimate the 1,000,000-strong Deluo army. The confidence radiating from Chu Nan sparked a glimmer in Wang's eyes. You have been investigating this fellow's origins. Now that he has revealed his true self, are you not eager to seize him for the great Xia martial lord as a worthy consort? At that moment, Qin Huayu approached with her long, elegant legs, her cool words stimulating Wang's nerves. Would these 2 women not come to blows? Qin Huayu's fierce remarks made Yang Ye's lips twitch. The northern borders had seen many visits from Wang. Qin Huayu and Wang were not on good terms, referring to one another as Wang's captivating figure indeed warranted the title of, sister, I would be willing to seize her, but I fear my brother the Northern King may not grant me the opportunity. Wang seemed to relish Qin Huayu's address, moving closer to Chu Nan, her spine straightening, revealing an alluring curve, causing the soldiers of the Wang army to exchange glances. The legitimate daughter of the great Xia martial lord and a celestial beauty, suitors for Wang were numerous, including many young heroes, yet without exception, all had been rejected. They even began to believe that Wang despised men. Yet Wang was exceptionally close to the Northern King, shedding her aloofness and exuding a bewitching demeanor. Since that is the case, would you like me to assist you with poison? My alchemical skills have improved, and I might just be able to incapacitate him. Seeing Wang's provocation, Qin Huayu narrowed her eyes. Oh? So you have an interest in alchemy and such intentions? Wang's smile widened. You seem quite experienced. It appears you have succeeded before. Qin Huayu was furious at this, and do not assume others lack shame like you. If he dares to touch me, I shall chop him up. Enough. Chu Nan quickly interrupted. These 2 women were at each other's throats upon meeting, exchanging fierce words that he could hardly bear. Brother Northern King, I finally see your true self. Sister is utterly infatuated. What should I do? Wang ceased her banter with Qin Huayu, her voluptuous form swaying as she approached Chu Nan. Wang, this is a battlefield. Chu Nan retreated a few steps to maintain distance. Qin Huayu's assessment was not wrong. Wang was indeed and her every word and action left him somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, this is a battlefield. Wang halted, gazing into the distance, her expression sorrowful. The Deluo martial dynasty advanced aggressively. Although Chu Nan's timely rescue had come, her Wang army had suffered heavy casualties. How could she not feel heartache? Wang's demeanor rendered Chu Nan silent. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the great Xia martial lord, she was unaware of the affairs of the Chu family. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Nan got straight to the point and inquired about the enemy's situation. This time, Deluo has deployed 5 extraordinary leaders, 4 of whom are at the peak of the extraordinary, and 1 a newly emerged ultimate extraordinary. They are indeed investing heavily. Upon learning this, a cold glint shone in Chu Nan's eyes. The overall strength of the Deluo martial dynasty's rulers surpassed that of the great Xia. Had it not been for the deterrent presence of the great Xia martial lord, Deluo would have long since unleashed all its extraordinary forces. The current configuration of extraordinary leaders was astonishing. Had he not made significant progress, he would have certainly been unable to withstand it. Rest for 2 days. After 2 days, we shall launch a counterattack, ensuring that the Deluo martial dynasty will have no soldiers left to deploy, nor generals left to fight. Chu Nan clenched his fists. The great Xia and Deluo had battled for many years, never allowing the extraordinary to descend upon the battlefield. This time, with 5 extraordinary leaders mobilized, and the great Xia kings failing to come to aid, it was rather suspicious. Fearing that delays might lead to unforeseen changes, he resolved to conclude matters swiftly. In the northern borders of the great Xia, tranquility returned, as the sun descended in the west. A crimson hue graced the horizon, adding a touch of desolation to the bleak land. while a mournful atmosphere began to spread. War is brutal, and accounting for losses, Wang's 10,000 royal army had sustained 5,000 casualties. Had it not been for the Northern King's timely arrival with the Northern King's army, this royal army would have undoubtedly faced total annihilation. Elder brother, 3 years ago, when we stepped onto the command platform, we vowed to guard the borders of the Great Xia, to protect our homeland. Yet how could you lie here? A wounded man unearthed a corpse from amidst the dead, weeping loudly, "You must rise. Father is dead, mother is dead. Our Wang family is loyal and valiant, deserving of the Great Xia." A youth sat on the ground, laughing and crying, tears mingling with blood, soaking his armor, and Wang stood at a distance. Her expression impassive, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Years of conflict with the Deluo martial dynasty had displaced countless individuals, causing them to lose beloved family and friends. If the Deluo army were to breach the northern borders, such scenes would unfold across the vast lands of the Great Xia. If I cannot eradicate this turmoil, I am unworthy of being the martial lord's legitimate daughter. Wang gazed skyward, crystalline tears glimmering in her beautiful eyes, a sense of helplessness washing over her. She had only just reached the minor extraordinary realm, capable of fighting amidst a sea of soldiers, yet she lacked the power to retaliate against the Deluo rulers. Wang, the other 6 kings of the Great Xia, had yet to come to aid. A female general approached Wang, speaking solemnly. The Deluo army had merely retreated temporarily, still occupying the front lines. Standing in a distant standoff, the Northern King has commanded a counterattack in 2 days, she continued. Their calls for assistance had fallen on deaf ears. Wang was not surprised, her face a mask of sorrow and indignation. The Ming King, in pursuit of revenge for his slain son, dared to openly defy the martial lord's strict orders, mobilizing the Ming army. How could these kings care for the northern borders? Wang. The female general's lips moved slightly. The Great Xia martial women held a noble status. It was already a challenge for them to appear on the battlefield, let alone risk further danger. I have said it before. Unless you step over my corpse, you shall not breach the borders of the great Xia. Wang waved her hand, silencing the general's counsel. Moreover, I trust him. Trust the Northern King. The female general followed Wang's gaze toward a tent. That was Chu Nan's tent. The bloodthirsty Yang Yi, Yin Xiling, and others stayed nearby, devotedly guarding it. The tent flapped in the wild wind. 12 rainbow bridges surged forth from it, drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Chu Nan sat cross-legged inside, his expression solemn. Within him, a round spiritual pill released an ethereal aura. This pill contained a vast reservoir of spiritual essence. Having pursued the Ming King to the northern borders, Chu Nan had refined 70% of it. This moment, the refining speed had doubled. Unlike before, the spiritual essence surged not into the sea of essence but flowed toward the treasure meridians. Receiving the inheritance of the creation body made Chu Nan acutely aware of the importance of a solid foundation. Those with a robust foundation could breach barriers and elevate their extraordinary limits. 1, 2, 3. The treasure meridians of Chu Nan filled rapidly, causing his blood to roar like a furious dragon. Simultaneously, Chu Nan's connection with the celestial realm allowed the spiritual essence drawn from the 12 rainbow bridges to descend into his sea of essence. As one progresses further into the extraordinary realm, the path to enhancement becomes increasingly difficult. Yet Chu Nan's sea of essence had already reached a dimension of 19 zhang. With the advancement of the 6 transformations of creation, entering the ultimate extraordinary realm posed no difficulty whatsoever. Chu Nan's sea of essence and physical form underwent simultaneous transformations. The sun set and rose again, time slipping away like sand through fingers. For the soldiers stationed at the northern borders of the Great Xia, each passing moment felt agonizing. Reports from scouts indicated that the Deluo army, having retreated several dozen miles, had learned that the Great Xia kings had not come to their aid and were now sharpening their weapons, poised to reignite the flames of war. That time, among the 4 commanders, the ultimate extraordinary might even take to the field. This intelligence weighed heavily on the hearts of the Northern King's army. The 4 extraordinary leaders stood at the 3rd small step, showcasing formidable strength. Should they unleash their full might, one individual could breach the Northern King's forces, turning the northern borders into scorched earth. Give me time to enter the extraordinary. I will follow my king and eradicate the vermin. The black-clad swordsman Yang Yi, wielding a 3-foot azure blade, raised his head and let out a long howl. The Deluo martial dynasty's encroachment was indeed fierce, yet the great Xia martial dynasty was by no means incapable of withstanding it. When all 8 kings emerged, all 8 armies converged, no matter how many fierce lions they had. They would need to halt at the borders. Alas, among the 8 kings of the great Xia, only 2 were truly concerned for their homeland and the common people. Killing a Ming king is not enough. The martial lord must be growing old. He cannot intimidate the kings of the great Xia. Why not let my elder brother come to purge the internal strife? The fair-skinned Yin Xiling also wore a fierce expression. The fierce generals of the northern borders could follow the northern king to repel foreign enemies and could also assist in cleansing internal strife. Rest assured. After this battle, royal blood will rise within the great Xia. A low, deep voice suddenly resonated, silencing the surroundings. Chu Nan, dressed in a white robe, stepped out from the tent. After 2 days of arduous training, Chu Nan's physique shimmered with brilliance. Merely standing there, 100 meters around him became a zone free of dust, exuding an indomitable aura. Brother Northern King, have you truly broken through to the ultimate extraordinary? And Wang rushed over, scrutinizing Chu Nan with astonishment. Chu Nan had become the hope of this battle. Indeed, Chu Nan nodded. Relying on the 6 transformations of creation, he had successfully broken into the ultimate extraordinary. The first transformation of the creation body, propelled by 30% of the remaining spiritual pill, had also reached a certain level of proficiency. May heaven bless the great Xia, granting it an ultimate extraordinary. And Wang murmured, her face brimming with uncontrollable joy, nearly brought to tears. This level of strength could indeed sway the outcome of the war. Follow my king and eradicate the Deluo dogs. Please issue the command. The bloodthirsty Yang Yi, Yin Xiling, and the leaders of the Tianzi camp knelt on one knee, shouting in unison. The Northern King commands. After 2 days of rest, we shall counterattack, ensuring that the Deluo martial dynasty will have no soldiers left to deploy nor generals left to fight. Now, with 2 days having barely passed, they were prepared to follow the Northern King into a bloody battle against the Deluo army. Looking at his loyal generals, Chu Nan spoke slowly. In this battle, I and Wang shall first go to slay the Deluo commander. Once I have succeeded, you may then advance to annihilate the Deluo army. What? At this proclamation, the expressions of Yang Yi and the other generals changed drastically. Delving deep into enemy territory to slay the commander could indeed hasten the end of the war. Yet Deluo still had 4 commanders, one of whom was an ultimate extraordinary. The risk was exceedingly high given the onslaught of thousands of soldiers. The young Northern King seeks to minimize the losses of the royal army. And Wang, regaining her composure, suppressed her excitement, laughing lightly. Brother Northern King, are you planning to be alone with sister? I would be quite willing. The Northern King was to venture among nearly 1 million Deluo soldiers to slay 4 extraordinary leaders. What audacity! Take me along, I shall protect you. Qin Huayu, in her red gauze dress, fluttered between the two, emphasizing the word protect. Qin's sister, are you truly afraid I might consume him? And Wang laughed heartily. Huayu, wait until you become an alchemist before you come to protect me. Chu Nan replied with a smile. With Qin Huayu's talent in alchemy, given time, she would definitely become an accomplished alchemist. It seemed someone was quite eager to be alone with this. Qin Huayu shot a glance at Chu Nan, her gentle words leaving him feeling helpless. Although Qin Huayu was typically aloof, she became somewhat unrestrained around Wang. The Northern King's army maintained strict discipline. The Northern King's orders were not to be disregarded. Soon, 2 figures, shrouded in the dim light of night, dashed forth, melding into the darkness, setting out to slay the Deluo commander. Chapter 32. Delving into the enemy camp, sauntering with assurance several dozen miles beyond the Great Xia Northern stronghold. The camp was brightly lit, stretching endlessly. Here, every 5 steps had a guard, every 10 steps a sentry, with Deluo soldiers patrolling back and forth. The defenses formidable. The princes of the Great Xia have long since lost their unity. Only the Northern King and Wang guard the northern borders. After tonight, we shall undoubtedly seize the Great Xia northern borders. A Deluo general, with fierce eyes, stood atop a lookout tower, gazing ahead with a cold glint. 2 days prior, the Northern King had entered the battlefield, slaying the Silver King, which had severely impacted the morale of the Deluo troops. After retreating to regroup, they would discern the enemy's situation. When the eastern dawn broke, it would be the 4 extraordinary leaders leading the Deluo cavalry to flatten the northern stronghold. Suddenly, the fierce-eyed general's gaze flickered. Below, a team of patrolling soldiers fell silently to the ground. Had someone infiltrated? The general's heart raced as he prepared to signal. A flash of cold light suddenly shot forth, piercing through the general's chest, causing him to collapse. Chu Nan and Wang had traversed dozens of miles, stepping into the Deluo encampment. Swish, 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 and Wang, surrounded by an enchanting fragrance, held a stack of flying knives in her delicate hands, continuously launching them, precisely ending the lives of the patrolling soldiers. Remarkable skills. Chu Nan marveled. He had witnessed the archery of Great Xia's pursuit moon arrows. And Wang's flying knife technique was indeed formidable. Rushing from the northern stronghold to here, all the Deluo scouts along the way had been resolved by Wang in advance. Enemy attack. Within moments, commotion erupted in the Deluo encampment as a multitude of armed soldiers surged from their tents. Brother Northern King, I shall clear the path for you, Wang exclaimed, drawing her sword and dashing forth. In an instant, blood sprayed as 10 soldiers met their demise at the hands of Wang. Simultaneously, with her left hand in the midst of chaos, a woman dared to venture forth alone, provoking a multitude of warriors to pursue her with the intent to overwhelm. The illustrious generals of the great Luo army emerged, leading their forces in a frenzied chase, with Prince and diverting a significant portion of the enemy. The defenses within the great Luo encampment had grown considerably weaker. From the shadows, Chu Nan advanced, determined to eliminate the great Luo commander swiftly. Upon spotting Chu Nan, the expressions of the dozens of soldiers pursuing Prince shifted dramatically. The presence of the 2 northern kings, one visible and the other hidden, instilled a deep-seated apprehension within them. However, there was no time for contemplation. Chu Nan surged forward, resembling a ferocious beast. The soldiers were obliterated in his wake, their bodies exploding upon impact. As he darted past another group of warriors, more corpses littered the ground behind him. Within the great Luo encampment, Chu Nan repeated the most rudimentary of actions, throwing punches and advancing. With every strike, a multitude of figures fell. Not even the commanders of the celestial martial realm could stand against him, rendered as insignificant as weeds beneath his feet. Chu Nan moved through the camp as if it were uninhabited. However, a sense of urgency began to gnaw at him. The encampment was vast, and if he did not locate the 4 extraordinary commanders soon, his mission would falter. That moment, he suddenly halted, gazing toward an opulent tent ahead, where a banner billowed in the wind. Ha! The Northern King of Great Xia, we were just contemplating how to eliminate you, and here you are, delivering yourself right into our hands. A fierce-looking man stepped forth from the tent. It was the great Luo's Li Wang. Just 2 days prior, he had retreated in the face of Chu Nan's prowess. Now, he appeared composed, bolstered by the presence of 3 formidable figures emanating extraordinary energy behind him. How dare a mere cur speak of courage? Chu Nan's gaze swept over Li Wang, momentarily silencing him. Northern King, do not be so arrogant. Do you not understand? The great Luo martial dynasty has dispatched 5 extraordinary commanders, precisely because we anticipated your defense of the northern borders. Even Elder Guguan has come to assist in your elimination. Li Wang's face flushed with anger at the revelation. The notion that the great Luo martial dynasty had mobilized 5 extraordinary figures to eliminate him struck Chu Nan as significant. He scrutinized the other 3 extraordinary beings, 2 adorned in regal attire and 1 clad in a Taoist robe, whose gaunt features and high cheekbones bore a striking aura. This individual was Guguan, a newly ascended extraordinary figure within the great Luo martial dynasty, respected even by Li Wang. Rumor had it that Guguan was a recluse, uninterested in the affairs of the great Luo martial lord. Yet here he was, on the battlefield, seemingly intent on confronting him, though not be surprised. The Northern King of Great Xia indeed possesses exceptional talent. Given time, he could reach the realm of the celestial. Such a potential threat cannot be ignored. Guguan's eyes studied Chu Nan intently. It is evident that you are indeed powerful, capable of slaying even the Silver King. With a cold smile, Chu Nan acknowledged that he understood the principle of the tall tree attracts the wind. His rapid rise had indeed drawn the ire of the great Luo martial dynasty. Facing 4 extraordinary beings alone, he felt an unexpected thrill. Guguan's presence triggered a response from his 6 transformations of creation technique, revealing another potential cultivator capable of becoming a seed of creation. Make your move, Guguan instructed, not addressing Chu Nan directly but rather signaling the other 3 extraordinary figures. He was not yet ready to engage. holding back his full power. We have long wished to test whether the northern king of Great Xia is as formidable as the rumors suggest. As Gu Guan's words settled, the two extraordinary figures beside him stepped forward, wielding their weapons. One brandished a sword of obsidian black, while the other held a knife cloaked in frost. Both emanated a formidable aura, their energy reflecting their status as peak extraordinary beings. With the clash of swords and knives ringing through the air, the atmosphere became charged with a unique essence. As they struck toward Chu Nan, he drew the northern king's blade and positioned it before him, preparing to defend as if damming a raging river. The technique he employed, known as river break, was primarily defensive. As the sounds of metal clashing echoed, it became clear that Chu Nan's northern king's blade formed an impenetrable barrier, weathering the onslaught of strikes with unwavering resolve. Impressive, Gu Guan remarked, recognizing the dual mastery of the blades wielded by the two extraordinary figures, cultivated over decades within the great Luo martial dynasty. However, the relentless defense could not last indefinitely. How can one middle-tier extraordinary being withstand the combined might of three great Luo lords? Gu Guan mused softly as the two extraordinary figures engaged in combat with Chu Nan. Li Wang prowled nearby like a panther, seizing the moment with a subtle glance. He commanded the dual wielders to unleash their full force, their energies surging as they struck with renewed ferocity against Chu Nan's blade. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Li Wang lunged forward, thrusting a spear toward Chu Nan's chest. I've been waiting for this moment. Chu Nan's gaze flickered, and Li Wang felt a chill of foreboding wash over him. The dual wielders' attacks seemed inadequate to suppress the northern king's blade. In the next moment, Li Wang's fears were confirmed. In an instant, the northern king's blade, seemingly weightless in Chu Nan's hands, whipped through the air, generating a powerful gust. River break, third style, sky split. The resulting shockwave transformed into a blade of energy, slicing upward to meet the dual wielder strikes. The sounds of shattering metal resounded as their combined attacks were obliterated, forcing the two extraordinary figures to retreat, their hands rendered numb and weapons nearly lost. Li Wang's face paled in horror as the energy surge did not dissipate. Instead, it rushed toward him. The northern king of Great Xia, why fear the dual wielders? It may appear as though I am forced to defend, but it is merely a ruse. Be gone. Li Wang's hands strained as he unleashed his true energy to block the incoming force. However, the energy wave surged through, shattering his spear and sending blood spraying as it struck him, propelling him backward, lifeless, a victim of Chu Nan's might. The northern king of Great Xia had, with a single technique, shattered the dual wielders' combined might and slain Li Wang. The power unleashed in that strike was no less than 50,000 pounds. The dual wielders were left speechless. 50,000 pounds of force. Such ability was typically reserved for peak extraordinary beings. The ground trembled as Chu Nan advanced, his presence overwhelming. Stepping forward with purpose, he wielded the northern king's blade, intent on claiming more victories. His cultivation had reached the first transformation of the 6 transformations of creation, further enhancing his innate abilities. As he progressed, the very earth quaked beneath him, the crimson mist of blood staining the night. The approaching great Luo warriors fell before him, their lower bodies obliterated, their insides shattered. The dual wielders bore the brunt of his assault, blood spilling from their lips as terror engulfed their pale faces. They realized that Chu Nan was not a foe they could contend with. Even with their combined might, they struggled to retreat from the onslaught. Raising the northern king's blade high, Chu Nan cast a shadow that low as Gu Guan reminisced about their previous encounters. He recalled Chu Nan's physical form, which resembled the intricate patterns of an ancient totem. His gaze darkened with malice. I refuse to believe that I cannot wear you down. Gu Guan seethed internally. You shall be disappointed. Chu Nan's eyes flickered as 50 seeds of transformation within him stirred to life. Instantly, his blood shone with brilliance, manifesting 12 radiant bridges that surged towards the heavens. The night sky brightened, and the aura of the world converged upon him, enveloping him in a cocoon of spiritual energy. 12 extraordinary bridges. Gu Guan was momentarily entranced. The northern king of the Great Xia was indeed a prodigy. Such a lineage and talent were unprecedented in his experience. On the vast true spirit continent, he was far from weak. Gu Guan sensed Chu Nan's rate of absorbing spiritual energy. Panic surged within him. Such talent could replenish true essence even in battle. The notion of exhausting Chu Nan was utterly impossible. From afar, a cacophony of roars erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. In the dark of night, a torrent of steel surged forth from the northern stronghold of Great Xia, overwhelming the Deluo encampment. The realization struck that 4 out of the 5 commanders of Deluo had already perished, and the King of Peace had signaled for a full-scale counterattack. 50,000 troops from the King of Peace marched alongside the undefeated forces of the Northern King. Chaos erupted in the Deluo camp. Amidst the colored mist, Qin Huayu, adorned in a flowing red skirt, gracefully moved her long jade legs, her beautiful eyes scanning for Chu Nan. "How is your time alone with the enchanting King of Peace? We have not disturbed your leisure, have we?" This woman retained her composure even in such a tumultuous moment, engaging in banter with the King of Peace. The butcher, alongside Yang Yi and Yen Xiling, led the northern forces into battle. Their king was alone in the enemy camp, surrounded by a multitude. They were restless, unable to restrain themselves any longer. They yearned to rush to that young man's side and eliminate the foreign threat. "Damn it!" Gu Guan's expression shifted dramatically as the music of the flute quickened. The golden demon eagle, its ferocity awakened, descended with a massive body, roaring as the winds tore through everything, intent on crushing Chu Nan. "Come forth!" Chu Nan's hair billowed as he stomped the ground and soared into the air. Boom! The golden demon eagle landed, its claws gouging deep pits into the earth, yet failing to strike Chu Nan. Simultaneously, Chu Nan's figure descended like a comet, causing the golden demon eagle to crouch low. The eagle screeched, its golden wings lifting as it attempted to dislodge Chu Nan from its back. Yet, Chu Nan's feet remained firmly planted. Pulsating waves of energy surged forth, shaking the golden demon eagle. With a 10-step lethal technique, Chu Nan pressed down upon the golden demon eagle. The ground crumbled like tofu, fissures spreading as the eagle struggled to rise, continuously sinking. After several breaths, the golden demon eagle, dazed and bloodied, lay embedded in the earth, leaving Gu Guan speechless. A creature that required a Deluo martial master to subdue had been trampled by the northern king of Great Xia. This extraordinary beast, remarkably strong, managed to endure 9 of my stomps. Yet, alas, your allegiance to Deluo makes you my foe. Chu Nan lifted his foot again, poised to deliver the final step of his 10-step lethal technique. This would be the most powerful stomp. Before it descended, the golden demon eagle let out a mournful cry. The human cultivator before it was too terrifying, with an abundance of true essence surging forth. Even its steel-like body could not withstand such ferocity. If this foot were to land, if fortune favored it, it might survive with only half its life intact. Beg for mercy. Chu Nan's gaze flickered slightly. At this moment, the golden demon eagle exhibited no more ferocity. The medicinal effects that had been forced upon it dissipated in the heat of battle. As an extraordinary beast with intelligence, it, seeing Chu Nan halt, promptly nodded in submission, its body crouching low. "Then follow me to slay the enemies." Without further ado, Chu Nan brandished his blade atop the golden demon eagle, his cold gaze directed at Gu Guan. "I shall ensure that no extraordinary being dares to threaten the Great Xia." Chapter 35. The wrath of Chu Nan, the northern king of Great Xia, standing atop the golden demon eagle, spoke with a voice resonant as 1,000 swords clashing, vowing to protect the vast territories and countless citizens of Great Xia with his royal might. A thread of despair rapidly spread among the Deluo warriors and their commanders. In the next moment, this despair ignited like flames, burning fiercely. Dust clouds rose as the golden demon eagle, struck by Chu Nan's 10-step lethal technique, surprisingly managed to flap its wings and rise, its eyes gleaming like golden lightning, fixating on the Deluo soldiers and Gu Guan. The extraordinary beast, once subdued, now harbored immense hostility towards the Deluo martial dynasty that had controlled it with potions. With a piercing cry, the golden demon eagle soared into the sky with Chu Nan, then dove down like a thunderous cloud. In an instant, the Deluo encampment was engulfed in a sea of blood mist, severed limbs flying through the air. The eagle's wings swept across the sky like scythes, its claws capable of penetrating any armor. Amidst the chaos, one Deluo soldier after another was cleaved in half, blood splattering the ground. This extraordinary beast, with its ironclad body soaring through the skies, was a natural weapon of war, and in just a few charges, the Deluo army had suffered over 10,000 casualties. "Quickly, all of you, unite to stop him. Those who flee will face annihilation." Gu Guan, clad in a robe, shouted frantically, devoid of the grandeur befitting a supreme being, attempting to delay Chu Nan with sheer numbers while making his own escape. The golden demon eagle was their trump card in this battle. They had anticipated breaking through the northern borders of Great Xia and eliminating the northern king. Little did they expect this beast to surrender to him. Did you not intend to eliminate me on behalf of the Deluo martial master? Why flee now? A cold voice echoed from above, casting a large S in the past. The summer city was an unreachable fortress, where entering the city required shedding one's armor. However, now, treasures and beauties within the city are readily within grasp. With a mere command, heads may roll, and even the martial sovereign of the Great Xia might find himself kneeling in supplication. Regrettably, Prince An is far in the northern borders. Otherwise, it would be a delight to indulge, for she is a rare beauty indeed. A bald man, recalling Prince An's grace, wore a lustful expression. If all else fails, you could venture to the northern borders. You might even encounter Prince An's corpse, someone quipped with a mischievous smile. They, having entered the summer city under the banner of their king, were well aware that the great Luo martial dynasty's forces were advancing on the northern front, paving the way for their current endeavor while simultaneously eliminating the northern king. Now, we await news from the north, murmured a scarred commander. He had been promoted by the Ming king, leading 500,000 troops in his name. The Ming king had been relentlessly pursued by the northern king and had yet to receive any word, causing him great concern. What is there to worry about? The million-strong forces of the great Luo, along with 5 transcendent beings, cannot fail to vanquish the northern king. We need only wait to be conferred titles and riches, another commander replied nonchalantly. This siege of Summer City was an opportunity for one of the kings to seize the throne, and they would all be rewarded for their contributions. Indeed, the scarred commander nodded. The great Luo martial dynasties might had grown, with several transcendent beings emerging in recent years. Given the northern king's talents, the martial sovereign of the great Luo would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him. As the 40 commanders engaged in light-hearted banter, a gentle breeze arose, tearing apart the heavy clouds above. Brilliant sunlight pierced through, casting its rays upon the northern part of Summer City, causing the king's forces surrounding the city to stir. That was. The commanders atop the city walls all looked up in unison, their pupils constricting in shock. Sunlight poured onto the northern gates of Summer City, accompanied by a shadow swept in by a raging wind, drenched in blood. Instantly, screams erupted. The shadow flew close to the ground, hurtling toward the northern gates of Summer City with unstoppable force and a heartbeat. The wind howled, and a path was violently carved through the king's forces stationed at the northern gates. The commanders atop the walls were stricken with alarm, issuing commands in haste. With a thunderous crash, the northern gates of Summer City shuddered thrice before shattering completely. The shrill cries pierced the heavens as a pair of sharp claws tore through the sturdy walls, sending the commanders toppling and causing some to lose their footing and plummet. Before they could hit the ground, they were crushed into pulp, dead beyond any hope of revival. The remaining commanders stood frozen, their legs feeling as heavy as lead as the dust settled. They finally discerned the identity of the intruder. It was a 10-meter-tall golden eagle, its body seemingly forged from pure gold, radiating a fierce aura that was suffocating. Upon its back stood a man and a woman. The woman was voluptuous and enchanting, exuding an air of confidence, while the man, clad in white robes, stood tall like a celestial being amidst mortals. Prince N and the Northern King. How could a million-strong army and 5 transcendent beings fail to slay them? The commanders atop the walls felt their bodies tremble in fear, unable to fathom that the Northern King would assault Summer City in such a manner. A significant turning point had arrived in the power struggle among the 5 kings of the Great Xia. Quick! Report to the lords! The cries from the walls of Summer City echoed, as the commanders under the 6 kings scattered. Attempting to rush toward the Summer Palace, a small whirlwind swept through, causing over 30 commanders to stumble as though tossed into the air like weeds. The powerful wings of the golden eagle struck, and in an instant, these commanders exploded into a mist of blood, staining the walls crimson. These seasoned warriors of the martial realm were rendered as helpless as children in the face of such a ferocious beast. In my efforts to maintain stability for the Great Xia martial dynasty, I have shown considerable restraint towards the power-hungry warriors of the martial realm, yet, some among them have brought chaos upon the Great Xia. A cold glint flickered in Chu Nan's eyes. The golden eagle was a transcendent beast, flying at speeds 10 times that of the azure feather eagle. However, it had taken 4 full days to reach Summer City from the northern borders. Witnessing the devastation within the city, how could he remain calm? Father! At this moment, Princeton had already leaped from the Golden Eagle, staggering toward the Summer Palace. Any of the king's forces that dared to invade the city would be met with merciless slaughter. This matter concluded, you may leave at your discretion. Chu Nan's lips moved as he uttered these words before following closely behind. The Golden Eagle remained in place, its eyes flickering as if in hesitation. It had aided Chu Nan in battle in the northern borders, partly for its own survival and partly out of enmity toward the great Luo martial dynasty. Yet, throughout this journey, it had truly sensed the terrifying nature of Chu Nan's divine bloodline, his ability to absorb spiritual energy surpassing even that of the great Luo martial sovereign. Transcendent beings, born of the struggle for survival, are inherently proud and yet admire the powerful. Rather than become enemies with a genius like Chu Nan, it would be wiser to forge a bond of goodwill. The hesitation in the Golden Eagle's eyes dissipated as its golden feathers bristled, blocking the entrance to Summer City. Summer City had already been drenched in blood by the 6 kings' forces. After that, the main forces retreated outside the city to establish a blockade, while a small portion continued to sweep through the city. The old, the weak, and women and children, regardless of their identities or cultivation levels, were all slaughtered. This was an effort to eradicate any potential threats, turning the city into a dead zone. Chu Nan and Princeton made their way forward. The Luo martial dynasty dispatched an army of 100,000, led by 5 extraordinary commanders, accompanied by remarkable beings of otherworldly essence. How could we, Chu Nan, fail to conquer them? What fear do we have of these mere clowns? Chu Nan's robust physique radiated with luminous brilliance, his vital energy resonating with powerful incantations, causing the heart-nourishing pavilion to tremble, leaving the 3 kings pale with dread. Why heavens! It turns out that Chu Nan did not shy away from the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Luo martial dynasty. He arrived in Xia City only after achieving victory. With such prowess, what could they possibly use to contend against him? Kill! A king, overwhelmed by intense fear, bellowed. He was King Chun of the Great Xia, muscular and imposing, wielding a heavy axe as he charged at Chu Nan. His intent was not to harm Chu Nan, but to force him back and escape. However, Chu Nan stood firm, with his 22 Zhang Yuan Si and 13 spiritual veins shining in unison. By refining the essence of Guguan's blood, Chu Nan's divine lineage advanced further. Even though he had exhausted the spirit pills left by the Xia ancestor, he could still swiftly elevate his cultivation with the 18 extraordinary rainbows. Chu Nan unleashed a right punch, igniting a fiery explosion that generated a tremendous sound. The axe shattered into fragments, which were violently repelled, turning King Chen's body into a sieve, warm blood splattering the onlookers in the heart-nourishing pavilion. With another punch, he dispatched a middle-tier extraordinary. The difference was stark. Chu Nan's strike against King Chen's weapon merely left a blood mark. What terrifying strength! A scream echoed. Chu Nan advanced, dispatching another king. Among the 5 rebellious kings, only King Zhou, clothed in green robes and holding an edict, stood alone at the top. North King, let us speak civilly. I shall now destroy this edict. King Zhou's lips twitched, revealing a countenance more grotesque than sorrow. Chu Nan acted swiftly. How could he still be so oblivious? This youngest king of the great Xia martial dynasty had undoubtedly reached a state of profound extraordinary prowess, rendering their alliance akin to a troop of jesters. And this edict was his death warrant. A decree of condemnation. Did he think I would care? As long as I am strong enough, let alone the great Xia martial dynasty, who in this world could bring me to justice? Chu Nan stepped forward, intent on slaying King Zhou to end the turmoil. The great Xia's North King, truly a renowned prodigy, pleaded, might I request a favor from you, old man, to cease hostilities? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the screens of the heart-nourishing pavilion. A cold glimmer flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. Within the Xia Palace, besides these 5 rebellious kings, there were indeed extraordinary beings. Chapter 39. Only to lie down and depart before the gazes of many, an elder clad in a golden robe slowly emerged from behind the screens. His face was lined with creases, his exposed skin marked by the passage of time, his presence exuding a sense of weariness, yet causing all the civil and military officials within the heart-nourishing pavilion to change countenance. It was the Master Luo of the Luo martial dynasty. The great Xia martial lord also trembled at the sight. He had come too. Master Luo was a title of respect. The elder before them was not an alchemist but a king who had walked the path of the extraordinary for 100 years. In terms of divine bloodline talent, the elder was not particularly remarkable. He barely broke through to the profound extraordinary at the peak of his abilities. However, having lived long enough to master various extraordinary martial techniques to their zenith, he was not to be underestimated. Moreover, having instructed the current great Luo martial lord, he was held in high esteem. Master Luo's appearance in the Xia Palace represented the Luo martial lord's will. Listening to the murmurs around him, Chu Nan's heart stirred. The Luo martial dynasty waged war for 2 reasons: to eliminate him and to cover the king's power grab, surely with conditions attached. At that moment, Master Luo's murky eyes locked onto Chu Nan. I have come as an envoy of Luo, representing His Majesty the Martial Lord, to support you as the new sovereign of the Great Xia. If you are willing, all past grievances can be forgotten. Instantly, the entire heart-nourishing pavilion fell silent. Master Luo. King Zhou grew even more anxious. Was Master Luo abandoning him? I have killed your 5 extraordinary beings in the northern territories of Great Xia, including the newly emerged profound extraordinary Gu Guan. And now you seek to win me over? Chu Nan was quite taken aback. Throughout history, achieving dominance inevitably involved sacrifice, as long as the goal is achieved. What the Luo martial dynasty desires is a prosperous Great Xia, not a wasteland of scorched earth. Otherwise, why would our martial lord personally lead the charge? Master Luo's calm words carried an undercurrent of threat. The Chu Nan before him was indeed a prodigy, his growth rate even unsettling to Master Luo. Furthermore, as the North King, Chu Nan wielded significant influence. If he were willing to submit, conquering the Great Xia martial dynasty would present no obstacle. Your Luo martial dynasty's conditions for aiding King Zhou and his rebellion are to make Great Xia a vassal state. Chu Nan's gaze was indifferent. In this world, strength represented everything. Looking at the Great Xia martial dynasty, there were no top-tier extraordinary beings left, and it would be difficult to find a sovereign like the Xia ancestor. Master Luo did not deny it. Ha, King Zhou, you are indeed a despicable creature. Chu Nan took another step forward, pressing toward King Zhou as if he were a corpse. The current stability of Great Xia was the result of countless soldiers and commanders who fought valiantly, shedding blood and tears. The previous kings were conspiring with enemies to usurp control, gambling the lives of countless innocent citizens. Such a king deserved to die. Master Luo, save me, King Zhou cried out in panic, retreating. However, Master Luo merely stood there, unmoved. Chu Nan, brimming with youthful vigor, was determined to slay King Zhou, and he would not intervene. After all, once the venting was done, only 2 kings would remain in the Great Xia martial dynasty. He believed Chu Nan would, upon reflecting on the consequences, make the right choice. A muffled groan escaped. King Zhou was swiftly overturned by Chu Nan's strike. Kneel before me. As King Zhou attempted to rise, Chu Nan's hand descended heavily upon his shoulder. Boom. A terrifying force surged forth, causing King Zhou's bones to rattle, his body collapsing as his kneecap shattered. You, who occupy the throne of the Great Xia, conspire with enemies and betray your nation, must perform 3 bows before your death. Chu Nan grasped King Zhou's head, forcing it down. The first bow, to the people of De Huang. A resounding thud echoed as King Zhou's head struck the ground, smashing a large portion of the floor, blood and flesh mingling as his eyes filled with crimson. Release me. King Zhou's vision swam as he struggled violently. Yet, no matter how he unleashed his true essence, he could not withstand Chu Nan's hand pressing down again. The second bow, to the innocent who, however, it is said that after the disintegration of the Chu clan, the other 3 surnamed families swiftly rose to prominence, giving birth to numerous high-blooded prodigies, subtly poised to become a new world-class power. I surmise that the Chu clan prepared celestial materials and treasures for the Qilin sun, which were seized by them. Xia Jiang hesitated for a moment, taking out a Qinkuan ring and handing it to Chu Nan. It is lamentable that my Xia clan is feeble and unable to protect our lord, only managing to carry away 3 spirit pills from the Chu clan. The spirit pill you obtained in Xialing, Qilin sun, is known as the Xiao Yuan Dan, crafted from 8 types of celestial materials and treasures. The remaining 2 are the Yuan Dan, derived from even rarer materials, always carried by past martial masters, never daring to part with them, let alone consume them. Now, they returned to their rightful owner, spirit pills. Chu Nan's eyes brightened. He had experienced the benefits of such pills. With 2 more to Yuan Dan in his possession, what fear did he have of the Deluo martial master? Soon, Chu Nan felt a tremor in his being. Within this Qingquan ring, apart from the elixirs, there was also a letter. It was left for the Qilin's son by his grandfather, Chu Wudi. The reappearance of this letter signifies the resurgence of the Chu clan's Qilin son. I do not know how many generations you are from the Chu family, but as a descendant of the Chu clan, we shall not believe in fate. In the glorious days of the Chu clan, we had 7 ancestral realms: Transcendence, Cave Heaven, Purple Mansion, Mastering Heaven, Myriad Appearances, Supreme, and Communicating with the Divine, with our clan monopolizing 60% of true spiritual power. As a Qilin son of the Chu family, one must possess the ambition to be invincible. As Chu Nan unfolded the letter, he was met with a few strokes of bold handwriting. Chapter 41. Deluo Martial Master, pressuring from afar, the Chu clan has undergone a tremendous upheaval. I can no longer provide you with martial protection or leave you the celestial materials that can reverse the heavens and earth. I can only leave you with a world of freedom, where you may strike the heavens above and delve into the abyss below, unbound and unchained. Thus, if I discover that you are cowardly upon my return, I shall surely sever your head. Upon reading this, Chu Nan's lips twitched. This grandfather he had never met indeed had a distinctive character. Most importantly, he could return. His grandfather still lived, leaving him a world of freedom? Chu Nan's gaze flickered. The upheaval faced by the Chu clan must have brought about enemies. Did Chu Wudi leave to protect him? The letter contained little information and made no mention of the family artifacts, nor did it specify the events leading to the Chu clan's turmoil. The final sentence was a plea from Chu Wudi to the Qilin's son, asking him to safeguard this lineage of clansmen, not seeking to wield boundless power, but merely hoping for a peaceful and stable life. Especially to protect Chu Nan, his own grandson. Chu Wudi left just as Chu Nan was born. Grandfather. Chu Nan clenched the letter tightly. Though he had never met the old man, he could sense the blood ties from the words. That old man, unaware of where he was or what dangers he faced, must have been in despair, completely oblivious that the Qilin's son of the Chu clan had been born and that he was his own grandson. The enemies of the Chu clan, I shall eradicate without mercy. Chu Nan took a deep breath to calm his emotions. The ancestors of the clan had poured their heart and soul into collecting these celestial materials, a testament to their affection for him. The lineage of Chu Wudi, able to take root in Qingshan City, was surely a result of countless sacrifices from their clansmen. Thus, from his birth, he bore the burden of blood debts. Qilin's son, my Xia clan possesses limited capabilities. We can only establish this great Xia martial dynasty, awaiting the day when we can provide you with soldiers to command, to control the lands of true spirits. Now, I beseech the Qilin's son to inherit the great rule and assume the position of martial master. My Xia clan will do our utmost to assist. Xia Jiang once again bowed solemnly. My Xia clan is actually to recognize the Northern King as our lord. The Prince of An was left in a daze, completely stunned in terms of national sentiment, talent, strength, and character. Chu Nan is undoubtedly the best choice to govern the Great Xia. However, she never anticipated that the Northern King's background would be so formidable. Even the Xia ancestor was merely a servant of the Chu clan. This position holds no allure for me, as long as I am here. The Great Xia shall remain unscathed. In the future, the Xia clan will still be the rulers of the Great Xia. Chu Nan's gaze softened. Among the 4 surnamed servants of the Chu clan, only the Xia clan remains loyal. He guards the northern borders of the Great Xia, driven solely by his passion. Upon learning of the affairs of the Chu clan, he understands that this realm is vast. With 3,000 states of true spirits, the Great Xia martial dynasty is but a speck of dust in the realm of true spirits. Very well, then my Xia clan shall temporarily govern the Great Xia martial dynasty in place of the Qilin's son. Xia Jiang no longer insisted. The Qilin's son of the Chu clan was born to be invincible, capable of becoming a deity. How could he possibly desire the mere position of martial master of the Great Xia? At this moment, Chu Nan stepped forward, infusing a strand of transcendent true essence to examine Xia Jiang's injuries. Soon, his brow furrowed. 10 years ago, Xia Jiang had fought the Deluo martial master, injuring his Yuan Si. The significance of the Yuan Si to transcendent practitioners is self-evident. Now damaged and plagued by old ailments, it was no wonder he appeared so weak. Qilin's son, I am already very pleased to see you." Looking at Chu Nan's solemn expression, Xia Jiang offered comfort. "My subordinate, Qin Huayu, may be able to aid your recovery." Chu Nan spoke. "Qin Huayu's alchemical skills are unparalleled. Once she breaks through to become a spirit pill master, she will undoubtedly have the opportunity to heal Xia Jiang. We shall leave it to fate." Xia Jiang sighed bitterly. The Northern Territory's heavenly alchemist, Qin Huayu, was indeed known to him. However, achieving spiritual alchemy is far more challenging than a practitioner breaking through to transcendence. Xia Jiang ordered people to tidy up the Yangxin pavilion before taking his leave with the assistance of the prince of the rebellion of the Five Kings had finally come to an end. The great Xia martial dynasty would surely face widespread fear, and there were still too many trivial matters to handle. In Chu Nan's hand appeared 9 Qinkuan rings. These were the spoils of war he had collected after slaying the Deluo commander and the rebel kings. Chu Nan circulated his true essence to inspect them. Among the treasures in the 9 Qinkuan rings were abundant gold and silver, along with many jars containing elixirs, though most were merely heavenly pills. There had yet to be a spirit pill master in the great Xia martial dynasty. As for martial techniques and skills, there were over 200 types combined, such a collection far surpassing that of any great sect in the great Xia. Coupled with the Xia palace treasury, Chu Nan could freely enter, allowing him to elevate the Chu family to the pinnacle of the great Xia. "I will rebuild the Chu clan from the ruins." Chu Nan's gaze was resolute. He would gradually restore the Chu family to the zenith of ancient clans. A short while later, Chu Nan selected a dozen or so transcendent martial techniques and began to peruse them. Compared to the 3 forbidden techniques in Xiaoling, these transcendent martial techniques were somewhat inferior, yet they possessed their own intricacies. For instance, among the treasures in the Qinkuan ring of the Luo master, there were commendable transcendent martial techniques. Chu Nan immersed himself in them. The talents of practitioners are directly related to their divine bloodlines. With Chu Nan's current divine bloodline, interpreting them posed no difficulty. There was no confusion or lack of clarity. Simultaneously, he was also pushing his blood energy to stabilize his realm in preparation for consuming the Deyuan Dan. These were the spirit pills of the Chu clan. In the past, a single Shao Yuan Dan had allowed him to step into the realm of absolute transcendence. With 2 Deyuan Dan, he could undoubtedly swiftly ascend into the pinnacle of transcendence, or even, with the treasure of creation, burst into the ultimate realm, that is a forbidden zone accessible only to unparalleled geniuses. Once breached, it could forge an unparalleled foundation, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. Chu Nan dared not be negligent. Chu Nan's adjustment of his state and the study of transcendent martial techniques proceeded in tandem. In the northern borders of the Great Xia, joyous news arrived. The Deluo's million-strong cavalry had been nearly annihilated. The commanders under the Prince of An and the heavenly generals under the Northern King were steadfastly guarding the northern strongholds. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qilin's son. A waft of fragrant wind entered the Yangxin pavilion as the Prince of An, donning a long robe of refinement, hastened in. Having shed her battle armor, her stunning figure appeared even more alluring. Yet her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, indicating she had not rested in days. The Deluo martial master had learned of Luo master's demise and personally issued a blood war edict, demanding that within 2 months, one must go to the Deluo martial palace to confess and submit to justice. Otherwise, he would personally take the field, launching a national war against the Great Xia, slaughtering thousands of counties and vast lands, offering all Chu surnamed individuals as sacrifices to the heavens. In the face of Chu Nan, the Prince of An appeared somewhat restrained. A national war. Chu Nan narrowed his eyes. He knew the Deluo martial master would not easily relent, but did not anticipate such ruthlessness. The great Xia martial dynasty had stood firm for 5 centuries, and no matter how severe the conflicts with surrounding martial dynasties, a national war had never erupted. For such an act bears a tremendous cost. Regardless of success or failure, it would cause irreparable harm. Yet, why would the Deluo martial master not strike directly but instead give him 2 months? I have received news that the Deluo martial master has successfully broken through to the Cave Heaven realm. 1. He is newly arrived in the Cave Heaven and his realm is unstable. 2. He is pressuring you from afar, attempting to cause you to be abandoned by your allies. Seeing Chu Nan's confusion, the Prince of An explained. The Deluo martial master now stands shoulder to shoulder with the Xia ancestor, wielding astonishing might. Issuing the Blood War Edict, his sword points at the common folk of the Great Xia, creating public pressure. Why then? Chu Nan would inevitably become a target of scorn, despised by the masses. His former glory would be no more. Words can tarnish gold, and accumulated slander can obliterate bones. Those with weak wills might directly collapse. What a vicious scheme! Chu Nan chuckled coldly. He, Chu Nan, acts without shame before heaven and earth, and is unrepentant in his heart. He accepted this blood war edict as a response. He, Chu Nan, would topple the Daluo. Chapter 42. Storm clouds gather, the great dream of spring and autumn Chilean sun. I have already raised the banner of leadership, calling on the veterans to enlist once more. The Prince of An spoke. As long as you give the order, the great Xia shall mobilize the entire martial dynasty to engage in battle with the Daluo martial dynasty. This is a battle concerning the survival of the great Xia. We absolutely cannot shrink back. There is no need to initiate a national war. Give me a month, and I will end it all. Chu Nan's lips moved slightly. A cave heaven realm expert can fly and strike with a single blow capable of reaching 100,000 pounds. Such a level of practitioner cannot be dealt with solely by the martial forces of the great Xia. Exhausting the power of the great Xia martial dynasty would only lead to its annihilation. Moreover, the catalyst for the blood war edict was his slaying of Luo Master. As the northern king, he would not involve the innocent. Chilean son, what do you intend to do? The Prince of An was alarmed upon hearing this. The Xia clan intends to recognize Chu Nan as their lord. How could they allow him to face danger? Given Chu Nan's talent, it is a certainty he will step into the cave heaven realm, but is a month truly sufficient? I have made my decision. You need only fulfill your responsibilities. Chu Nan stated firmly, stepping out of the Yangxin pavilion, leaving the Prince of An with a worried expression. The Xia palace had already been reorganized, and along the way, the guards reverently saluted upon seeing Chu Nan. Tio the people, the northern king had become an uncrowned monarch. However, the sparse crowds within Xia City, upon seeing Chu Nan, all retreated, their complex gazes tinged with resentment. The news of the Daluo martial master's blood war edict had spread rapidly, and the unprecedented pressure was suffocating. Connecting this to the reason behind it, they harbored resentment toward the northern king, who had achieved numerous military exploits. The northern king had slain King Zhou and others, leading to the great Xia having very few transcendents left. The nation is on the brink of collapse. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is human nature. Chu Nan self-deprecatingly smiled as he gazed toward the northern border, as if witnessing a storm gathering. The Daluo martial master harbored ambitions, aiming to seize the great Xia while at the pinnacle of absolute transcendence, let alone seeking the cave heaven realm. Without eliminating him, the great Xia would never find peace. As Chu Nan approached the northern gate, the shattered walls had been repaired. The 6 royal armies that had besieged Xia City had all surrendered. To Chu Nan's surprise, the golden demon eagle had not left. It remained near the city gate, its fierce aura intimidating all who dared approach. Upon seeing Chu Nan, it let out a low cry. You still wish to follow me? Chu Nan was taken aback. The golden demon eagle nodded. As a rare beast among ferocious creatures, it was inherently solitary. In the past, it had been treated as a weapon of war by the Daluo martial dynasty, but Chu Nan regarded it as a comrade. Following this youth was not without its merits. At times, a rare beast is more reliable than a human. Chu Nan murmured softly, stepping forward to stroke the feathers of the golden demon eagle. Then, he leaped onto its back. With a mighty cry, the golden demon eagle soared into the sky, carrying Chu Nan upward. Gazing at the vast expanse of heaven and earth, Chu Nan's mood grew tranquil. The northern border is unscathed. The crisis facing the great Xia martial dynasty is evident, yet has not yet erupted. For now, he found himself with some leisure. Chu Nan signaled to the golden demon eagle to head towards Qingshan City. During this time, he would spend time with his family. Thereafter, he would end it all. The great Xia martial dynasty had already begun to descend into chaos. The northern 152 counties were no exception. In the major county cities, long lines of people were emerging. Martial families, dignitaries, and nobles were all fleeing with their families. The Daluo's blood war edict could not be concealed. It spread like wildfire. When the sharp cries echoed through the skies, many of the fleeing individuals, upon seeing the one on the back of the golden demon eagle, displayed expressions of shame. In the past, they had taken pride in being part of the northern king's territory. Now, they could not wait to escape and distance themselves from the northern king. The might of a cave heaven realm expert is indeed terrifying. With just a word, chaos ensued. Chu Nan's expression remained unchanged. He understood the plight of the subjects fleeing. After all, even ants cherish their lives, let alone humans. What he worried about was whether the Northern King's residence was safe. Under the swift flight of the golden demon eagle, Qingshan City Chu Nan sat cross-legged upon his bed, retrieving a grand yuan pill. This pill surpassed the lesser yuan pill, its form flickering like flames. He was determined to confront the Deluo martial dynasty, knowing full well that his adversaries would extend beyond just the Deluo martial master. With his hair cascading, Chu Nan realized that only by entering the realm of the extraordinary could he hope to alter the very fabric of existence. He tilted his head back and swallowed the grand yuan pill in an instant. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to a dam bursting, rapidly coursing through Chu Nan's limbs and bones, resonating throughout his entire being. Even droplets of blood seeped from his pores. The potency of the grand yuan pill far exceeded that of the lesser yuan pill. Chu Nan felt a twinge of astonishment. For those with insufficient cultivation or low divine bloodlines, forcibly consuming such a pill could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chu Nan formed hand seals, channeling the 6 transformations of creation, constraining the ethereal energy as it cascaded into his yuan si. The larger the yuan si of an extraordinary practitioner, the more solid it became. After surpassing the 20 zhang threshold, it became as unyielding as iron, exceedingly difficult to expand in that moment. The energy from the grand yuan pill sliced through like a divine blade. Chu Nan's yuan si surged and expanded, colliding with the spiritual energy that assailed his meridians. As he progressed through the first transformation of the 6 transformations of creation, combined with the numerous creation seeds he had acquired, the speed at which he absorbed the world's spiritual energy and refined the elixir experienced a qualitative leap. Days turned into nights, and after 5 days, a wave of energy erupted from Chu Nan, shattering the furnishings within his room. He had achieved the pinnacle of the extraordinary. Sensing that his yuan si had reached 30 zhang, Chu Nan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He retrieved a second grand yuan pill and consumed it once more, entering a state of seclusion. The members of the Chu family dared not disturb him, with only Chu Yao delivering his daily meals to his doorstep. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu silently guarded the Northern King's residence, often lingering outside Chu Nan's door. During this time, cultivators and ordinary citizens across the Great Xia martial dynasty awaited Chu Nan's response. Yet, after returning to the Northern King's residence, he did not show himself again, igniting a flurry of speculation. Not only in the Northern King's territory but throughout various prefectures, signs of panic began to emerge. Rumors spread that the 10 major martial dynasties were mobilizing towards the Deluo martial palace to congratulate the Deluo martial master on his ascension to the realm of the extraordinary. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. The influence of a master in the realm of the extraordinary was immense, especially one in the prime of life. No actions were required on his part. His mere existence commanded the respect of surrounding martial dynasties. Should the Deluo martial dynasty initiate a war against the martial dynasties, the Great Xia would find itself in dire straits. Furthermore, the revelation of the Great Xia martial master's chronic ailment only exacerbated the situation. Chaos reigned in the Great Xia martial dynasty, with boundless fear spreading, signaling signs of fragmentation across the vast lands. Even the guardian deity of the Great Xia had taken on a demeanor of retreat, as if the dynasty were truly on the brink of collapse. The Northern King had acted recklessly, seeking immediate gratification by executing the rulers of the Great Xia before provoking the Deluo, thus inviting such calamity upon them. Various voices converged into a cacophony of outrage. Once revered by all, the Northern King of the Great Xia had become the target of scorn. Some even petitioned to capture the Northern King and deliver him to the Deluo as a means to alleviate the current crisis. These dissenters were swiftly silenced, however, by a limping elder who emerged from Qingshan City, donning his battle armor once more. Fu Wei. The Deluo martial master issued a declaration of bloodshed, and the King raised his banner. Calling upon veterans to rejoin the fray, Fu Wei was the first to respond, traversing through the neighboring prefectures, followed by tens of thousands of veterans. Though their youth had faded, their fighting spirit remained fierce. Akin to tigers, eager to take up arms once more to defend their homeland in his twilight years, Fu Wei had been invited to the Northern King's residence, where Qin Huayu had treated him, allowing him to feel as though he had been granted a second life. Confronting those who criticized the Northern King, Fu Wei delivered a resounding slap, his eyes filled with fury. The northern king of the great Xia bore the weight of the northern frontier upon his frail shoulders. Without him, you would all be mere carrion in a chaotic world. He sacrificed too much for the great Xia, slaying the rebellious rulers. His deeds outweigh any faults. How dare you forget the northern king's contributions and sow discord among the people? Even we old warriors are more honorable than you. Fu Wei led a group of veterans, swords drawn against the self-serving individuals, defending the reputation of the northern king. The great Xia boasts countless citizens. We have our own heroes and champions who have forged the walls of our cities with flesh and blood. Why should we fear foreign foes? Fu Wei and the veterans marched towards the northern frontier, their voices resonating across the heavens. If the Deluo seeks to seize our bountiful lands, then we shall show them that such a course of action is futile. Once retired from battle, they had vowed to return if war ever arose. This scene touched the hearts of many. A group of veterans, with their bodies half buried in the sands of time, sought to prop up the crumbling heavens. Who could remain unmoved? The ranks behind Fu Wei continued to swell, even attracting formidable practitioners from the Tianwu realm, including Shuiyu, the leader of the Tianbang. She fulfilled her promise to the great Xia by offering her remaining strength in defense of the borders. As time swiftly passed, more than half a month elapsed. In the backyard of the northern king's residence, Chu Nan emerged from his chamber, standing amidst the courtyard. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the leaves of the parasol trees to fall. Yet, before they could touch Chu Nan, they disintegrated into dust. His bones and organs radiated a faint light, blood and energy coursing through him like thunder, creating a realm devoid of dust. Having fully refined both grand yuan pills, Chu Nan's yuan si had now reached 40 zhang. This was the pinnacle of extraordinary prowess. In less than a month, his cultivation had soared, rivaling the arduous efforts of others over decades. This was attributed not only to the efficacy of the grand yuan pills, but also to Chu Nan's exceptional bloodline and innate gifts. With a flash of his gaze, Chu Nan struck the air with a punch, unleashing the 40 zhang yuan si and 20 meridians in a symbiotic ascent. Each blow sent ripples through the void, akin to a tsunami. Even a formidable, extraordinary practitioner would be hard-pressed to withstand such force. Yet, Chu Nan remained unsatisfied, often pausing to reflect. The honing of his physical form was equally challenging. His first transformation of the creation body had only managed to cultivate 20 meridians. Yet, even with sheer physical prowess, he could unleash 30,000 pounds of force, comparable to the extraordinary beings. By unleashing his true essence, he could strike with 90,000 pounds of power. However, he was unable to synchronize the strength of both body and yuan si to surpass the threshold of 100,000 pounds. Chu Nan frowned, for 100,000 pounds represented the threshold of the Dongtian realm, as well as the pinnacle of extraordinary existence. He yearned to break through, but repeatedly encountered an invisible barrier. As if the laws of nature themselves forbade extraordinary practitioners from striking with such force, I refuse to believe that the pinnacle of extraordinary existence can hold me back. Chu Nan's mind swirled with the content of the first transformation of the creation body as he pondered deeply. Indeed, I have focused solely on honing my physical form without considering how to master it. Chu Nan identified the issue. Extraordinary practitioners still required extraordinary martial techniques to showcase the might of their true essence. The more robust the essence, the more one needed to delve into its intricacies. To harness the power of the creation body, one must employ skillful techniques. When I reach a level of mastery where I can perceive even a single strand of hair upon my body, then I shall have perfectly mastered it, allowing me to enter the realm of the extraordinary. Chu Nan understood. He gazed skyward. The Deluo martial dynasty, the northern king, was on his way. Just then, Chu Yao entered, her face awash with sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Nan looked at her, his heart sinking. What has happened? Grandfather Fu Wei has passed away, Chu Yao cried, collapsing into Chu Nan's embrace. Having invited Fu Wei to the northern king's residence, the family held him in high esteem. The kind-hearted Chu Yao regarded Fu Wei as a cherished elder. Now, they were forever separated. What? Chu Nan staggered. The image of Fu Wei, whom he had first met at the Taiyue Tavern after being bestowed the title of Northern King, remained vivid in his memory. He had asked Qin Huayu to attend to Fu Wei's health, wishing for him to enjoy his twilight years. Given Fu Wei's condition, he could have lived for another decade, especially since the martial dynasties had yet to enter war. How could such tragic news come so suddenly? Brother, the great Xia martial dynasty is in turmoil, and many have spoken ill of you. Grandfather Fu Wei and his comrades were defending your honor when they ventured to the northern frontier. Chu Yao trembled, her words revealing the anguish of their loss. Chu Nan's breath quickened, and his heart ached. He had isolated himself in the northern king's residence, striving to resolve all matters, believing he had time. Yet, innocence had suffered. The defunct martial master. Upon learning the circumstances from Chu Yao, Chu Nan's blood surged with uncontainable fury. In the days of the Xia ancestor, who would have dared to stir trouble among the surrounding martial dynasties? Moreover, the Xia ancestor had even quelled internal strife within the defunct martial dynasty, fostering a friendly relationship. Now, in order to congratulate the Deluo martial master on his ascension, they had turned against the great Xia, forcefully borrowing passage through its lands. This act was meant to diminish the prestige of the great Xia, ensuring that the Deluo martial master would look favorably upon them. As for taking Fu Wei as head, it was merely a side task. A mere practitioner of the Dongtian realm commanding the submission of the 10 martial masters? Regret and anger surged within Chu Nan, leading him to laugh sorrowfully, as if possessed. Fu Wei's passing was merely a reflection of the chaos that had engulfed the great Xia during this period. If he had directly confronted the Deluo martial dynasty that day, would all this have been averted? Brother, Chu Yao urged, seeing her brother in such a state. She had never witnessed him like this before. I am fine. Chu Nan waved his hand, seeking to calm his emotions. Ahead lies a path of peril, and I shall accompany you. Qin Huayu appeared silently, understanding the depth of Chu Nan's sorrow. No words could provide solace. At that moment, Chu Nan seemed to hear something, stepping out of the northern king's residence. The streets of Qingshan City, once desolate, were now bustling with life. Crowds gathered from all directions, standing near the city gate. 8 veterans, their bodies marked by the passage of time and scars of battle, approached, carrying a black coffin, step by step, into the city. For every soldier, the final resting place was often the battlefield. Yet, they sought to return Fu Wei to his roots, ensuring his spirit guarded the last remnants of his family. The sky was overcast, and a light rain fell, mingling with the tears of the 8 veterans, making it hard to distinguish between the two. Old Wei, may you rest in peace. We come to see you off on your final journey. The gathered crowd at the city gate knelt, their eyes red with grief. Veterans who had dedicated their youth to safeguarding their homeland were heroes. In a time when the great Xia faced peril, these veterans were its backbone. Yet, such a backbone had fallen. After a lifetime of battle, being able to once again take up arms in their final moments, the old warrior Fu Wei had no regrets. The 8 veterans hoped for smiles from the onlookers as they made their way, but as the words left their lips, they turned to cries. They had promised each other that should war arise again, they would answer the call. Yet, before they could even reach the northern frontier, this old comrade had departed first. The gentle rain transformed into a torrential downpour. A girl, clad in patched clothing and sporting pigtails, stumbled forward, crying out. Before she could reach the coffin, her legs gave way, and she fell to the ground. The girl, Tong Tong, only 8 years old, was Fu Wei's granddaughter. Orphaned in her youth, she had become a beggar in Qingshan City, her sensitive and fragile nature shaped by the grim surroundings. It was only after Fu Wei returned from the battlefield that she once again felt the warmth of home and the innocence of childhood. But how long had it been? Now, her home was gone. The man who had cherished her, who would have given her everything, was no more. She was alone again. Child, do not grieve. From now on, we shall all be your family. The 8 veterans, upon seeing Tong Tong, could only weep openly, holding the coffin tightly. They were here for Tong Tong, to ensure Fu Wei could return to his roots, to the last remaining member of his family. After grandfather returned, he often spoke of returning to the battlefield. Now, he has fulfilled that wish, so how could I be sad? Tong Tong's innocent voice pierced the hearts of everyone present. She understood Fu Wei's wish, her maturity evoking deep sympathy. And why parents are gone, and now my grandfather is gone too. I must be the cursed star of the heavens. Tong Tong staggered to her feet, no longer gazing at the coffin. She undid her pigtails, using a dagger to sever her shoulder-length hair. While Fu Wei was alive, he had often discussed the great Xia martial dynasty, where the people lived in peace and prosperity, free from war. Thus, I wish to go to the northern frontier. Tong Tong smiled brightly, though it was tinged with sadness, brandishing the dagger as she attempted to leave the city. Oh, not act recklessly. The 8 veterans rushed to stop her. Get away from me, Tong Tong screamed, her facade of strength crumbling, tears streaming down her face as she brandished the dagger, causing the veterans to retreat in fear of her harming herself. With a sudden thrust, the dagger struck a figure, blood spraying forth. It's you. Upon recognizing the figure, Tong Tong's tear-streaked face hardened, and she lunged forward with the dagger once more. Unfazed, Chu Nan allowed the dagger to pierce his chest. What are you doing? Are you not afraid I might kill you? Tong Tong retreated, staring at the Northern King, her voice trembling. I will take you to seek revenge. Chu Nan's gaze remained calm, the hatred within him unexpressed. The word revenge struck Tong Tong like a thunderclap. Though only 8 years old, she understood the difficulty of avenging Fu Wei. Big brother, are you not afraid? She asked, her eyes fixed on the Northern King, who had garnered her grandfather's admiration. Even in the face of countless extraordinary beings and the Dongtian realm above, I will press forward without hesitation, Chu Nan replied. As his words echoed, he moved swiftly, the 8 veterans' grip loosening. He held the coffin effortlessly with one hand. Northern King. The veteran's lips moved silently. The deceased deserved to rest peacefully. Thank you, esteemed elders. Chu Nan nodded, then stated, let me undertake the efforts you were unable to complete. The enemies you wished to slay, I shall confront. The chaos you sought to quell, I shall resolve. I intend to ensure that old Fu's remains are preserved intact, so he may witness that no one dares to ignite the flames of war in the Great Xia again. After rectifying these grievances, he may finally rest in peace. The 8 veterans trembled at his words. The Northern King of the Great Xia had not betrayed Fu Wei's trust. He was poised to take action. What the Northern King lifted was not merely Fu Wei's remains, but the hopes and faith of countless warriors. Northern King, though our cultivation may be lacking, we are willing to protect our homeland. A stir arose among the crowd as a group of Xuanwu practitioners stepped forward, pledging their allegiance. Chu Nan's robes billowed as a wave of energy repelled the eager practitioners. Chu Nan, Qin Huayu appeared, determined to follow. Stand down. Chu Nan's lips barely moved, yet his words carried an insurmountable intensity. As the Northern King, he had never been harsh with his subordinates, but in that moment, his 2 simple words conveyed a profound killing intent, a bloodlust that no river could cleanse. Chu Nan stood firm, gazing towards the direction of the Northern King's residence. Chu Yuan, Chu Hong, Lin Lanji, Chu Yao, and dozens of family members had all arrived, standing amidst the rain to observe Chu Nan. Such is the nature of sons. What more could one desire? Chu Yuan and Chu Nan exchanged glances, sharing a proud laugh. Brother, go for it. Chu Yao smiled, rare in her lack of sorrow. She understood that her brother, as the Northern King, had to uphold the crumbling sky. Some things simply had to be done. Chu Nan nodded, supporting the black coffin, and together with Tong Tong, vanished into the rain. On that day, the Great Xia martial dynasty was beset by torrential rain, and the Northern King emerged from his seclusion, heading straight for the Diluo. Chapter 45. The martial master carries the coffin. Journeying to Diluo, the Great Xia martial dynasty was in turmoil. In the northern prefectures, many took to the streets, prostrating themselves towards the heavens. A group of veterans sought to return to the battlefield, but they were brutally struck down by the Defeng martial master, who had forcefully taken passage through their lands. The tragedy unfolded in the northern frontier. Few had witnessed the calamity, yet the news spread far and wide. They had not seen those veterans, but were grateful for their sacrifice. As more ill tidings emerged, sorrow engulfed them. They were praying for the departed heroes while mourning the future of the Great Xia. With a master in the Dongtian realm above, the 10 martial masters bowed their heads. The martial dynasty war was but a month away. Once ignited, the Great Xia would cease to exist. Some had already given up, returning to their homelands to reunite with their loved ones and savor their final moments together. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia, a month has passed, yet they remain ensnared. And even if they were to escape, what then? The surrounding Wu dynasty is engulfed in ceaseless turmoil, ultimately rendering them mere skeletons. Lingyun County of the Great Xia is also one of the fiefdoms of the Northern King. It lies a mere 1,000 miles from the formidable northern stronghold, with the Northern King's army stationed ahead, promising a semblance of security. Yet, at this moment, an atmosphere of panic looms thickly. The heavens above are shrouded in darkness, with vast flocks of raptors soaring in formation. These raptors are of an exotic breed, Not the azure-feathered eagles. They hail from the great wind Wu dynasty, forcefully traversing the land, en route to the grand Luo martial palace. Among them, 10 raptors are bound by stout iron chains, securely suspending a delicate pavilion. Thousands of raptors form a protective formation around this structure. The procession of the great Wind Wu Lord is a grand spectacle, with an entourage of 200,000 soldiers and extraordinary guardians. How infuriating it is that even the great Wind Wu dynasty dares to impose upon us. How I wish I were part of the royal army, capable of commanding these flying beasts. I would surely retaliate. The defenders of Lingyun County gaze upwards at the gruesome heads hanging from the pavilion, their faces etched with resentment. The great Wind Wu dynasty, brazenly asserting its dominance, slaughters the powerful practitioners of the great Xia along their path, claiming their heads with utter arrogance. The soil of the great Xia, fertile as it may be, has nurtured a host of cowards. A man in elegant robes, stationed near the pavilion, chuckles lightly as he senses the hatred directed at him from below. He often draws his bow, targeting the commoners of great Xia for sport, as if hunting for amusement. Since the demise of the Xia ancestor, there have been no formidable warriors left in the great Xia. The current northern king is somewhat commendable, yet even he is too frightened to show himself. The refined, middle-aged gentleman comments, his demeanor cultured but lacking the cruelty of the robed man, though he cradles a young girl in his arms, relishing the moment. Wenshi, you truly are a beast, never forgetting your old profession. The robed man laughs derisively, then suddenly gasps, drawing his bowstring taut. Below, in the dense forest, an elderly woman, frail and decrepit, is fleeing for her life. It is the master of the Shueiyue sect, the foremost on the current Xia martial ranking. She intends to honor her promise to the northern king and journey to the northern borders of Great Xia, now targeted by the extraordinary forces of the great Wind Wu dynasty, remarkably strong. Were it not for her advanced age, she might have already transcended to the extraordinary realm. The robed man sneers with mockery. Northern king, I am powerless. I must take my leave first. The master of Shueiyue closes her eyes in bitterness. The mental prowess of extraordinary beings is formidable, and with their true essence, they can draw their bows. The Tianwu cannot withstand such force. However, after a brief moment, nothing transpires. When she opens her eyes, her pupils constrict in shock. The robed man, who had drawn his bow, plummets like a severed kite from the sky. Who is it? Wenshi, holding the girl, is struck with horror, his body tense with fear. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, the air erupts with a cacophony, akin to mountains collapsing and seas surging. Waves of energy descend like celestial bodies crashing into the earth. Looking out, the great Wind Wu army is engulfed in bloodshed. The raptors, comparable to the formidable Xuanwu realm practitioners, either explode midair or plummet downwards. The warriors mounted upon the raptors are similarly affected, either killed instantly or falling from the sky, leaving the master of Shueiyue astonished. A rain of corpses descends from above. There are strong beings launching a surprise attack. The remaining raptors scatter in utter terror, as the incoming pressure is evidently that of departing extraordinary true essence. Nearby the pavilion, for powerful guardians of the great Wind Wu dynasty lie slain. Yet now, they are all deceased. The sun in the sky is obscured, casting vast shadows. Above soars a golden eagle, shimmering as if forged from gold, hovering over the great Wind Wu forces, its gaze like icy lightning, causing the raptors to wail in despair. They instinctively fear this extraordinary creature. Upon the eagle's back stand 2 figures. A young man clad in white, with a white headband, drags a black coffin, his eyes cold, inducing gasps among the soldiers of the great Wind Wu dynasty. The northern king of Great Xia has arrived. Kill! The single command from Chu Nan resonates as he leaps down with the coffin, like a shooting star descending upon the pavilion. Northern king, you have arrived just in time. I shall take your head to the grand Luo martial palace. A powerful extraordinary aura erupts from within the pavilion, revealing a robust, imposing middle-aged man who leaps into action. However, the moment he appears, darkness envelopes his vision at a foot, descending towards his face, brings forth unmatched force, shattering the northern wind lord's nose and forcing him to stagger back into the pavilion. That foot ruthlessly descends, shattering the pavilion and dragging 10 raptors down with it. Boom! The earth trembles, creating a massive pit, debris scattering in all directions. As the dust settles, The scene reveals devastation. Fu Lao, Chu Nan, with the coffin raised in his left hand and a head in his right, wears a pained expression. The old man, unwilling to close his eyes in death, stares defiantly at the enemy of Great Xia. Chu Nan opens the black coffin, placing the head of Fu Wei within. Little bastard! A furious roar emerges from the ruins. The Northern Wind Lord, bloodied and frantic, charges forward, his abdomen radiating with 32 zhong of true essence, surging forth like a tempest. He is a top-tier extraordinary being, aiming to kill Chu Nan. Without uttering a word, Chu Nan strikes, simplifying the complexities and suppressing the Northern Wind Lord's extraordinary martial techniques. As the storm subsides, the Northern Wind Lord bends in agony, his right arm hanging limply. How can this be? A young extraordinary from Great Xia has emerged, of whom he has heard tales. Yet, transcending the sea of suffering and reaching the shores of extraordinary power is an arduous journey. As a top-tier extraordinary being, he cannot withstand even a single strike from Chu Nan, and his right arm has been shattered. The Northern King of Great Xia is unfathomable. The cries from above continue. A rain of corpses falls. The Golden Eagle, carrying Tong Tong, charges back and forth, causing the soldiers of the Great Wind Wu dynasty to fall rapidly. The Northern Wind Lord gasps. The pain of his flesh pales in comparison to the terror in his heart. The sound of iron chains snapping reverberates. 2 chains are broken by Chu Nan's bare hands, dancing like dragons and serpents, coiling around the Northern Wind Lord in sheer terror. The Northern Wind Lord retreats but cannot evade. His body sinks as the black coffin is hurled by Chu Nan, bound to the Northern Wind Lord's back. For the veterans of the Great Xia martial dynasty, carry the coffin to the Grand Luo martial dynasty. Once over the northern border, you shall be freed. Chu Nan's lips move, his tone devoid of warmth. 3 hours later, the skies above Lingyun County are devoid of raptors. The remnants of humanity and raptors stretch for 100 miles, resembling a blood-soaked sword directed towards the northern borders of Great Xia. Northern King. Our Northern King of Great Xia has acted, even suppressing top-tier extraordinary beings. The master of Shueiyue throws aside her cane, her excitement causing her to dance, her murky eyes glistening with tears. Extraordinary beings can surge through a sea of soldiers. This is no mere boast. The Northern King of Great Xia has trampled upon the Great Wind Wu dynasty, slaying 200,000 soldiers and capturing a martial lord. Who dares say that the Great Xia has no strong warriors? The Northern King heads north to strike at the Grand Luo martial dynasty. The master of Shueiyue feels her blood igniting, chasing after the Golden Eagle. 1 man and 1 extraordinary creature, cutting through the army of the Great Wind Wu dynasty, creating a commotion akin to a war. The Northern King has made his move. Soon, this news spreads like a landslide, sweeping across the vast territories of Great Xia. 1 city after another raises crimson banners of rebellion, glowing like beacons in the night, shaking the hearts of the despairing and aggrieved. Finally, someone has risen to shoulder the weight of the heavens, and it is none other than the Northern King, who had previously been vilified. In the face of countless accusations, the Northern King offers no defense, demonstrating his resolve through action. We have wronged the Northern King, my lord. He is only 19. He seeks to bear the burden of Great Xia alone. What are we waiting for? The audacity of the Great Wind Wu dynasty arises from the complacency of many. Shall we merely watch the Northern King fall? When that time comes, who will safeguard our peace? The fervent words resonate throughout the counties of Great Xia. Indeed, shedding the mantle of kingship and disregarding his own glory, the Northern King is but 19, with an aged soldier half buried in the earth calling for arms, and a youthful hero volunteering to confront the Grand Luo martial dynasty. Why do they still languish idly? The throngs heading towards the northern borders swell rapidly, akin to a rolling tide. With the Northern King leading, those rushing towards the north seem to trace the footsteps of sages, transforming the atmosphere of Great Xia. Homeland Pass. Though this stronghold lies in the northern borders, it is a fair distance from the front lines. Here, a group of war slaves takes respite. In days past, when the Great Xia held martial competitions, the Northern King himself had come, erasing the name of the Liang sect, relegating all its elders and disciples, along with the local officials, to the status of war slaves. Escorting them here, the woman with chestnut hair stands quietly, gazing towards the northern borders, gently biting her red lip. Just moments ago, a golden eagle soared overhead, racing towards the north. The young man upon the eagle did not pause, nor did he leave behind a single word, passing by as if they were strangers. Yue, do you truly intend to go? The black-clad elder, Lu Yu, inquires, is what you are doing truly worthwhile? The great Xia is in chaos. The guards at Hanmin Pass have all gone to the northern borders. This group of war slaves, now devoid of supervision, enjoys a semblance of freedom. Yet, Yue still desires to venture north, a notion he struggles to comprehend. I once believed that power was the most important thing in the world, even forsaking my feelings for him 6 years ago. After the martial gathering of the great Xia, I realized I was gravely mistaken. Those willing to protect their homeland are the true heroes. Why Yue speaks softly, her figure gradually receding. Since being relegated to a war slave, thoughts of Chu Nan have often crossed her mind, and she finds no animosity within her heart. Even though she is no longer the favored consort, she once was a peer of that extraordinary individual. She does not wish to spend her life being looked down upon by him. How infuriating! Lu Yu mutters a curse under his breath, pursuing alongside several elders of the Liang sect. On the northern border, the red earth stretches for 1,000 miles. Apart from the undefeated northern King's army, over 1 million royal troops stand guard. These royal troops once besieged Xia City, but after surrendering, they were unified under the command of the King, dispatched to the northern borders to face the Grand Luo, constructing defensive fortifications to atone for their earlier transgressions while awaiting the onset of the martial war. At this moment, the butcher, Yang Yi, and Yinzi Ling stand at the forefront, their expressions solemn, exchanging no words. The Great Windwu dynasty had intended to forcefully pass through Great Xia, attacking from the rear. However, with the Northern King's intervention, they no longer need to confront the Great Windwu dynasty. Now, they await the Northern King. Suddenly, the royal troops part to make way. The golden eagle descends from the heavens, landing gracefully, as a figure tumbles down. It is the Northern Wind Lord, entangled in thick iron chains. Struggling to rise while bearing the black coffin, his visage smeared with blood. The dignified lord of a martial dynasty, who commands the kings, now finds himself in the humiliating position of a mere soldier. Carrying a coffin for Great Xia, a degradation he cannot voice, he stumbles forward, knowing that only upon reaching the Grand Luo can he hope for liberation. Northern King, I and the soldiers of Great Xia are at your command. The King, adorned in military garb with her hair elegantly pinned, approaches and kneels before Chu Nan, exuding valor. This knee is not merely a gesture of reverence for Chu Nan's status as the Kirin's son, but rather an homage to the Northern King, who seeks to restore peace to Great Xia. I shall enter the Grand Luo. You are the commander of the northern borders. A commander cannot act recklessly. Chu Nan's gaze sharpens. He had declared during his time at the Xia Palace that he would bring an end to all conflicts. Why, Lord? This cannot be. The butcher, Yang Yi, and Yinzi Ling gasp. Kneeling before the Northern King's army, their voices resonating powerfully, please take us with you into the Grand Luo, that we may stain the enemy's land with our blood. The current Grand Luo martial dynasty possesses formidable extraordinary beings and hidden realms. They cannot allow the king to venture into danger alone. The royal army's duty is to protect Great Xia, not merely to shield him. Chu Nan continues forward, his words ringing clear. The butcher's lips move, yet no words escape. The leaders under the Northern King cannot remain ignorant of the temperament of the young man before them. The Northern King's command will not be repeated. Brother, Yinzi Ling, whose beauty rivals that of a woman, along with the Northern King's army, is left teary-eyed. There are no undefeated royal troops, merely brothers who have exchanged lives upon the battlefield. They are willing to shield the Northern King from harm. The Northern King desires to protect them, leveraging his extraordinary strength to defuse the martial conflict. Northern King, please accept our reverence. The King trembles, bowing to the young man who strides forward. Chu Nan, resolved, remains unmoved by her gestures, accepting this tribute meant for the Northern King, who strives to quell the turmoil in Great Xia. We bid farewell to the Northern King, with the Northern King leading the way. They vow to protect the northern borders, fighting to the death without retreat. The sound of armor clashing fills the air as numerous royal troops kneel, their emotions surging, eyes brimming with tears. They finally comprehend the source of the Northern King's army's formidable cohesion. The regal bearing of the young man before them is enough to captivate any heart. Tong Tong, unusually docile, glances up at Chu Nan, seemingly understanding why her grandfather revered the Northern King. I, Chu Nan, am fortunate to forge bonds with you all as comrades. In the years to come, I shall share with you the splendid sights of this world. Chu Nan halts, turning gently with a smile. He channels his true essence, carving a deep chasm in the ground, issuing the Northern King's edict. Any Grand Luo practitioners crossing this boundary shall be slain without mercy. Subsequently, he halts the golden eagle from following. The extraordinary raptors are akin to war machines. With their presence in the northern borders, he can proceed with confidence. Beyond the northern borders of Great Xia, a vast expanse of city walls looms on the horizon, marking the entrance to the Grand Luo. Are you afraid? Chu Nan inquires of Tong Tong. Not afraid, she replies, shaking her head, still docile, as innocent and endearing as she was at the Taiyue Tavern. She has been abandoned by her parents, discarded by her grandfather. Yet, the young man before her has never forsaken her. Because the Northern Windlord still bears the coffin, he has not yet faced justice. Chu Nan has not yet granted her vengeance or fulfilled her grandfather's wish. Very well, Chu Nan nods, eyes fixed ahead. The Grand Luo Martial Lord, wielding the might of hidden realms, pressures him to enter the Grand Luo Martial Palace and confess his crimes. Yet Chu Nan shall go, to see what crimes he is to confess, and what justice is to be rendered. Hand in hand with Tong Tong, the Northern Wind Lord bearing the coffin, the three figures gradually vanish into the encroaching sands. Chapter 47. Those who block my path shall all perish in the confrontation between the two great martial dynasties. Even the slightest disturbance is keenly noted by the other. This moment, the borders of the Grand Luo martial dynasty are already rife with tension. The Northern Wind Lord, bearing the coffin in front, leads the Northern King of Great Xia, adorned with a white headband and accompanied by Tong Tong, drawing the attention of the station troops at the Grand Luo border. The Northern Windlord has indeed been captured by the Northern King of Great Xia. A general of the Tianwu realm stands atop the watchtower, astonished to see no soldiers advancing into the border. During the establishment of the Grand Luo, though it was not as powerful as Great Xia, no one dared to breach its borders alone. Especially considering the Grand Luo martial lord's ascension to hidden realms, elevating the entire dynasty's reputation in Qingzhou, the Northern King truly prepared to confront the Grand Luo alone? Prepare. The general raises his right hand, issuing a series of commands. Suddenly, arrows are drawn, the sound echoing like a chorus, as a barrage of shimmering blue arrows is ready to meet the three approaching figures. The arrows are laced with deadly poison. My esteemed Grand Luo leaders, I am the Northern Windlord, your ally. Do not harm me. The Northern Windlord, bearing the coffin, hastens forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. He has endured immense suffering. After crossing the northern borders of Great Xia, the Northern King is fulfilling his promise to liberate him, albeit not through his own hand. Tong Tong, wielding a dagger, inflicts wound after wound upon the Northern Windlord, crimson blood flowing from the northern borders to this place. Had it been a practitioner from the Sea of Suffering, they would have long since fallen. I apologize, Northern Windlord. The Tianwu general hesitates briefly, witnessing the Northern King less than a mile from the border. With a wave of his hand, the air trembles as a rain of arrows darkens the sky, covering the advance without leaving a blind spot. Once I am free, I will see to it that you are executed. The Northern Windlord's face turns ashen as he desperately dodges. Though he is a top-tier extraordinary being, the Wind Martial Sovereign fervently channeled his true essence to expel the venom coursing through him. Behind him, Chu Nan strode gracefully alongside Tong Tong, his garments billowing as if caught in a gentle breeze. Without lifting a finger, he effortlessly deflected all arrows aimed at them. A myriad of arrows could not breach the sanctity of his presence. This sight weighed heavily on the hearts of the garrison within the city, compelling them to draw their bows once more. The Northern King of the Great Xia had long since earned his reputation across the realm of Deluo, having single-handedly slain the 5 formidable beings of Deluo before. Even if the chance of wounding him was but 1 in 10,000, they felt the need to strive for it. Sensing the air tremble again, the Wind Martial Sovereign was taken aback, diverting his path towards the side. Should he continue onward, there remained a faint glimmer of hope for escape. However, if he were to halt now, his demise was inevitable. Chu Nan's words struck him like a bolt, rendering his body momentarily rigid. The Northern King of the Great Xia dared to kill him on the spot. The Wind Martial Sovereign bellowed, desperately evading wave after wave of arrows as he raced towards the city gate. Kill! Upon seeing the trio arrive at the gate, a Deluo general drew his sword and shouted, "Boom!" as his voice fell. The towering city walls trembled, cracks spreading like a spider's web, akin to a ferocious beast battering against the fortress. Debris cascaded down, toppling many. With a resounding crash, the bronze gate twisted and flew backward, causing the walls to collapse, leaving a breach spanning hundreds of meters. Unbelievable! As Chu Nan withdrew his fist and strode through the gap, the Wind Martial Sovereign swallowed hard. There had been no verbal clash, yet he had been struck down at the formidable Deluo border. This young exceptional being was truly terrifying. Captured by the enemy, did he truly possess any hope of escape? He needed to flee quickly. Upon hearing the tumult of thousands of soldiers within the city, the Wind Martial Sovereign sought to exploit the chaos to escape. However, just then, with a clatter, chains rattled, and an overwhelming force dragged him back. "I told you, I would grant you relief." Chu Nan shattered the iron chains, the black coffin crashing to the ground. As for the Wind Martial Sovereign, his hair was seized, and he was pressed down onto the black coffin. "What do you intend to do?" The Wind Martial Sovereign was gripped by an unprecedented terror. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the scene unfolding within the city. Before him was a glinting array of cold steel. An endless line of Deluo soldiers commanded by their general, resembling a forest of iron, their murderous intent permeating the skies. Yet, none dared to advance, merely watching as he was pinned to the black coffin. With a light step, Tong Tong moved forward, understanding without need for words. Armed with a dagger, she aimed for the Wind Martial Sovereign's neck. This dagger was a gift from Fu Wei, a reminder that in this age of divine descendants, a girl must possess the strength for self-defense. Now, Tong Tong sought to avenge Fu Wei. The Wind Martial Sovereign flailed helplessly, yet it was futile. A sharp pain spread across his neck as warm liquid sprayed forth. Though Tong Tong lacked great strength, she managed to slice a gash into the Wind Martial Sovereign's throat. Unrelenting, she continued. Learning of the tragic news, she had promised herself to be strong, for her grandfather loathed her tears. Yet now, tears streamed down her face, her body trembling as if in catharsis, her hands drenched in blood. In life, who was devoid of obsession. The loss of her grandfather would become her lifelong fixation, haunting her like a nightmare. Now, she was dispelling this obsession with her own hands, the darkness within her heart dissipating. Within the Deluo border, silence reigned, broken only by the anguished cries of the Wind Martial Sovereign. The northern king of the Great Xia pressed down on the Wind Martial Sovereign, allowing a frail girl to kill a legendary martial sovereign before the eyes of thousands. Such a bizarre and absurd tableau instilled an inexplicable fear and shock within the Deluo army, as if a great mountain weighed upon their chests, nearly suffocating them. After 20 breaths, the Wind Martial Sovereign's cries diminished, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The black coffin of Fu Wei was now stained a deep crimson with the blood of the Wind Martial Sovereign. Tong Tong stepped back, her face initially pale but then regained composure. As a descendant of an old soldier, she possessed an innate fierceness. "Grandfather, you may now rest in peace." Tong Tong knelt before the bloodied coffin, shedding all pretense. Wiping her tears away, she continued onward. The vengeance for Fu Wei had been exacted, yet his regrets lingered. Chu Nan's voice reached her, prompting Tong Tong to obediently nod and stand beside him. "O Northern King, should you come to confess your sins and submit, we may allow your passage, escorting you to the Deluo Martial Palace. However, should you come to sow discord, your blood will surely stain Deluo." A short-haired man appeared before the ranks of the Deluo army, his gaze sharp and true essence surging forth, revealing him to be an exceptional being. The Deluo border could hardly lack exceptional guardians. In response to the short-haired man's inquiry, Chu Nan merely bent slightly, raising the bloodied coffin. "The Wind Martial Sovereign has perished. From here on, I shall carry this coffin, entering the Deluo Martial Palace. I am of the Deluo Martial Dynasty." As Chu Nan stepped forward, lifting the coffin, the short-haired man's expression shifted. "Who are you? Does it even matter?" Chu Nan's lips moved, interrupting him. With a wave of his hand, a long spear was lifted by his true essence and grasped tightly. "Those who block my path shall be met with death." As his words fell, the spear shot forth like a comet, aimed directly at the short-haired man. Chapter 48. One man pressing a nation, fear spreads across the land. The short-haired man, already apprehensive of Chu Nan, was now utterly shocked. The spear hurled by Chu Nan was so swift that he could only catch a glimpse of its afterimage. In a flash, the short-haired man's true essence surged, and 8 Deluo soldiers were lifted from the ground, pulled before him as living shields. Blood sprayed forth, the sound of blades piercing flesh resonating all around. The 8 armored Deluo soldiers were pierced in succession by the spear, like gourds flying into the air. The short-haired man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, his face a mask of horror. Even with the 8 Deluo soldiers shielding him, he could not withstand the might of the northern king of the great Xia's spear, which plunged several inches into his flesh, sending him hurtling 10 zhang away. Before the short-haired man could rise, a second spear came hurtling toward him. Bang! Caught off guard, his head shattered like a watermelon. This gruesome spectacle froze the atmosphere. The Deluo soldiers, weapons in hand, trembled, a chill running down their spines. The northern king of the great Xia, without regard for the name of the Deluo monarch, raised his hand and executed his foes, as if a divine being had descended upon the mortal realm. What could they use to defend against such might? My purpose here is to quell the troubles of the great Xia and fulfill the regrets of certain elders. If you believe you can obstruct me, then come and try. Chu Nan's white robe billowed as he carried the bloodied coffin, proclaiming, I do not mind carving a path through blood, stepping upon corpses to reach the Deluo martial palace. The northern king's words swept through the air like a frigid gale. The ironclad forest of soldiers before him stirred, silently parting to create a path. The northern king of the great Xia was beyond human restraint. To attempt to block him with the stationed troops within the city was tantamount to seeking death. It would be wiser to let him pass. Beyond this barrier lay the vast expanse of Deluo, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers resided, capable of entombing the northern king. Chu Nan, coffin in hand, his garments free of blood, departed alongside Tong Tong. During the reign of the summer ancestor, the nation was governed by propriety, and every martial sovereign followed suit. Yet the current Deluo martial sovereign was ambitious, driving his forces to seize territory, perpetually embroiling the land in conflict. Now, the Deluo martial dynasty spanned 1,500 prefectures, a realm steeped in the bones of the fallen. Now, smoke of war billowed across all prefectures of Deluo, messages exchanged, with soldiers and royal troops visible everywhere, the chaos beginning to unfold. The catalyst for all this unrest was but one individual, the northern king of the great Xia, who had crossed the border into Deluo territory. He stood defiantly, leaving no attempt to conceal his presence as he traversed the prefectures, breaching the defenses of each garrison with ease. The storm of the Deluo martial dynasty intensified. Soon, 3 royal troops advanced from 3 directions, forming a pincer to encircle the northern king. The Deluo martial sovereign aspired to reach the heavenly realms, with 10 major martial dynasties bowing before him. And now he was faced with an invasion at his doorstep. Failure to halt it would render him a laughingstock throughout the entirety of Qingzhou. Regrettably, this tumultuous conflict did not endure long. Within half an hour, witnesses observed the northern king of the great Xia, raising the bloodied coffin, emerging from a sea of corpses. The 3 royal troops had suffered heavy casualties, torn apart by his overwhelming force. Unable to mount further resistance, the might of Deluo's countless troops could not deter the northern king. Child, how dare you think to oppose Deluo alone? A disheveled elder in a gray robe, embodying the strength of a lion, spoke up. He led 300 cultivators, riding upon flying beasts, charging towards Chu Nan. His name was Pei Xian. Following the fall of Guguan, he became the last remaining extraordinary being of the great Xia. Wielding the thunder palm capable of grasping the moon from the heavens, a martial sage of Deluo. The 300 cultivators were Pei Xian's disciples, all elite warriors of Deluo, skilled in sword formations, capable of striking exceptional beings. This scene ignited excitement among the Deluo cultivators. With a sage like Pei Xian leading his 300 disciples, it was expected they could at least halt the northern king, if not slay him outright. Ultimately, at the cold moon slope of Deluo, Pei Xian confronted the advancing Chu Nan, who bore the coffin. That battle was marked by resounding thunder enveloping the skies, blood rain falling from above. As the martial sage of Deluo, Pei Xian could not withstand 3 exchanges at the hands of the northern king of the great Xia. His lion-like physique was torn asunder, blood staining the heavens. All 300 disciples met their demise. Even the girl beside the northern king could not be harmed. Having traversed through the Deluo border, Chu Nan carved his path through slaughter, refusing to pursue those who fled. For both the station soldiers and royal troops bore orders, their conflict with him merely a matter of differing stances. Unlike Pei Xian and his disciples, who bore personal desires and sought to slay him for glory, he was determined to face Deluo alone. Tio the Deluo cultivators. Any who dare to defy me may come forth to battle. Chu Nan stepped over Pei Xian's corpse, continuing onward. His words echoed through the major prefectures, rendering the Deluo cultivators speechless. The northern king of the Great Xia had reached an unprecedented level of might. The absurd notion of one man waging war against a nation was becoming a reality. Neglecting the royal troops, the count of extraordinary beings from Deluo who perished at his hands had already approached 10. No matter how profound Deluo's foundation, it could not withstand such attrition. Over the next month, Chu Nan continued to fight and kill. He seized flying beasts, cutting a direct path through the Deluo martial dynasty, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The northern king shall surely falter. Let us join forces and slay him. 2 more exceptional beings appeared, accompanied by a multitude of cultivators. Over 90% of the sky and earth warriors of Deluo had gathered here, guarding the perilous terrain, intent on encircling Chu Nan. This was evidently a premeditated ambush. They firmly believed that the notion of one man facing an entire martial dynasty was inconceivable, and no matter how valiant Chu Nan was, he was still human, and even the strongest would tire. How could he possibly endure against the relentless assaults of the Deluo royal troops and numerous mighty foes? They had calculated the timing perfectly, preparing to overwhelm Chu Nan and bury him. However, the ambushers quickly became astonished. Chu Nan's blood radiated with brilliance, as 24 extraordinary rainbows ascended into the heavens, enveloping him in a canopy of spiritual energy. The martial sage Pei Xian had provided him with 2 seeds of creation, further enhancing his divine bloodline, allowing him to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth with astonishing speed. His true essence surged endlessly, breaking through the heavens. Chu Nan stood tall, his vital pathways roaring to life. A mere dash forward resembled a tempest crashing upon them, sending foes reeling. How could this be? The confidence of the ambushers was utterly shattered. This youngest king of the Great Xia could not be measured by common standards. His physique rivaled that of extraordinary beings. Hours later, the battle concluded. It was not that the ambushers were difficult to deal with. Rather, Chu Nan had engaged in combat solely with his physical form, honing his skills in battle, striving to master his body and break into the realm of the extraordinary. He had guarded the northern border of the Great Xia for 6 years, adept at introspection and breakthroughs in battle. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the sword-raising technique? To him, the pinnacle of the extraordinary was not far-fetched. The atmosphere across the various prefectures of Deluo had reached a breaking point. On the vast lands of 1,500 prefectures, the sounds of war had seemingly vanished. Keen observers noted that the once mighty era of the Deluo military seemed to have dissipated. Extraordinary sovereigns had all bled out, while the cultivators of the bitter sea had suffered severe casualties, with few sky and earth warriors remaining. The various royal troops had also been decimated, their morale shattered. Even the bravest generals quaked in fear, no longer daring to show their faces in the expansive Deluo martial dynasty. No one could be found to oppose Chu Nan. The northern king of the Great Xia was truly waging war against a nation, achieving an absolute upper hand, crushing the confidence of the Deluo cultivators with his powerful actions. Deluo martial sovereign, has your realm yet to stabilize? Why do you still sit idly by? Chu Nan spoke, finding a clear path ahead as the station troops retreated upon seeing him. The Deluo martial palace issued a decree from the martial sovereign, permitting him to pass. The conflict could not be resolved. The Deluo cultivators harbored a simmering resentment, believing that the Deluo martial palace would become the northern king's burial ground. Chapter 49. Treading upon heads, entering the Deluo martial palace, the Deluo border had long since been breached. Shadows surged across the land, advancing into the enemy territory of Deluo. They were cultivators of the Great Xia martial dynasty, fervently following the northern king, as if tracing the footsteps of saints. The northern king had commanded that the royal troops and generals stationed at the northern border must not cross the line. However, they were not included in this edict. Even if the northern king were to chastise them, they bore no grievances. These cultivators of the Great Xia, inspired by the Northern King, donned armor and wielded weapons, their spirits soaring with the ambition to stain the enemy nation with their blood. Yet, as they progressed, they encountered no resistance, only witnessing the bodies of fallen foes littering the path to the Deluo martial palace. The Deluo martial dynasty seemed engulfed in an unending war. Chaos reigning in all directions, my lord. The Northern King has breached half of Deluo and is nearing the Deluo martial palace. A scout returned with thrilling news, leaving the great Xia cultivators astounded. To single-handedly oppose a nation. What an invincible feat! Even during the reign of the Summer Ancestor, such valor would have been unprecedented. Yet the Northern King had achieved it, spilling blood across Deluo in every direction. Amidst the crowd, Yue, sword in hand, was entranced. The figure of the young man far ahead shimmered brightly, nearly rivaling that of a deity in her eyes. Autumn had arrived, and the air was tinged with chill. The official road, wide enough for 10 carriages, was gradually suffocated by the stench of blood. Tap, tap. The sound of light and heavy footsteps resonated. A young man, bearing a bloodied coffin, walked alongside a girl. The youth was enveloped in a crimson aura, yet his white attire remained untainted, a white cloth binding his hair billowing in the wind. He walked along the road, his aura concealed, causing all insects to fall silent. This was a manifestation of his formidable mental strength. He was human, not a deity. After a month of waging war against a nation, even without injury, his spirit would inevitably tire. Yet he could not falter, for Tong Tong was by his side, and behind him stood the people of the Great Xia. This conviction compelled him to push his spirit to its limits, breaking through into exhilarating new heights. Only with immense mental strength could he command such a robust physique. Now, Chu Nan was on the verge of transcending the corporeal realm, the barriers to the extraordinary beginning to loosen. Only an unparalleled genius could tread into such forbidden territory, and the son of the Chu clan was undeterred. Finally, they arrived. Chu Nan raised his gaze. Before him stood a colossal city, endless in its expanse, lying in wait like a ferocious beast, a bastion of unparalleled power. The imperial city of the Deluo martial dynasty. Surrounding the city was an air of grim determination. Countless soldiers stood in formation, a vast, unyielding sea. The royal troops of the Deluo had been reduced to a state of utter despondency. These soldiers, hailing from other martial dynasties, had received orders and now displayed hostility towards the advancing Chu Nan. Chu Nan exchanged a glance with Tong Tong. "Big brother, I am not afraid," she declared with a smile. During this month, all she had seen were corpses, all she had heard were cries of despair. Yet for some reason, she felt that this was the most peaceful time of her life. With Chu Nan by her side, she felt secure. Among the ranks of the great Xia martial dynasty, she alone bore witness to the Northern King's feats. "Very well," Chu Nan replied with a smile, stepping forward. "At this rate, how long must we continue this slaughter? The Northern King of the Great Xia possesses an unmatched presence. It would be wise to lay down our obsessions and sincerely seek forgiveness." A robust figure emerged, clad in a dragon robe, exuding an overwhelming aura of true essence that compelled the soldiers along his path to bow in deference. He was the ruler of the Dailiang martial dynasty, speaking in a tone imbued with compassion, seeking to persuade the Northern King to surrender. "Though you know how those who fall before me meet their demise." Chu Nan's cold laughter echoed as the ground beneath him erupted. He leaped into the air, cradling the coffin with his left hand and extending his right hand towards the face of the great Liang martial sovereign. The Northern King had stepped into the realm of Deluo, exuding an unmistakable aura. Anyone who obstructed his path would meet their demise. "You stubborn fool." The expression of the great Liang martial sovereign darkened, his extraordinary presence generating a wave of energy that knocked down the soldiers beside him. His blood surged like a blazing sun, a 35 zhang expanse of essence roiling, his true energy clinging to his arms like a ferocious beast reaching for the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the great Liang martial sovereign grunted as his feet sank deep into the earth. The sound of bones cracking echoed from his arms. In their clash, an overwhelming force surged forth, nearly shattering the sovereign's limbs. Chu Nan had become so powerful that the great Liang martial sovereign could not even contend with him. What terrified the great Liang martial sovereign the most was that as Chu Nan approached, it felt as if a colossal hammer struck his head, causing even his raging blood essence to momentarily stall. This was the weight of Chu Nan's extraordinary aura and divine lineage bearing down upon him. You wish to be a dog for the Deluo martial dynasty, seeking your master's favor, urging me to confess? Have you ever considered whether you are worthy? Chu Nan's icy words left the great Liang martial sovereign dizzy. Chu Nan reached out, grasping his ankle and lifting him upside down. Your Majesty, the martial sovereign. The surrounding commanders of the great Liang martial dynasty turned pale, leading their troops to charge forward. Instantly, the air was filled with a low hum. As the great Liang commanders rushed in, they were met with darkness before being swept aside by a heavy object, all coughing blood as they were sent flying. The wails of despair were endless. Another wave of the royal army was mercilessly swept away. Chu Nan held the great Liang martial sovereign as if he were a weapon, sweeping through his foes. The exceptionally powerful cultivators, nourished by true energy, would not falter even without dedicated training. After several sweeps, a vacuum formed before Chu Nan, as the blocking royal army was cut down like weeds. Let me go. The great Liang martial sovereign, dazed and furious, his eyes blazing, found it utterly humiliating to be treated as a mere club. Yet, he could not escape Chu Nan's grip. The earth trembled as the royal armies of various martial dynasties continued to surge forth, determined to halt Chu Nan's advance. Chu Nan glanced at Tong Tong. Their time together had allowed her to understand his intent. She took a seat upon the blood-soaked coffin. As for Chu Nan, he stomped the ground, lifting the great Liang martial sovereign off the ground, soaring forward like a great rock spreading its wings. As he descended, his foot landed atop a soldier's head, unleashing a shockwave. Bang! The soldier had no time to scream. His body was shattered from head to toe. The shockwave struck the ground and spread outward, sending hundreds of soldiers into the blood-soaked earth. Chu Nan leaped again, landing on another soldier's head. With extraordinary martial skills, he claimed lives with every 10 steps. With Chu Nan's divine lineage at its peak, he could execute this technique effortlessly in mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. One head after another. Chu Nan's physical form possessed 21 precious meridians, resembling an ancient totem that enveloped him. His hands radiated brilliance, akin to divine weapons, capable of withstanding the formidable power of the great Luo martial master without sustaining harm. Such a terrifying physique. The expression of the great Luo martial master shifted dramatically. With such a body, Chu Nan truly exhibited the potential of a supreme being. This is not good. In the next moment, the great Luo martial master sensed danger. Chu Nan was not merely swept away by his power. He was deliberately closing in. Unfortunately, it was too late for the great Luo martial master to retreat. Chu Nan's right leg lashed out like a long whip, causing the great Luo martial master to grunt and be sent flying. If he wished, he could also break through to become a sovereign, but he had no interest in that. Today, he aimed to step over the corpse of the great Luo and enter the extraordinary realm. Chu Nan's eyes sparkled like lightning as he charged forth, his fists descending like meteors. Fully channeling his transformative body, every part of Chu Nan became a weapon, invincible and overwhelming, like a torrential storm unleashed. The great Luo martial master unleashed his power but could only defend himself, finding his situation rapidly deteriorating. Each strike from Chu Nan infused with divine force elevated the limits of the extraordinary realm. The heavens and earth shone brilliantly, as if some fundamental law had been disturbed. After a month of intense battle, one man stood against a nation. It's he this moment. Chu Nan's physical form was utterly refined. His fists hammered at the great Luo martial master, simultaneously shattering the barriers of the extraordinary realm. In the ruined great Luo martial palace, it felt as if thunder rolled through the air. Two figures clashed, creating small whirlwinds. Soon, warm blood splattered forth. The northern king of the great Xia stood proudly, exerting pressure on the great Luo martial master. His palm power had surpassed 100,000, 110,000, 120,000. Chu Nan's hair danced as his body and essence erupted together, continuing to ascend in the extraordinary realm in days. Those in the palace witnessed the blood energy of Chu Nan's transformative body surge like a vast ocean, merging with the ocean of essence in his abdomen. The already towering 40 zhang essence broke the rules of heaven and earth, expanding by several more zhang. He had breached into the extraordinary realm. The four martial masters stared blankly, their bodies chilled as if they had fallen into an ice cellar in the land of Qingzhou. While there were still some sovereigns at the cave heaven realm, the extraordinary realm was exceedingly rare. This unparalleled genius, with an unmatched foundation, would be invincible upon reaching the cave heaven realm. With a sudden burst of blood light, the great Luo martial master was sent retreating several meters, blood spewing from his chest, his body swaying as he nearly knelt, the visible essence of his cave heaven dimming. How could this be? The great Luo martial master, with his disheveled hair, stared at Chu Nan, his chest heaving violently. Aspiring to the cave heaven, his ambitions were grand, yet unexpectedly, he encountered a peerless genius of the extraordinary realm. Before the corpses of the old soldiers of the great Xia, will you choose to perish or shall I take action? Chu Nan strode towards the great Luo martial master. With his physical form refined, he had forcefully entered the extraordinary realm. This moment, his precious body and essence combined, delivering a strike with 13,000 gene of divine power. How could the newly entered cave heaven great Luo martial master contend with him? Chu Nan's blood surged. It was the power of the 6 transformations of creation, resonating strongly. The great Luo martial master, capable of ascending to the cave heaven, possessed a strong lineage, likely able to provide several seeds of transformation. I will not lose. The great Luo martial master roared, his hand grasping what appeared to be a bolt of dry thunder. Chu Nan's expression changed, as his chest was suddenly slashed open, blood oozing outward. Spirit weapon! Upon seeing what the great Luo martial master held, the 4 martial masters exclaimed in shock. Among the myriad of weapons, common weapons were the most abundant. Above common weapons were spirit weapons. What the great Luo martial master wielded was a slender black blade, its surface seemingly covered in frost, impervious to water, exuding a resplendent aura, vibrating with a resonant sound that could command respect from ordinary weapons. Spirit weapon! Chu Nan's gaze ignited with fervor. No wonder it could injure my precious body. It can not only injure you, but also kill you. The blade's edge was aimed at Chu Nan like a white ribbon slicing through the air, intending to strike him, causing the distant Tong's face to turn pale. This spirit weapon is wasted in your hands, Chu Nan chuckled softly. After 6 years of navigating the northern territory of the great Xia, he had honed his swordsmanship, achieving a state of unity with the blade. With a thought, the blade arrived. Though the great Luo martial master was of the cave heaven realm, he clearly lacked proficiency with the sword, or he would not have waited until now to use it. Strength and cultivation does not equate to mastery in swordsmanship. Therefore, the great Luo martial master's strike, though seemingly powerful, lacked the essence of swordsmanship. Chu Nan slightly sidestepped, allowing the great Luo martial master's attack to miss. With a swift motion, Chu Nan seized the blade's back, twisting it forcefully. You shattered my northern king's blade. This will serve as compensation. Boom! A surge of divine force coursed along the blade, causing the great Luo martial master's hand to split at the knuckles, twisting his arm in the process. Get away from me! The great Luo martial master refused to let go, desperately unleashing his cave heaven power to resist. However, he could not withstand the 13,000 gene of divine power. His joints cracked ominously. Most terrifyingly, the black blade trembled as if attempting to escape his control. Spirit weapons possess a will of their own, seeking a master. Ah! A cry of agony erupted as the spirit weapon flew from his grasp, reversing course toward Chu Nan. With a swift motion, Chu Nan caught it, pointing the blade skyward, becoming one with the weapon in an instant. The entire great Luo martial palace resonated with the sound of blades, the fallen weapons trembling in response. What a magnificent blade! Chu Nan marveled. Exposed to the clash of his divine force and the great Luo martial master's cave heaven power, this blade remained unharmed, feeling as light as a cicada's wing in his hand. This blade must have an extraordinary origin. From this day forth, you shall be known as the Thunder Blade. Chu Nan looked at the great Luo martial master. Allow me to demonstrate what true swordsmanship is. As he wielded the Thunder Blade, an immense spirit surged forth, enveloping the great Luo martial palace in a vast aura of blade energy. The ground and walls were riddled with damage, and the dragon robes of the 4 martial masters were filled with holes. The northern king stood in the extraordinary realm, now wielding a spirit weapon. Who could possibly withstand him? Swish! A bloodied arm shot high into the air. The northern king struck, using the second form of his swordsmanship, meteor, severing the great Luo martial master's right arm cleanly and even taking off an ear. The blood of a cave heaven powerhouse sprayed into the sky. Are you not going to act? The great Luo martial master knelt in agony, his face etched with terror. The Northern King could easily be called the Blade King, with the spirit weapon in hand. He couldn't even withstand a single meteor strike. As the great Luo martial master's words fell, figures began to move within the arena. The four martial masters, along with the remaining extraordinary rulers, did not join forces against Chu Nan, but instead scattered and fled. What a joke! The great Luo martial master was certain to die. They did not wish to accompany him to the grave point. One escape meant the destruction of a nation. A calm statement echoed like the most terrifying curse, binding all extraordinary beings. The Northern King of the Great Xia was far too ruthless, using the annihilation of nations as leverage. I have long harbored disdain for that fool of a great Luo martial master. Northern King, I came here to persuade him not to oppose the Great Xia. You must believe me. One martial master forced a smile at Chu Nan. Indeed. Northern King, this villain is utterly inhumane and must be punished. The other three martial masters quickly chimed in. You? The great Luo martial master felt darkness envelop him, nearly collapsing. Northern King. Gazing at the approaching Chu Nan, the great Luo martial master weakly moved his lips. Do you also hope for mercy? Chu Nan dragged the great Luo martial master to the blood coffin of Fu Wei.M. Why northern territory of the Great Xia has long suffered from war. How many generals and soldiers have been buried here? This blood coffin holds one among them. Chu Nan stepped on the great Luo martial master, declaring, You must die. You cannot kill me. My great Luo martial dynasty is about to become a great nation of Qingzhou. The great Luo martial master shouted in terror, desperately looking outward as if seeking help. Chu Nan's brow furrowed. He stood firmly in the extraordinary realm, with keen senses, hearing the buzzing of insects 100 meters away. Become a great nation? Not even if you were the king of heaven. With a cold demeanor, Chu Nan raised the blade and struck down. Swish! A splendid head rolled away, blood gushing forth, splattering onto the blood coffin. The great Luo martial master was dead. As they watched the headless corpse collapse, the four martial masters fell to the ground in despair. With the temperament of the Northern King, they would not escape unscathed. Chu Nan stood tall, employing the 6 transformations of creation to extract the essence of the great Luo martial master's blood. 4 seeds of transformation. In the next moment, Chu Nan trembled. The essence of the great Luo martial master's blood had enabled him to condense 4 seeds of transformation. It seemed that the stronger the cultivator, the higher the probability of becoming a seed of transformation. Taking a deep breath, Chu Nan composed himself. You may reveal yourself now. With the blade in hand, Chu Nan gazed toward the exterior of the great Luo martial palace. Is someone coming? Upon hearing this, the 4 martial masters simultaneously looked toward the palace's entrance. The Northern King of the Great Xia was overwhelmingly fierce, having decapitated the cave heaven martial master. With the great Luo martial palace collapsing, who would dare approach? Unexpectedly, a gentle voice carried from outside. I never anticipated that such a genius would emerge from the humble lands of the Great Xia. A man with half-white hair floated into view. Clad in a long robe embroidered with a round moon, he appeared ordinary yet exuded an aura of elegance and nobility, descending directly into the hall with a smile directed at Chu Nan. Cave heaven? Chu Nan's brow furrowed. The ability to traverse the skies was a hallmark of a cave heaven powerhouse. The man before him seemed to be in his 30s, yet the wrinkles on his skin revealed he was no longer young. I have come to pay my respects to the moon envoy of the sun and moon tower. The 4 martial masters recognized the man and promptly stood to salute. The sun and moon tower. Chu Nan squinted. He had heard of this name. A rather transcendent force in the land of Qingzhou, elusive and enigmatic. Did the sun and moon tower intend to shelter the great Luo? Unfortunately, the great Luo martial dynasty had fallen. Do not misunderstand, Northern King. The sun and moon tower does not interfere in the conflicts of great nations in Qingzhou. We merely oversee the affairs of the various nations. The man's smile faltered. Then he continued, the great Luo martial master aspired to the cave heaven. Thus, the great Luo martial dynasty has the right to condense national fortune. I have come on behalf of the sun and moon tower to present the great nation seal. The Northern King is indeed ruthless. Without clarification, it seems you would raise your blade against me. Great nation seal. Chu Nan was taken aback. Northern King, in the land of Qingzhou, numerous nations coexist, but most are merely humble lands. The cultivators within must transcend their ordinary existence, achieving resonance with the heavens to sense the spiritual energy of the earth. However, If one can condense national fortune, transforming the spiritual energy into nourishing rain for the land, it can become spirit soil. Sensing Chu Nan's confusion, one martial master eagerly explained, above spirit soil, rare treasures and beasts can be nurtured. Although the cultivators in the bitter sea realms cannot absorb spiritual energy, they can still gain significant benefits. Tio holds spirit soil, one must become a great nation of Qingzhou. Chu Nan's mind sharpened. What is spirit soil? The nourishing rain from the heavens is spirit soil. Why does the great Xia martial dynasty lack alchemists? It is simply because the vast territories of the great Xia cannot produce herbs of sufficient age, hindering the accumulation of experience. Some exceptionally talented alchemists are reluctant to remain in humble lands. Moreover, aside from alchemy, there are also weapon forging and array formation. Condensing national fortune could transform humble lands into spirit soil. Chu Nan's breath quickened slightly. As the Kirin of the Chu clan, he had the backing of the Chu Wudi lineage. As the northern king of the Great Xia, he had the support of countless citizens. Condensing the national fortune of the Great Xia was his undeniable duty. Indeed, to become a great nation in the land of Qingzhou, two conditions must be met. First, one must command vast territories. Second, a genius of the cave heaven or extraordinary realm must arise. The moon envoy nodded. In fact, the first condition is less significant, as a genius of the cave heaven or extraordinary realm can easily secure vast territories. Swish! A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. No wonder the great Luo martial master was so ambitious in expanding territory. It turns out he aimed to make the great Luo a great nation of Qingzhou. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Chu Nan's mouth as he looked toward the four martial masters, his thunder blade trembling lightly in his hand. The northern king possesses great righteousness. We are willing to pledge allegiance and recognize the great Xia as the great nation of Qingzhou. The four martial masters understood fully and hurriedly knelt, shouting in unison, their faces filled with righteousness. They were astute individuals. Otherwise, they would not have come to pay respects to the great Luo in advance. Their deference to the northern king was genuine. A genius who had entered the extraordinary realm would be far more terrifying than the great Luo martial master. Indeed, Chu Nan smiled and nodded. Though these martial masters had previously attacked him, they ultimately had not committed a grave offense. With such extraordinary prowess, it would be a pity to kill them. It was better to bring them under his wing. He needed manpower to reconstruct the Chu clan, and those with ill intentions would surely face his blade. Moon Envoy, the great Luo martial master is dead. I cannot allow you to leave empty-handed. Just give me the great nation seal. Chu Nan raised his hand toward the Moon Envoy. As for the great nation seal, anyone can refine it as long as they meet the conditions. The Sun and Moon Tower will not interfere. Northern King. The Moon Envoy began to smile wryly. There is something I must tell you. During the lifetime of the Summer Ancestor, he arranged a marriage for the great Xia martial dynasty. In the future, if a northern king arises from the great Xia, the myriad nations of Qingzhou will designate a princess to marry him. What? The myriad law dynasty? Upon hearing this, the four martial masters felt as if they had been struck dumb. In the land of Qingzhou, where extraordinary beings reign, the cave heaven stands as a sovereign, and the purple palace is a true emperor. An emperor's roar can overshadow mountains and rivers for miles. A nation governed by a purple palace emperor is the only one worthy of being called a dynasty. Anyone associated with it, who would dare oppose? A marriage? Chu Nan was astonished. The position of northern king of the great Xia had remained vacant, intentionally reserved for the Kirin of the Chu clan. That loyal elder had sacrificed so much for the Chu clan. Chu Nan understood the Moon Envoy's implication. A dynasty would never allow the husband of a princess to shoulder the fortunes of a foreign nation. Accepting the great nation seal would mean forfeiting this marriage arrangement. Give it to me. Chu Nan's expression remained calm. The Kirin of the Chu clan was born to transcend the divine. The third realm of the 7 ancestral stages was the Purple Palace. Such protection was trivial to him, and he would never stoop to relying on others. Very well. Chu Nan's resolve surprised the Moon Envoy. He took out a jade square seal from his Qinkuan ring and handed it to Chu Nan. Guided by the Moon Envoy, Chu Nan bit his fingertip and inscribed the character for Xia on the square seal. Suddenly, a warmth surged in the center of his brow, establishing a close connection with the great nation seal. His vision flipped, and he found himself transported to a peculiar world. What is this? Chu Nan was taken aback. Surrounding him was a misty haze. Everything appeared illusory, even his own form seemed clouded. with only the great nation seal in his hand being tangible. 5,000 years ago, when the deities descended, they left behind many divine marks on the true spirit continent. Qingzhou, too, has its divine marks. This is the virtual realm, akin to an unrivaled formation that encompasses the land of Qingzhou. The holder of the great nation seal will enter in a state of spiritual energy. Each great nation seal acts as a pivotal point. Holding it allows one to ascend into the virtual realm and condense national fortune. The virtual realm will naturally evaluate your land, summoning nourishing rain. The moon envoy's voice resonated. How wondrous! Chu Nan was enlightened. The divine methods of the deities are truly unimaginable. Under the moon envoy's guidance, Chu Nan beheld 3 towering stone tablets radiating a ghostly light. The 3 rankings of Qingzhou. The sun and moon tower oversees the great nation seals, maintaining impartiality. These 3 rankings were inscribed by the sun and moon tower. The Qingzhou Great Nation ranking records the top 100 great nations of Qingzhou. Those listed possess vast spirit soil. The top 4 are even greater dynasties: the Dongying dynasty, the Xua dynasty, the Myriad Law dynasty, the Fire Seed dynasty. Chu Nan gazed for a moment and noticed the name of a great nation disappearing amidst the turmoil. Qingzhou is a land of conflict, where nations vie for supremacy. In a brief moment, a spirit soil nation could be obliterated, only to be replaced. The second ranking is the Qingzhou 1000 Heroes ranking, which includes the strongest 1,000 individuals of Qingzhou. Chu Nan's attention shifted to the third ranking, the Qingzhou Prodigy ranking. This records the prodigies under 30 in Qingzhou, evaluating not their cultivation but their innate talent. One glorious name after another loomed over the masses. The top 20 possessed extraordinary potential. The crown prince of Dongying, at the tender age of 20, has already reached the extraordinary realm of the triumvirate. His inscription on the stone tablet gazes across Qingzhou, challenging any who dare oppose him. The words he left behind exude a sense of haughtiness. How audacious! Chu Nan marvels at the 8 characters inscribed by the Dongying prince, embodying a spirit that looks down upon the younger generation of Qingzhou. The triumvirate realm has its divisions, and Chu Nan has only just achieved the first tier. It is rumored that the highest tier consists of 5 realms. Not to mention Qingzhou, even within the true spirit continent, such talent is exceedingly rare, often reserved for half-blooded prodigies. The Dongying prince stands alone in the triumvirate realm at merely 20 years of age. Born into the imperial lineage of the Purple Mansion, he has walked upon boundless spiritual soil since birth and has been declared the crown prince. Given such accomplishments, it is only natural why own transformative body requires the completion of 50 spiritual meridians to achieve perfection. What significance does the triumvirate realm hold? Chu Nan chuckles lightly. At this moment, the voice of the moon envoy resonates, signaling Chu Nan to venture into the void realm and condense the nation's fortune. The strength of the nation's fortune he can condense is also contingent upon the prowess of the holder of the imperial seal. His performance will determine his ranking on the Qingzhou talents list. A 19-year-old at the first tier certainly qualifies for a place among the talented. Excellent! Chu Nan feels invigorated. Chapter 54. Striving for the talents list, leaving a name as the Northern King. The mists of the void realm swirl, vast and distant, with the Star River shimmering above, magnificent and awe-inspiring. This is the Star River formed by the convergence of spiritual energy, blessed by the miracles of the void realm, benefiting the citizens of the great nation. Waves of unmatched mental power imprint themselves within, akin to a brilliant sun. This denotes the position of the wielder of the imperial seal within the Star River, corresponding to the rankings of the great nations in Qingzhou. Suddenly, the tranquil Star River trembles, erupting with beams of light. Below, Chu Nan raises the imperial seal, soaring towards the Star River. The beams of light overshadow the heavens, causing a tremor in Chu Nan's mental power. Yet he continues to ascend. Someone is condensing the nation's fortune. Within the void realm, the mental power of the celestial realm expert stirs. Immediately noticing this scene, it seems that yet another celestial figure has emerged from the land of Qingzhou. No, he is extraordinary. In Qingzhou, the day and moon tower governs the affairs of various nations, not only due to its own strength but also because of its impartiality. The only ones who can bequeath the imperial seal to the day and moon tower, apart from those of the celestial realm, are those in the extraordinary realm. However, extraordinary figures are exceedingly rare. Each one is a peerless genius, and it is unfathomable that one would condense the nation's fortune at this time. It appears something monumental is about to unfold. This mental power swiftly retreats. Shortly after, A buzzing sound fills the void realm as waves of mental power, guided by the imperial seal, surge in between the great nations of Qingzhou. There exists intricate means of communication, truly an extraordinary talent, but from which martial dynasty does he hail? These mental powers rise, all focusing on Chu Nan. Unperturbed, Chu Nan's mental power trembles violently. The oppressive force blankets the skies. Only by hoisting the imperial seal and plunging into the Star River can he condense the nation's fortune. Yet, with his physical form refined to perfection, he can master his current transformative body, making his mental power formidable enough to enter the Star River. The Moon Envoy of the Day in Moon Tower has mentioned that the Star River comprises 4 major regions, and I can currently only reach the end. Fortunately, as my cultivation strengthens in the future, I can return to condense an even greater nation's fortune, Chu Nan muses. Those who condense the nation's fortune in the void realm are almost all celestial figures. Furthermore, the rankings among the great nations of Qingzhou likely embody generations of effort. To attempt to surpass them all at once is akin to chasing a fantasy. At this moment, Chu Nan channels his mental power. With a resounding crash, the Star River quakes as if a true dragon roars, sending a streak of light cascading into the distance, vanishing from sight. The light is unceasing, binding with the imperial seal, eternally stabilizing the territory of its holder, in the northern territory of Daxia. Over 1 million royal troops stand guard. Dressed in battle attire, King gazes ahead, a few strands of hair falling across her face. Fatigue is etched upon her features, yet she refuses to retreat and rest. From this place, the Northern King has plunged into the realm of Deluo. The Northern King of Daxia battles against an entire nation and has already entered the Deluo martial palace. She has no mind for rest among the generals of the northern territories. The king will surely extinguish the flames of war. The beast slayer clenches his fist, his gaze resolute. Among the northern commanders, he has followed Chu Nan the longest, having witnessed the youthful boy shed his naivety and grow into the northern king. How could he possibly fail? A gentle breeze stirs, transforming the sky into a vibrant spectacle. Countless rays of light rain down from above, blanketing the land around the northern territory. What is this? King An's beautiful eyes move, soon noticing a hint of new green ahead. Amidst the relentless warfare, the soil is scorched and a blade of grass emerges from a crack in the parched earth, nearly withered. Yet, after being bathed in the light rain, it stretches its leaves, rejuvenating with life. Looking around, King An is momentarily entranced. The light rain descends, cleansing the impurities in the air, refreshing the atmosphere. Without the need for bloodlines to uphold the extraordinary rainbow bridge, she can sense the spiritual energy. Over 1 million royal troops are also stirred. Could this be the fabled heavenly rain? An elderly woman, frail and aged, exclaims in astonishment. She is the leader of the Water Moon sect, fulfilling her promise to the Northern King by arriving in the Northern Territory to stand guard alongside the soldiers. Having seen it in an ancient text, she realizes that only great nations can condense the nation's fortune and heavenly rain. The Water Moon sect leader's words resonate like lightning, striking every listener with impact. Condensing the nation's fortune. Since the establishment of the Daxia martial dynasty, they have endured the ravages of war. Now, Daxia has become a great nation of Qingzhou, capable of controlling a portion of spiritual soil. The northern territory is silent, with only the sound of heavy breaths echoing. Whether among the northern king's troops or others, their hearts burn with a fervor. They wish to shout, to roar, yet no words escape their lips. Only the northern king can shoulder the fortune of Daxia. The Deluo martial lord exerts pressure, and the northern king faces the ire of thousands. Yet he offers no explanation now. He has single-handedly condensed the nation's fortune, benefiting the multitude of Daxia's people and their descendants. It is a stroke of fortune for me to share the land of Daxia with the northern king. The Water Moon sect leader trembles, bowing towards the direction of the Deluo martial palace, tears of joy streaming down her face. She once wondered why the summer ancestor sought the celestial realm and did not condense the nation's fortune. Since the summer ancestor's passing, Daxia has lost hope of becoming a great nation. She too has descendants. How she wishes for them to thrive within spiritual soil. At this moment, her dreams have come true. Living within spiritual soil, the chances of Daxia giving birth to extraordinary beings will significantly increase. Let us go. King An takes a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, and steps forward to welcome our king. Daxia has condensed its nation's fortune. The Deluo martial lord must have perished. There will be no more flames of war in the northern territory. She will no longer lose sleep over battles and will no longer mourn the loss of her commanders. She strides forth to welcome the northern king. The beast slayer, Yang Yi, and Yen Xiling are equally exhilarated, charging forth like arrows loosed from bows. At this moment, Chu Nan's mental power remains within the void realm. Alas, this is but an illusory realm. If his true self were here, how could he not stand tall among the clouds? Sensing the star river of spiritual energy, Chu Nan laments. The higher the bloodline talent of an extraordinary cultivator, the faster they absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet, the environment plays a crucial role in mundane soil versus spiritual soil. The efficacy of absorbing spiritual energy is starkly different. The star river can forge multiple realms of spiritual soil. How terrifying is that? Chu Nan looks again at the rankings of the great nations in Qingzhou, surprised not to see Daxia's name. The rankings are determined by the comprehensive strength of a nation, with only 100 seats available. Now that Daxia has just condensed its nation's fortune, it is utterly impoverished compared to other great nations. To expect immediate recognition is wholly unrealistic, unless Chu Nan possesses extraordinary strength. Thus, the extraordinary figures, celestial beings, and masters of the arts in Qingzhou will naturally come to pledge allegiance, rapidly boosting the nation's comprehensive strength. Northern King, what name do you wish to leave behind? The Moon Envoy of the Day and Moon Tower also channels her mental power into the list. To leave a name, Northern King. Chu Nan gazes at the topmost line of the talents list and slowly speaks. With me here, who dares to claim invincibility in Qingzhou? The Moon Envoy falls silent. If his physical body were present, he would undoubtedly twitch at the corners of his mouth. The Dongying Prince's words challenge anyone in Qingzhou. Chu Nan's inscription, with me here, who dares to claim invincibility, directly counters the Dongying Prince. Indeed, every genius possesses a proud spirit. The Moon Envoy employs her mental power to activate the list. This is the Void Realm. The 3 lists of Qingzhou are compiled by the Day and Moon Tower, and as a Moon Envoy, she possesses the authority to rank them. Look, the Qingzhou talents list is shifting. By the heavens, even mundane soil can produce extraordinary figures under 30. The mental powers drifting in the Void Realm are all astounded. In Qingzhou, many extraordinary cultivators have refrained from breaking through to forge a supreme foundation. This has led to a situation where, even if they eventually enter the first tier of the extraordinary realm, they are often quite aged and unable to secure a place on the talents list. What of being under 30? The talents list has 500 seats. I wager he will barely cling to the end. Someone scoffs. Yet, before they can finish, their words are abruptly cut off. Radiant glow erupts from below the talents list, soaring into the skies like a comet. One name after another is pushed down. 200, 100, 50, 20, 10. Over 99% of the names on the talents list slide down a rank. For that glow has already surged into the top 5, showing no signs of stopping. The entire Void Realm descends into an eerie silence. Chu Nan feels a tinge of interest. 19 years of age, residing in the first tier of the extraordinary realm. How high can he rank? Chapter 55. 7 stars aligned. The Dragon Transformation Secret Realm 5th. 4th, 3rd. The glow that rose like a comet ultimately settles in 2nd place. 2nd. This outcome leaves the observers nearly breathless. The Qingzhou talents list's top 100 slots are almost entirely occupied by the prodigies of the 4 great dynasties. Each dazzling name belongs to a princess or prince, or at the very least, the offspring of a dynasty's hero. The talents from other great nations cannot compare to the lineage and resources of the royal heirs. Yet now, from a mundane territory, there emerges an individual whose talent surpasses that of the princes and princesses. It can only be said that this extraordinary genius condensing the nation's fortune is remarkably young. Who could it be? A torrent of powerful mental energy roars through the Void Realm. At this moment, the glow dissipates, revealing the 2nd line on the talents list. The Northern King of the Daxia martial dynasty, 19 years old, at the first tier of the extraordinary realm, inscribed, with me here, who dares to claim invincibility in Qingzhou. A wave of shock sweeps through the Void Realm, nearly freezing the surging mental powers in their tracks. 19. What level of power do the geniuses of their great nations achieve at 19? Yet this Northern King has already grasped the divine might of the triumvirate. The inscription on the talents list by the Northern King leaves everyone dizzy with astonishment. This Northern King is openly challenging the Dongying Prince. Some tremble as they voice their thoughts. The Dongying prince, born extraordinary, cultivates the formidable golden Pong divine art. He achieved the martial realm at 12 and the extraordinary realm at 14. His trajectory leaving his peers in the dust. The current Eastern emperor dotes on him, guiding him down the path of invincibility. Thus, the Dongying prince, who could have become the youngest celestial figure in Qingzhou, has immersed himself in the extraordinary for years, breaking into the triumvirate realm. The Dongying prince has never regarded the younger generation of Qingzhou as his rivals. He aims to tread the path of half-blooded prodigies. How dare this northern king challenge him? That realm is about to open, and it seems there will be quite a spectacle, whispers echo throughout the void realm. The path to invincibility hinges on one's heart. If the heart is obstructed, how can one claim invincibility? A 19-year-old from mundane soil at the first tier of the extraordinary realm can indeed exert pressure upon the Dongying prince, especially as he boldly challenges him. Surprised, Chu Nan reflects on this. Upon closer inspection, it is indeed reasonable. The Day and Moon Tower has proven itself fair, not placing him beneath the other princes and princesses due to his identity. Within the disarrayed halls of the martial palace, Chu Nan opens his eyes and immediately sees Tong Tong, brandishing a dagger protectively, gazing at the four martial lords with vigilance. "It's all right, little one," Chu Nan smiles gently. His physical form is refined, and should any ill intent arise from the four martial lords, he could instantly withdraw from the void realm. "Big brother." Tong Tong beams with joy, witnessing the decapitation of the Deluo martial lord. She feels a wave of relief. "Northern King, congratulations." The moon envoy, adorned in robes embroidered with moons, smiles and clasps her fists in salute. "Thank you, esteemed moon envoy," Chu Nan responds, his gaze flickering slightly before he inquires, "Are there matters you have yet to disclose?" The Deluo martial lord sought the celestial realm. This moon envoy represents the Day and Moon Tower, delivering the imperial seal point 500 years ago. Why did the summer ancestor not condense the nation's fortune? Additionally, how could a newly ascended celestial figure seek a marriage alliance with a dynasty and succeed without underlying secrets? The Northern King is astute. The moon envoy sighs, producing a piece of animal hide and a map. Chu Nan takes it and unfolds it, his eyes illuminating with excitement. The map depicts a mysterious location in Qingzhou, marked with the words Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. This is a site left behind by a half-blooded prodigy who came to Qingzhou to hone their extraordinary skills. Although this place has been abandoned for a long time, its lingering power is too formidable, preventing even the Purple Mansion monarchs from entering. Only extraordinary cultivators can enter when the 7 stars align in the night sky. And even celestial figures can only remain for half an hour at most. The moon envoy explains, "A half-blooded prodigy." Chu Nan's heart jolts as he realizes, the summer ancestor visited the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm? Indeed, the moon envoy nods. The 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou yearn to cultivate extraordinary talents, and the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm holds such treasures. Now it makes sense. Chu Nan clenches his fists. The Wanfa dynasty covets the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm but dares not send celestial figures to their doom. The summer ancestor voluntarily sought to negotiate a marriage alliance, risking his life to secure a pact. That elder must have suffered injuries in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, rendering him unable to condense the nation's fortune. Summer ancestor, why did you have to go to such lengths? Chu Nan's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The summer ancestor is indeed worthy of respect. Northern King, I gift you this map in 3 months. The 7 stars will align. Should you have any doubts thereafter, you may hold this jade talisman to enter the void realm, and I shall appear in a state of mental energy, the moon envoy named Wei Ting says, handing Chu Nan a jade talisman. Chu Nan's eyes deepen. The Day and Moon Tower remains neutral in the struggles of great nations. Yet this moon envoy seems to hold a particular favor for him. The Day and Moon Tower aims to maintain neutrality, but many moon envoys have connections with great nations. Wei Ting chuckles wryly. The competition among the moon envoys of the Day and Moon Tower is quite fierce. As a newcomer among the moon envoys, he must forge relationships with flourishing great nations, yet they may not even acknowledge him. Given that Chu Nan has achieved the first tier of the extraordinary realm in a mundane environment, he naturally sees potential in him. Thank you. Chu Nan accepts this favor. I shall not impose further. Wei Ting departs with a smile. This is not the end. Chu Nan stands tall, holding the map. The Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, a site left by a half-blooded prodigy for honing extraordinary skills, he must visit. Furthermore, according to Wei Ting, extraordinary talents in Qingzhou are all eagerly awaiting this day. Just like the Dongying prince, when the time comes, many seeds of fortune may emerge. What significance does the top name on the Qingzhou talents list hold? The Qiu clan's Qilin son does not fear any genius. Chu Nan resolves inwardly, "Big brother, there are so many treasures here." At this moment, Tong Tong struggles to carry a large chest, her little face brimming with excitement. The four martial lords, keenly aware, assist in sweeping the Deluo martial palace. "Little girl, who knew you were such a treasure seeker?" Chu Nan smiles. The ambitions of the Deluo martial lord are immense. To establish Daxia as a great nation, he must have accumulated considerable wealth, even possessing spiritual weapons. Now that Daxia has just begun to condense its nation's fortune, it is the perfect time to seize these resources. Chu Nan approaches the chest, discovering it filled with gold, silver, and jade artifacts die in contrast. The four martial lords have gathered a significant number of martial techniques and manuals. Chu Nan's interest piqued, he casually flips through them, finding several techniques even more powerful than the three forbidden techniques of Xiaoling. A sharp, piercing cry, swept by a fierce wind, rushed into the great Luo martial palace. The figure of a tall, middle-aged man, adorned with a jade crown, descended from the back of a golden magic sculpture. "Xiajiang?" Chu Nan frowned slightly. To his surprise, the great Xia martial lord Xiajiang had arrived. Observing the other's demeanor, brimming with vitality and exuding a powerful aura, it was evident that he was far from the injured and ailing figure he once was. The great Luo martial lord had indeed been slain. Xiajiang surveyed the disarray of the hall, his face a mask of shock. "The North King, our great Xia has produced a spirit elixir master." Noticing the expression on Chu Nan's face, Xiajiang hastily encouraged him, "A spirit elixir master." Without needing to be reminded, Chu Nan's gaze shifted to another figure atop the golden magic sculpture. Someone insisted on fighting a nation alone. I anticipated that this person would either perish or be left crippled, which brought me great joy, joy that awakened my alchemical skills, allowing me to become a first-level spirit elixir master. If you were truly dead, I could immediately break through to the second or even third level of spirit elixir mastery, commanding the realms of Dongtian and Zifu. On the back of the golden magic sculpture, Qin Huayu's enchanting eyes sparkled as she playfully revealed her pearly teeth. "Would you like to give it a try?" Chapter 56. The North King commands from Qingshan City. The North King single-handedly pierced through Great Luo, decisively slaying the Great Luo martial lord. In the 1,500 counties of Great Luo, our great Xia's flags now fly high. The martial lords of Deqi, Shui, Jinghong, and Qiyun, along with 32 extraordinary sovereigns, have pledged allegiance to our great Xia. The 6 major martial dynasties, including Deliang and Defeng, have also become vassals of our great Xia. Our great Xia now holds dominion over 12,000 counties, consolidating national fortune for the emergence of a great nation in Qingshan. Various tidings converged like a hurricane sweeping across the lands of Great Xia. The anxiety and sorrow that had shrouded the hearts of the people were dispelled, replaced by jubilant cheers that soared into the heavens, with many overwhelmed by joy to the point of tears. Their North King had truly, with his own strength, ended the chaos of Great Luo and led Great Xia into a new era. With over 30 extraordinary figures bowing in submission, 4 of whom were of the utmost excellence, the citizens of Great Xia would be spared from the ravages of war, nurtured in their youth and supported in their old age. In a land infused with spirit, every newborn would tread upon sacred soil, partaking in the fortune of the great nation. One can only imagine that in the future, every individual in Great Xia would rise like dragons. The current North King stands tall in this era, a source of pride for the citizens of Great Xia. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Days in Great Xia felt like years, filled with an atmosphere of joy. The citizens of each county could easily behold the figures of the North King's army. The army, bearing the North King's esteemed name, had reached the pinnacle of prestige within the Great Xia martial dynasty. The North King's army could not be commanded by anyone else. They solely revered the North King. Instead of the azure feather eagles, the North King's forces now commanded a breed known as the wind chaser falcon. This extraordinary species was comparable to the heavenly martial practitioners. Though not as formidable as the golden magic sculpture under the North King, its flight speed far surpassed that of the azure feather eagles, enabling it to effortlessly traverse over 200 counties in a single day. These had been acquired through the conquests of the great Luo martial lord, totaling 3,000, now nurtured within the Great Luo Martial Palace, intended for the future of the great nation of Qingshan. Presently, they had been seized by the North King's army. Box after box of treasures were dispatched to Qingshan City, treasures originating from the Great Luo Martial Palace as well as those from Daliang, Defeng, and other martial dynasties. Now that these lands had become part of Great Xia, all treasures must be surrendered as per the North King's direct decree. The North King of Great Xia would not tolerate any disloyalty. In the brief span of a month, Qingshan City, a medium-sized city in Great Xia, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The main streets were immaculate, adorned with vibrant greenery, and shops within the city thrived. A multitude of people flocked to settle in Qingshan City, a scene of prosperity that far surpassed that of the Emperor's city in Great Xia. All of this was due to the North King's residence standing tall there. Ostensibly, the ruler of Great Xia remained Xiajiang. Yet it was common knowledge that the North King was the true sovereign. Bearing the weight of the national fortune, the North King radiated an ethereal aura, nourishing the lands of Great Xia with abundant spiritual energy. Hence, Qingshan City had become a veritable city of spirits. Who would not yearn for such a place? The North King's residence was heavily guarded. Our Chu family has produced a North King. You little ones must stay alert and not slack off. In a spacious plaza, the silver-haired, resolute-faced Chu Yuan was instructing 13 young ones in their training. His robust right arm flickered with fiery energy, showcasing his prowess at the heavenly martial realm. Yes, the 13 young ones responded in unison, not daring to complain or voice grievances, for their Chu family had produced a North King. The treasures, martial arts techniques, and skills sent from Great Luo and the 10 major martial dynasties left them with no excuse for idleness. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction, occasionally glancing at a girl in the crowd. That was Tong Tong, who, after cutting off her pigtails, now resembled a spirited young boy. The North King personally returned the blood coffin of the veteran guards to Great Xia, interring it in Qingshan City. The orphans of these veterans, including Tong Tong, were also taken in by the North King's residence. Having witnessed Chu Nan's solitary battle against a nation, Tong Tong returned with a fervent dedication to her training. My second uncle has truly lost his mind. Even the youngest child in our Chu family, barely weaned, longs to practice. A slightly plump youth passing by quickly lowered his head. Chu Xing, the girls I introduced to you may not be peerless beauties, but they are certainly decent enough, Chu Yuan exclaimed. The heavy responsibility of expanding the Chu family now rested upon him. Second uncle, why not let my cousin go instead? Chu Xing nearly cried. The Chu family had only recently become a prominent clan, with just over 40 family members in total. Among those of marriageable age, besides him, only his cousin Chu Nan remained. Chu Yuan, unbeknownst to which vein he had struck, insisted on urging him to procreate. My son has the potential to be the sovereign of Qingshan. How can he be hindered by romantic entanglements? Chu Yuan declared, his eyes wide with righteous indignation. Among the treasures sent to the North King's residence, there were scrolls documenting the affairs of Qingshan. Chu Yuan had studied many of them, applying them to his own understanding. Chu Xing could only twitch his lips in response, rendered speechless in the front courtyard of the North King's residence. Chaos ensued under Chu Yuan's direction, while the back courtyard remained tranquil. By a shimmering lake stood a figure. Dressed in a white robe, with hair flowing loose, Chu Nan stood upon the water's surface. With each gentle breeze stirring the lake, his form swayed lightly, maintaining an ethereal buoyancy. The dawn's golden light draped him in a warm glow. My elder brother has achieved an unparalleled mastery over his physical form and true essence. Only 2 days have passed since my brother's return, yet I sense he has made significant progress, likely on the verge of breaking into the second level of the extraordinary realm. The handsome Yin Xiling remarked, his mouth agape. What is the second level? The king shall surely break through to the third level, suppressing that easterning prince. Rintu and Yang Yi nodded in agreement. While others pursued the path of extraordinary martial techniques for sheer power, Chu Nan contemplated how to master and strengthen his physical form. Why do you linger here at the North King's residence without resting? His ears caught the murmurs of the trio. Well, having finally shed my armor, I must seize the opportunity to seek my brother's guidance on sword techniques. Yin Xiling replied with a laugh. With the smoke of war in the northern regions extinguished, the 4 major martial lords and 32 extraordinary sovereigns had surrendered to Great Xia, all dispatched to guard the borders on Chu Nan's orders. To establish a foothold in Great Xia, we must first secure the borders for a few years. Therefore, most of the northern commanders were allowed to disband, returning to their homelands for rest. And you three? Chu Nan inquired, glancing at Ren Tu and Yang Yi. Waiting for medicine, Ren Tu replied. Awaiting herbs, Yang Yi added solemnly. A chuckle escaped from Chu Yao, seated by the lake, unable to contain her amusement. She understood that Ren Tu's mention of waiting for medicine was due to her brother bearing the weight of the national fortune. Attracting abundant spiritual energy. As for Yang Ye's remark about waiting for herbs, it pertained to the fading mortal pill being refined by Qin Huayu. With her extraordinary alchemical skills, the fading mortal pill was a first-level spirit elixir, granting heavenly martial practitioners a substantial chance of shedding their mortal coil and evolving into the extraordinary realm. Great Xia had become a powerful nation, and the extraordinary sovereigns were absolutely essential. In the days to come, the treasures sent by the North King's army included numerous medicinal herbs. The fading mortal pill, Chu Nan mused, stroking his chin. The fact that Qin Huayu, at the age of 18, could master such profound alchemy left him in awe. The availability of the formula for the fading mortal pill was even more astounding. In the land of Qingshan, accumulating treasures to craft heavenly martial prowess was not overly challenging, provided one was willing to invest capital. Though the strength derived from such means was inferior to that gained through arduous cultivation, a sufficient quantity could yield remarkable lethality. However, forging the extraordinary through elixirs was a feat bordering on the divine. Hence, while the fading mortal pill was merely a first-level spirit elixir, its value was staggering, capable of unsettling many great nations. After all, with enough medicinal herbs and heavenly martial practitioners, one could assemble an extraordinary army that could sweep all before it. He had heard that only the 4 great empires possessed extraordinary forces grand enough to establish armies. This woman is remarkable. Chu Nan pondered. It seemed that since their acquaintance, he had never heard Qin Huayu mention her own origins. During his 6 years in the northern territories, he had rapidly advanced in cultivation, while Qin Huayu's alchemical skills had also flourished, never lacking in formulas. A sudden loud crash echoed from afar, jolting Chu Nan from his thoughts. He looked up to see thick black smoke billowing from a certain area in the North King's residence. Could it be that the alchemical furnace has exploded? Yang Yi stared, wide-eyed. Ha! Even the Poison King fails at alchemy. Come on, brothers, let us go tease her. Yin Xiling snapped to attention, rushing forward. Chapter 57. The Princess Little 13, 100 sparrows facing heaven. A courtyard in the North King's residence had been transformed into an alchemical chamber. Cough, cough. Qin Huayu emerged from the thick smoke, appearing rather disheveled. Oh dear, Poison King. You too can have a furnace explosion? Yin Xiling arrived like a gust of wind, peering into the room with a mischievous grin. Yang Yi and Ren Tu followed closely, stifling their laughter. During their years stationed in the northern territories, who had not fallen victim to Qin Huayu's poisons or faced her mockery? Truly a failure. Chu Nan's brow furrowed. If Qin Huayu could indeed refine the fading mortal pill, it would have catastrophic implications for Great Xia. Little Yao, tell them why my furnace exploded, Qin Huayu stated calmly. Chu Yao approached, circling the alchemical furnace before explaining. Sister Qin requires 3 primary materials and 18 auxiliary materials to refine the fading mortal pill. However, she is missing one primary material, zhongling milk, which can only be found in sacred soil. Therefore, she had to substitute it with another item, but due to insufficient medicinal properties, she could not draw upon the spirit to create the pill, resulting in the explosion. Chu Yao's insight rendered Yin Xiling's south grin frozen in place. Using ordinary materials to substitute for zhongling milk, which only appears in sacred soil. This woman is truly audacious. Acquiring zhongling milk might just allow her to concoct the fading mortal pill. Indeed, Little Yao. You possess talent, Qin Huayu commended. She had already begun teaching Chu Yao the art of alchemy. Were it not for the risks involved in refining the fading mortal pill, she would have had Chu Yao observe the process. Unlike certain individuals who are lesser than a young girl, Qin Huayu shot a glance at Yin Xiling, Yang Yi, and Ren Tu, delivering a merciless blow. The trio of heavenly generals could only exchange wry smiles. Zhongling milk, Chu Nan felt a headache coming on. Great Xia had only recently consolidated its national fortune into sacred soil, creating an environment conducive to the growth of zhongling milk, yet it would still require time. Aren't you headed to the dragon transformation secret realm? Just take me along, and we won't lack for zhongling milk, Qin Huayu suggested with a sudden smile. The dragon transformation's secret realm contains zhongling milk? Chu Nan questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. What? Qin Huayu's expression soured. You can be alone with that enchanting inn, but you refuse to take me along. All right, all right, all right, Chu Nan chuckled wryly. This woman had not forgotten the incident of the night raid on the Great Luo camp during their time in the Northern Territories. The dragon transformation's secret realm was a place where half-blooded prodigies honed their extraordinary skills, likely also a sacred soil, and would probably yield a bounty of herbs and treasures. Bringing Qin Huayu along would indeed not be a bad idea. The exchange between them caused Chu Yao to purse her lips. Her brother, as the North King of Great Xia, a paragon unmatched, seemed to be at a loss when it came to Qin Huayu. How are the preparations for establishing the Great Xia Arts Pavilion coming along? Chu Nan pondered for a moment before questioning Rentiu. As a great nation of Qingshan, we must have our own practitioners, alchemists, weapon masters, and formation masters, all essential for fortifying our nation's standing. Relying solely on Qin Huayu is simply insufficient. News from Lorden indicates that the Great Xia Arts Pavilion has been established, with Mu Zhe leading the alchemists from the Lihua Hall to join forces. However, as of now, there are no practitioners willing to join Great Xia on the Qingshan lands, Rentu replied. None? Chu Nan took a deep breath. Practitioners yearn for sacred soil, for a flourishing great nation. Currently, the absence of practitioners responding to Great Xia stemmed from its perceived weakness. A feeble nation has no diplomacy. Despite Chu Nan's remarkable feat of breaking into the extraordinary realm at just 19 and ranking second among the prodigies of Qingshan, few were willing to acknowledge him. After all, talents emerging from mortal soil were often met with skepticism. This was the perfect opportunity to leverage the journey to the dragon transformation secret realm to bolster Great Xia's prestige. Chu Nan's eyes gleamed with determination. Once he stepped forth, the prodigies of Qingshan would see who dared to question the North King of Great Xia. Qingshan, a vast expanse of sacred soil. The spiritual energy flowed like clouds, cranes danced gracefully, resembling a celestial paradise, all enveloped in violet light that stretched across mountains and rivers, priceless beyond measure. This was a realm of the Qingshan dynasty. How dare a mere mortal talent insult us so? A woman clad in phoenix feather robes, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her figure statuesque, spoke with a chilling demeanor, her eyebrows sharply arched. She was a princess of the Wanfa dynasty, ranked 13th among the royal offspring, named Wanlinger, affectionately called 13th. As the only daughter of the reigning Wan emperor, she enjoyed the adulation of many. According to the agreement between the Wanfa dynasty and the Xia ancestor, should a North King arise in Great Xia, he would become her betrothed. She held great disdain for this arrangement and believed it would never come to pass. Yet, unexpectedly, a North King had indeed emerged in Great Xia, bearing the weight of the nation's fortune and renouncing this engagement. How could a princess allow herself to be forsaken? Father, I wish to accompany my brother to the dragon transformation's secret realm. Wanlinger declared to the majestic palace aglow with violet light. The alignment of 7 stars was imminent, and news of the dragon transformation secret realm had spread among the great nations. Securing a map to the secret realm was not an insurmountable task. She understood that the North King, a prodigy of the extreme realm, would undoubtedly seek to enter the dragon transformation's secret realm. Little 13, there's no need for such haste. That North King, who left his mark on the Qingshan prodigy list, challenging the Easterning prince, is likely to bring bloodshed to the dragon transformation's secret realm. If you desire treasures from the extreme realm, let your brother retrieve them instead. A resigned voice echoed from the palace. I want to go. Wanlinger insisted. Very well. The voice from within the palace grew stern. Protect your sister well. If she returns missing a hair, I will flay your skin. Yes, a faint voice replied. Time flowed like sand, and soon more than half a month had passed. Chu Nan remained at the North King's residence, spending time with family, diligently training, and immersing himself in the myriad martial techniques among the treasures. The trio of Rentu and the others, who had settled in the North King's residence, often witnessed 36 rainbow bridges rising together, as spiritual energy cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping Chu Nan's courtyard. Carrying the national fortune, Chu Nan absorbed the spiritual energy like rain, ascending further into the extraordinary realm through the 36 extraordinary rainbow bridges. The divine bloodline of the North King had far surpassed his solitary battle against Great Luo, and on this sacred soil, his absorption of spiritual energy was nothing short of terrifying. This transformation left the heavenly generals in the northern territories astonished yet cautious. The North King had issued a decree. It was strictly forbidden for the generals of Great Xia to mention this matter. The 6 transformations of creation were of profound significance. In the past, Great Xia had been a mortal land, with few possessing broad perspectives. However, the situation had changed, and secrecy was paramount. Fortunately, Chu Nan held a jade talisman, having previously ventured into the Void Realm to probe the moon envoy Wei Ting of the Sun and Moon Tower. The tower managed the affairs of the various nations in Qingshan, amassing countless intelligence. Wei Ting indicated that he had sensed changes in Chu Nan's bloodline, suspecting that he might be an blood anomaly. What is a blood anomaly? Some practitioners are born with extraordinary qualities, possessing divine bloodlines within them that require gradual awakening. Such practitioners are exceedingly rare, existing only among millions. Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Nan smiled silently, feeling somewhat reassured, and chose not to dwell further on the matter. The unity of man and blade is indeed a formidable challenge. One cannot help but wonder how his elder brother achieved such mastery. Yinzi Ling, draped in a silver robe, wielded a large cleaver, diligently pondering the intricacies of blade techniques. He was learning from Chu Nan's sword maintenance methods. Previously, Chu Nan had provided him with a wooden sword, a measure designed to compel him to relinquish the advantages of weaponry, thus allowing him to focus on the essence of swordsmanship. Mastering the art of killing with a wooden sword signifies the threshold of true understanding. After a period of guidance, Chu Nan finally relented, permitting Yinzi Ling to wield a real weapon. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, darkening the heavens. Yinzi Ling looked up, his pupils narrowing in shock. Above Qingshan City, a multitude of birds soared, forming a dark cloud that encircled the back courtyard of the North King's residence. In the depths of obscurity, it felt as though some cosmic law had been shaken, giving birth to a celestial glow. Yinzi Ling struggled to speak, finally managing to utter 2 words. I can't believe it. Within the world of beasts, even those not of other species possess a certain spirituality, manifesting in the extraordinary sight of 100 birds soaring skyward. The king is truly on the verge of transcending into the realm of the extraordinary. The butcher raised his head, murmuring to himself. In the North King's residence's back courtyard, spiritual energy fell like rain, causing the blooming flowers to sway as they vied for brilliance. Clad in white, Chu Nan appeared serene, reminiscent of a celestial being. His physique illuminated with 25 meridians, akin to ancient totems adorning his body, propelled forth a torrent of blood energy that converged with the essence of his core, stretching an impressive 50 zhong. Utilizing his unique physique to establish a supreme foundation, he elevated his extraordinary core to this height, embodying the realm of extraordinary duality, where his body and core shone in unison, wielding 200,000 gene of divine power. The luck of a great nation is indeed formidable. A moment later, Chu Nan opened his eyes, their brilliance piercing like arrows. The efficiency of harnessing national fortune contrasted sharply with the grounding of earthly spirit, nearly a 2- or 3-fold difference. Otherwise, even with his divine bloodline supporting 36 extraordinary rainbows, such a swift breakthrough would be impossible. Of course, the effect of the Great Yuan Pill also played a pivotal role. After slaying his way toward the Daluo martial dynasty and refining 2 Great Yuan Pills, he could unleash 30,000 gene of force solely through his physical form. Only after achieving a refined physique did he break into the first level, subsequently wielding a staggering 130,000 gene of divine power. The Great Yuan Pill, hailing from the Chu clan, is undoubtedly among the finest in the first-tier spiritual pills. To strive for the 3rd level, commanding 300,000 gene of divine power, is a daunting task. The elevation of bloodlines is indispensable. Chu Nan activated his unique physique, furrowing his brow. The laws of heaven and earth hinder extraordinary practitioners from elevating their limits. Each level acts as a shackle, the difficulty of breaking free increasing exponentially. What astounded Chu Nan was that he had only achieved half of the 50 meridians of the first transformation of his unique physique and had already entered the 2nd level. Should he complete them all, he might even reach the 5th level. May the dragon transformation's secret realm truly assist me. With no more thoughts to linger on, Chu Nan clenched his fist. Gradually, thunderous sounds erupted from within him. Each fist enveloped in 2 circles of golden light, resembling radiant suns, exuding immense visual pressure, causing the nearby artificial mountain to tremble and rocks to cascade down. Upon closer inspection, The golden light emanating from Chu Nan's fists appeared almost tangible, piercing through the artificial mountain. Before he could even strike, the mountain could not withstand the force, shattering explosively, sending the startled flock of birds scattering in all directions. The great sun fist. Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction. As the great Xia ascended to great power, the martial techniques and methods cherished by the Daluo and the subservient Wu dynasty were delivered to the North King's residence. Chu Nan perused the tomes, selecting two exceptional martial techniques. The first, the Great Sun Fist, harnesses true essence to propel a surge of blood energy, with the fist's edge radiating light that can injure foes. When the fist descends, both true essence and physical strength strike simultaneously, demolishing all in their path. This technique's power is contingent on the practitioner's foundation, making it comparable to the techniques of the celestial realms when wielded by a genius of extraordinary realms. The second technique is the Lotus True Step, which transforms true essence into a lotus, allowing the extraordinary to traverse the void. Although not as adept as the celestial techniques of flying and evading, it can still suspend one in the air. Come forth. Chu Nan retracted his fist and reached out. With a swift motion, the slender black blade embedded in the ground responded to the gust. Soaring into Chu Nan's grasp, clang! The thunder blade radiated a resplendent spirit. Holding the blade, Chu Nan transformed into a legendary blade master, his restrained brilliance now fully revealed, snapping grasses and shredding leaves. You are a spirit weapon. Yet I, merely a man unified with the blade, seem somewhat unworthy of you. Chu Nan gazed down at the thunder blade, his voice resonant. His robes billowed as his aura surged. With a swift motion, he raised the blade and swung it forward. This action, seemingly light and devoid of momentum, resembled a colossal hand sweeping through the vastness, gathering spiritual energy into a massive blade light that surged forth. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust erupted, cleaving his residence in the back courtyard in half, leaving chaos in its wake. I am the unity of man and blade. The techniques of the blade resonate with the spirit. Chu Nan smiled. Alchemists can communicate with the spirit. Why not blade techniques? Observing Qin Huayu's alchemical methods, Chu Nan experienced an epiphany. He wielded the spirit weapon, continuously experimenting, finally devising this strike. Chu Nan's blade techniques resonated with the spirit, requiring no consumption of true essence, summoning spiritual energy as the edge to annihilate all. This will be the fourth form of my blade maintenance technique, aptly named Spirit Slash. Until the day I can execute it without reliance on a spirit weapon, I shall consider it incomplete. Immersed in his blade techniques, he was interrupted by the gentle yet stern voice of Lin Lanji, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Are you trying to demolish our home? Mother. Chu Nan recoiled slightly, and upon seeing Lin Lanji's rising ire, he swiftly seized the thunder blade and made a hasty retreat. As the great Xia solidified its national fortune, expanding its dominion over more than 10,000 counties, trivial matters naturally abounded. The Xiajiang duo, stationed in Xia City, were preoccupied with registering the surrendered royal forces and establishing diplomatic ties with other great nations. Within the realm of the great Xia, order reigned, and the weather was harmonious. Merely 2 months into solidifying national fortune, several practitioners had already broken through to the heavenly martial realm. This is the advantage of the transformation of earthly spirit. Practitioners from the bitter sea's 4 realms, bathed in spiritual energy, find their physiques subtly transformed, making breakthroughs significantly easier. For instance, upon returning from the northern territories, the master of Shueyue, despite his frail age, managed to shed his mortal coil and ascend to the rank of extraordinary sovereign. Such instances merely represent a fragment of the great Xia's transformations. On this day, from the North King's residence in Qingshan City, a golden magic sculpture, forged entirely of gold, soared into the sky, swiftly carrying a man and a woman into the horizon. Do we not need to inform Aunt Lin? Qin Huayu, adorned in a flowing red silken dress, resembled a fiery fairy, exuding an unparalleled beauty. No need. Chu Nan shook his head. The dragon transformation's secret realm bore a remnant of pure blood, even restraining the purple palace sovereigns, indicating that this journey held a certain peril. Informing his family would only serve to heighten their anxieties. Very well. Qin Huayu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Chu Nan then unfolded a map, diligently discerning their position. With merely a month remaining until the day of the 7 stars alignment, the dragon transformation's secret realm lay to the west of the Great Xia, deep within the old forest peaks. Several thousand miles away, at the flying speed of the golden magic sculpture, they would likely require over half a month, necessitating an early departure. With hands clasped behind his back, Chu Nan gazed down at the earth below. The Great Xia is but a single expanse within the grand nation of Qingzhou, which in turn is merely one of the 3,000 states within the true spirit continent. Where lies the ancestral land of the Chu clan? And where is his grandfather, Chu Wudi? As they journeyed westward, the terrain became increasingly rugged, with high mountains and deep ravines, while occasional areas rich in spiritual energy revealed flying beasts hunting for prey. Chu Nan dispatched them one by one, allowing the golden magic sculpture to rest at night. As the night deepened, the moon shone brightly, with the surrounding sounds of chirping insects and the calls of monkeys echoing in the air. The allure of the dragon transformation secret realm is indeed substantial. Seated upon a large stone, Chu Nan observed that over the past few days, the number of practitioners along the route had increased, all rushing toward the dragon transformation secret realm, each harboring lofty aspirations. The more, the merrier, Qin Huayu suddenly remarked, catching Chu Nan off guard. This woman intended to accompany him into the dragon transformation secret realm to seek the clock spirit milk, but he could not discern her true intentions. Sizzling, Qin Huayu roasted a wild rabbit over the campfire, the juices dripping and emitting an enticing aroma. Chu Nan stared, his expression darkening. Although Qin Huayu's culinary skills were exceptional, he dared not partake. He had witnessed her extracting countless vials from her storage ring, mixing various ingredients. This woman cannot possibly be plotting against me, could she? Chu Nan's lips twitched. Having entered the extraordinary realm, he no longer feared Qin Huayu's poisons. However, now, with her alchemical skills resonating with the spirit, her toxins were likely even more potent. Thud. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a distance. Moments later, a young man in his 20s burst forth from the thicket, exuding an air of nobility, his robe adorned with gold and jewels, brandishing a hefty iron rod and gazing hungrily at the wild rabbit in Qin Huayu's hands. To encounter such an unparalleled beauty in this remote wilderness was indeed unexpected. The young man, taken aback by Qin Huayu's beauty, hastily straightened his attire and clasped his fists in greeting. I am Xiang Peng, a prodigy from the Cold Garment Kingdom. Would you like some? Qin Huayu glanced at the young man, tearing off a rabbit leg and offering it to him. Xiang Peng was momentarily stunned, staring at the fragrant rabbit leg, struggling to swallow. Eat. In the next instant, he seized the rabbit leg like a bolt of lightning, devouring it ravenously. Chu Nan merely observed, a sense of foreboding rising within him. As expected, Qin Huayu was also fixated on Xiang Peng, silently counting. 1, 2 miss. How long do you intend to count before I finish? Xiang Peng stammered, his mouth full. I may not excel in many things, but I can certainly eat. As Qin Huayu reached 10, Xiang Peng appeared as if struck by lightning, his body convulsing violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Damn it! You poisoned me. Even at his worst, Xiang Peng was an exceptional, extraordinary being. To threaten him with poison required at least a first-tier alchemist, and a top-tier one at that. Qin Huayu, being so young, had caught him completely off guard. Unfortunately, you guessed correctly. As punishment, I demand 1,000 portions of clock spirit milk in exchange for the antidote. Qin Huayu rose and stated nonchalantly, this is a common item among extraordinary practitioners of great nations. Given your ostentatious appearance, I trust you can procure it. Xiang Peng was immediately left dumbfounded. 1,000 portions? This woman is nothing short of a bandit. Are you not afraid I might swing my iron rod at you? His face contorted in pain. To attack. Qin Huayu raised her hand, pointing towards Chu Nan. You can try if you believe you can defeat him. That guy? Xiang Peng clutched his stomach, finally noticing the seemingly innocent Chu Nan seated a distance away. Who the hell are you? Xiang Peng trembled, tightening his grip on the iron rod. This woman was ruthless. He had no idea what poison she had used that left him feeling as though his body was on fire. Agony overwhelming him. Although he couldn't dispel the poison, he could barely muster his true essence. An imposing aura emanated from Xiang Peng, causing the surrounding sounds of insects to cease instantly. The great Xia martial dynasty. Chu Nan rose. The North King? Xiang Peng stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. You mean the North King who single-handedly slaughtered through the Daluo, ranking second on the Qingzhou prodigy list? Xiang Peng could barely steady the iron rod in his hand. At just 19, Chu Nan had shouldered the national fortune of the Great Xia and entered the extraordinary first level, creating a significant stir within Qingzhou. He likely didn't even realize the extent of his influence. Lady, I only possess around 30 portions of clock spirit milk. The rest, I will find a way to procure later. Xiangpeng swiftly retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage ring and offered it to her. To confront the North King at such a juncture, it would be wiser to face his demise directly. Over 30 portions? Qin Huayu accepted the vial, a smile gracing her lips. It appears your golden aura has not been in vain. She had never expected Xiangpeng to produce 1,000 portions of clock spirit milk. With a wave of her jade hand, a peculiar fragrance wafted towards Xiangpeng. Initially, he trembled, but soon his contorted features relaxed. He glanced at Chu Nan and bolted away with the iron rod in hand. He's gone, Chu Nan remarked, slightly surprised. He had anticipated Xiangpeng would want to confront him post-antidote. Look, even before reaching the dragon transformation secret realm, we've acquired clock spirit milk. Qin Huayu beamed at Chu Nan. Don't get too carried away, Chu Nan said, his expression darkening. Now he understood the woman's true intentions. Someone who abandoned me to fight a nation, now fears me. Qin Huayu raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself, Chu Nan replied helplessly to as long as they could acquire clock spirit milk. With Qin Huayu's astonishing alchemical success rate, she could potentially cultivate numerous extraordinary sovereigns for the Great Xia. Would you like some? Qin Huayu offered, gesturing towards the remaining rabbit meat. Not interested. Chu Nan's lips quivered as silence enveloped them. The night passed without further conversation. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in hues of red, Chu Nan and Qin Huayu resumed their journey. At that moment, Xiangpeng unexpectedly returned. He was not seeking revenge but had whispered something to Qin Huayu, who surprisingly agreed to let him accompany them. What scheme were these two concocting? Chu Nan felt perplexed. Qin Huayu had always been averse to strangers. Soon, under the cover of another deep night, Chu Nan discerned the answer. In the wilderness, the aroma of roasted meat wafted invitingly, tantalizing appetites. Brothers, eat and drink well. This beautiful sister of mine not only looks stunning but also excels at roasting meat. Out here, we rely on friends. Drink to this bowl, and we shall be brothers. Once we reach the dragon transformation's secret realm, we can look out for one another. Xiangpeng's face beamed with camaraderie as he summoned dozens of extraordinary beings, producing fine liquor for the feast. These extraordinary individuals were either prodigies heading for the dragon transformation's secret realm or practitioners escorting them. Faced with Xiangpeng's boisterous demeanor, the practitioners looked bewildered. However, upon spotting the troublemaking Qin Huayu leisurely roasting meat, smiles broke out and they joined in the shared feast. This meat is poisonous. Damn it, who are you? After 10 breaths, the group of extraordinary beings succumbed, collapsing in disarray, their cries of outrage mingling. The Great Xia, North King. Before Qin Huayu could speak, Xiangpeng rose, forcibly seizing the storage rings of all present. The name North King seemed to possess a certain power, striking fear into the hearts of these practitioners. After being cured by Qin Huayu, they fled without uttering a word. The name of the North King is indeed effective. Xiangpeng marveled. Receive my blade. You shall not perish. A ghostly voice echoed. The sound of blades ringing resonated, and a brilliant blade light surged, rendering Xiangpeng's face ashen as he quickly dodged. North King, let us speak peacefully. There's no need for violence. He was still of some use as Qin Huayu surveyed their bounty. Her gaze brightened. We've acquired an additional 300 portions of clock spirit milk, along with several other medicinal herbs, sufficient to concoct the inner breath pill. Inner breath pill? Chu Nan's movements froze. This elixir could aid practitioners in cultivating their inner breath. Many among the North King's army had consumed inner breath pills. To rapidly cultivate a significant number of extraordinary sovereigns, the heavenly martial realm must not be overlooked. Fear not, North King. The prodigies I choose will not be on the Qingzhou prodigy list, nor from any of the top 100 nations of Qingzhou. Upon hearing Chu Nan sheath his blade, Xiangpeng sighed in relief, confident in his extensive knowledge and ability to identify suitable targets. Collaborating with Qin Huayu was an opportunity to forge connections. Although he was acquainted with first-tier alchemists, their potential paled in comparison to hers. Then why disclose my name? Chu Nan inquired, casting a glance at Xiangpeng. To avoid being beaten, Xiangpeng replied awkwardly. Disclosing my name does not spare you, Chu Nan retorted, exasperated. The extraordinary first level was sufficient to intimidate many. Xiang Peng spoke confidently, "Few dare to entangle with you," fearing the Eastern Wind Crown Prince might eliminate them effortlessly. The Eastern Wind Crown Prince. Chu Nan finally grasped why Xiang Peng had fled so hastily. The Eastern Wind Crown Prince sought an invincible path and had openly challenged the Eastern Wind Crown Prince on the prodigy list. Should they cross paths, conflict was inevitable. As a crown prince of a dynasty, he could easily look down upon the younger generation of Qingzhou, favored by the Purple Palace sovereigns. Who would dare to intervene? Thus, Chu Nan now resembled a walking jinx. "Are you not afraid?" Chu Nan scrutinized Xiang Peng. "Since we are friends, we shall advance and retreat together." Xiang Peng declared with righteous fervor, "I trust you, but that's a bit far-fetched." Chu Nan replied, dismissively. After days of interaction, he had come to understand that Xiang Peng was rife with ulterior motives. They continued on their journey, with Xiang Peng and Qin Huayu ambushing several groups. Growing considerably more subdued afterward, as they progressed further, the strength of the practitioners along the route intensified, their blood energy surging like the scion, the mysterious realm of the dragon transformation, nestled within the ancient forest and far removed from the lands of great nations. Extraordinary beings roam amidst towering mountains and deep valleys. Eerie sounds reverberate through the wilderness, as if the very heavens and earth are tearing apart. Chu Nan gestures for the golden demon eagle to halt and proceeds on foot. They are nearing the dragon transformation realm, yet the eagle senses an instinctual dread of what lies ahead, causing its flight to slow considerably. Upon a massive stone before them, intricate patterns emerge, depicting the golden crow soaring and the kuanpeng spreading its wings, exuding an enigmatic aura that chills the soul. Chu Nan pauses to observe. These markings were not natural but forged by the surging essence of blood and vitality, leaving traces even on the leaves of surrounding trees. The half-blooded prodigy is destined to tread an invincible path, accompanied by signs of the extraordinary from birth. Xiang Peng steps forward, explaining that these marks are merely remnants of the trials faced by those of half-blood striving for the pinnacle of the extraordinary, and that true astonishment awaits within the dragon transformation realm half-blood. Chu Nan's eyes gleam with brilliance. Had the Chu clan not faced calamity, they too would boast a half-blooded prodigy. One day, I shall surpass even half-blood. With his garments billowing, Chu Nan strides forward. His six-turn transformation technique is in motion, and ahead lie many cultivators capable of becoming seeds of transformation. Suddenly, the world brightens, and a violent aura rushes from the distance. Shaking the mountains and causing the trees to tremble, the wave of purple light sweeps in from the east, revealing a grand palanquin. The palanquin itself is a spiritual artifact, inscribed with formations, drawn by two fierce birds of prey. A large flag atop the palanquin bears the character Wan, silencing the surroundings. In this land of Qingzhou, only one great nation can march under such a banner. The Wanfa dynasty. It is said that the northern king of the Daxia is pillaging the treasures of the great nation's elite. On the palanquin stand a man and a woman, gazing downwards and instantly locking their sights on Xiang Peng. "You are the northern king." The man, clad in black, is robust with flowing golden hair, emanating an aura akin to a sun god, his imposing presence stirring up a tempest of dust, a prince of the Wanfa dynasty. Xiang Peng's forehead beads with sweat, his legs quaking. He knows that the Eastern Prince harbors animosity towards Chu Nan, but he never anticipated that even the prince of the Wanfa dynasty would set his sights on Chu Nan. As a prince, he must have entered the extraordinary realm. At that moment, the man in black leaps down like a true dragon, diving towards Xiang Peng. "Brother, you have mistaken me." Xiang Peng cries out, "I have heard of your renown in the Daxia martial dynasty, yet I never imagined you to be a coward." The black-clad man's words are as cold and sharp as a blade. In an instant, it is as if golden stars collide with the earth, rippling waves of energy radiating outward, shattering boulders and snapping trees that could barely be embraced by three men. A heavy iron rod is sent flying. Xiang Peng howls in agony, blood spilling from his mouth as he is thrown back dozens of yards. The prince of the Wanfa dynasty merely executed a single strike, and as a top-tier extraordinary being, Xiang Peng could not withstand it, feeling as if his body were falling apart, so weak. The man's eyes glint with a chilling light. "You are not the northern king of Daxia. Where is he?" The man in black pursues Xiang Peng, whose complexion pales. "Damn it, he is coming." Suddenly, a swift figure approaches with a fierce roar. The black-clad man reacts with lightning speed, striking out with his palm. A thunderous crash resonates as two forces collide, sending shockwaves through the air and scattering stones. What immense power! The extraordinary realm! The man in black sways, staring in shock at Chu Nan, who is clad in white as snow. Chu Nan, so young. Such a youthful genius of the extraordinary realm is a rare sight even among the royal dynasties of Qingzhou. You are the northern king of Daxia. The man realizes, his robust frame radiating an aura of bloodlust. Could you be a bit stronger next time you impersonate someone? Chu Nan glances at the collapsed Xiangpeng. All right. Xiangpeng nods vigorously. To abandon my royal sister, one must admit fault and make amends. Chu Nan's disregard ignites further anger in the man in black, whose hair billows and true fire envelopes his body. The true sun technique of the Wanfa dynasty. Xiangpeng shivers. Reaching this level at such a young age, he must be the 10th prince of the Wanfa dynasty, Wanjiang. The true sun technique is unmatched, far superior to the techniques of other nations. Most importantly, Chu Nan abandoned this prince's sister. Is that the reason for his attack? Chu Nan gazes at the palanquin, where Wan Linger, adorned in phoenix-feathered attire, stands. She is of similar age to Qin Huayu, slender with golden hair and emerald eyes, exuding an exotic charm. Sensing her frosty demeanor and hostility towards him, Chu Nan raises an eyebrow. Is she the princess he was betrothed to? Is that not enough? Wan Jiang's true fire blazes, pressing towards Chu Nan. Enough! Chu Nan smiles, his hair swirling. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Wan Jiang's name is familiar to him. He had seen it on the list of Qingzhou's elite. Merely 25 years of age, he occupies the 4th spot on the elite list, a force to be reckoned with. This confrontation stirs a resonance within his 6-turn transformation technique, stronger than that of the Grand Luo martial master. Yet, Chu Nan's words render Wan Jiang speechless. The earlier clash of divine powers made it clear that subduing Chu Nan would be an arduous task. He is the 10th prince of the Wanfa dynasty. This northern king has his day. How fitting. A mere king from a small nation dares to act so audaciously. A moment of silence is shattered by the sound of commotion. Figures rush in, drawn by the grand procession of the prince and princess. Among them are those who have suffered at the hands of Xiangpeng and Qin Huayu. Their eyes sweep over to Chu Nan, who stands in confrontation with Wan Jiang and the fallen Xiangpeng, and they quickly realize the situation. Prince Wan, we come to assist you in eliminating this man. At once, over 30 formidable extraordinary beings charge towards Chu Nan. In their eyes, with Wan Jiang's intervention, a mere peak extraordinary like Chu Nan is bound to lose. Their involvement is merely to add flair, hoping to befriend Wan Jiang. Clang! The sound of blades resonates like thunder. An endless sharpness radiating from Chu Nan, piercing through stones and sending vegetation flying. Chu Nan's sword technique is ethereal, even frightening the fierce birds pulling the palanquin into fleeing. The 30-plus extraordinary practitioners are immediately overwhelmed. Their bodies tremble as they are engulfed by the relentless sword energy, their skin marred with bloodstains. What leaves them most bewildered is that Wan Jiang, who stood against Chu Nan, has silently turned and leaped onto the palanquin, hastily retreating. The 10th prince of the Wanfa dynasty actually fled? You dare to kill me? Do you think you are worthy? With the drought thunder blade in hand, Chu Nan gathers spiritual energy in the air, transforming it into a massive blade of light that surges forth. Swish! Swish! The blade cleaves through flesh, and all 30 extraordinary beings are shattered, blood spilling forth, not one surviving. What terrifying swordsmanship! Is he truly at the peak extraordinary realm? The other practitioners gasp in shock and hastily retreat. Wan Jiang, what are you doing? On the palanquin, Wan Linger's brows furrow, her eyes ablaze with fury. Her brother, instead of defending her honor, turns tail and runs. A disgrace indeed, royal sister. It is not that I fear, but I cannot subdue this northern king. Wan Jiang sighs, his swordsmanship is terrifying, and he has entered the 2nd extraordinary realm. His momentum may even surpass that of the Eastern Prince. He fears that unleashing his true fire might harm Wan Linger. Though the chance is slim, he dare not take the risk. If this little ancestor loses even a hair, the Emperor Wan would truly flay him alive. The extraordinary 2nd realm? Wan Linger's expression falters. Those of the common realm do not impress her, let alone being rejected by one. Yet, as a princess, she understands what it means to be at the extraordinary 2nd realm at the age of 19. Among the emperor's children, there are over 10 princes. The strongest has only reached the extraordinary third realm, elevated by the nation's fortune, without even qualifying for the elite list of Qingzhou. How could this northern king, with whom she is betrothed, be such an anomaly? Wan Linger falls silent, her sense of humiliation dissipating somewhat. Shall I take action, old man? A deep voice resonates from the shadows. Other elite beings from great nations have bodyguards during their journey to the dragon transformation realm, let alone the prince and princess, in no need. Wan Jiang shakes his head, wild light flickering in his eyes. The Eastern prince walks the path of invincibility, never relying on others in combat. I, Wan Jiang, share that sentiment. Once I break through to the third realm within the dragon transformation realm, I will retrieve him for my royal sister. In the dense forest, Chu Nan stands with his blade drawn, watching the palanquin disappear into the distance, choosing not to pursue. The dragon transformation realm is about to unfold, and he wishes to avoid entanglements with the prince. Moreover, he senses an aura of the cave realm lurking near the palanquin. The treatment afforded to other princes and princesses should not be lacking. Chu Nan smirks. Once inside the dragon transformation realm, princes and princesses are like mere chickens and dogs. Within the dragon transformation realm, remnants of half-blooded prodigies linger, and those entering the cave realm can only endure for half an hour at most, lacking the ability to protect princes and princesses. Chu Nan sheathes the drought thunderblade and approaches the 30-plus corpses. These individuals are all elites of great nations, their talents formidable, with some capable of resonating with his 6-turn transformation technique. In secret, Chu Nan extracts their blood essence. Moments later, he trembles as 6 seeds of transformation coalesce within him once more. Excellent. A smile graces Chu Nan's lips. The higher the level of divine bloodline, the more confidence he has in ascending to the extraordinary realm. Chu Nan also retrieves the cosmos rings from these practitioners and tosses them to Qin Huayu. Brother, have you entered the extraordinary second realm? Xiang Peng approaches, trembling in awe. Having seen Wan Jiang and Chu Nan clash, he understands the gravity of the situation. Chu Nan turns to leave, uninterested in responding. Someone's charm is truly immense. First, the fairy and, now a princess. Qin Huayu follows closely, murmuring, I find her quite appealing. Why not pursue her? Ah, the ancestors have cursed me. Chu Nan sighs skyward. Further west, they encounter towering mountains, devoid of beasts or birds. A silence that is almost oppressive, an unexplainable sense of dread envelopes him. Chu Nan observes quietly, realizing that this feeling stems from the divine bloodline. The remnants of the half-blooded prodigy linger, their influence lingering for centuries. Even Xiang Peng falls silent, trudging onward as the last rays of the setting sun are swallowed by the mountains. The night sky is adorned with a serene glow. Under the moonlight, 7 great stars appear simultaneously, aligning in a straight line under the influence of a mysterious force. The 7 stars' convergence, earlier than the predictions of the sun and moon tower. Xiang Peng exclaims. Chu Nan, too, looks up in astonishment. The cascading starlight rises into the heavens, forming a hazy silhouette. The figure is difficult to discern, yet it emanates an indomitable will, capable of reversing yin and yang, startling even the 7 stars, as if they might fall, a half-blooded prodigy. Chu Nan's heart quakes. Just how terrifying is the half-blood? Centuries later, that invincible will remains, causing the golden demon eagle at his side to cower. Everyone aspires to walk the path of invincibility, yet who can truly claim to be invincible? In this land of Qingzhou, can anyone continue the path of invincibility? A mournful sigh echoes through the void. Intertwined with the howling winds, it is the solitude of one who stands unrivaled, seeking a worthy opponent. I shall continue the path of invincibility. Chu Nan's robes billow as he charges forward. The night reveals the 7 stars' convergence. The dragon transformation realm has begun. Chapter 61. The 5 domains of dragon transformation. Eastern Prince. The dragon transformation realm, isolated on the land of Qingzhou, is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. Having consumed many powerful cultivators from Qingzhou, only when the 7 stars' convergence occurs can the path be discerned. On a moss-covered stone, the character's dragon transformation are inscribed in blood red, radiating an overwhelming aura. Beyond this point lies the dragon transformation realm. Those who ascend to this place, possessing extraordinary power, find themselves halted here, unwilling to advance further. They are guardians of the royal dynasty, established in the cave realm, stationed here to oversee the entry of princes and princesses into the secret realm. In addition, numerous elites from great nations converge from all directions, gathering in the thousands. Year after year, flowers remain the same, yet people change. It has been decades since the last 7 stars convergence. This time, among the 100 powerful nations, some have emerged with extraordinary talent, yet still cannot compare to our dynasty's princes. These guardians, hidden in the night, were expressions of indifference as they observe the emerging elites. Suddenly, their gazes sharpen, all falling upon a specific spot. There, the forest stirs and 3 figures emerge. The leader stands tall, clad in white, his hair flowing. Indeed, it is Chu Nan. The golden demon eagle remains at a distance, not accompanying him. This lad has entered the extraordinary second realm. Whispers ripple through the guardians, causing them to tremble slightly, soon followed by a chilling intent that envelopes them. A commoner reaching the extraordinary first realm, though surprising, does not warrant their concern. However, entering the extraordinary second realm is a different matter entirely. It poses a significant threat to the princes and princesses. What? Do you wish to strike against me? Chu Nan's gaze flicks over, a cold smile gracing his lips. If you are unsure, then retreat. Otherwise, once inside the dragon transformation realm, I shall slay every prince and princess. His nonchalant words cause the expressions of these guardians to freeze in place. A peak extraordinary can challenge those of the cave realm, let alone one at the second extraordinary realm. Moreover, among the guardians, there exists mutual vigilance. Should they fail to subdue Chu Nan and offend him, it would be akin to handing the princes and princesses a blade. The northern king of Daxia single-handedly slaughtered his way through a nation. Brother, you are truly fierce. As the ominous intent dissipates, Xiang Pang gives a thumbs up. Chu Nan strides forward, entering the dragon transformation realm. The secret realm spans thousands of miles. Although the path is visible, it remains veiled in mist. Here, the vegetation is lush, devoid of beasts, and only the sounds of footsteps reverberate. The starlight from the 7 stars casts shadows upon the leaves and fog, reflecting an illusory image. The figures within the shadows are all the same person, some sitting in meditation, others practicing martial arts, and some reciting scriptures. He is everywhere, omnipresent, forming a magnificent tapestry of cultivation, a breathtaking sight. Are these the traces left by the half-blooded prodigy in his arduous training? Chu Nan gazes skyward, gradually understanding the heart of the one who came before. Walking the path of invincibility is destined to be a solitary journey. This half-blooded prodigy has intentionally left behind this sacred ground to see if Qingzhou can birth an opponent capable of walking the same path. Such intent lingers in the dragon transformation realm, generating intense hostility towards cultivators beyond the extraordinary. Thus, those entering the cave realm can only endure briefly. The Purple Palace monarchs are not prohibited from entering, but they dare not, fearing the entanglements of the half-blooded prodigy. The dragon transformation realm is divided into 5 domains, corresponding to the trials faced by half-blooded prodigies, honing their extraordinary skills. Xiang Pang, wielding an iron rod, has already charged out. Each time the dragon transformation realm opens, it lasts only 2 months. Time is of the essence in seeking treasures of the extraordinary. Swish the head, a blood-red flower blooms, staining the mist crimson. 20 top-tier extraordinary beings are vying for a blue miraculous flower. This flower grows in a valley, where no other vegetation survives within 100 meters. It absorbs the essence of the sun and moon, its fragrance intoxicating, a treasure of the extraordinary. Xiang Pang's eyes gleam as he rushes forward. However, at that moment, Chu Nan has already leapt into the air. His true essence surges forth, transforming into a lotus that raises his foot, soaring ahead like a true celestial. Hey brother, you can't play like this. Xiang Pang howls as he watches Chu Nan soar above him. With Chu Nan's intervention, he has no part to play in this contest. What? He is the northern king of Daxia, a genius of the extraordinary realm, and he dares to compete with us. Xiang Pang's exclamation halts the fighting, and astonished gazes turn towards Chu Nan in an instant. They gather, intent on blocking his advance. Boom! Chu Nan dives down, his body shimmering with radiant light, instantly shattering the bones of the 20 extraordinary beings, sending them all flying. Having entered the extraordinary second realm, his body is exceedingly robust. The practitioners, all advanced in age, lacked even the qualifications to become a source of creation. North King, You of the great Xia have only just begun to consolidate your national destiny. Yet you dare to oppose us, great powers. Are you not afraid of annihilation? Upon witnessing Chu Nan pluck the wondrous flower, several top-tier transcendent beings began to stir. How noisy! Chu Nan raised his fist and struck out into the air. Whoosh! The air vibrated, unleashing a tidal wave of force that obliterated the bodies of those top-tier transcendent beings. Simultaneously, the wondrous flower in Chu Nan's hand began to dissolve like ice, with an intangible energy surging within him, rushing toward his mind. This was a treasure capable of elevating one's spiritual power. Chu Nan's spirit jolted. Having entered the realm of supreme transcendence with his physical body, spiritual power was of utmost importance. He needed to continue his ascent. However, spiritual power posed a formidable barrier. Regrettably, the effects of this flower were limited, and the intangible energy quickly exhausted. Indeed, this place was merely a training ground for that half-blooded prodigy. Honing their proficiency in the realm of transcendence, the princes and princesses must be deeper within. With clarity in his heart, Chu Nan decided to press on. A voice pierced through. Qin Huayu's. The dragon transformation secret realm had been sealed for decades and had only just reopened today, allowing the accumulated spiritual energy to descend and give rise to numerous medicinal herbs. Qin Huayu, with her long jade legs, was busy harvesting. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Noticing Chu Nan's silence, she flashed a smile that could topple nations. A warm current coursed through Chu Nan's heart. He understood that Qin Huayu did not wish to be a burden to him in her quest for rare treasures. If he could safeguard her without leaving her side, he, Chu Nan, would forever remember this kindness. Chu Nan glanced at Xiangpeng, his lips moving slightly. Otherwise, I shall lead the North King's army to pay a visit to the Han martial dynasty another day. Were it not for Xiangpeng's instigation, Qin Huayu would not have taken down so many along the way. Xiangpeng's lips twitched. Before he could respond, Chu Nan had already vanished from sight. Damn it, I've truly run out of luck, Xiangpeng muttered under his breath, yet he still held his iron rod protectively near Qin Huayu. He had only just entered the top tier of transcendence and could only linger in one realm. Advancing further would lead to perilous dangers. Chu Nan's remarkable talent deserved his utmost respect. At that moment, a cacophony erupted. Within the dragon transformation's secret realm, terrifying explosive sounds reverberated as trees shattered and mountains trembled. A young man clad in splendid garments, with hair flowing like a waterfall and a robust physique, was soaring through the air. He was even younger than Wan Jiang and exuded an even more formidable aura, with a pair of pong wings manifesting behind him, emanating an innate sense of oppression that resonated with the leaves and mist around him. His cold gaze surveyed the vast earth, and without uttering a single word, he startled the practitioners along his path into retreat. The Easting Prince has arrived, Xiangpeng murmured. The Easting Prince aimed to tread the path of half-blooded prodigies, and his presence in the dragon transformation secret realm was nothing short of alarming. He possessed such qualifications. Otherwise, how could he resonate with the arduous traces of the half-blooded prodigies? The Easting Prince soared like a rainbow toward the Four Extremes realm. Meanwhile, Chu Nan had stepped into the Second Extremes realm. The practitioners in this area were markedly fewer, as those daring to enter were all geniuses who had reached the First Extremes. They were searching fervently. Upon the discovery of any precious treasures, they would swarm in a frenzy, with many princes and princesses among them, and numerous who ranked within the top 20 of the Qingzhou elite. Upon sensing Chu Nan's approach, they all retreated silently. The allure of the treasures was undeniable, yet life was far more precious. Realizing that Chu Nan had entered the Second Extremes, the Guardians immediately informed those within the Dragon Transformation secret realm using secret methods. The North King of Great Xia is ruthless. Remember not to provoke him. The Second Extremes realm is the stage for the geniuses of great nations. If you little country prodigies do not wish to perish, it would be wise to withdraw. Otherwise, you shall learn what it means to suffer. A bald man caught sight of Chu Nan and grinned, revealing his white teeth. He hailed from the Yunxian martial dynasty, a nation ranked 14th among the great powers of Qingzhou, with numerous esteemed figures. Just the name of a great nation could intimidate many. However, his words were met with a swift response. Chu Nan, with the lotus formation beneath his feet, surged through the air, his blade cleaving the bald man in two. He is the North King of Great Xia. Chaos erupted around him, as those intending to attack Chu Nan sought to flee. only to feel a piercing pain in their bodies. The night sky had been illuminated by radiant light, which pierced through like thousands of arrows, capable of inflicting harm. Boom! Chu Nan's great sun fist descended, instantly shattering several practitioners into mere flesh, and he gained the recognition of the half-pure-blood prodigy and, while contemplating the great seal of mountains and rivers, was endowed with the blessings of rare treasures, directly breaking into the third extremity. Truly, the transformation into a dragon is a remarkable secret realm. Chu Nan marveled. He had spent over a month comprehending techniques. At this moment, the ancient tree's branches and leaves once again withered, evoking a sense of desolation. These individuals, so honest, it would be rather embarrassing for me to take further action. Chu Nan's gaze, distant and contemplative, focused on the 7 figures ahead. Aside from Wang Jiyang, 3 others could resonate with the 6-turn transformation technique. After a moment of thought, Chu Nan turned to leave. He was not one who relished killing. Until they crossed his bottom line, he would not slaughter indiscriminately for the sake of the transformation seeds. After all, in the vast expanse of Qingzhou, on the true spirit continent, there were likely many cultivators capable of becoming transformation seeds. Hey, do not proceed any further. The Easting Prince is ahead. A clear voice rang out. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wan Linger seemed somewhat dazed, as if she hadn't expected to concern herself with that detestable scoundrel. Having entered the secret realm of transformation into a dragon, how could they fear the enemies ahead? Chu Nan laughed heartily, his figure retreating into the distance. It was indeed rare for a prodigy from a small nation to share such ambitions. No wonder he garnered the recognition of a half-pure-blood prodigy in the third extremity domain. Yet, on the path of invincibility where countless ships vie for supremacy, there could only be one standing. Ever since you inscribed your name on the Qingzhou prodigy list, you were destined to become a stepping stone for me. After a brief moment, a resonant voice shattered the clouds, sending shockwaves for dozens of miles. Come forth, I shall slay you. Those who heard it felt as though they were struck by a heavy blow. Their spirits nearly fracturing in days, they seemed to see an invincible figure standing high above the 9 heavens, surveying the vast secret realm. The Easting Prince. This is the voice of the Easting Prince, a prodigy unattainable by the other princes and princesses. He had entered the secret realm of transformation into a dragon, advancing directly into the 4th extremity domain. It was said that there, he stirred the invincible will of the half-pure-blood prodigy, causing a great phenomenon. The Easting Prince was also watching the Northern King of the Great Xia, responding with the most commanding words to the Northern King's challenge, "Then I shall come." Chu Nan paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. His tall figure suddenly soared into the air, and with each step he took, a lotus flower blossomed, floating as he moved. Chu Nan stepped gracefully toward the 4th extremity domain. After a brief silence in the secret realm of transformation into a dragon, it erupted into an uproar. The Northern King of the Great Xia was about to engage in a direct battle against the Easting Prince. Chapter 64. With me here, how can you be invincible? The eastern sun radiated its brilliance, illuminating the mist of the secret realm of transformation into a dragon with dazzling colors. 7 great stars were still clearly visible in broad daylight, creating a rare spectacle of the sun and moon competing for brilliance. The secret realm of transformation into a dragon had been opened for more than a month. At this moment, the most exceptional and transcendent prodigies were swiftly traversing the dense forest, all heading towards the same destination. The Easting Prince reigned supreme over his contemporaries in Qingzhou. The Easting dynasty backing him was also the foremost in Qingzhou, with many renowned powerhouses listed on the Qingzhou prodigy list belonging to the Easting dynasty. The foundation of the Easting dynasty was unrivaled in Qingzhou. Once, a ruler of Qingzhou remarked that the Easting Prince truly had the potential to walk the invincible path of the half-pure-blood prodigy, achieving the strongest cave and the mightiest purple abode in Qingzhou. At least for the next 300 years, it would be challenging for any prodigy from the various nations of Qingzhou to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Easting Prince. But now, this prophecy had been shattered. The Northern King of the Great Xia also possessed unmatched elegance, gaining the recognition of the half-pure-blood prodigy in the 3rd extremity domain. 2 prodigies, each with aspirations of invincibility, were about to clash head-on. Who would not pay attention? Who would not wish to witness? Miss Qin, is your Northern King always this impulsive? Xiang Peng asked, carrying a large iron rod while on the road, inquiring of Qin Huayu. The pressure the Easting Prince brought upon the younger generation of Qingzhou was immense. Just mentioning his name made his throat dry. Chu Nan, instead of avoiding, dared to charge forward? Impulsive. Qin Huayu's lips curled slightly. 6 years ago, he had nearly lost all his cultivation, and with a frail, youthful body, he had plunged into the borders, shedding blood in battle. Could that be considered impulsive? A few months prior, he had supported the heavens of the great Xia with his royal bones, carrying the body of an old soldier, single-handedly breaking through a nation. Could that be labeled impulsive? The great Xia had only recently solidified its national fortune. There was no cave to guard the homeland, and he had no one to guide him. Yet he still came here to compete with the princes and princesses for the path of invincibility. Was that not impulsive? Qin Huayu's words left Xiang Peng silent. He was never afraid of the enemies ahead. Qin Huayu gazed ahead, her smile growing brighter. Such spirit, such determination, was rarely seen in ordinary people. Otherwise, why would she willingly stay by Chu Nan's side? In the secret realm of transformation into a dragon, the fourth extremity domain offered an expansive view, with the mist nearly dissipated. Compared to the previous 3 extremity domains, there were no signs of arduous cultivation. It resembled a meadow in the woods, with fallen blossoms and bubbling springs, radiating a sense of returning to simplicity. However, during the days the secret realm of transformation into a dragon had been opened, few transcendent prodigies had managed to reach this place. This was solely because the invincible will of the half-pureblood prodigy here was even more terrifying, permeating every inch of the void. Those whose cultivation was insufficient to enter the fourth extremity domain would find their bodies bent under the pressure. A young man, dressed in brocade, with hair flowing like a waterfall and a robust physique, stood in an open space. His face was chiseled, with distinct features. His left hand rested behind his back while his right hand formed seals, drawing down sunlight and starlight to shape a figure standing alongside him. The Easting Prince's hand seals stirred the invincible will of the half-pureblood prodigy. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even the floating specks in the air ceased to move. The 3 individuals beside the Easting Prince either clutched their wounds or lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. They hailed from a royal dynasty and were no longer young. There was little they could do. Even as royal prodigies, they could not reach this level without decades of immersion in the transcendent realm. The transcendent third extremity was the limit for them. Entering the fourth extremity domain was their hope for further advancement. However, before them stood the Easting Prince, an insurmountable peak that extinguished their confidence. Yet, even the Easting Prince had not obtained the treasures of the fourth extremity domain. Someone had already stirred the invincible will of the half-pureblood prodigy. That person in the third extremity domain was the northern king of the great Xia. The secret realm of transformation into a dragon allowed anyone with aspirations of the transcendent realm to enter, but most could only linger in the first and second extremity domains. Beyond that lay the path of invincibility, a solitary journey where only one could stand. The northern king of the great Xia, with his innate talent, had blocked the Easting Prince's path to invincibility. The two must determine a victor and a loser. As for why the Easting Prince did not actively seek out the northern king of the great Xia, it was simply due to disdain. It was astonishing to think that such a figure could emerge from a small nation. The 3 of them felt bitter. Without the Easting Prince, the northern king of the great Xia could still suppress them. Swish! The Easting Prince's eyes suddenly opened wide, his intimidating gaze causing the void to tremble, shattering the flowers and leaves ahead. The 3 immediately found themselves breathless. The trees trembled violently. A young man in white, stepping on lotus flowers, approached, his garments billowing and hair flowing, resembling a true celestial. The great Xia, northern king. The Easting Prince scrutinized Chu Nan, devoid of any anger over being obstructed on his path to invincibility, and remarked, "Finally, there is a competitor worthy of note among the contemporaries of Qingzhou. Perhaps it was fate, fearing my path to invincibility would be too lonely, thus sending you to be the blood offering on my path to invincibility." Competitor? Chu Nan chuckled lightly. "With me here, your invincibility path may well be difficult to continue." With the sensitivity of the 6-turn transformation technique, he could ascertain that the Easting Prince's divine bloodline was indeed far superior to that of other princely figures. Chu Nan's pointed words changed the expressions of the 3 prodigies present. The northern king of the great Xia was indeed audacious. No wonder he dared to inscribe his name on the Qingzhou prodigy list, challenging the Easting Prince. When I press your head into the earth, I hope you can still utter such words." The Easting Prince's voice rang out, resonant like the clash of jade stones. His true essence surged forth, forming a pair of pong wings behind him, lifting him into the air. This was the transformation of the golden, pong, heavenly art cultivated to a certain level. The Easting Prince's hand seals moved, and a massive black mountain suddenly materialized, exuding an overwhelming might, as if a violent tide were surging toward the heavens, causing the half-pure-blood prodigy's figure to resonate uncontrollably. "The northern king of the great Xia shall be crushed." The three individuals below fled in panic, their faces filled with terror. Truly, the foremost among the contemporaries of Qingzhou, even before entering the cave, he unleashed the half-pure-blood's cave martial arts. This was to annihilate the northern king of the great Xia with an absolutely invincible stance. Yet the next moment, their expressions dramatically shifted. They beheld Chu Nan, stepping on lotus flowers, also forming hand seals. With merely a preliminary gesture, he too evoked the trembling of the half-pure-blood prodigy's figure. He could also deploy peak-level cave martial arts. The three stumbled, disoriented. Chu Nan hailed from a small nation. Such a hand seal was likely cultivated within the secret realm of transformation into a dragon. But how long had the secret realm been opened? The two unparalleled prodigies faced off from a distance. Boom! Like thunderclaps, the surrounding peaks and valleys shook, and an astonishing energy storm surged forth, sweeping in all directions. Like wind sweeping away clouds, or waves washing away sand, ancient pines in the fourth extremity domain were uprooted, crumbling alongside jagged stones in midair. Even the clear springs flowed upward. The area of several hundred meters was nearly flattened. My goodness, this is too ferocious. Hundreds of transcendent prodigies had just arrived and were immediately frightened into retreat. This Easting Prince could actually perform the first style of the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Chu Nan's figure hovered in midair, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. It was likely that the Easting dynasty had once had prodigies enter the secret realm of transformation into a dragon. Bringing back the Great Mountain Seal, Chu Nan and the Easting Prince faced each other across the void. They simultaneously retracted their hand seals. In their first clash, they recognized each other as formidable nature. The Great Mountain Seal demanded too great a toll on oneself. Thus they needed to set aside their seals for direct confrontation. Swish! The Easting Prince's eyes gleamed fiercely, propelled by his pong wings. His palm enveloped in a vast aura spanning dozens of meters, instilling dread. Those who recognized such extraordinary techniques gasped. This skill in the hands of the Easting Prince had reached a level of pure fire furnace blue. Being born into a royal dynasty did not guarantee one could look down upon their contemporaries. Before the watchful eyes of all, Chu Nan laughed heartily. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his fists swirling with golden light, pulsating like a resplendent sun, striking against the aura that quivered violently, piercing straight through. "With me here, how can you be invincible?" Chu Nan let out a long howl, his body rising once again, his fists descending toward the Easting Prince. Chapter 65. Suppressing the Easting Prince. The power of the Great Sun Fist is determined by the foundation of the practitioner. Chu Nan had already entered the transcendent third extremity. The terror of the Great Sun Fist was immense. His fist's edge made the void tremble, dazzling to the point that one could hardly open their eyes, enough to kill anyone who touched it if they were merely entering the cave. The Easting Prince let out a long cry, spreading his pong wings, similarly retreating while employing the annihilation hand to counter. Boom! In their second major confrontation, a hurricane erupted, akin to a tsunami swirling in all directions. Not far away, a towering peak could not withstand the pressure, cracking with a deafening sound. Immediately, rolling smoke and dust seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand, and the crumbling stones were reduced to powder. Chu Nan and the Easting Prince clashed like two divine beings, exchanging fists and palms, their surging divine power rippling in concentric circles, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that this was truly a duel between transcendent practitioners. Among the contemporaries of Qingzhou, who would dare to stand beside me? The Easting Prince's eyes were filled with fierce light. The ever-calm demeanor he maintained shattered as he unleashed a roar for the first time. He bore the ultimate techniques of the Easting dynasty and was also at the third extremity. He was simply no match for his opponent. However, the northern king of the Great Xia was equally valiant, and he was not at all gaining the upper hand. As various ultimate techniques were being countered by his rival, Thud, thud, thud. Resonating sounds erupted from the easting prince. Within him, 5 places glimmered with precious light, merging with the essence C in his abdomen, breaking conventional limits, extending to 61 zhong, waves rolling. This was the secret technique of the 5 organs of the Easting dynasty. Xiang Pang, carrying his iron rod, arrived just in time to witness this scene, quickly exclaiming, "Northern King, be careful. To become an unparalleled genius and enter the transcendent realm, one must forge an unmatched foundation through secret techniques. These techniques vary in quality among the 4 great dynasties and some major nations. The foundation of the Easting dynasty was the strongest in Qingzhou, and their 5-organ secret technique was exceedingly profound. It could harness the essence of the 5 organs to break through the transcendent realm. The Easting prince is nothing extraordinary. Chu Nan smiled and shook his head, offering his assessment. In this fierce confrontation, he had already discerned that the Easting prince remained at the transcendent 3rd extremity. As for the 5-organ secret technique, he regarded it as rather ordinary. Chu Nan, with his transformative body of creation, had entered the transcendent realm. Arrogance must have its limits. Otherwise, it becomes ignorance. The Easting prince's hair stood on end, a phantom of the golden Pong materializing behind him, turning his arms into golden claws. Dragon wrestling technique? The Easting prince unfurled his wings, his piercing howl echoing for dozens of miles, threatening to rupture the eardrums of the spectators, as if a golden Pong were soaring to battle a true dragon. This was yet another ultimate technique of the Easting dynasty. With such a skill, one could strike at higher beings even with a frail body, let alone the Easting prince, who was inherently powerful. Dragon wrestling. Chu Nan's eyes gleamed coldly. Even if you are a true dragon today, you shall bow before me. Clang. The void trembled violently, emitting a sound akin to metal clashing. Chu Nan, clad in white, activated his transformative body, 33 precious meridians converging like an ancient totem, showcasing his robust physique. With vital energy surging like the sea, a fierce punch blocked the Easting prince's advance, sealing off his route of attack. Swish, 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 thousands of radiant arrows, golden and brilliant, shot toward the Easting prince. Before he could defend, Chu Nan had already closed the distance. His fists, each surrounded by 3 circles of golden light, erupted with true essence and the transformative body simultaneously, each strike carrying 300,000 pounds of divine power, capable of leveling mountains and seas. Bang, bang, bang. The Easting prince staggered, his arms striking with golden claws, clashing against Chu Nan's fists, sparks flying as if iron were being struck. The northern king of the Great Xia's physique was terrifying. A multitude of watching princes and princesses widened their eyes in astonishment. The Easting prince's dragon wrestling technique could easily tear apart the bodies of transcendent beings, yet it could not harm Chu Nan. The northern king is truly fearsome beyond compare. Xiang Pang's heart raced. He had studied the Easting prince, who had never suffered defeat among his peers since birth. In fact, there had not even been anyone able to fight him to a standstill. Now, there was. The northern king of the Great Xia, like a human-shaped beast, had been forged by the supreme transformation, engaging the Easting prince's dragon wrestling technique in the most straightforward manner. The clash between the 2 unparalleled prodigies ignited the skies, unleashing immense destructive power. The Easting prince, with his Pong wings, propelled his dragon wrestling technique to strike the heavens, shattering clouds in all directions, leaving the 4th extremity domain in ruins. Chu Nan's momentum gradually waned, the display of the transcendent realm slowly receding, causing some elderly spectators to change color. This was an indication of mastery over one's own power. His physical form is exquisite. The northern king of the Great Xia had erupted to the 3rd extremity, experiencing a significant increase in power, yet he struggled to control the surging divine energy. This time, he was honing his skills through the Easting prince, striving for complete mastery. If this continued, the Easting prince might very well be defeated. A middle-aged man muttered. The northern king of the Great Xia was already remarkable in physique, yet enduring prolonged combat while possessing such exquisite control techniques, how could the Easting prince contend? This statement was light, yet it reverberated in the ears of those who heard it like a thunderclap. Would the Easting prince, the youthful leader of Qingzhou, be defeated? Looking up at the heavens, many were left in a daze. After hundreds of breaths of fierce combat, the Easting prince's hair had become disheveled, gasping for breath, showing signs of fatigue. In contrast, Chu Nan remained calm, his divine power seemingly inexhaustible. His successive great sun fists had caused the blood blossoms that erupted from the Easting Prince's palms to nearly dissipate the golden Pung phantom behind him. The Easting Prince had fallen into a disadvantageous position. The two unparalleled prodigies, one stepping on lotus flowers, the other bearing Pung wings, once again crossed paths, each rushing toward their respective directions. With a resounding explosion, the Easting Prince, dressed in brocade, had an imprint of a fist caved into his chest, his figure seemingly plummeting like a meteor into a pile of rubble, striking the hearts of the onlookers and leaving them breathless. The Easting Prince has been defeated. I have not yet lost. The Easting Prince howled, a striking trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, soaring into the sky in a disheveled yet valiant manner. I have said, with me here, how can you be invincible? Chu Nan, his garments fluttering, looked down at the Easting Prince. Dear friend from the north, please show mercy and do not damage the prince's spirit of invincibility. The Easting dynasty shall reward you handsomely afterward. Rest assured, to be defeated by the crown prince of my dynasty is not a disgrace. I shall not allow your life to be extinguished. A low, resonant voice coalesced into a single line. Reaching Chu Nan's ears, immediately, an invisible force enveloped him, suppressing his true essence. In that moment, a cold glint flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. This was the power of the cave heaven, far more profound than that of the great Luo martial sovereign. A formidable figure from the Eastern winning dynasty had recklessly entered the dragon transformation secret realm, determined to protect the crown prince's invincible path and force him to concede. What audacity from the Eastern winning dynasty! As Chu Nan's hair danced in the wind, his physical body and the essence of his yuan si surged explosively, instantly breaking free from the constraints of the cave heaven's power. With a clang, the dry thunder blade was in his grasp, radiating a vast aura. Chu Nan wielded the spiritual weapon, an overwhelming spiritual force sweeping forth, causing the ordinary weapons in the hands of the onlookers to tremble, as if they were about to unsheathe themselves in submission to him. If you cannot bear the defeat, then do not tread this path. Crown Prince of the Eastern winning dynasty, I, Chu Nan, stand resolute to demonstrate to you what truly constitutes an invincible path. The blade technique of Chu Nan resonated with the spirit, gathering spiritual energy into a massive blade aura that cleaved towards the shadows. He dared to confront the cave heaven that protected the crown prince. Chapter 66. The Northern King's Blade Cultivation Technique. Pressing the cave heaven from afar. The fourth form of the blade cultivation technique. Spirit / channels spiritual energy as the edge to annihilate all things. The journey through the dragon transformation secret realm had greatly enhanced Chu Nan's divine bloodline, causing the blade aura to surge rapidly in its trajectory, as if it sought to drain the surrounding spiritual energy. When the blade aura struck the shadows, it had extended to 10 meters. A muffled groan erupted as a spray of blood splattered onto the ground. The cave heaven expert of the Eastern winning dynasty had indeed dared to enter recklessly. The spectators finally reacted, and an uproar ensued. Whether harboring resentment or animosity towards Chu Nan, the actions of the Eastern winning dynasty were undeniably dishonorable. The dragon transformation secret realm was a grand event for the exceptional talents of Qingzhou in Western Europe, the myriad laws, and the fire dynasty, all akin to the Eastern winning dynasty, had turned Qingzhou into a graveyard, with the young talent shattered. What does the crown prince of the Eastern winning dynasty mean by this? In the crowd, a woman clad in phoenix feathers scolded sharply. She was Wan Fa dynasty Xiao Shi-san. Wan Linger, publicly questioning him. You little bastard, are you courting death? Before the crown prince could respond, an irate voice echoed from the shadows. An elderly man with sparse hair appeared, blood seeping from a gash in his right hand. His hair and beard were wild, and his abdomen revealed a cave heaven, resembling the stump of a tree with 10 growth rings, causing the void around him to crackle and ripple. The pinnacle of the extraordinary, dozens of meters away, trembled, their essence stagnating, faces filled with horror. A 10-pattern cave heaven expert. Xiang Pang shouted loudly, the Eastern winning dynasty is shameless. Seeing their crown prince unable to withstand my northern king's brother, they resort to underhanded tactics. Cave heaven experts are known for revitalizing their life force. The manifestation of patterns on the cave heaven signifies the surging vitality that propels the cave heaven's evolution. A 10-pattern cave heaven, in the land of Qingzhou, could rival the rulers of some powerful spiritual territories. Xiangpang's voice only fueled the old man's fury. He covertly transmitted his intent, attempting to suppress Chu Nan with the cave heaven's power, hoping to compel him to concede. Little did he know, this northern king of the great Xia would not yield even to the eastern winning dynasty, directly addressing his purpose. You dare to speak of death in my presence? Before the old man could make a move, Chu Nan raised his spiritual weapon again, unleashing another 10-meter blade aura. A mere prodigy from a small nation, standing at the pinnacle of the extraordinary, is so utterly arrogant. If you were to grow into a true force, what then? The old man, infuriated, unleashed the power of his cave heaven from his abdomen like a dam bursting, rushing forth to shatter the blade aura. The extraordinary true essence can cleave mountains and break peaks. The cave heaven's power can level mountains and seas. But in the next moment, the old man's expression changed dramatically. Chu Nan, expressionless, swung his spiritual weapon again. The sky darkened as clouds swirled, as if an invisible hand was stirring the winds, sweeping away the sand and gravel. Wave after wave of spiritual blade auras tore through the air, like crescent moons rising above the sea, obscuring the heavens and descending upon him. The northern king of the great Xia, a blade technique resonating with the spirit. Propelling the spirit slash requires no expenditure of true essence. Wielding the dry thunder blade, he stands in an invincible position. Only through overwhelming force can one hope to counter him. Ah, the old man howled, his withered body swelling slightly, the power of the cave heaven swirling like a vortex as it clashed against the spiritual blade aura. Boom! The first blade aura shattered, causing the old man to sway. The second blade aura shattered, forcing him to retreat several meters. As the third blade aura approached, he struggled to block it, a mist of blood rising around him. The fourth, fifth, and sixth blade auras surged past, causing the surrounding cave heaven's power to thin considerably. The entire dragon transformation secret realm fell into a deathly silence, as the hearts of the gathered great nation prodigies convulsed painfully. The extraordinary realm can indeed contend with the cave heaven. It is not mere rumor. The northern king of the great Xia, standing at the pinnacle of the extraordinary, wielded his blade from afar, suppressing even a 10-pattern cave heaven expert to the point where he could not raise his head. Those princes who had once harbored murderous intent towards Chu Nan were now drenched in cold sweat, as if they had walked through the gates of hell. Enough! A beast-like roar erupted from the crown prince of the eastern winning dynasty, shaking the surroundings. Yen Tong, get out of here! His hair whipped wildly as he gasped. The presence of this old man, along with the uproar, trampled upon his pride, and waves of humiliation surged within him. Yet the crown prince, the voice of the elderly Yen Tong was weak, nearly drowned out by Chu Nan's blade auras. The path of invincibility does not require your protection. The expression of the eastern winning crown prince turned ashen. Yen Tong fell silent. He could not counter the northern king of the great Xia's spirit slash. Moreover, he had already spent nearly half an hour in the dragon transformation secret realm. If he remained any longer, not only the northern king, but even the residual power of the half-blood monstrosity could obliterate him. Swish, a blade aura sliced through, severing several large trees cleanly, a corner of blood-stained fabric fluttering in the wind, shredded to pieces. The 10-pattern cave heaven Yen Tong, now surrounded by bloodlight, vanished in a few flashes. How terrifying is this northern king of the great Xia? The wave of shock spread through the assembled prodigies, their gazes fixed on the youth who stood with a lotus flower beneath his feet, holding his blade, filled with profound reverence. The title of Qingzhou's #1 prodigy had changed hands. In their minds, the northern king of the great Xia could undoubtedly claim this title, shining even brighter than the eastern winning crown prince. His retreat was swift. Chu Nan's gaze turned slightly cold, then back to the eastern winning crown prince. Let us continue. The journey through the dragon transformation secret realm was focused on breaking through the pinnacle, not entangling with that cave heaven. As long as I, Chu Nan, am strong enough, killing the opponent will be effortless. Yet the attitude of the eastern winning crown prince left him somewhat astonished. This was a prince with an extraordinarily strong sense of pride. With a single utterance, Chu Nan quelled all murmurs. The prodigies gathered nearby, numbering in the thousands, displayed expressions of anticipation in their eyes. The eastern winning crown prince bore some minor injuries, yet he still possessed a spiritual weapon and the profound techniques of other dynasties, making him fully capable of battling the northern king of the great Xia. This confrontation represented the highest standard of Qingzhou's younger generation. The Eastern-winning crown prince remained silent, merely gazing at Chu Nan. He was no longer as domineering as before, refraining from any offensive actions, as if searching for a flaw in Chu Nan's blade-wielding stance. The two extremes of extraordinary prowess surged in the void, colliding and causing debris and fragments to tremble, slowly lifting into the air. The arena was silent, save for the stillness. Something feels amiss. The stout figure clad in dark attire, Wang Jiyang, detected an anomaly. In his impression, the Eastern-winning crown prince was destined to walk the path of the half-blood monstrosity, exuding an immense, oppressive aura without uttering a word. Stepping into the dragon transformation's secret realm should resonate with the cultivation marks of half-blood monstrosities. Yet at this moment, the crown prince's aura had undergone some form of change, and the half-blood monstrosity standing alongside him had also dimmed. The invincible spirit of the Eastern-winning crown prince has become tarnished. Others began to realize. The northern king of the great Xia was too dazzling, so dazzling that even the Eastern-winning crown prince felt a hint of reverence, affecting his invincible spirit, preventing him from stirring the will of the half-blood monstrosity. It seems that earlier, the cave heaven guardian's intervention had impacted the Eastern-winning crown prince. Wang Jiyang whispered. The Eastern-winning crown prince, in pursuit of an invincible path, would never rely on others in battle. This duel against the northern king of the great Xia had already placed him at a disadvantage. Yen Tong's intervention had proven to be the last straw. Blood erupted from the Eastern-winning crown prince's mouth, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned, their minds blank, as if in a dream. He was the Eastern-winning crown prince, the most favored son of the current Eastern emperor. The entire Eastern-winning dynasty awaited his growth into a cave heaven, his ascension to kingship. Across Qingzhou, various accolades and praises fell like snowflakes upon the Eastern-winning crown prince. The powerful figures on the Qingzhou 1,000 talents list could annihilate the Eastern-winning crown prince, but they could never force him to bow his head. Such a peerless prodigy, with an indomitable spirit, could not be subdued. Yet now, the northern king of the great Xia had accomplished it. Standing with his blade, there was no need for further action, as he compelled the Eastern-winning crown prince to concede. The shock was overwhelming, crashing against the hearts of all present. Though voluntarily concede. Chu Nan's profound gaze assessed the Eastern-winning crown prince. This individual has harbored murderous intent towards him. However, he sought to extract the essence from the crown prince's blood. It would be difficult. The Eastern-winning crown prince fell victim to the invincible mindset. Yet his own strength remained formidable. As the crown prince of the foremost dynasty in Qingzhou, he must possess means of survival. Even to protect his invincible mindset, he dared to charge into the cave heaven. The time limit for the dragon transformation's secret realm was finite, and the Eastern-winning crown prince would not flee. Chu Nan smiled casually, retracting the dry thunder blade, and approached a riverbank. The view of the Four Extremes domain was expansive, reminiscent of fields amidst woodlands. The earlier confrontation had cleaved mountains and shattered valleys, yet this river remained unaffected. This was because the half-blood monstrosity had once honed its extraordinary Four Extremes here. As Chu Nan approached, sunlight and starlight intertwined, forming a silhouette. The other party still held their right hand in a seal, akin to grasping the splendid mountains and rivers, yet slightly different from the seal of the Three Extremes domain. The roaring silver waterfall seemed poised to burst forth, transforming into a tangible entity. The second form of the mountain river Great Seal, the Great River Seal. Chu Nan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Just like in the Three Extremes domain, one must grasp this form to receive the baptism of extraordinary treasures. The Eastern-winning crown prince may have achieved this, yet his obstruction led to failure. The path of the half-blood monstrosity's invincibility, I shall continue. Chu Nan murmured, his blood glowing, immersed in the seal technique. The surroundings fell silent. The thousands of prodigies who had come to witness stood at the edge of the Four Extremes domain, hesitant to intrude. The Eastern-winning crown prince remained silent, fixated on Chu Nan, filled with an unwillingness. He was not reconciled. His invincible spirit had indeed been tarnished, preventing him from stirring the will of the half-blood monstrosity. Yet Chu Nan might not be able to either. Xiang Peng, holding an iron rod, scanned the surroundings with a peculiar expression. Many prodigies from various dynasties had arrived. Observing Chu Nan's comprehension of the technique, no one dared to step forward. The northern king of the Great Xia's astonishing presence had intimidated the prodigies of the great nations into inaction. This, too, was a manifestation of Chu Nan's invincible intent. Let us depart. There are still many treasures to be found in this dragon transformation secret realm. Qin Huayu gazed at Chu Nan for a moment before retracting her gaze. She believed that Chu Nan would undergo a transformation into a true dragon within the dragon transformation secret realm. The lands of the Great Xia had nurtured many prodigies. Xiang Peng followed suit, muttering. He had personally witnessed Qin Huayu harvest numerous medicinal ingredients from the dragon transformation secret realm. Her death technique was beyond that of a mere first-tier spiritual alchemist. Several groups of prodigies began to depart. The time for the opening of the dragon transformation secret realm had already passed halfway, and delays could not be afforded. Yet many chose to remain, including the Xiao Shi-san of the Wan Fa dynasty. She bit her red lips, her expression complicated as she observed Chu Nan. The humiliation of the broken engagement had been completely washed away, and her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She was curious about this young man, who was once promised to be her husband, and what experiences he had that could overshadow the first prodigy of Qingzhou. The eastern winning crown prince. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of blood in the air. Chu Nan moved. He stood by the river, hands forming seals, pushing into the void. This seal lacked the ferocity of the great mountain seal but excelled in its continuity. Truly resembling a mighty river in manifestation, with a ceaseless roar in the three extremes realm, Chu Nan could not support this seal. Even the transformative treasure body began to crumble. Suddenly, the sky bloomed with brilliance, and countless petals fluttered 100 miles, crystalline and magnificent. Enveloping Chu Nan's form, a rumble arose. This was the blood energy of Chu Nan resonating, elevating in tandem with his momentum, silencing all around him. Everyone understood. The northern king of the Great Xia had succeeded, gaining the recognition of the half-blood monstrosity within the Four Extremes domain. The eastern winning crown prince wore a bitter smile, as if all strength had been drained from him, leaving him devoid of any brilliance. His defeat was utterly comprehensive in the Four Extremes domain. Only one could stand in this dragon transformation secret realm. He would have no further opportunities. The eastern winning crown prince silently turned away, his forlorn figure gradually receding. If the eastern winning crown prince exists, so too must the northern king of the Great Xia. Someone murmured, gazing at the lonely figure with eyes full of sympathy. Without standing at the height of the eastern winning crown prince, it is difficult to comprehend this feeling. Whether he could rise again and continue on the path of invincibility was uncertain. One by one, figures departed. Surrounding the Four Extremes domain, only Xiao Shi-san of the Wan Fa dynasty remained, quietly watching Chu Nan comprehend the great river seal, immersed in the technique, unaware of the passage of time. The heavens shimmered with radiant light, as if laws were being shaken. The crystalline petals within the Four Extremes domain scattered entirely. Chu Nan's upright form emitted a sound of breaking chains. An invisible shackle had been shattered. For 100,000 pounds of divine strength, Chu Nan clenched his fist, causing blood energy to surge, as 42 treasure vessels shone brilliantly, like ancient totems shrouded in mystery. He, Chu Nan, had entered the Four Extremes. And the first transformation of the transformative treasure body was not yet complete. It could still ascend. The dragon transformation secret realm had but the final 5 extremes domain remaining. Chu Nan gazed ahead. That was the apex of the dragon transformation secret realm, where it was said that nearly no extreme realm prodigy had ever set foot. Whether it be the 5 extremes treasures or the third form of the mountain river great seal, they lay within reach. Hey, do not go any further. Seeing Chu Nan stride forward, Wan Linger hurriedly stood up. The dragon transformation secret realm only opens for 2 months each time. Now, only 2 days remain. The 7 great stars in the sky were on the verge of disappearing. Many prodigies from great nations began to withdraw. Once the 7 stars vanished, the dragon transformation secret realm would close once more. And this would no longer be a treasure trove but a perilous ground. Chu Nan could become lost here, or even perish. This royal maiden is still here. Chu Nan felt somewhat surprised. During the 3 extremes domain, Wan Linger had previously reminded the eastern winning crown prince, and now she was warning him again about the impending closure of the dragon transformation secret realm. Was she concerned for him? The 4 extremes are not enough. Seeing that Chu Nan was not inclined to heed her advice, Wan Linger stamped her foot in frustration, it had been a millennium since such an extraordinary prodigy had appeared on the lands of Qingzhou. Her father, the Western Emperor of the Western Europe dynasty, and the Shinho of the Fire dynasty, had not reached this level during their extraordinary realm phase. As for the Eastern Emperor of the Eastern Winning dynasty, she had not heard of any extraordinary peak he had achieved, but at best, he had reached the four extremes. At just 19, Chu Nan had attained the extraordinary four extremes, nearly overshadowing a millennium of Qingzhou's history. He should be content, not enough. Chu Nan smiled, shaking his head. Then are you not afraid of bearing all this glory, only to be buried within the dragon transformation's secret realm? Wanlinger inquired. Not at all, Chu Nan replied. The half-blood monstrosity left this treasure ground, seeking to witness whether Qingzhou could give birth to a rival capable of traversing the invincible path. The dragon transformation's secret realm opens for only 2 months each time, and time is already pressing, leaving no room for delays. One must ask, how could the half-blood monstrosity be so contradictory? The choice between safely exiting the secret realm and facing unknown risks is, after all, a test of the invincible path. Qingzhou's prodigy must traverse a path fraught with thorns and dangers to achieve the invincibility of the half-blooded demon. To falter or harbor fears would render this journey arduous. I shall enter the 5 extremes. I shall emerge from the secret realm. I shall be proclaimed invincible, for behind me stands a multitude of the great Xia's common folk. Chu Nan resolutely advanced, his resonant words echoing through the secret realm, resonating with the traces of half-blooded demons. There are indeed countless great Xia citizens. As Wanlinger gazed at Chu Nan's retreating figure, her delicate form quivered slightly. As a princess, she had encountered many prodigies, yet none could compare to Chu Nan. Little did she know the profound convictions this young man bore. His audacious and unrestrained demeanor had etched itself deeply into her heart, stirring unusual ripples. Chapter 68. The fearsome name, North King's Dilemma. Chu Nan journeyed deep into the transformation dragon's secret realm. In the 5 extremes domain, clouds and mist were absent, replaced by lush woods that seemed to dance like divine spirits. If the 4 extremes domain resembled tranquil fields amidst mountains, then the 5 extremes domain was indeed a forbidden zone for extraordinary prodigies. With a firm stride, Chu Nan's feet sank into the earth, the indomitable will of the half-blooded demon pressing down upon him, compelling him to exhibit the divine power of the 4 extremes to proceed. A peculiar sight caught his attention. A trail of bloodied footprints along his path, which sparked his curiosity. Legends spoke of no prodigies from the extreme realm having trodden this 5 extremes domain. What then did these footprints signify? They could not possibly belong to the half-blooded demon itself. They seemed to have been left long ago, perhaps by someone attempting to force their way into the 5 extremes domain. Chu Nan paused to observe before continuing onward. After half an hour, Chu Nan's vision suddenly cleared. A simple thatched cottage stood before him, weathered and dilapidated from centuries of exposure. This half-blooded demon was surprisingly modest. Chu Nan scrutinized the scene and noticed a small mound beside the cottage. Night had fallen, and the 7 stars were about to disperse, yet the starlit glow remained clear, coalescing into a figure. It was a wild-looking man, his hair in disarray, with skin glimmering like bronze, standing solemnly before the earthen mound. Unlike the oppressive presence of the 3 and 4 extremes, this half-blooded demon radiated a sense of returning to simplicity, embodying natural law. His ethereal face was filled with sorrow, as if mourning the loss of a dear friend, with no one left in the world to share his grief. Who was this half-blooded demon lamenting? Curiosity piqued, Chu Nan looked closer and was momentarily taken aback. The mound was not nameless. A tombstone stood beside it. On its surface, a single word and a drawing remained. The word was fierce, the drawing depicted a beast. The passage of time had worn away much of it, yet Chu Nan could still discern that it was an image of a golden eagle. The illustration exuded an aura of divine spirit, a strange and ominous energy that stirred something within Chu Nan. This golden eagle was clearly another extraordinary creature, remarkably similar to the golden magical eagle that accompanied him. Upon closer inspection, differences emerged. His golden magical eagle bore golden growths on its head and stood 10 meters tall, while the eagle in the illustration had a single golden horn and was somewhat smaller, exuding an air of superiority. Could there be a connection between the great golden creature and the one depicted? Chu Nan mused that the name Dejin had been given to his golden magical eagle by Xiang Pang during their journey to the transformation dragon's secret realm. After pondering for a moment, Chu Nan raised an eyebrow. As a creature comparable to extraordinary beings, Dejin might instill fear in the remnants of the half-blooded demon's might, yet it would not simply cower at the appearance of the 7 stars. After all, he was still several miles away from the transformation dragon's secret realm at that time. He sensed that Dejin was not afraid. Rather, it was akin to paying homage to a forebear, much like humans worshipping their ancestors. Was there a connection between Dejin and the fierce of this earthen mound? Chu Nan's gaze shifted. Go be cherished as a dear friend by a half-blooded demon and be bestowed with the title of fierce could not possibly indicate an ordinary being. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Nan dismissed the thought of excavating the grave. Every being possesses a spirit, and even beasts should not be disturbed. Moreover, the mound was small, merely a few scattered stones and a handful of earth, likely an empty grave. Chu Nan's focus returned to the half-blooded demon's solemn figure. Similarly, he raised a hand to grasp the resplendent mountains and rivers, though the technique here differed from that of the 4 extremes, presenting a vivid image of ancient woods and wolf forests, teeming with vitality yet concealing deadly intents. This was the 3rd form of the mountain and river imprint, the Great Forest Seal. This supreme-level martial skill left behind by the half-blooded demon was nearly complete, with only the essence of the 3rd form remaining. When the 3 forms merged, a total imprint would be formed, allowing him to shape a realm with a mere gesture, suppressing all under heaven. Chu Nan immersed himself in this pursuit. His robes billowed as his blood surged, manifesting 108 extraordinary rainbows. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Chu Nan stood motionless, akin to a statue, alongside the half-blooded demon's figure. Night yielded to day, and the sun began to set again. A plume of white mist escaped from Chu Nan's nostrils as he held the seal, propelling it through the void in an instant. The half-blooded demon's figure shattered with a thunderous roar. The indomitable will that permeated the secret realm surged forth like a tsunami, uprooting trees and grasses, engulfing Chu Nan. The transformation dragon's secret realm was a treasure trove, rich with the remnants of the half-blooded demon's extraordinary treasures. The flora, nourished by the morning dew, shimmered with ethereal light, converging toward Chu Nan. Unbeknownst to him, as the half-blooded demon's figure vanished, he grasped the essence of the Great Forest Seal, eager to manifest it. The trees trembled, stones soared. Radiance enveloped Chu Nan's head. An invisible aura expanded throughout the transformation dragon's secret realm, the clouds and mist reconvening as if a legendary beast were prowling, ready to devour any prodigy daring to linger. The transformation dragon's secret realm was on the verge of closing. The next opening remained a mystery, perhaps many years hence. Amidst the night, the 7 stars had vanished, and the prodigies from various nations hurriedly departed. Some wore smiles, while others bore blood-stained garments, their heads bowed. However, the self-satisfied among them, recalling the young man who had compelled the once mighty Eastern Wind's prince to concede, felt their fleeting pride evaporate. The North King of Great Xia had undoubtedly emerged as the greatest beneficiary of this venture. Just 19. With extraordinary capabilities, should he not falter, he would ascend as the ultimate monarch upon Qingzhou's soil. Even if the transformation dragon's secret realm reopened, unveiling extraordinary treasures, none could rival the height attained by the North King of Great Xia. Before the moss-covered boulder, scattered figures stood. Among them, apart from the imperial protectors, one figure stood out, the Eastern Wind's prince. After failing to compete with Chu Nan on the road to invincibility, he emerged from the transformation dragon's secret realm, disheartened yet lingering, hands clasped behind his back, hair flowing, silent. Was he waiting to witness the North King's emergence, content only then? Compassionate glances were cast in his direction. Had it not been for the North King, the Eastern Wind's prince would have already achieved extraordinary status in the 4 extremes. Upon his return, nurtured by the Eastern Wind dynasty, he might have even stepped into the 5 extremes. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the Eastern Wind's prince for being born in this era. In the span of a mere incense sticks burning, over 2,000 prodigies from various nations gathered around the boulder. This journey had claimed at least 1,000 lives, forever lost within the mists. They lingered, sharing the same thought as the Eastern Wind's prince. Where is the North King, my brother? Xiang Pang, wielding an iron rod, stood anxiously beside Qin Huayu, fear etched upon his face. He feared he might never return. Clad in a phoenix-feathered garment, Wan Linger turned back repeatedly as she stepped out from the mist. Her words left everyone in stunned silence. Sister, what do you mean? Wan Jiyang approached her. Brother. Wan Linger's lips parted. Her verdant eyes glistening with unshed tears, he insisted on venturing into the 5 extremes, and I could not stop him. She did not understand her own turmoil. Yet, the absence of that wretched scoundrel made her inexplicably anxious. What? Xiang Peng's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could react, a gust of wind stirred beside him. Clad in a flowing red skirt, Qin Huayu, with frost upon her face, strode forward, intent on re-entering the transformation dragon's secret realm. Sister, do not act recklessly, Xiang Peng exclaimed, his head spinning, attempting to block her path. Stand aside. Qin Huayu's hair billowed as she pressed forward. If he meets with misfortune, the 30,000 soldiers of the North King and countless great Xia citizens will sweep this place clean. The North King, the uncrowned sovereign of Great Xia, bore the nation's fate upon his shoulders, along with the faith of countless loyal protectors. How could he be trapped here? This was the transformation dragon's secret realm. Once sealed, there would be no escape. Xiang Peng hurriedly implored. He did not doubt Qin Huayu's words, but wished to prevent her from being trapped within the realm as well. Ha ha ha. This North King of Great Xia is truly courting death. Gifted with exceptional talents, yet blinded by greed, has doomed himself. Does he truly believe himself to be a half-blooded demon? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. The intervals between openings of the transformation dragon's secret realm could span a century or merely decades. During this time, those who entered faced certain death. The North King had chosen to delve deeper, missing the opportunity to exit the secret realm, and was thus sealing his own fate. Numerous princes and princesses felt as though a mountain had been lifted from their shoulders. This was troublesome. Xiang Peng's expression stiffened as he gripped the iron rod tightly, not to mention the number of people he and Qin Huayu had defeated along their journey. Just taking Chu Nan into account, he had slain many extraordinary beings within the secret realm. Chu Nan's strength was formidable. If he emerged from the secret realm with the accomplishments of the 4 extremes, the prodigies of other nations would likely refrain from retaliation, save for the protectors of the princes and princesses. Yet, Chu Nan had failed to exit the transformation dragon's secret realm. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Xiang Peng sensed the growing number of cold glares directed at them from prodigies of various nations. Chapter 69. The 7 stars reappear. Entering the 5 extremes with the disappearance of the 7 stars, the transformation dragon's secret realm was engulfed in mist, rendering all things invisible. The remnants of the half-blooded demons might faded, allowing birds and beasts to regain their vitality, flitting through the dense forest. Time passed, and over half a month slipped away. Winter had arrived, with snow dancing alongside the clouds like a fairyland. The brilliant morning sun glinted like scattered gold. Illuminating a young man was Chu Nan. Clad in fresh robes, he stood with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes slightly closed, as if striving to merge with the snowy scenery. Yet, within 100 meters around him, the air was ablaze with vitality, pulsating with a vigor that seemed ready to burst forth. Chu Nan's physical form resonated with some unseen rhythm. This was the manifestation of his mental prowess gradually mastering his flesh. The influence of his blood energy shrinking in scope. This moment, a magnificent leopard, its fur like satin, blending seamlessly with the snow, silently approached, its piercing gaze fixed upon Chu Nan, an extraordinary creature. It was ravenous and clever. Sensing no danger from this young man, the air around the leopard swirled with a hint of ferocity as it leaped through the snow toward Chu Nan, revealing its fangs. Chu Nan remained motionless. His eyes still closed, at a corner of his robe fluttered, causing the air to crackle boom. The leopard howled in pain, as if it had collided with a mountain, its robust form hurtling back several dozen feet, crashing into a pile of stones. Roar! The leopard flailed its limbs, struggling to rise before collapsing again, fear etched in its eyes. This young man was terrifying beyond measure. Just the sweep of his robe could send it flying. I am not your prey. Chu Nan opened his eyes, which glinted like lightning slicing through the void, causing the leopard to whimper and collapse, its limbs splayed on the ground. After a long wait, nothing happened. The leopard, confused, glanced around only to find that Chu Nan had long departed. Roars resounded in the distance, gradually fading away, as Chu Nan traversed the transformation dragon's secret realm. All beasts retreated, and birds folded their wings, reminiscent of the scene when the secret realm had first opened. The transformation dragon's secret realm, now closed, bore a different visage. Chu Nan shook his head. These fierce beasts and extraordinary creatures, taking advantage of the fading remnants of the half-blooded demon's power, would ultimately meet their end here. Over these 3 months, he had encountered numerous beast carcasses in various extreme domains. The remnants of the half-blooded demon's power still lingered, albeit imperceptibly radiating through the land. Even Chu Nan, progressing in a single direction, began to lose his way. The surroundings were shrouded in fog. The secret realm, already veiled in mist, was now blanketed in snow, leaving no path to follow. Here, rules had been set by the half-blooded demon. I have entered the 5 extremes. I have embarked on the path to invincibility. What can hinder me here? Chu Nan let out a long howl, resonating with his transformative body and true essence, momentarily causing the space around him to stagnate. Suddenly, the heavens began to brighten. A great star slowly emerged, vying with the warm winter sun. The second star, the third star. 7 stars appeared in succession, aligned in a straight line under the influence of a mysterious force. The astonishing spectacle of the 7 stars had vanished only half a month prior, yet now re-emerged in defiance of all reason. As the clouds parted before Chu Nan, rolling back under the starlight, he strode forward. 7 stars? This was utterly inconceivable. Outside the secret realm, before the moss-covered boulder, figures stood frozen in place. Above the heavens, the 7 stars aligned in a straight line, appearing both dreamlike and tangible. The stars soared high above, beyond reach. The rare sight of the 7 stars was already a century in the making, a fleeting opportunity bequeathed by the half-blooded demon to the prodigies of Qingzhou to challenge the extremes. In youth, during extraordinary times, one could encounter the 7 stars, but if they did not, it could only be attributed to bad fortune. Yet now, the 7 stars had reappeared. Did the half-blooded demon wish to grant them another chance? Breathless, eyes reddened, some felt their emotions surge. The Eastern Wind's prince, standing with arms behind his back, trembled with excitement, unable to contain his fervor. "Wan Shi, please enter the secret realm and retrieve my brother, the North King." Bloodied and bruised, Xiang Pang shouted hoarsely, clutching his iron rod. He and Qin Huayu had faced retribution. Moreover, the prodigies of various nations were venting their ire toward Chu Nan upon them. With extraordinary strength, he fought bravely against the throngs, sustaining injuries. Fortunately, Wan Jiang from the Wanfa dynasty had shielded them. At this moment, Xiang Peng's thoughts were not on the reopening of the transformation dragon's secret realm or the opportunity to contend for extraordinary treasures. His sole focus was on retrieving Chu Nan. Otherwise, he could not stop Qin Huayu. This woman often provoked Chu Nan. Yet, perhaps Qin Huayu herself had not realized that Chu Nan had already taken an irreplaceable position in her heart. Otherwise, how could she exhibit such panic and helplessness before the transformation dragon's secret realm, refusing to leave even in peril? The transformation dragon's secret realm is sealed, and you wish to stop me. Now that it has reopened, you still wish to impede me. Qin Huayu's exquisitely crafted face bore traces of tears. Do you wish for me to use poison to eliminate you, sister? Xiang Peng's lips twitched. At a loss for words, a figure clad in black, Wan Jiang, glanced at Qin Huayu and spoke. The North King of Great Xia is the first of his contemporaries to earn my admiration. Coupled with Wan Linger's plea, he had taken on the role of protector for Xiang Peng and Qin Huayu. At this moment, he too wished to re-enter the secret realm and find Chu Nan. Such a remarkable individual, if nurtured, could transform the landscape of the Great Xia. Should anything happen to him, it would be a grave loss. Wan Jiang turned, crossing the boulder toward the secret realm. Hundreds of prodigies from various nations moved faster than Wan Jiang, rushing into the secret realm with fervor. Moments later, those who reached the edge of the secret realm halted, their gazes fixed ahead, their expressions blank. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, resonating from afar. Through the veiling mist, they could faintly make out a figure, a young man in white, walking leisurely. The North King of Great Xia. Damn it, this guy is incredibly lucky. Trapped for over half a month without incident, and now he emerges just as the 7 stars reappear. Some cursed inwardly. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Chu Nan furrowed his brow. He then turned his gaze toward the figure in the red gauze skirt, a woman who could bring nations to ruin. Their eyes met. Qin Huayu attempted to suppress her emotions, yet her lips curled slightly upwards. You cried? I did not. Chu Nan inquired, and Qin Huayu responded. Who hurt you? As Chu Nan pressed further, a chilling, killing intent erupted like a flood, he observed. The corners of Qin Huayu's lips bore traces of blood, faint yet significant enough to reflect in Chu Nan's eyes, causing a sudden pang in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed feelings for this woman who often challenged him. Was it during their first encounter in the northern realm when Qin Huayu mocked his arrogance yet stepped forward to tend to his wounds? Or was it when she disregarded everything to rush to the northern king's residence during the rebellion of the great Xia kings to protect his kin? Perhaps it was when he fought alone against the Deluo, and Qin Huayu, pulling along Xia Jiang, rushed to the Deluo martial palace. Chu Nan could not discern the exact moment. However, the nature of love can indeed drive one to madness. Seeing Qin Huayu now, he was reminded of the moment he was bestowed the title of Northern King and returned to Qingshan City to witness the humiliation of his loved ones. That fire within him could not be suppressed. Chu Nan's voice was cold, yet Qin Huayu found warmth in it, her smile widening. Dare to touch my people. Chu Nan ceased questioning Qin Huayu, his gaze like lightning as he surveyed the crowd. Those who dared to step forward now could avert the calamity of national destruction. In Chapter 70, furious for the fair lady, Chu Nan's chilling words were laced with overwhelming murderous intent, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. Destroy a nation? A proud figure wielding a long spear laughed coldly. Though you think our Qingzhou kingdom is as feeble as Deluo, that you can extinguish it at will. His name was Wang Junjian, a peerless prodigy from the 99th rank in Qingzhou's martial hierarchy Daiyin, the dragon transformation secret realm. He had not dared to utter a word against the Northern King, but now he was filled with confidence. The Northern King of Great Xia had offended many in the dragon transformation secret realm. He had even obstructed the undefeated path of the Eastern Ying's prince. His appearance now would likely make him a target. What was there to fear? Suddenly, the air trembled as a gust of energy erupted, transforming into a tornado that swept towards Wang Junjian, causing his expression to change drastically as he was lifted off the ground. Unable to stop himself from flying towards Chu Nan, after a dizzying turn, Wang Junjian found himself suspended midair, his throat gripped by a long hand, constricting like an iron band. Wang Junjian's face flushed red, veins bulging, nearly choking. The Northern King of Great Xia, do not be reckless. You, Great Xia, have just begun to gather your fortunes. Do not bring calamity upon the people. A voice thundered. It belonged to Wang Junjian's elder, a fellow peerless prodigy. Seeing Wang Junjian captured, he was filled with rage, intending to exert the might of their powerful nation to suppress Chu Nan. Yet, before he could finish his words, he too was sent crashing to the ground at Chu Nan's feet. With a swift motion, Chu Nan raised his foot and stamped down on the elder's head. The sound of a skull shattering filled the air, a gruesome sight, a peerless prodigy, reduced to nothing more than an insect beneath Chu Nan's heel. Wang Junjian's screams abruptly ceased, his body discarded like refuse by Chu Nan. Step forward. Chu Nan's voice rang out again, his aura growing stronger. Northern King, your cruelty, do you truly wish for Great Xia to be annihilated by the great nations of Qingzhou? A scholarly-looking young man could know lunge the spiritual essence of the world within 100 miles was in chaos, converging in radiant beams towards Crown Prince Dongying. Open! He roared, causing the mountains to tremble. A massive stone, adorned with moss and inscribed with the words Transforming Dragon, suddenly cracked apart. A tempest surged like relentless waves, only to abruptly still, as if time had frozen. Then, everything returned to normal, leaving everyone drenched in cold sweat. The momentary horror made them realize what had transpired. Crown Prince Dongying was preparing to battle the Northern King of the Great Xia, having transcended the extraordinary three realms to ascend into the realm of the heavens. As they gazed at Crown Prince Dongying again, the crowd was entranced. His figure became blurred, engulfed by the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. Look, someone shouted, pointing at the ground where the melting snow revealed blooming flowers, vibrant with life. Wan Jiang murmured, casting her gaze skyward. Crown Prince Dongying's silhouette had become distinct. He no longer needed to bear the wings of a rock. He stood suspended in the air, showcasing his ability to traverse the skies and earth. Crown Prince Dongying's translucent hair cascaded like a waterfall, his body unblemished. His abdomen reflected three realms of heaven, oscillating with immense vitality, each displaying 10 circles of heavenly patterns. This was extraordinary. Even someone like Wang Jiang trembled. Typically, extraordinary beings would struggle to open the gates to the heavenly realms, enduring fierce battles. Upon achieving success, they would inevitably be exhausted, with their realms in a primitive state of depletion, necessitating deep cultivation to reveal the heavenly patterns. But Crown Prince Dongying was different. Armed with the secret techniques of the 5 organs, he had amassed profound strength, enabling his breakthrough to elevate the heavenly realms, commanding heavenly patterns that soared to 30 circles, far surpassing Yin Tong, who was slain by Chu Nan. Such charisma, it would not be long before he entered the illustrious rankings of Qinjue and Qingzhou. Northern King, is this sufficient? Crown Prince Dongying's voice resonated across the land, his 3 realms of heaven humming ominously, overwhelming the assembled prodigies as if they bore the weight of mountains. His presence was commanding, dwarfing all extraordinary beings. The 3 realms of heaven were terrifying, seemingly etched in the sky, preventing them from attuning with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. This was a suppression of a higher order. Is it enough? Are you not aware? Chu Nan remained calm. Even with Crown Prince Dongying entering the heavenly realm, he still feared his blade skills. Otherwise, why would he employ the 3 realms of heaven to suppress the entire scene? Crown Prince Dongying did not speak further. His form expanded, his hand resembling a grinding wheel that sent violent tremors through the void. The annihilation technique of the Dongying dynasty. After entering the heavenly realm, this technique manifested divinely, the power of the heavens transforming into a fiery blaze that surged straight towards Chu Nan. You and I have both transformed beyond recognition. Chu Nan sighed lightly, extending his slender hand to meet the onslaught. There was no cataclysmic clash as imagined. Chu Nan's palm, akin to the sun melting snow, instantly extinguished the fiery wave that spanned 100 meters. Crown Prince Dongying was not surprised. This was merely the prelude to his assault. Swish, 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 Crown Prince Dongying's figure flickered, his speed astonishing, leaving behind countless afterimages as he unleashed a myriad of lethal attacks upon Chu Nan, igniting the heavens and earth. This was the Dongying dynasty's ultimate technique in the heavenly realm, the 100 phantom body. Wang Jiang's expression turned grave. Crown Prince Dongying had severed his own future but remained a paragon of excellence. Just having entered the heavenly realm, he could execute the 100 phantom body to such an extent. Northern King, hold your ground. Xiang Pang's heart raced. Crown Prince Dongying's afterimages layered upon each other, obscuring Chu Nan from view. A deep, resonant explosion erupted, causing spectators to recoil in shock. One afterimage of Crown Prince Dongying shattered. Boom, boom. Several more afterimages burst apart. Only then did the crowd see Chu Nan, standing resolute, his white robes billowing, unmoving as a mountain. He raised his arms, whether clenching fists or pushing palms, deflecting all of Crown Prince Dongying's lethal strikes. Each collision resounded like iron being forged, causing an afterimage to vanish. Prodigy. The royal guardians present could scarcely maintain their footing. The Northern King of the Great Xia had withstood Crown Prince Dongying's lethal assaults without even employing martial skills. Crown Prince Dongying was equally frenzied, his attack speed accelerating, unleashing layers of waves in the void. Is this your level after entering the heavenly realm? Chu Nan's eyes blazed with brilliance, transforming defense into offense. His body surged with 50 meridians, morphing into a mysterious totem, expanding his core to 90 zhang.9. An ultimate number. In that moment, Chu Nan appeared as if he had reversed the world's fate, his figure darting forward. Boom! The divine power of the extraordinary 5 realms erupted, unleashing torrents that reversed the heavens. Chu Nan moved as if the sky were collapsing, sweeping through the battlefield, causing all afterimages to dissipate in an instant. A spray of blood erupted as dozens of trees were shattered in the distance. Had Crown Prince Dongying been defeated once more? Observing Chu Nan standing tall amidst the chaos left the prodigies of the great nation speechless, their minds blank. How could I be defeated? A roar shattered the clouds, and everyone felt an inexplicable oppression. Crown Prince Dongying, his robes stained with blood, soared once more. He dared not engage Chu Nan in close combat. Instead, he formed seals with his hands, conjuring a colossal black mountain that radiated boundless might, pressing down upon Chu Nan. This was the pinnacle technique of the half-blood prodigy, the Great Mountain Seal. Chu Nan, too, formed seals. Boom. The two seals collided, more terrifying than 3 months prior, releasing boundless light. As the waves receded, Crown Prince Dongying continued to press forward, a cascading silver waterfall descending, majestic and unstoppable, engulfing everything in its path. The second form of the mountain river Great Seal, the Great River Seal. Crown Prince Dongying had perfected this in the transforming dragon's secret realm, and now, upon entering the heavenly realm, he had the foundation to display its might, rivaling others of his caliber. Unfortunately, he faced the northern king of the Great Xia. Chu Nan, standing at the extraordinary 5 realms, resembled an invincible war god as he unleashed the Great River Seal. The two silver waterfalls clashed in the void, like dragons battling, before vanishing into nothingness. Crown Prince Dongying, once brimming with confidence, now appeared slightly weakened, a pallor creeping onto his face, the 3 realms of heaven within him dimming. Having just entered the heavenly realm, experiencing such a grueling battle, how could he not feel fatigued? Yet, this was a battle he wagered his future upon. How could he afford to lose? I must win. Crown Prince Dongying roared, his hair whipping wildly. Like a man possessed, he clutched the sword of slaughter, demanding, "Is this all your skill can achieve?" But in the next moment, Chu Nan's voice reached him, causing Crown Prince Dongying to freeze as if struck by lightning. Chu Nan, having perfected the first transformation of his divine body, radiated with vitality. He, too, formed seals, manifesting an ancient forest filled with towering blades that exuded an unfathomable aura of death, inflicting pain upon Crown Prince Dongying's body, causing even the most formidable extraordinary cultivators to kneel in agony. The mountain river Great Seal, each form stronger and more terrifying than the last. The third form, the Great Forest Seal. Even those of the heavenly realm found it difficult to withstand this strike. Chu Nan, at the extraordinary 5 realms, broke free from his shackles, showcasing his overwhelming might, revealing the fear in Crown Prince Dongying's heart. He felt as if the northern king of the Great Xia was akin to a half-blood prodigy. The Great River Seal could not withstand the Great Forest Seal, Buzz. Crown Prince Dongying withdrew his seal and launched a frenzied assault, fully activating his Golden Rock technique, akin to a true Golden Rock. Striving to seize the initiative and grasp a glimmer of hope, I told you, you cannot prevail. Chu Nan's gaze was icy as he propelled the Great Forest Seal. Instantly, the ancient forest brimmed with murderous intent, pressing down upon the heavens, descending to engulf Crown Prince Dongying. That moment, centered around Chu Nan. A sea of green spread out for miles. It was as if an entire wolf forest had been uprooted. Each tree as strong as a sword, cleaving the air and annihilating everything within the range of the Great Forest Seal. Powerful energy surged, creating a tempest that swept across the land, leaving no sanctuary for the great nation prodigies, who were left horrified. Had Crown Prince Dongying perished, such a terrifying strike, with its residual force, could injure them. Crown Prince Dongying, at the forefront, how could he withstand it? Wang Jiang's gaze shifted to the shadows. Among those protecting Crown Prince Dongying in the heavenly realm, aside from the obliterated Yen Tong, there were 2 others. At that moment, if those 2 heavenly beings could still maintain their position, it spoke volumes. The favored Crown Prince Dongying of the current Eastern Emperor was not so easily defeated. Wang Jiang's guess quickly became reality. Whoosh, within the range of the Great Forest Seal, a streak of purple light pierced the sky. The purple light soared, exuding an indescribable nobility, enveloping a disheveled figure that emerged. It was none other than Crown Prince Dongying. He gasped heavily, his hair disarrayed, his ornate robes torn, his body marred with bloodstains, revealing a glimpse of a purple inner armor, a defensive spiritual weapon. Chu Nan raised an eyebrow. The inner armor was intricately engraved, emanating a unique aura, wrapped in purple light, covering Crown Prince Dongying entirely. Clearly, this was a spiritual weapon refined by a monarch of the Purple Mansion realm. Otherwise, how could it withstand his Great Forest Seal? Boom. An intimidating presence surged forth, as if vengeful spirits howled, causing souls to tremble. An unparalleled ferocious beast broke free from its prison, descending upon the world, exuding murderous intent that swept through 10 directions. In Crown Prince Dongying's hand appeared a jade sword, its slender blade radiating spiritual essence intertwined with lethal intent, causing the extraordinary prodigies of the first and second realms to stumble. Wang Jiang exclaimed, "This is one of the 3 slaying swords of Dongying, the Sword of Slaughter." the Eastern Emperor has bestowed this sword upon Crown Prince Dongying. The current Eastern Emperor, the pinnacle monarch of Qingzhou, had forged 3 spiritual swords throughout his illustrious life. The first was the Annihilation Sword, cultivated in the extraordinary realm. The second was the Sword of Slaughter, cultivated in the heavenly realm. The 3 slaying swords accompanied the Eastern Emperor throughout his life, witnessing his rise to royalty, and the Sword of Slaughter had claimed countless heavenly lives, its infamous reputation preceding it. With the Sword of Slaughter in hand, along with the defensive spiritual armor, the northern king of the Great Xia was surely in grave danger. Today, for you, I shall make an exception. You can take pride in this. Crown Prince Dongying grasped the sword, his eyes gleaming with formidable intent. Clang! A flicker of blade light shattered the cosmos as the thunderblade appeared in Chu Nan's grasp. I once thought you a worthy adversary, only to realize you are no different from the majority. You have lost. From now on, you are no longer my rival. The weight of those 2 words silenced the great nation prodigies and the heavenly beings protecting Crown Prince Dongying. Indeed, Crown Prince Dongying, seeking an invincible path, never relied on others in battle. Yet, against the northern king, he first summoned a defensive spiritual weapon, then wielded the Eastern Emperor's Sword of Slaughter, no longer relying solely on his own strength. Crown Prince Dongying had utterly forfeited his invincible spirit, falling into the depths of despair. From the moment he severed his own future, everything was predetermined. Silence! Crown Prince Dongying trembled, merging his murderous intent with the Sword of Slaughter. Instantly, waves of sword light appeared beside him, all pointing skyward. Crown Prince Dongying, filled with ferocity, advanced towards Chu Nan with the Sword of Slaughter. The vast sword light surged like an ocean, rising as he raised his sword, all converging towards Chu Nan, warping the very void. I, the northern king of the Great Xia, do not require the imperial weapons of the dynasty. For I can wield my blade, shining alongside him, basking in the divine radiance of the 9 heavens. Forging a legendary reputation, Chu Nan's hair billowed as he practiced the northern king's sword technique. Crown Prince Dongying attempted to suppress the spiritual essence with his 3 realms of heaven, but it proved futile. Amidst the undulating sword light, a crescent moon rose, lacking the ferocity of the Sword of Slaughter, embodying only Chu Nan's indomitable will. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of blades echoed. Blade light sliced through the air, sword light shrieked. Blade energy and sword energy intertwined, forming a terrifying tempest that radiated from the center of Chu Nan and Crown Prince Dongying in all directions. Below, chaos reigned. The prodigies of the great nations, princes and princesses fled in panic. The clash of these 2 unparalleled prodigies unleashed residual force capable of annihilating countless extraordinary beings. They fled to a distance, their eyes turned back to the sky, and an icy chill gripped them, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Crown Prince Dongying had unleashed the Sword of Slaughter, yet still struggled against the northern king of the Great Xia. One wielded a sword, the other a blade, and they remained locked in a fierce stalemate. The Crown Prince, having ascended from the extraordinary 3 realms to the heavenly realm, could only contend with the northern king through the Sword of Slaughter. Alarmed, the 2 heavenly beings' expressions shifted. The moment the 2 wielders of spiritual weapons clashed again, Chu Nan's right hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in 5 circles of golden light, crashing violently into Crown Prince Dongying's chest. This was the Great Sun Fist. Having entered the extraordinary 5 realms, the power of the Great Sun Fist soared to terrifying heights, colliding with Crown Prince Dongying as if a brilliant sun were exploding, sending him tumbling backward, the purple light that enveloped him quivering. Let us see how many of my punches you can endure. Chu Nan's momentum intensified as he delivered his 3rd, 4th, and 5th punches in rapid succession. His divine power seemingly inexhaustible, the dynamic of the duel shifted. Crown Prince Dongying, suspended in midair, resembled a leaf in a tempest, unable to find purchase, never once touching the ground. Chu Nan's relentless onslaught bore down upon him, each Great Sun Fist crashing down with ferocity, relentlessly battering Crown Prince Dongying. Crown Prince Dongying's robust form became stained with blood, utterly defenseless as he collapsed amidst the void. Chu Nan's divine power surged, shaking him to his core, leaving him on the brink of collapse. The purple light of his inner armor twisted and contorted, threatening to shatter for the Sword of Slaughter. It had already been driven into the earth, quivering incessantly. The myth of Crown Prince Dongying's invincibility was utterly shattered. In the distance, the royal princes and princesses felt an overwhelming weight in their hearts, a profound emptiness. Crown Prince Dongying had severed his invincible path, unleashing all his means, yet still failed to overcome the northern king of the Great Xia, leaving their innate sense of superiority and confidence in tatters. "You insolent wretch! How dare you!" A piercing roar echoed as the two heavenly beings soared into the sky, charging at Chu Nan. They had refrained from intervening, knowing the Crown Prince's intentions, believing he would not falter. Yet, unexpectedly, the sword of slaughter, even in its might, could not quell the northern king. If this continued, Crown Prince Dongying would perish. "My blade shall again drink the blood of the heavenly realm." Chu Nan's gaze darkened, his resolve cemented by these words. With a swift motion, he stepped upon Crown Prince Dongying. A spray of blood erupted from Crown Prince Dongying's mouth, his chest caving in as if struck by a meteor. Chu Nan soared like a great rock, wielding the thunderblade against the two heavenly beings. Chapter 74. A proud spirit, crushed to dust, the thunderblade emerged like thunder from a clear sky, its immense spiritual essence unfurling, lifting every flower, leaf, blade of grass, and stone into the air, coalescing into a blade light. Chu Nan's form melded into this blade light, parting the clouds as if cleaving a chasm in the heavens. The sound of flesh tearing mingled with cries of despair as warm blood splattered across the scene. Stopping abruptly, Chu Nan stood firm, the dark blade glistening as if covered in frost, droplets of heavenly blood cascading down. The two approaching heavenly beings were cleaved in two, crashing down in the distance, stirring up clouds of dust. Their blood essence was extracted by Chu Nan, transforming into 6 seeds of creation, too ruthless. The prodigies of the great nations were left in shock. The northern king of the Great Xia, wielding the power of the extraordinary 5 realms, had slain 2 heavenly beings without a fierce confrontation, showcasing such apex strength that even the Dongying dynasty could not have anticipated. This grand event among the prodigies of Qingzhou had birthed such unparalleled combat prowess. Otherwise, they would have dispatched formidable protectors from the Qinzhou rankings to safeguard Crown Prince Dongying. Once more, their gazes fell upon a crater, struck from the heavens by Crown Prince Dongying. Within the crater lay only blood-stained fragments of his robes. His figure was nowhere to be found. The 2 heavenly beings had sacrificed their lives to grant Crown Prince Dongying a chance to escape. The sword of slaughter remained, yet Crown Prince Dongying had fled. One prince wore a look of disbelief. This was Crown Prince Dongying, the unrivaled prodigy intent on an invincible path, too proud to retreat. Willing to sever his future just to battle the northern king of the Great Xia. How could he be a coward? Yet, reflecting on Crown Prince Dongying's various reactions, it did not seem entirely unexpected. In this battle, his proud spirit had been trampled into the mud by the northern king of the Great Xia, who would become his nightmare. Chu Nan furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Crown Prince Dongying would flee. As he reached for a ring of space, he found a Qinkuan ring resting in his palm. The hidden cards of Dongying Prince emerge one after another. He is too lazy to entangle further and, during their confrontation, he forcefully pried this object from the Dongying Prince's hands. As a prince, his wealth must be considerable. Chu Nan tucked it away, raising his left hand. With a clang, the killing sword, thrust into the ground, suddenly soared into the air, landing in Chu Nan's grasp. The jade sword possessed a spirit, having consumed the blood of the cave heavens. It was indeed a formidable weapon, vibrating violently, attempting to break free from Chu Nan's control. What an exceptional sword, Chu Nan marveled. The contemporary Eastern Emperor's crafted spirit sword is certainly not an ordinary object. In terms of both craftsmanship and spiritual essence, it is of the highest caliber. This sword is quite suitable for Yang Yi. Chu Nan stored it in his Qinkuan ring. He would not turn a blind eye to the glory of the sword's former master, nor would he abandon his own path. Chu Nan vowed to honor his own way, believing that countless honors could be forged by his own hands. Is there anyone who dares to challenge me? Is there anyone who thinks they can trample over the Great Xia? With the sword in hand, Chu Nan's resonant voice echoed through the skies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, figures scattered like birds and beasts. Tio challenged the Northern King. The Northern King is already doing them a favor by not oppressing them. This fierce warrior nearly beheaded the Dongying Prince. He acts with impunity. Who would dare to confront him? The land of Qingzhou is unlikely to remain tranquil with the prodigious talent of the five extremes emerging. Soon, the proud heirs of great nations departed, leaving only the Wanjiang brothers standing in the arena. When Chu Nan's deep gaze swept over, the hidden figures in the cave instantly stiffened, their hair bristling in fear. Northern brother-in-law. Wanjiang shivered, retreating a few steps to protect Wanlinger, urging him to behave. Cough, cough. Xiang Peng choked on his saliva, coughing repeatedly. 3 months ago, Wanjiang had shouted for blood on behalf of Wanlinger, inadvertently injuring him. Now he was directly calling Chu Nan brother-in-law? Thankfully, Prince Wan had already broken through to the second level of the extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have suffered greatly. Sensing Qin Huayu's expression turn cold, Xiang Peng quickly jumped aside. In response to Wanjiang's address, Chu Nan was momentarily taken aback, but soon silently sheathed the thunderblade. You are safe now. Wanjiang had once protected Qin Huayu. For that reason alone, he would not harm Wanjiang for the sake of the creation seed. Safe. Wanjiang was somewhat bewildered. Brother-in-law, what do you mean? Does Chu Nan really have intentions towards him? Wan Shi, are you trying to get yourself killed? The second brother-in-law made Wanlinger's cheeks flush crimson, a hint of scarlet blooming across her face. Wanjiang awkwardly chuckled before stating seriously, Northern King, please reconsider the agreement between my Wanfa dynasty and the Xiaozu. Chu Nan wore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Do you think I require this marriage contract because of the Dongying dynasty? This time, he had suppressed the Dongying prince, killed 3 cave dwellers, and seized the killing sword, effectively creating enmity with the Dongying dynasty. Chu Nan was naturally aware of this, but in times of difficulty, he would shoulder it, just as he did when he single-handedly broke through the Great Luo. One must maintain dignity. Trees require bark, let alone the esteemed Dongying dynasty of Qingzhou. Wanjiang shook his head. The dragon transformation's secret realm is, after all, a contest among peers, and having the cave dwellers intervene this time is indeed embarrassing. As long as the Dongying prince is not slain, they will not retaliate openly. Otherwise, the other dynasties will surely capitalize on it, turning Dongying into a laughingstock in Qingzhou and completely losing their prestige. Then why do you still advise me? Chu Nan frowned. He had heard of the mutual restraint among the 4 great dynasties. While Dongying was powerful, it had not yet reached the stage of unifying Qingzhou. Wanjiang explained, Northern King, in the true spirit continent, there are far too many prodigies who aspire to tread the invincible path of half-blooded divine monsters. Even if they truly enter the 5 extremes, to leap forth and knock upon the door of the cave heavens, those who succeed are but a fraction. Is it because of the divine bloodline? Chu Nan's realization dawned upon him. Half-blooded divine monsters possess blood that is half from divine beings, making their passage from the 5 extremes to the cave heavens a natural progression. Other prodigies, whose bloodlines cannot compare to that of the half-blooded, will find their physical beings overwhelmed when attempting to knock on the door of the cave heavens. Furthermore, the 4 great dynasties of Qingzhou have profound foundations and possess methods to protect Chu Nan's physical form. Brother Wan, I appreciate your good intentions. Once I enter the cave heavens, I shall seek you out in the Wanfa dynasty for a drink. Chu Nan smiled nonchalantly. In truth, he had already sensed what Wanjiang mentioned. After attaining the 5 extremes in the dragon transformation's secret realm, when Chu Nan attempted to open the cave heavens, his creation body trembled. This was not without resolution. The 6-turn creation art carried by the Chu clan not only guided him into the extraordinary 5 extremes, but would not allow him to be trapped here. Chu Nan pondered deeply, surmising that his creation body was still not sufficiently strong. As long as he advanced the 6-turn creation art to the 2nd turn, forging an even stronger body, this predicament would resolve itself. He actually left. Watching Chu Nan turn and depart, Wanlinger bit her lip in frustration. This scoundrel, does he truly find her unworthy? When her gaze fell upon Qin Huayu walking alongside Chu Nan, her small face dimmed. Qin Huayu was an undeniable beauty. Even she admitted to being inferior. Chu Nan emerged from the secret realm, fiercely battling for the sake of his beautiful companion. Their bond must be profound. How could she compete with that? What a pity in the lands of the great Xia. This young man would either remain trapped at the extraordinary 5 extremes for life or fade away like a fleeting bloom. The protector beside Wanjiang sighed in regret. Your Highness, I believe he will come to understand. Gazing at Chu Nan's departing figure, Wanjiang murmured softly. Is he really not considering Prince Wan's proposal? Qin Huayu inquired quietly. Are you suggesting that the Northern King's residence should change its female master? Chu Nan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu was taken aback. Change the female master? Does Chu Nan imply that the Northern King's residence already has a female master? Hey, I say, there's still a living person over here. Xiangpeng hobbled over, brandishing an iron rod. The dragon transformation secret realm has closed. Shouldn't you return to your cold garment dynasty? Chu Nan replied irritably. Xiangpeng scratched his head. Actually, I am just a wanderer, using the heavens as my blanket and the earth as my bed, thrown into the deep mountains at birth, often drifting among various nations with no true home. When I say I come from the cold garment dynasty, it's all just a fabrication, fearing to be looked down upon. Speaking to this point, Xiangpeng could not help but smile bitterly. Home. For him, it is a distant word. Throughout his life, he has witnessed treachery and exploitation. Upon hearing from Qin Huayu that the Great Xia has 300,000 soldiers, akin to brothers with the Northern King, and countless passionate citizens of the Great Xia, he became intrigued. Chu Nan was astonished, in a wonder when heading to the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Other prodigies traveled in grand entourages, but Xiangpeng was alone. With such a background, yet he managed to cultivate to the pinnacle of the extraordinary at just over 20 years old. His talent is not lacking, however. When Chu Nan operated the six-turn creation art, he felt no response from Xiangpeng. Chu Nan, this fellow is not simple. We should coax him back. Qin Huayu whispered as she approached. She had acquired enough spirit milk and could easily concoct a large batch of transcendence pills. Coupled with the herbs gathered in the Dragon Transformation secret realm, her harvest was substantial, and she wouldn't mind bringing back another capable hand. Chu Nan's lips twitched. The usually unapproachable Qin Huayu was now conspiring with Xiangpeng. Did she already know of Xiangpeng's background and had this plan in mind? Quite clever. Chu Nan's gaze flickered slightly. As a spiritual alchemist, Qin Huayu is extremely sensitive to the physiques of cultivators. She must have discovered something. Why Northern King's residence still lacks a guardian? Are you interested? Chu Nan inquired. Guardian? Xiangpeng nearly shouted in anger. With my cultivation, I should at least be a noble. Since you are the Northern King, I want to be the Southern King. The ruler of the southern regions of the Great Xia has been slain. Qin Huayu remarked, that's inauspicious. I want to be the Eastern King, Xiangpeng replied. Also slain. Then, the Western King, still slain. Xiangpeng's face turned blank, disoriented in the wind. Chu Nan is only 19 years old. How many extraordinary beings has he taken down along his journey? Ignoring the two, Chu Nan traversed through the dense forest. He discovered that the golden magic eagle was missing. Chapter 75. The Great Xia cannot be offended. The Northern King cannot be offended. The Dragon Transformation secret realm opened, and the residual might of the half-blooded divine monsters shook the skies, silencing beasts and birds alike. Chu Nan had instructed the golden magic eagle to wait several dozen miles away. At this moment, the secret realm had sealed again, and birds and beasts had resumed their activities. With the intelligence of the golden magic eagle, it could not possibly not seek him out, nor would it vanish without reason. Suddenly, as Chu Nan scanned his surroundings, the dense forest began to tremble. He saw the golden eagle staggering out, looking dispirited and nearly exhausted. Upon reaching Chu Nan, it collapsed, prostrating on the ground. What happened to the big gold? Xiangpeng curiously approached, wondering if it had gotten into a fight like the Northern King. Dio, you think everyone is like him? Qin Huayu shot Xiangpeng a glance and stepped forward to investigate. However, Chu Nan's expression grew peculiar. The flesh lump on the golden eagle's head had fallen off, revealing a small bump, as if something was about to break free. Chu Nan instantly recalled the ominous drawings from the Dragon Transformation secret realm. The big gold has a connection with that ominous creature. Chu Nan's heart trembled. Could it be that the celestial phenomenon of the 7 stars aligned, or the residual might of the half-blooded divine monster stimulated the big gold, causing it to undergo a transformation? This is not impossible. Among human cultivators, there are those with divine bloodlines requiring gradual awakening. Why not for other species? The big gold screeched, prostrating towards the direction of the Dragon Transformation secret realm, its eyes reflecting joy and sorrow. Joy, knowing its roots. Sorrow, for the roots are not present. The big gold's reaction made Qin Huayu furrow her brows slightly. Strange, this creature seems fine. Rise. Follow me, and your ominous name shall not be tarnished. Chu Nan spoke. The big gold nodded in understanding. Previously, it regarded Chu Nan with more fear. Now, its eyes held something else. He once thought he could still control the big gold to go to the great Xia. Unexpectedly, he would have to rely on himself. Xiang Peng mumbled, retrieving an item from his Qinkuan ring. It was a cloud boat, 10 meters long, entirely black, exuding spirituality, soaring into the sky. This is a flying spiritual artifact? Chu Nan's eyes brightened. He had heard that in some of the great spiritual soil nations of Qingzhou, spiritual craftsmen and spiritual array masters could forge flying cloud boats capable of traveling vast distances effortlessly. Such treasures are rare, serving as tools for expanding territories for spiritual soil nations. Northern King brother, don't get any wild ideas. Xiang Peng hurriedly cautioned as he moved the big gold onto the boat. Seeing this was acquired from a talented individual. It's the only one I have. Qin Huayu, understanding Chu Nan's intentions, said, "This time, you've broken through to the extraordinary 5 extremes. Upon returning, you will be able to refine a stronger national fortune, enhancing your influence. That time, spiritual craftsmen and array masters will undoubtedly pledge loyalty to the great Xia." After her words, Qin Huayu let out a soft scream. Chu Nan wrapped his arm around her slender waist and lifted off the ground. Landing on the cloud boat, "Scoundrel, how dare you touch me?" Once that hand was withdrawn, Qin Huayu finally reacted, her body softening as she ground her silver teeth. That moment, Xiang Peng looked pained, taking out a diamond-shaped stone and placing it in the cloud boat's recess. This is a spirit stone, a product formed from the accumulation of national fortune in a great nation. It's an important resource that can power the cloud boat. The great Xia should be promoted to one of the top 100 nations in Qingzhou. Chu Nan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the scenery rushing below, filled with a sense of grandeur. The great Xia has just begun to solidify its national fortune. So what? As long as he, Chu Nan, is strong enough to suppress the world with absolute martial prowess, all will be well. Moreover, this journey has been fruitful. He aims to forge an extraordinary army, fulfilling the wishes of those fallen soldiers and creating a prosperous era for the great Xia. The flying cloud boat soared like an arrow through the air, surpassing the golden magic eagle. And this was merely a first-tier cloud boat. 3 days passed in a flash. Chu Nan sat cross-legged on the deck, silently pushing the 6-turn creation art, with 91 creation seeds awakening within him. Given his current level of divine bloodline, it is indeed impossible to knock upon the door of the cave heavens. Chu Nan's eyes flickered with cold light. The 6-turn creation art requires over 100 more creation seeds to reach the 2nd turn. Northern King brother, someone is tracking us. Suddenly, Xiang Peng's expression turned serious. Chu Nan glanced over and instantly saw several figures flash by. The hallmark of cave realm experts. The emergence of a prodigy of the extraordinary 5 extremes on the land of Qingzhou will undoubtedly cause an uproar. This is likely just the beginning. Qin Huayu's expression also turned cold. The Dongying dynasty, concerned about its reputation, would not directly act against Chu Nan. After all, while the extraordinary 5 extremes are indeed astounding, they cannot shake the foundations of a dynasty. Other great nations, however, cannot remain calm. The extraordinary 5 extremes can slay cave dwellers. Moreover, many talented individuals from other great nations have already fallen at Chu Nan's hands. Have they become restless so soon? A cold smile appeared on Chu Nan's face. Seeing him gaze in their direction, the figures quickly dodged, clearly lacking confidence. If that is the case, I shall give you some confidence. Chu Nan's gaze shifted slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. In Northern King brother? Xiang Peng was instantly bewildered. The fierce warrior who could trample the Dongying prince was injured? Before Xiang Peng could recover, Chu Nan spat out another mouthful of blood and turned to retreat into the cabin. Chu Nan! Qin Huayu hurriedly retrieved vials and jars from her Qinkuan ring. Flustered as she followed him inside. Brother, you can't pull such a stunt. Xiang Peng's face turned green. The moment they were being tracked by cave realm experts, Chu Nan had to get injured. This is a recipe for disaster. Should Yin Xiling and the others see this, the Northern King of the North would be mocked for his panic. Inside the cabin, Chu Nan smiled. Every 3 years, a summit for rising talents is convened. The Bai Lu martial dynasty is no stranger to Xiang Peng. During the journey in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, the prodigy Yulang from the Bai Lu martial dynasty was slain by Chu Nan due to an altercation with Qin Huayu. At this moment, Does he still harbor thoughts about the Bai Lu martial dynasty? The Northern King's army has also arrived. As Qin Huayu stepped out of the cabin, she noticed a flag below, and her brows furrowed slightly. It must be Xia Jiang, aiming to persuade the great Xia martial dynasty to join the Rising Talent Alliance. Chu Nan remarked that since the great Xia has ascended to the status of a spiritual land superpower, Xia Jiang and his daughter have been preoccupied with establishing diplomatic relations. It is not surprising that they attend such a grand event. Chu Nan cast a glance behind him and instructed Xiang Peng to steer the cloud vessel downwards. The vast expanse was desolate and uninhabited. Decades ago, the Bai Lu martial dynasty successfully entered the ranks of great nations, and the current martial sovereign invited 15 spiritual land superpowers to raise their cups and form the Rising Talent Alliance at this very location. Subsequently, this place was named Rising Talent Territory, symbolizing the alliance. As the summit commenced, Rising Talent Territory buzzed with activity, with great nation cultivators arriving continuously. Amidst their hurried footsteps, they occasionally cast indifferent glances at a group outside the Rising Talent Territory. Those gazes resembled a dragon looking down upon ants, devoid of any interest in conversation. Among that group, the leader was a tall, middle-aged man wearing a jade crown, none other than the martial sovereign of the great Xia, Xia Jiang. The black-clad swordsman Yang Yi stood beside him, flanked by 1,000 heavily armored soldiers of the Northern King's army, their gazes cold and sharp, guarding 3 alchemists from the great Xia's alchemy pavilion, including Mu Zhe. The Rising Talent Summit gathered cultivators from great nations, and there were also practitioners of various arts exchanging pleasantries. However, the group from the great Xia was isolated, completely ignored by others. Esteemed ones, I represent the great Xia martial dynasty and come to pay my respects, Xia Jiang proclaimed once more. A man standing at the entrance lazily cast a sidelong glance at Xia Jiang. If the great Xia wishes to participate in the Rising Talent Summit, there is a way. All of you must bow to me 3 times, and if it pleases me, perhaps I will allow you entry. Bow 3 times? Upon hearing this, Xia Jiang's expression darkened. He represented the great Xia martial dynasty. Even if that man was merely at the peak of the extraordinary, he could not easily bow. This matter concerned the dignity of a great nation. Even if he were left standing here for several hours, he would remain neither servile nor arrogant. The martial sovereign of Bai Lu once stated that any spiritual land superpower could join the Rising Talent Alliance. Xia Jiang suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, "Why can't my great Xia martial dynasty join? Spiritual land superpower?" The man's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Your great Xia doesn't even have a single celestial being. And you speak of alliances? You?" Xia Jiang felt both anger and sorrow. The man's words were indeed harsh, but was it not also the truth? A weak nation has no diplomacy. During this time, he had faced countless closed doors. Martial sovereign, let us go. Mu Ze's face was filled with indignation. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon their great Xia for not being strong enough. Even their 3 alchemists could not gain entry to exchange experiences. I have failed the Qilin Sun, Xia Jiang said bitterly. The revival of the Chu clan was a long and arduous journey. He represented the Xia clan, assisting the Qilin Sun of the Chu clan, hoping to promote the rise of the great Xia so that the Qilin Sun would have troops to command in the future. At the Rising Talent Summit, there were many spiritual alchemists, spiritual array masters, and spiritual weapon masters present, and he was certainly eager for talent. However, he could not enter the Rising Talent territory. "Are you that extraordinary genius? A subordinate of the Northern King?" At that moment, the man noticed Yang Ye. Seems your talent is commendable. The great Xia's ordinary soil has transformed into spiritual soil for just a few months, and you have already broken through to the extraordinary. Given the timing, the journey in the dragon transformation secret realm should have ended, and the Northern King should have perished by now. Why not join my Bai Lu martial dynasty? Perhaps you could secure a minor official position, rather than risk being annihilated and becoming a mere corpse. His words were particularly cutting. The Northern King had not appeared for months, and his whereabouts were no longer a secret. An extraordinary being contending with the top 100 great nations of Qingzhou, or even the 4 major imperial dynasties, many believed the Northern King faced grave danger on his journey. Not to mention, the Northern King dared to challenge Dong Ying's crown prince on the talent leaderboard. Swish! The sharp sound of a sword rang out. Yang Yi abruptly turned, the black cloak fluttering as he drew his sword. Boom! The 1,000-strong Northern King's army also raised their spears and shields, exuding a fierce killing intent. For the great Xia, they could endure all harsh treatments, but they would not tolerate insults to the Northern King. "Are you certain you wish to engage me in battle?" The man smiled faintly, scrutinizing Yang Yi and the Northern King's army. Within the rising talent territory, there were numerous celestial beings. He bore the responsibility of safeguarding the rising talent territory, representing the Bailu martial dynasty. Engaging in battle with this group was akin to a mosquito attempting to shake a tree. "You insult my sovereign and expect me to be courteous?" Yang Yi strode forward, the sword humming as he led the 1,000-strong Northern King's army onward. Xia Jiang's expression also darkened. The Xia clan must prioritize the Qilin son of the Chu clan, followed by the common people of the Great Xia. He understood the faith of the northern border's fierce generals and the Northern King's army. If there was to be a fight, then let it be. Compromise and retreat would not earn them respect. "Interesting. Then I shall entertain you and see just how resilient these believers of the Northern King are." The man stretched lazily, a powerful extraordinary aura suddenly erupting, causing the void to tremble. Yang Yi halted. It was not that he was afraid. Rather, he understood the gap in realms and sought a flaw in his opponent. The man's disdain widened into a smirk as he stepped forward. Suddenly, his body tensed, instinctively retreating. Swish! In the next moment, a cold flash, like a star falling from the heavens, transformed into a jade sword imbued with overwhelming killing intent, plunging into the ground where the man had just stood in an instant. It felt as though a vengeful spirit was wailing, its menacing aura radiating throughout the area, sending shivers through the souls of all present. "Do you wish to test the commander of the Great Xia's northern border?" In the sky, a figure clad in white drifted down, walking on the air like a lotus flower. "Very well. Yang Yi, take this sword and claim the head of this man, and let the great nations present know whether the Great Xia is strong or weak." Chapter 77. Witnessed by heroes, I enter the celestial realm. Chu Nan's tall figure approached, gradually silencing the surrounding atmosphere. "King?" The black-clad swordsman murmured. He was a fierce general of the northern border, a protector of the Great Xia, seasoned in battle, yet at this moment, tears welled in his eyes. "The Northern King has returned to us." Mu Zhe and the other two alchemists were emotionally overwhelmed, tears streaming down their faces. The Great Xia had ascended to the status of a spiritual land superpower, yet faced repeated obstacles in establishing diplomatic relations, all due to its lack of strength and absence of a celestial being. Rumors even spread that the extraordinary genius who had shouldered the fate of the Great Xia was to fade away like a shooting star. Outside the rising talent territory, the dignity of the Great Xia had been repeatedly ignored and trampled upon, and although they had not spoken much, their hearts were more pained than if they had been cut by a knife. Now, their strongest force had arrived. The individual had not perished in the dragon transformation's secret realm, and his appearance stirred the hearts of every citizen of the Great Xia. "We pay our respects to the Northern King." The 1,000-strong Northern King's army knelt in unison, many shouting in fervor. Xia Jiang also bowed in respect. The disdain of the great nation cultivators had left him feeling humiliated. "I said to take this sword and claim his head." Chu Nan descended, hands clasped behind his back, untainted by dust. "A sword?" Only then did Yang Yi notice the jade sword embedded in the ground. He instinctively stepped forward, gripping the hilt and lifting it. "A spiritual weapon?" The man guarding the entrance to the rising talent territory regained his composure. The sudden appearance of the Northern King of the Great Xia surprised him, but it was not enough to cause panic. Within the rising talent territory, there were numerous celestial beings, each stronger than the martial sovereign of the Great Xia. Even extraordinary geniuses of the first or second rank could not act recklessly. Rather, it was that jade sword that piqued his interest. "This sword belongs to me," the man advanced, reaching out to grasp Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained unaware. It was only at the moment the man's hand descended that he finally moved. He did not employ martial techniques, but instead thrust the jade sword forward. Instantly, a vast killing intent swept across the area, as if an unparalleled ferocious beast had descended upon the world, causing the man's expression to drastically change. The jade sword was terrifying. As it pierced forward, it felt as if the gates of the underworld had swung open. Wailing spirits echoed, causing his soul to tremble and his true essence to stagnate. PFF. A spray of blood shot into the sky as the man's head was severed, his body flying several meters away. "What?" Xia Jiang was momentarily stunned. Yang Yi, who had just entered the minor extraordinary realm, had actually slain a peak extraordinary being in an instant. Indeed, the killing body sword of Dong Ing suits you perfectly, Chu Nan remarked approvingly. Among the northern border commanders of the Great Xia, Yang Yi excelled in swordsmanship, having reached the realm of sword and man as one. On his first time wielding the sword, he could outree. He had been tracking Chu Nan and his companions for several days. Witnessing firsthand Chu Nan cough up blood multiple times, observing Xiang Pang's reactions, it seemed genuine. They even discreetly inquired about whether the North King and the Easterning Crown Prince had sustained injuries during their rivalry. However, the Easterning dynasty remained tight-lipped, leading them to conclude that the North King was likely indeed injured. The mobilization of so many celestial realms and the arrangement of a second-tier spiritual formation suggested a desire to avoid unforeseen circumstances. The achievement of the five extremes was indeed formidable, capable of shaking the foundations of major nations without disturbing the four great dynasties. Moreover, Chu Nan had slain the prodigy of their Yunxian martial dynasty, the North King of the Great Xia. You've chosen quite a fine resting place for yourself. A burly man descended like a meteor towards Chu Nan, exclaiming, "I'll fight you to the end." Seeing Chu Nan stand resolute with a lowered gaze, Xiang Pang brandished an iron rod, ready to charge. Xia Jiang, Yang Yi, and the multitude of North King's troops began to stir. "Just watch the show," Qin Huayu interjected, halting their advance. With a thunderous boom, the burly man, filled with celestial energy, was abruptly sent flying, his muscular arms snapping under the force. Before he could hit the ground, a long hand grasped his neck, twisting slightly. The sound of bones cracking echoed as he coughed up blood, his limbs falling limp, leaving everyone in stunned silence. This was a celestial realm being, and he had been annihilated before even reaching the North King. He was slightly stronger than Yin Tong, who had defended the Easterning Crown Prince. Chu Nan extracted the essence of the burly man's blood, feeling a surge of vitality as 4 new seeds of transformation appeared within him. "Are you not coming down yet?" Chu Nan glanced upwards. "Are you plotting against us?" The 29 celestial beings seemed to be struck by lightning, their extraordinary powers on full display. It was conceivable that a single strike could obliterate a celestial being. The North King of the Great Xia remained unerringly composed. "If I were not injured, would your Yunxian be sending so many celestial beings to pursue me here?" Chu Nan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and remarked coolly, "North King, you are truly delusional." An irate celestial being erupted in curses. He could scarcely fathom what advantage the North King could gain from such subterfuge, especially since they had pursued him so relentlessly. The power of the 5 extremes was a cause for concern. "You harbor the desire to slaughter, and thus you must bear the consequences of retaliation." With his garments billowing, Chu Nan stepped onto the lotus path, rising into the air with a cold demeanor. His experiences in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm and the Prodigy Summit had made him realize that merely ascending to a major nation was insufficient to secure a foothold in Qingzhou. He must carve out a fearsome reputation to ensure true stability. Otherwise, the Great Xia would be subject to scorn and contempt. "Together, let's kill him." The 29 celestial beings moved in unison, like the heavens collapsing. Their vibrant life force surged like a raging tide, each celestial being casting reflections of their power. Among them, the strongest commanded 40 patterns. The collective might of the 29 celestial beings loomed like an array of active volcanoes, their celestial powers pressing down upon the sky, rendering the void static, panic spreading throughout the Prodigy Summit. Such a sight was too terrifying. From a distance, some were bent under the pressure. Thank heavens the North King has provoked such a powerful nation. Otherwise, we would be in grave trouble. The elegantly adorned white deer martial master was drenched in cold sweat from the overwhelming power of the 5 extremes. However, her fleeting sense of relief quickly dissipated. In the sky, the formation encircling Chu Nan was torn apart. The mundane soldiers of the Prodigy Summit trembled. Chu Nan emerged like a dragon from the depths, his right hand conjuring a cloud of dry thunder, executing the 4th form of his sword technique. The blade's radiance cut through the air, sending 3 celestial beings flying. Standing tall, enveloped by a mysterious totem that showcased his robust physique, Chu Nan was bombarded by the incoming celestial forces, producing a resounding clang as they collided. With his left fist glowing with 5 circles of golden light, he unleashed a ferocious strike, channeling the staggering power of the 5 extremes. sending two celestial beings plummeting from the sky. Their chests collapsing, Chu Nan, stepping lightly upon the lotus, wielding his sword and fist, emanated an unyielding aura, resembling an undefeated war god. In mere moments, he pierced through their encirclement, leaving 6 celestial beings as lifeless corpses descending from the heavens. How can he be this strong? Even I cannot suppress him, let alone injure his physique. The celestial being commanding 40 patterns trembled, his scalp prickling. He had witnessed prodigies of the extraordinary extremes, but had never seen such ferocity. The divine power radiating from the clash not only shook his insides, but also reverberated through his celestial realm. If he was affected so severely, one could only imagine the Chu Nan, with the formidable daylight fist, managed to withstand the suppression, yet was still forced to retreat. Laming surged forward, closing the distance between them as if an invisible thread tethered their fates. His 5 fingers extended, unleashing a terrifying roar akin to that of a beast. Each digit conjured a spectral beast, its maw clasping the deadly light of his fingers, wielding the power of life and death as it lunged toward Chu Nan. Those on the 1,000 absolutes list, apart from their formidable cultivation, all possessed extraordinary skills. Laming's great beast-killing finger, honed over decades, had reached a transcendent level, each finger strike akin to wielding a divine weapon. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Nan's reflexes were astonishing, as his thunder blade danced with blinding light, clashing dozens of times in a heartbeat, resembling a dragon's roar. Once the beastly howls subsided, Chu Nan's robe tore, revealing 3 faint blood lines etched across his robust chest. Despite wielding his blade and his exceptional physique, he was still injured by Laming's skill. Quite impressive. Laming's eyes darkened with gravity. As a member of the 1,000 absolutes list, his skill had merely punctured Chu Nan's skin, which was startling. This northern king of the great Xia possessed unparalleled talent and equally rich combat experience. I cannot let you live. Laming's figure flickered, a shadow breaking through the air, once again unleashing the great beast-killing finger, targeting Chu Nan's vital points with relentless ferocity. Chu Nan maintained a calm demeanor, his blade's light flowing like a waterfall, focused solely on defense. Old man, do you still have no shame? The esteemed martial masters of the 1,000 absolutes list were lowering themselves to confront a 19-year-old prodigy. What an embarrassment! Xiang Peng roared, attempting to distract Laming and divert his focus. During the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm expedition, Chu Nan had been remarkably dominant, even against the Eastern Crown Prince wielding a royal spirit weapon. He had fought for the initiative at every turn. Yet before Laming, he felt utterly powerless, a victim of overwhelming strength that knew no mercy. Why the rush? Qin Huayu remained composed. Laming held a prestigious position on the 1,000 absolutes list, possessing the great beast-killing finger. Did Chu Nan not have his own unique skills? As a half-blood anomaly, he had inherited peak-level martial techniques. Each move of the mountain and river seal was more formidable and terrifying than the last. By establishing the 5 extremities, Chu Nan could defy convention and suppress his foes. Now, invigorated by the life force, he had opened 4 celestial realms. In a true battle, it was inconceivable that Chu Nan would lack any means to retaliate. Are you suggesting our northern king brother will resort to underhanded tactics? Xiang Peng's eyes widened. What confidence did Chu Nan possess to attempt to outmaneuver someone like Laming? The 2 figures intertwined high above, akin to celestial weapons colliding. Laming's lethal fingers accompanied by beastly roars, while Chu Nan defended with his spiritual weapon. Occasionally, the spectral beast would breach the blade's light, leaving blood marks upon Chu Nan's form. Despite such dire circumstances, he remained unflappable. His obsidian pupils seemed to shimmer like mercury, as if a divine gaze had opened, discerning the illusions of reality and perceiving the essence of all things. In Chu Nan's sight, every strike from Laming was deconstructed into countless shadows, tracing back to the true mysteries of the great beast-killing finger, the eye of breaking illusions. The second transformation of the 6-fold creation technique, reaching its pinnacle, evolved into a divine gaze capable of piercing through all illusions and unveiling the essence of existence. The 6-fold creation technique could forge pure-blooded deities, inherently embodying boundless transformation. To shape a divine body was one form of creation, while the eye of breaking illusions represented another. Swish, swish. The fierce battle raged on as the 2 figures clashed once more, then paused at a distance. Laming, clad in coarse linen, emanated an inscrutable aura, Embodying the grandeur of the thousand absolutes list, in stark contrast, Chu Nan appeared ragged, over 50 blood marks marring his chest and back. Indeed, Laming is formidable. The white deer martial lord rejoiced, eager to flatter. The northern king of the great Xia was powerful, seeking to ascend through the 5 extremities into the celestial realm, leaving her momentarily despondent. Laming's assault was akin to a lifeline for her. Silence, old fool. Laming's gaze turned towards the white deer martial lord. Without Laming launching an offensive, the white deer martial lord felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion paling as she collapsed to the ground. The overwhelming mental force of a transcendent being could generate an extraordinary aura, let alone that of a celestial realm. The mental force of a celestial realm could harm from afar. This scene left the crowd in stunned silence. Laming's expression darkened. The esteemed figures on the thousand absolutes list were all adorned with accolades. To confront Chu Nan was already a display of might against the weak. After battling for nearly half an hour, only a mere handful of blood marks marred Chu Nan's form. It was truly humiliating. A sovereign of the celestial realm radiates vitality, capable of defying death and extending their lifespan by a century. Those blood marks were akin to a mere hair falling from a mortal. Utterly insignificant. It appears you are out of tricks. Chu Nan sighed, his composure unervingly calm. With a flick of his hand, the thunder blade transformed into a streak of light, embedding itself into the white deer martial lord, pinning her in place. You? Laming's anger flared. Chu Nan was discarding his spiritual weapon. Was this an act of disdain? In the next moment, as Chu Nan traversed the void, Laming's expression froze. Chapter 81. The first of Qingzhou, listed on both rankings, Chu Nan opened the gateway to the celestial realm. Although interrupted by Laming, he ultimately ascended to this level. His figure stood tall, striding through the air as his inky hair danced. His right hand's fingers curled slightly, and after a brief contemplation, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated. This was unmistakably the initiation of the great beast-killing finger. How is this possible? Laming's expression shifted dramatically. Where did you learn the great beast-killing finger? This was his unique skill, the foundation of his position on the Qingzhou Thousand Absolutes list, as the mountain-guarding king of the Yunxian martial dynasty. He had never shared it with even the martial lord of Yunxian. Wasn't that you who just taught me? Chu Nan smiled. All those on the Thousand Absolutes list possess unique skills, do they not? If I were to harness the eye of breaking illusions to amalgamate all these skills into one, what then? You taught me? Laming staggered, disbelief etched across his face. The northern king of the great Xia had learned the great beast-killing finger during their confrontation. This was utterly absurd. In the realm of martial arts, without a guiding manual, one could not hope to master any technique. Yet, this was the only explanation. As Laming fell into a daze, Chu Nan's figure soared through the air, extending his right hand as spectral beasts began to materialize, their maws clasping the deadly light, plunging toward Laming. Die, old fool! Laming roared, also retaliating with the great beast-killing finger, a mere descendant of ordinary deities. The northern king of the great Xia was already on par with half-blood anomalies, and could even improve his skills mid-battle. If this continued, it seemed the Qingzhou national rankings might be turned on their head. Laming's murderous intent toward Chu Nan had never been more intense. The heavens trembled, spectral beasts and deadly light clashing in a spectacular display, before both were annihilated. Boom! Laming's celestial realm reflected 110 circles of celestial patterns, surging forth with celestial power like an unfathomable ocean, striking directly at Chu Nan. Both unleashed the great beast-killing finger, their battle igniting the skies. With each clash, Chu Nan's body would sway, retreating under the pressure. The potency of the celestial realm was intricately linked to the wielder's cultivation. With Laming's celestial patterns exceeding 100, Chu Nan ultimately found himself at a disadvantage. Within the ranks of new talents, no one dared to cheer for or celebrate Laming. The northern king of the great Xia was nothing short of a miracle, continuously overturning their perceptions. Who could guarantee he would not create another miracle and alter the tides of battle? This was evident from Laming's demeanor. Laming, showcasing his full cultivation, radiated an aura so potent it threatened to burst his robes, as a multitude of spectral beasts surged forth, their deadly light intent on annihilating Chu Nan. Laming feared, as a martial master on the Thousand Absolutes list, what could possibly instill fear in him despite holding the upper hand? The king was still breaking through. the black-clad swordsman, keenly aware, whispered, sending shivers through those who heard. Laming's assault continued, the celestial power persistently suppressing Chu Nan's rising vitality. Yet now, anyone could sense that suppression beginning to waver. Turning to Chu Nan, his upright form was shrouded in a luminous glow, akin to a radiant moon, his abdomen rumbling like thunder, for celestial realms aligned, his life force surging to a critical point. Crack! It sounded as if something had shattered, a noise more terrifying than thunder, reverberating through the second-tier spirit array enveloping the new talent ranks. Chu Nan let out a mighty roar, akin to a dragon breaking free from its bindings, dispersing the celestial power that Laming had enveloped him. As for Laming, he too retreated several paces before halting. He had succeeded. Laming's wrinkled visage was filled with terror. Rumors had circulated that without the backing of a profound heritage, no one could ascend from the five extremities to the celestial realm. Yet the northern king of the great Xia had done so, and under Laming's suppression. No less as the haze lifted, an unrelenting wave of celestial power spread forth in all directions, causing Laming's body to tremble once more. Chu Nan soared, his abdominal essence coalescing, five celestial realms aligned, fluctuating. Each celestial realm was far from a state of depletion, each exhibiting 20 brilliant patterns. Laming trembled uncontrollably. He had heard that the Eastern Crown Prince, possessing the secret arts of the five organs, had severed his future to break into the celestial realm, each realm showcasing 10 patterns. Yet the northern king of the great Xia had not only opened 5 celestial realms, but each displayed 20 celestial patterns. Collectively, the northern king had surpassed 100 patterns, nearly matching Laming. Entering the celestial realm, approaching the apex of Qingzhou, the highest level of 1,000 celestial realms, this was simply monstrous. I will enter the celestial realm. None shall stop me. Not even you. Chu Nan stepped forward, like a dragon leaping through 9 heavens, the celestial power and his physical form surging toward Laming. His creation physique had also reached its second transformation. 200 creation seeds, arranged in an intricate pattern, illuminated his entire being like twinkling stars, rendering his physique akin to a black hole in Laming's eyes. It felt as if 6 celestial realms were descending upon him simultaneously. You? Laming bellowed, his hands transforming into lethal fingers, attempting to force Chu Nan back. Boom! The colossal wave surged through the air, obliterating all spectral beasts and deadly light. Laming plunged several dozen feet downward, his complexion paling. Engaging with the northern king who had fully entered the celestial realm had left him utterly exhausted. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, causing Laming's heart to race. The northern king of the great Xia, with a gesture, summoned a massive black mountain that loomed across the heavens. First form of the mountain and river seal, the great mountain seal. Young friend of the northern king, we can speak this through. Laming hastily implored, his heart filled with regret. Why had he chosen to meddle in this affair? Now, escaping was nearly impossible. Chu Nan's gaze remained indifferent as he brought the seal down, engulfing Laming. Forced to brace himself, Laming unleashed the great beast-killing finger, barely managing to withstand the strike. However, before he could catch his breath, a second and third massive black mountain materialized, once again descending upon him. The entire new talent ranks were submerged in a tempestuous aura. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, everything became obscured, leaving only that solitary figure, resplendent in its supremacy. The northern king of the great Xia was unfathomable. With a mere gesture, he unleashed the great mountain seal, and with another, the great river seal. The malevolent aura of the ancient forest surged forth, verdant canopies forming a vast sea. Entering the celestial realm, such peak-level celestial techniques shone brilliantly in Chu Nan's hands. The great mountain seal, the great river seal, and the great forest seal were unleashed in succession, their attacks unpredictable, as torrents of energy poured forth, rendering Laming's form nearly invisible, while the 4 array flags snapped and the confinement array shattered. It was outrageous. The northern king of the great Xia had defied the heavens. Someone swallowed hard, managing to utter those words. Such a ferocious onslaught made it exceedingly unlikely for Laming to survive. The expedition to the Dragon Transformation's secret realm had already determined that the northern king of the great Xia would claim the top spot on the Qingzhou talents list, towering over the younger generation of Qingzhou. This battle would irrevocably establish the northern king's position among the heroes of Qingzhou. The Qingzhou Thousand Absolutes list was a bloodied roster. TOB listed was simple: defeat or kill an opponent to usurp their rank. The northern king of the Great Xia would ascend atop Laming's corpse. Having just entered the celestial realm, he would be listed on the Thousand Absolutes list, a feat more staggering than subduing the East Ing Crown Prince, an unparalleled accomplishment in Qingzhou's history. Quickly enter the Void Realm. The Qingzhou Talents list and the Thousand Absolutes list have changed. A sovereign of a great nation, wielding a national seal, exclaimed in astonishment. The Northern King had arrived at the new talent ranks. Likely catching the attention of the Moon Envoy from the Lunar Tower, Laming's defeat was no longer in question. Several great nation sovereigns hurriedly delved into the Void Realm with their mental states. The Void Realm was desolate and distant. 3 immense stone tablets, glowing with a ghostly light, stood out prominently. The top position on the Qingzhou Talents list had already changed. The Northern King of the Great Xia, aged 20, in the Celestial Realm, inscribed on the tablet. With me here, who in Qingzhou dares to claim invincibility? The harsh winter had passed, and spring blossomed anew. At just 20, Chu Nan stood at the pinnacle of the Qingzhou Talents list. As for the last name on the Qingzhou Thousand Absolutes list, it too had changed. Laming's name was erased. The Northern King of the Great Xia, aged 20, having ascended from the 5 extremities to the Celestial Realm, was one of the Thousand Absolutes. These words left all who beheld them in sheer shock. At the tender age of 20, listed on both Qingzhou rankings, standing shoulder to shoulder with the great masters of martial arts, one of the Thousand Absolutes of Qingzhou. Chapter 82. Awe-inspiring authority, who dares to dispute? To the east of Qingzhou, great nations were sparse. At the easternmost edge, a banner of a great nation fluttered, surrounded by violet light, signifying the presence of a dynasty. It towered like a giant, firmly established in the east, its fortunes flourishing, imbued with the weight of ages, radiating from the spirit soil to all directions, showcasing its dominance. This was the East Ing dynasty. Besides the Purple Mansion sovereign and the Celestial Realm sovereigns, there were also formidable armies stationed, able to roam freely across Qingzhou's lands. On a cliff, an imposing aura radiated violet light, rivaling the brilliance of the sun. A young man, his hair flowing like a waterfall and his body marred with injuries, knelt before the cliff. His body trembled, fists clenched tightly. Among the younger generation in Qingzhou, he had never faced defeat. His first loss had crushed his pride and dignity, leaving him to return to East Ing like a stray dog, humiliated. Do you understand where you lost? A cold voice echoed from within the cliff. I do not know. The East Ing Crown Prince shook his head. You lost in the first 20 years, too smoothly, so smoothly that you forgot you are not a half-blood, too smoothly to withstand a defeat. The voice within the cliff was stern. I in life, who can claim to never lose? A pair of violet eyes pierced into the East Ing Crown Prince's heart. Without a heart capable of accepting setbacks, how can you traverse the path of invincibility? A heart to accept setbacks? The East Ing Crown Prince murmured. The path of invincibility is merely a destination. Some may face 100 battles and suffer 100 defeats, yet remain untainted, steadfastly moving forward. Others may remain obscure, enduring solitude, until their cultivation reaches fruition, suddenly achieving fame across the world. Which type are you? The voice continued to probe. The East Ing Crown Prince fell silent, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. After a long moment, when he reopened them, tranquility had settled over him. Father, I understand. Rising, he shed his violet inner armor. I in East Ing. There is a river of inquiry to heaven. I will go there to ferry the people, to temper my heart. I in the future, I will refine my cultivation and personally retrieve the sword of slaughter from East Ing. It seems that losing to the Northern King of the Great Xia is fortuitous for you. The Northern King of the Great Xia, lacking the backing of a dynasty, will find it exceedingly challenging to enter the Celestial Realm in his lifetime. The voice from within the cliff was approving. The East Ing Crown Prince's comprehension and talent were exceptional. If his character could also pass muster, he would undoubtedly become a great figure. Unfortunately, he will never tread the path of invincibility reserved for half-bloods. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. At that moment, an elder appeared out of thin air. Bowing to the cliff, he gazed at the East Ing Crown Prince, seemingly hesitant. Speak, came the authoritative voice from within the cliff. The Northern King of the Great Xia has successfully transitioned from the 5 extremities into the Celestial Realm. Furthermore, he has secured a position on the Qingzhou Thousand Absolutes list, the elder reported respectfully. Silence. The cliff instantly fell silent. These two statements struck the Eastern Crown Prince, who was about to depart, like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. That person had just broken through from the five extremities, yet had already opened the gate to the celestial realm and ascended the 1,000 absolutes list. The shadows that had just dissipated surged back with even greater intensity, eliciting a feral growl from the Eastern Crown Prince, as blood tears streamed from his eyes, each drop a haunting sight. The northern king of the Great Xia's pace was too swift to the point of instilling despair and helplessness. You are no longer my opponent. Those words resonated like a thunderous bell, nearly suffocating the Eastern Crown Prince. Father, I am willing to replace my royal brother and retrieve the slaughtering sword of Easting. That sword bears the honor of my father. It must not be lost. A voice, cold and proud, resounded in the void. 8 figures emerged simultaneously, their garments billowing like the war gods they resembled, strikingly handsome and extraordinary. The dragon begets 9 sons, each unique. In the present era, the Eastern Emperor has 9 sons, with the Eastern Prince being the youngest. The remaining 8 are also peerless prodigies, having once ranked among the elite of Qingzhou and now inscribed on the illustrious 1,000 absolute list. Are you seeking battle to convey to the cultivators of Qingzhou that the Eastern dynasty cannot afford to lose? The cliffs trembled, a formidable aura threatening to upend the heavens. The 8 sons of the Eastern Emperor remained silent. Among their peers, the Eastern dynasty had already faced defeat. To engage in battle again would indeed be a disgrace. The Eastern dynasty has established itself in Qingzhou, receiving tribute from great nations, yet has not unified Qingzhou. How could they withstand the scorn of others? This emperor has his own resolutions. You shall descend and practice diligently. The aura within the cliffs receded. Yes, the 8 sons of the Eastern Emperor departed, and the Eastern Prince vanished into despondency. Has someone ventured into the 5 extremities of the dragon transformation's secret realm? Within the Eastern dynasty, a young man clad in a simple gray robe, appearing ordinary, suddenly brightened with excitement upon encountering a rival. Meanwhile, an unprecedented storm was brewing, sweeping across the lands of Qingzhou. The great nations of Lingtu trembled. Extraordinary kings and the masters of cave heavens were all astounded. The name of the northern king rose like a comet, shaking the very earth, even reaching the ears of the common folk. The youngest in the realm of cave heavens, the youngest amongst the 1,000 absolutes, the pinnacle of prodigies, indeed. Someone has truly embarked on the path of invincibility, born of humble origins. The discussions in Qingzhou became fervent. A prodigy, not of royal blood, had taken this path of invincibility. One could sense a storm of bloodshed and turmoil approaching. Qingzhou is replete with prodigies, great nations coexisting. The 4 great dynasties have never paid heed to others. For no matter how dazzling, all must bow before these 4 dynasties, for they only have eyes for one another. Yet the northern king is different. He has forged achievements unparalleled in Qingzhou's history. Should he attain further growth, he would become a ruler of the highest caliber, a threat to the dominance of the dynasties. Strangely, the Western Europe and the Fire Dynasty remained silent. The Wanfa Dynasty was the first to express their stance. My daughter, Xiao Shisan, is betrothed to the northern king of the Great Xia. This proclamation, voiced by the current Wan Emperor, utilizing the convenience of the virtual realm, left many astonished. Regardless of the truth of the betrothal, it at least indicated that the far-sighted Wan Emperor acknowledged the northern king of the Great Xia. As for the silence of Western Europe and the Fire Dynasty, it was now clear they awaited the reaction of the Eastern Dynasty. The northern king of the Great Xia had slain the protector of the Eastern Prince and seized the killing sword. How could the Eastern Dynasty remain inactive? The newcomer's domain had quieted down. As conjectured by the masses, Chu Nan entered the cave heaven, employing peak-level cave heaven martial techniques. How could Lei Ming survive? Hundreds of seals fell, and even the formidable Lei Ming was reduced to a puddle of mud. Fearful gazes looked towards the heavens. Chu Nan extracted the essence of Lei Ming's blood, and within him re-emerged 4 seeds of creation. He slightly closed his eyes, calming his blood and stabilizing the aura of the cave heaven. The cultivators and sorcerers within the newcomer's domain seemed as if spellbound. Without the northern king's word, none dared to move. Ha ha ha! A bunch of clowns dares to mock my great Xia for lacking cave heavens. The northern king is indeed the master of cave heavens for our great Xia. Who dares to defy? The three alchemists of Mu-Zhe were overjoyed, gesticulating wildly, their spittle flying, standing tall. What a relief! Esteemed ones, may we enter the sorcery pavilion of Great Xia? An elder in white robes bowed to Mu-Zhe. He was a first-tier spirit alchemist from the White Deer martial dynasty, typically looking down on others. Yet now, a strong desire to survive compelled him to bow to the earth alchemist. There was no other choice. The northern king of Great Xia had proclaimed that the White Deer martial dynasty would face the calamity of nation destruction. The body of the White Deer martial master still lay nailed there by the drought thunder blade. Gather. Xia Jiang approached, proclaiming loudly, our sorcery pavilion of Great Xia has an exceedingly high threshold. Only spirit sorcerers may enter. Spirit sorcerers? Some sorcerers who had yet to attune to the spirit promptly halted, grumbling within. Without the northern king present, let alone spirit sorcerers, even earth alchemists looked down upon the Great Xia. Yet, upon recalling Chu Nan's formidable achievements, their grievances dissipated. Such a prodigy can uplift a nation single-handedly. Finally, it was Qin Huayu who spoke, and Xia Jiang lowered the threshold. We are willing to serve Great Xia as the sovereign of the newcomer alliance. In the future, the great nations within the alliance shall be at your disposal. Respectful words echoed continuously. The 15 leaders of the great nations upon the floating stone platform, upon seeing Chu Nan open his eyes, immediately bowed in unison. Previously, the sovereign nation of the newcomer alliance had been the White Deer martial dynasty, which held limited influence in Qingzhou. Should the Great Xia take the lead, the influence of the newcomer alliance would undoubtedly soar, making this their opportunity. Chu Nan glanced around, then turned towards Xia Jiang. Northern King, leave all trivial matters to me. Xia Jiang understood and approached the leaders of those great nations. What has transpired? Chu Nan descended, landing beside Qin Huayu. Qin Huayu gracefully moved her long legs, retrieving space rings from the corpses strewn across the cave heavens, counting her gains. Not bad. Hearing this, Qin Huayu chuckled softly, her jade fingers brushing through her hair, gently saying, do you wish for Great Xia to possess an extraordinary army like the four great dynasties? Chapter 83. Ascension to the top 100, 2 edicts. The Great Xia martial dynasty had only risen to the status of a Lingtu great nation for half a year, yet had already undergone a remarkable transformation. The Great Xia governed over 12,000 counties, stretching from the former Great Qi martial dynasty in the south to the ancient lands of the Great Luo in the north, with extraordinary kings stationed at every border stronghold. Safeguarding those who submitted to Great Xia on this day, the northern stronghold resonated with the sound of neighing steeds, an increase in guards drawing attention. Soon after, the common folk learned what had transpired. Their northern king had concluded his journey into the dragon transformation secret realm, entering their territory through the northern stronghold, where he would survey the land. The northern king's inspection served 2 purposes: to commend the soldiers guarding the stronghold and to send spirit array masters to set up formations and fortify the borders. The Great Xia not only had spirit alchemists but also spirit array masters and spirit artifact masters. Under the direct initiative of the northern king, the sorcery pavilion had risen dramatically. The number of first-tier spirit sorcerers alone had reached an astounding 50. As the northern king and his entourage departed, the extraordinary kings stationed at the stronghold were drenched in cold sweat. The northern king had entered the cave heaven realm and shattered multiple records in Qingzhou, ranking among the 1,000 absolutes. Amidst their astonishment, the extraordinary kings within the stronghold secretly rejoiced, having made the wisest decision during their time at the Great Luo martial palace. The youngest in the cave heaven realm, the youngest among the 1,000 absolutes, the pinnacle of prodigies, the brown-haired woman clad in light armor in the northern border gazed at the disappearing cloud boat, her expression tinged with bitterness. The youth of yore, stepping through the void, had been so radiant, surrounded by spirit sorcerers and unparalleled beauties. How insignificant she felt in comparison, lacking even the courage or qualifications to see him again. The news of the northern king's breakthrough spread rapidly, and the entire Great Xia erupted in celebration. The young man, shouldering the fate of Great Xia, was crafting a legend step by step, propelling the nation to new heights. Upon returning to Qingshan City, the first order of business for the northern king was to wield the national jade seal once more and venture into the virtual realm to refine an even stronger national fortune. For Great Xia, it was not enough to simply possess strength. Half an hour later, the skies above Great Xia brightened, a magnificent ribbon of light arcing across, transforming into a gentle rain. radiating from Qingshan City to the entire territory. Not only the extraordinary kings but even the ordinary children could sense the spiritual energy bathing in its brilliance. The national fortune of Great Xia surged several-fold, even shaking the rankings of the great nations in Qingzhou. The Great Xia had successfully entered the ranks of the top 100 great nations, currently positioned at 90. This ranking, determined by the Moon Envoy of the Sun and Moon Tower, based on the refined national fortune through Chu Nan and the current scale of the Sorcery Pavilion of Great Xia, surpassed many great nations, the culmination of generations of effort, causing a considerable stir across Qingzhou. The northern king of Great Xia, at the tender age of 20, shook the three rankings of Qingzhou, with achievements making his peers pale in comparison. After the ascension of Great Xia into the top 100 nations, the northern king issued two edicts. First, all alchemists within Great Xia are to gather at the Sorcery Pavilion to collaboratively refine the inner breath pill. As for the spirit alchemists who have submitted to Great Xia, they shall follow Qin Huayu's directives, tasked with refining the utmost secret elixirs of Great Xia. Should manpower prove insufficient, they shall draw from the newcomer alliance. Second, a Great Xia Martial Academy shall be established, allowing all citizens of Great Xia who aspire to martial cultivation to enter, with extraordinary kings present to impart knowledge. The two edicts of the Northern King resonated like thunderclaps. Everyone sensed the Northern King's lofty ambitions, harboring aspirations to forge an era of prosperity for Great Xia, realizing the grand vision of making every citizen of Great Xia akin to a dragon. In the main hall of the Northern King's residence, over 40 members of the Chu family, along with some orphans of veteran soldiers, gathered for a meal. Child, you leave without a word, and now you've been gone for months. Upon your return, you still cannot settle down, causing a ruckus everywhere, lamented the gracious Lin Lanji, as she served Chu Nan food while complaining, Ji, what you call a ruckus is merely me working hard for Great Xia. Chu Yuan, seated at the head of the table, beamed with pride. Isn't it natural for parents to wish for their children to succeed? Lin Lanji shot a glare at Chu Yuan, then laughed. What parent wouldn't want their child to become a dragon? My son is shouldering the fate of Great Xia. How could I not be proud? However, as Lin Lanji's gaze fell upon the two empty bowls and chopsticks on the table, she began to complain again. Those two seats were reserved for Chu Yao, and for Qin Huayu it was evident to all that upon their return from the dragon transformation's secret realm, changes had occurred between Chu Nan and Qin Huayu. Lin Lanji was naturally delighted. She had specifically saved a seat for Qin Huayu at the family feast. Yet due to the two edicts from Chu Nan, not only was Qin Huayu absent, even Chu Yao had vanished without a trace. Auntie Lin, don't worry. Your daughter-in-law won't escape. The boisterous Xiang Pang, adorned in golden embroidered robes, devoured food as if starved. Mumbling indistinctly. Though it was the Chu family feast, this fellow, with his thick skin, insisted on joining, claiming to experience the warmth of family, resembling nothing more than a glutton. You talk too much. Chu Nan nearly kicked Xiang Pang over. He began to question Qin Huayu's judgment. This fellow had no remarkable qualities apart from his voracious appetite. I think Sister Qin is rather nice. When I grow up, I too wish to marry Big Brother. Tong Tong raised her small hand, inciting a burst of laughter. Hey! The slightly plump young man seated next to Chu Nan grinned mischievously. While Chu Nan was away, he was nearly driven mad by Chu Yuan, with even his father, Chu Hong, joining the marriage pressure. Cousin, have you recently taken a liking to any young lady? Chu Nan patted Chu Xing's shoulder, declaring with righteous fervor, as your younger brother, I may not be able to do much, but I can wield a blade to seize one for you, so that my nephew may be born earlier. Cousin, don't put me in a bind. Chu Xing's smile froze as he sensed the gazes of the elders directed at him. Feeling a wave of dread as for Chu Nan, he had already tossed aside his bowl and chopsticks, dashing away. Under the moonlight, the Northern King's residence was enveloped in ethereal spiritual energy, with blooming flowers creating an aura of peace. Home, perhaps, is also one of the meanings of my cultivation. Listening to the laughter resonating from the main hall, a slight smile as the chaotic treasure body entered its second transformation. The arrangement of 200 chaotic seed rules rendered his physical form akin to a celestial realm, adorned with 20 luminous rings that shimmered like divine halos. Should an outsider witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe. On the true spirit continent, the limit of a cultivator's celestial realm is the capacity to host 1,000 patterns. A half-blooded prodigy, upon embarking on the path of invincibility and opening 5 celestial realms, could command 5,000 patterns. Yet, with the addition of his physical celestial realm, Chu Nan could further elevate this figure in the future. Therefore, he was not merely treading the path of a half-blood prodigy. His ambition was to surpass that boundary. However, he lamented the slow progress. The 6 transformations of chaotic arts destined him for greater heights. Yet the time required to penetrate the Purple Mansion realm and ascend as the monarch of Qingzhou would also extend significantly. With a flick of his palm, a diamond-shaped spirit stone materialized in his hand. This spirit stone was a product of the accumulation of a great nation's fortune. Not only could it power flying spiritual devices and lay out formidable killing arrays, but it also served as a resource for celestial realm cultivation. The martial dynasty, ranked among the foremost in Qingzhou, had amassed its national fortune over decades, even centuries, to produce such spirit stones. Nations like the Great Xia, still in the process of consolidating their fortunes, were far from achieving this. Chu Nan had procured over 300 stones from the spatial ring of Qian Kuan, a powerful celestial realm cultivator from the Yunqian martial dynasty. However, the wealthiest was still the crown prince of Dongying, who possessed as many as 2,000 spirit stones. In addition, there were remnants of the Golden Pong heavenly art, the dragon striking technique, the 5 organs secret method, the annihilation hand, and the 100 illusions body, all exceptional techniques from Dongying that Chu Nan had claimed as his own. With a resounding crack, the spirit stone in Chu Nan's palm shattered, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth, as if the essence that had been accumulating for decades was suddenly released, washing over Chu Nan's body and invigorating every pore. This item was indeed remarkable. Chu Nan raised an eyebrow, absorbing the energy through his celestial realm. After a night of diligent practice, his cultivation progressed, with the 5 celestial realms and his physical celestial realm each acquiring 3 additional rings. In the days that followed, apart from advancing his celestial realms, Chu Nan also delved into several techniques from Dongying.as, the foremost dynasty in Qingzhou. The techniques handed down had much to commend them, particularly the dragon striking technique, a martial art that emphasized physical combat. Chu Nan, already proficient in physical prowess, found great satisfaction in this technique. The Northern King's manor stood resplendent, and the preparations for the Great Xia Martial Academy were proceeding at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, the Great Jin, having transformed into a celestial anomaly, was restive, frequently soaring from the Northern King's manor, a matter Chu Nan chose to overlook. The first-tier spiritual array masters who had joined Great Xia had successfully established a communication spiritual array along the borders, capable of transmitting information across the entirety of Great Xia in mere moments through the resonance of spiritual energy. Each piece of information was personally reviewed by Chu Nan. Having previously established enmity with the Dongying dynasty and having vanquished numerous celestial realm cultivators from the Yunqian martial dynasty, he remained vigilant. What weighed most heavily on Chu Nan's mind was the Great Xia Arts Pavilion located in Qingshan City. The treading beyond pill remained a closely guarded secret, while a large batch of inner breath pills had made its debut. Yang Yi had already selected suitable earthly martial realm cultivators from the Northern King's army and within Great Xia to utilize the inner breath pills, preparing to cultivate a large number of heavenly martial practitioners. Subsequently, they would continue to enjoy the treasures associated with the heavenly martial level in preparation for the further consumption of the treading beyond pill. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Northern King's Tianzi camp and the fiercely loyal heavenly martial practitioners of Great Xia had begun to consume the treading beyond pill. This cohort of heavenly martial practitioners, numbering 1,000, would serve as the vanguard of Great Xia's extraordinary royal army, embarking on an unprecedented path of glory. Chu Nan designated them as the Northern King's Century Army. Though the cultivators of the Bitter Sea 4 realms possessed commendable martial prowess, they still struggled against the calamities of nature and human misfortunes, suffering from ailments that prevented them from surpassing the century mark. Transcending their mortal forms to step into the extraordinary realm, even if they could not defy death itself, would allow them to easily overcome the 100-year hurdle. The training of the Century Army was entrusted to Xiang Peng, who, despite being somewhat useless, had to prove his worth. As for Chu Nan, he cherished the moments spent with his family amidst the busyness of his affairs. One day, Chu Nan retrieved the resplendent Great Nation Imperial Seal, a symbol of the nation's fortune, and raised an eyebrow. The virtual realm was a miraculous phenomenon, akin to an unparalleled formation enveloping Qingzhou. Each Great Nation Imperial Seal acted as a focal point of the formation. with mutual resonance among them. Particularly among the top 100 nations of Qingzhou, communication via this method was common. This was the first time a nation's fortune controller from a prominent nation had contacted Chu Nan following Great Xia's ranking among Qingzhou's great nations. In Chapter 85, the Bamboo Pool Debate and the Nine Curves Zhong Palace, the virtual realm swirled with mist. Waves of mental energy, having coalesced here into formidable national fortunes, emerged in succession, glowing like brilliant suns. Though they entered in a mental state, their appearances were distinctly visible, demonstrating their high cultivation. These were the controllers of the top 100 nations, arriving in respect to the eastern part of the virtual realm, which belonged to the Dongying dynasty. The one summoning them through the virtual realm was the current Eastern Emperor. Unlike the leaders of these great nations, the contemporary Eastern Emperor possessed a mental force as vast as the sea, surrounded by purple light, exuding an intimidating presence without uttering a single word. "The Northern King of Great Xia has arrived," someone murmured. The light flickered within the virtual realm as a phantom-like youth appeared, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Some gazes turned cold, others were filled with shock, while some remained expressionless. The mental state could provide a rough estimation of a person's cultivation level. This Northern King of Great Xia had indeed entered the celestial realm. Otherwise, his features would not be so distinctly visible. The contemporary Eastern Emperor? Chu Nan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze eastward. Having established enmity with the Dongying dynasty, he wondered what the Eastern Emperor sought to discuss with him and these great nation leaders. "Indeed, Qingzhou is fortunate to have a prodigy like you." The Eastern Emperor's mental energy resonated with admiration, akin to a venerable elder appreciating an outstanding junior. "If the Eastern Emperor's intention for this summons is merely to commend me, I must humbly decline," Chu Nan replied with indifference. He was not naive. The Dongying crown prince, imbued with high expectations from the Eastern Emperor, had been compelled to sever his path to invincibility. How could the Eastern Emperor harbor no resentment towards him? Impudent! The Eastern Emperor, with a broad mind, considers you a young junior, and does not pursue your transgressions against the Dongying crown prince's protector or your theft of the Dongying sword of slaughter. Yet you dare to be so disrespectful. One of the great nation leaders emanated a fierce mental energy, directed at Chu Nan. A smirk crept onto Chu Nan's lips. It seemed the Dongying dynasty had been diligently winning hearts and minds. "Very well. Talent tends to be somewhat impetuous, just like my little Jiu. A little hardship may serve him well." The Eastern Emperor's tone remained gentle. "The purpose of this summons is to invite the great nations of Qingzhou to convene at the Dongying dynasty in 8 months to participate in the Bamboo Pool Debate and validate our cultivation levels. To demonstrate our sincerity, I shall present the Nine Curves Zhong Palace as a prize for the cultivators from various nations to explore." That moment, the entire virtual realm fell silent, the mental energies of the great nation leaders vibrating with anticipation. The Bamboo Pool Debate. Chu Nan's gaze flickered. The 4 major dynasties of Qingzhou engaged in open and covert struggles, periodically utilizing various spectacles to attract the attention of numerous great nations, which he was well aware of. Such endeavors were meant to showcase the dynasty's depth and allure more celestial realm cultivators to pledge their allegiance. But what was this Nine Curves Zhong Palace? Upon hearing those 4 words, the leaders of many great nations displayed a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Northern King, do not go." A voice filled with urgency emerged. The mist in the virtual realm shifted as a mental energy rushed in, revealing Wei Ting, the moon envoy who had previously delivered the great nation imperial seal. Though the Sun and Moon Tower maintained neutrality within Qingzhou, Wei Ting had a decent relationship with Chu Nan and was using a certain secret method to send him a message. "Why?" Chu Nan inquired, puzzled. 400 years ago, there existed a dynasty in Qingzhou known as Nine Curves. However, after an elder visited the Nine Curves dynasty, that dynasty was obliterated. Dongying subsequently seized the opportunity to absorb the essence of Nine Curves, which allowed it to ascend as Qingzhou's foremost power, Wei Ting explained. The treasures of Nine Curves were plundered by Dongying. Yet the Nine Curves Zhong Palace harbors a great secret that the current Eastern Emperor has been unable to decipher. Those who entered the Zhong Palace often returned mad, and very few emerged unscathed. Chu Nan's heart trembled. He was not shocked by the great secret of the Nine Curves Zhong Palace, but rather by the fact that an elder had single-handedly dismantled a dynasty in Qingzhou. With every dynasty must come a purple mansion powerhouse overseeing it. Even the contemporary Eastern Emperor could not fully suppress the influence of the Western Europe, myriad laws, and Shinho. looking across Qingzhou, who could single-handedly obliterate an entire dynasty. Could it be his grandfather? Even Chu Nan, with his resolute nature, found it difficult to remain calm. That elder, known for his invincibility, had survived when the Chu clan reached its pinnacle as an ancient clan. The ruins of the Nine Curves dynasty had long been erased, but the Nine Curves Qiong Palace remained. There might be clues regarding his grandfather's whereabouts. In 8 months, I shall represent Great Xia and journey to Dongying. Chu Nan gazed towards the east, enunciating each word with conviction. The atmosphere fell into silence. The contemporary Eastern Emperor had invited the Northern King of Great Xia to the bamboo pool debate and even offered the Nine Curves Qiong Palace as a prize. Just pondering this was enough to send shivers down their spines. Before they could speak, this Northern King of Great Xia hastily expressed his stance. Truly, you are a prodigy on par with half-blooded monsters, brimming with audacity. In contrast, the other leaders of great nations found themselves at a disadvantage. The voice of the Eastern Emperor carried a trace of the pressure of a purple mansion monarch. Your Majesty, Eastern Emperor, we shall certainly arrive on time, the leaders of the great nations quickly replied, not daring to disregard the Eastern Emperor's authority. Furthermore, while the Nine Curves Qiong Palace was indeed perilous, it also stirred their interest. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. The Nine Curves Qiong Palace was the residence of a bygone monarch, and perhaps it held the ultimate techniques of a former dynasty, making it entirely worth the risk. Very well. The Eastern Emperor's overwhelming mental energy dissipated. The leaders of the 100 prominent nations, each harboring their own intentions, began to depart. Northern King, Wei Ting began, unsure of what to say. He had witnessed the rise of Chu Nan and Great Xia firsthand, and even delivered the great nation imperial seal to him. Out of personal concern, he hoped for Chu Nan's safety. Wait a go. I understand the Eastern Emperor's intentions, Chu Nan replied, calming his emotions with a faint smile. There was no such thing as a purple mansion monarch with a magnanimous spirit who would overlook past grievances, especially someone who might threaten the status of the Dongying dynasty in the future. The bamboo pool debate was a means for the Dongying dynasty to avoid public scrutiny while restoring the pride of the Dongying crown prince. Knowing you will still attend, Wei Ting sighed. Finding Chu Nan inscrutable, if I do not attend, will the Dongying dynasty refrain from causing trouble? Chu Nan stated calmly, it is better to confront challenges head-on than to cower in fear. Indeed. Wei Ting nodded, though still astonished. However, Northern King, you currently face another predicament. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Ting cautioned, my son and Moon Tower has received word that after you eliminated numerous celestial realm cultivators from the Yunxian martial dynasty, their master has conspired with several supernations to directly assault Great Xia. This was a personal grudge between Great Xia and other supernations, and the Dongying dynasty would not involve itself. They certainly would not intervene simply because of Chu Nan's agreement to participate in the bamboo pool debate. Are they truly coming? Chu Nan was not surprised in recent days. He had been anticipating the response from the Dongying dynasty as well as the Yunxian martial dynasty. Northern King, you do not intend to face a supernation alone as you did with the Deluo martial dynasty, do you? Wei Ting was taken aback by the gleam of excitement in Chu Nan's eyes. Why go to such lengths? I shall await their arrival. Chu Nan laughed heartily, though a glimmer of cold light danced in his eyes. The Great Xia martial dynasty had undergone significant transformation. The Northern King's Century Army was in dire need of opponents to hone their skills. In Chapter 86, the Century Army's first campaign, As You Wish, the mortal lands of Great Xia transformed into spiritual realms, enhancing the nation's fortune further as abundant rain showered down, nourishing the vast expanse of over 12,000 counties radiating from Qingshan City. Within the nation, cultivators feasted on the essence of the heavens and earth, with many breaking through to higher realms. The Great Xia Martial Academy had been established in the imperial city of Xia City. Presided over by the king and from its inception, the academy attracted a throng of aspiring youth, even disciples from major sects vying for admission. This institution, overseen by the Northern King, promised opportunities for those who excelled to join the Northern King's army in the future. The Northern King, having earned great merit, ignited a wave of patriotism throughout Great Xia. The nation thrived, its fortunes flourishing. Recently, it was noted that the presence of earthly and heavenly martial practitioners had dwindled in the major county cities, seemingly evaporating into thin air. Even their families were left in the dark regarding their whereabouts. Reports to the county governors yielded only 2 words: absolute secrecy. The populace buzzed with speculation, sensing that a command from the Northern King was imminent, potentially signaling the outbreak of war. In recent days, rumors circulated that the communications spiritual array along the Great Xia borders had been activated repeatedly, announcing the approach of enemies. Strangely, within Great Xia, everything remained as usual, with even the undefeated Northern King's army remaining inactive. The sky stretched wide and blue like a wash, as 10 ethereal cloud ships sailed through the winds. Upon closer inspection, each vessel bore 100 figures clad in silver armor, capes billowing and gazes sharp, with silver curved sabers at their waists, exuding an aura that could suppress heavenly martial practitioners. The silver armor was hastily forged by first-tier spiritual weapon masters who had allied with Great Xia, emanating a faint spiritual essence. The chest area of the armor bore the character for North, symbolizing honor within the Great Xia martial dynasty. However, their attire indicated that they were not ordinary members of the Northern King's army. Is this what you achieved from training the Northern King's century army? Chu Nan's eyes flicked over the soldiers' sabers, a surge of impulse to kick Xiang Pang arising within him. They chose the sabers themselves. It is befitting of the Northern King's esteemed name, Xiang Pang replied, quite pleased. Besides, did you not discover the unification saber technique from the Crown Prince of Dongying's spatial ring? The unification saber technique draws inspiration from the idea of rivers returning to the sea. This exceptional technique has a low threshold for cultivation. When practiced individually, its power is mediocre. However, if enough practitioners gather, forming a convergence akin to a sea, the saber's radiance can overwhelm the enemy. That is the best approach. Chu Nan responded slowly. Otherwise, I shall expel you from Great Xia. Northern King, my efforts to train the century army were not in vain. You cannot simply dismiss me without granting me a noble title. Xiang Pang lamented. Chu Nan paid him no heed, gazing down at the earth. The 10 cloud ships, all first-tier flying spiritual devices, were spoils of war obtained from defeating the celestial realm cultivators of the Yunxian martial dynasty, capable of traversing thousands of miles with ease. His destination was the Human Pass in southern Great Xia. This wild creature from the Great Gene had transformed into a celestial anomaly and had become restless. Wandering off who knows where, bored, Xiang Pang began to look around. When Chu Nan cast him a glance, Xiang Pang involuntarily shivered, recalling how Chu Nan had once looked at Wang Jiyong. Before Xiang Pang could speak, Chu Nan had already shifted his gaze. This fellow was indeed extraordinary. Chu Nan's expression was peculiar. The divine spirit bloodline within Xiang Pang was strengthening, even causing subtle responses within Chu Nan's 6 transformations of chaotic arts. Various changes eluded his discerning eyes. Could it be that Xiang Pang was the fabled aberrant bloodline wielder? It seemed he would need to find time to inquire with Huayu. With the flying spiritual devices facilitating swift travel, it took just 3 days for a formidable fortress to come into view. This was the Human Pass, a picturesque locale adorned with mountains and lakes, once under the jurisdiction of the Great Qi martial dynasty. Within the Human Pass, a group awaited Chu Nan's arrival, led by the former supreme ruler of the Great Qi martial dynasty, now demoted to the King of Qi and stationed at the border as a subject of Great Xia. Greetings, Northern King. Upon seeing Chu Nan descend from the cloud ship, the King of Qi hastily led his officers in reverent salute. In no need for excessive formalities, Chu Nan leaped from the vessel, only to find the King of Qi frozen in place. What? Do you fear I cannot hold this position? Chu Nan chuckled lightly. Northern King. The King of Qi opened his mouth, but all that emerged was a bitter smile. This Northern King was evidently unaware of the ongoing war. The Yunxian martial master was skillfully maneuvering alliances with the Yulu and Muyu martial dynasties, leveraging the might of supernations to pressure the Human Pass. Surely, I must lead tens of thousands of Northern King's army here, he thought, glancing at the mere few thousand troops that followed Chu Nan. Did he not regard those 3 powerful nations, or was he simply overconfident? Such a level of conflict. Extraordinary ones serve as soldiers, while the celestial realm commands the generals. Any adversary who transcends into the realm of the extraordinary will inevitably incite countless bloodshed. Thus, we must not be careless. King Qi, it appears that a significant portion of your 1,000 soldiers has ascended to the extraordinary realm, clad in armors that are nothing short of spiritual weaponry. A general stepped forward, his voice trembling. Extraordinary? King Qi was instantly bewildered. When did our Great Xia ever possess an extraordinary royal army? Meanwhile, Chu Nan had already stepped onto the walls of Human Pass. Beneath the slightly warm sunlight, there was no sight of a steel tide. Only 2,000 soldiers arrayed before him. Their garments varied, and their expressions bore the weight of authority derived from long-held power. One among them could rival an entire army. The three great nations of Yunxian, Yulua, and Muyu have managed to muster only 2,000 extraordinary warriors. Chu Nan felt a tinge of surprise. To cultivate an extraordinary army is indeed a daunting task. No wonder the four great dynasties maintain such a solid status. As for the extraordinary prodigies of these three nations, they had all fallen to his blade during the trials in the dragon transformation's secret realm. Chu Nan's gaze drifted skyward. There, 65 figures stood suspended in the air, their vitality surging like a great sea, far surpassing the extraordinary. North King, your speed is commendable. We have just arrived, and you are already here. A lean, bald elder thundered. You first slew our prodigies and then slaughtered 31 of our celestial realm warriors. This grudge cannot be left unavenged. If you seek vengeance, this display seems rather insufficient, Chu Nan replied nonchalantly. The bald elder was the martial master of Yunxian, ranked just above Laming on the list of the 1,000 elite. Otherwise, how could Laming be hailed as the mountain king of Yunxian, bearing the weight of half the kingdom? As for the two other powerful nations, Yulua and Muyu, their foundations were comparable to Yunxian. Haha, North King, we acknowledge your remarkable talent, but you are not yet strong enough to contend with us alone. The martial master of Yunxian sneered. Moreover, behind this human pass are millions of great Xia civilians. Once war erupts, can you save them? Chu Nan, having slain Laming, was emboldened by his accomplishments. Should war break out on Great Xia's soil, it would surely disturb his focus. At that moment, the 65 celestial realm warriors would surge forth, and how could he possibly withstand them? The North King's ascendance was too rapid, walking the path of an invincible half-blood prodigy. Even the Eastern dynasty could not remain idle. Everyone could guess the intent behind inviting the North King to the bamboo pool discussion. They could not afford to grant the North King the time to grow, fearing he would become a threat, following in the footsteps of the White Deer martial dynasty. Thus, after the three great nations formed an alliance, they swiftly combined their forces to assault Yumen Pass. Dreading any delay, they sought to deceive Great Xia, believing it devoid of strong warriors. Chu Nan pondered for a moment and understood their strategy. Once war commenced, the martial master of Yunxian and the others would undoubtedly restrain him, with the extraordinary warriors launching an all-out assault. Should they breach Yumen Pass, the 2,000 extraordinary soldiers would scatter, each like a heavy bomb, capable of wreaking havoc across Great Xia. As the North King, he bore the weight of the nation upon his shoulders. The martial master of Yunxian calculated that the civilians of Great Xia were the North King's Achilles' heel. In battle, should he show even a slight opening, a thunderous strike would surely follow. What a clever scheme. Thus, I shall grant your wish. Chu Nan smiled, raising his hand. Hear my command. Open the city gates and let them in. Chapter 87. Facing numerous enemies with a smile, 1,000 soldiers cannot break through open the city gates. The martial master of Yunxian's sinister smile abruptly froze. He had openly declared his intentions, awaiting Chu Nan's response. The celestial realm warriors were adept at seizing opportunities in battle. Yet, Chu Nan remained chillingly calm, even inviting them to enter. With a snap of his fingers, the gates of Yumen Pass swung wide open, the first-tier spiritual formation covering the gates dissipating alongside them. Could it be that he was left with no choice and intended to feign an empty city? The martial master of Yunxian exchanged glances with the other celestial realm warriors, and the next moment, the clouds in the sky were shredded, and the surging power of the celestial realm rolled back, forming a terrifying aura that locked onto Chu Nan atop the walls. In an instant, the air thickened, and birds and beasts lay still, as if a superstorm loomed in the heavens, fraught with peril. Chu Nan stood at the center of the storm. Should he make a move, the tempest would erupt, and all celestial realm warriors would strike. Pulling a single thread could unravel the entire tapestry, and this was no exception. The 65 celestial realm warriors aimed to restrain the North King of Great Xia with their aura. You will go ahead as vanguards and scout the way, the martial master of Yunxian coldly commanded. Instantly, 500 extraordinary warriors responded and surged towards Yumen Pass like arrows. The first prodigy of Qingzhou, the youngest among the elite, led the charge, showing no trepidation. The aura of 65 celestial realm warriors had already locked onto the North King. The 500 extraordinary warriors successfully breached the pass. Moments later, the sounds of battle erupted, and the entire human pass was engulfed by a fierce wind. It had begun. It seemed indeed to be an empty city ploy. The North King of Great Xia possessed a remarkable talent, but Great Xia itself was weak, with fewer than 50 extraordinary warriors scattered across various borders, while their spiritual practitioners were only at the first tier. Thus, they were destined to be hampered. Great Xia was feeble. What could they use to contend with us? The expressions of the celestial realm warriors revealed their amusement. The towering walls of human pass, adorned with spiritual formations, obscured sight and sound. However, the tremors of the earth indicated that there were not many royal troops within. The North King was being restrained. They believed it would not be long before this pass would be taken. What were they waiting for? At this moment, the martial master of Yunxian furrowed his brows. He had been observing Chu Nan's demeanor. Seeing 500 extraordinary warriors breach the pass, Chu Nan remained unfazed, merely standing with his hands clasped behind him, his expression calm, devoid of any hint of worry. Time passed. Half an hour, an hour. 2 hours. The earth shook, indicating that the battle within human pass persisted. Occasionally, flashes of blades surged like rivers returning to the sea, a vast scene igniting bloodlight that ascended to the heavens, painting the expressions of the celestial realm warriors with solemnity. Even if they were slow to react, they sensed something was amiss. The North King had not intervened. How could it be that 500 extraordinary warriors still had not taken the pass after 2 hours? North King, lend us more strength. Xiang Peng grinned, his voice coalescing into a line that reached Chu Nan's ears. 500 enemy extraordinary warriors had breached the pass, along with King Qi and the others, had swiftly eliminated the most formidable among them, leaving only the mid-tier and low-tier warriors to clash with the 1,000-year royal army. The 1,000-year royal army was a source of great hope for Chu Nan. Without experiencing the crucible of blood and fire, how could they achieve a reputation worthy of the 1,000-year army? The efficacy of the Transcendence Pill could only be maximized through rigorous training. The same was true for the Unification Blade technique. As long as there was no threat to life, even if the warriors of the 1,000-year army were severely injured, he and King Qi would not intervene. You seek to offend Great Xia. I will not interfere, yet you lack the courage. Chu Nan's robes billowed as he gazed towards the celestial realm warriors in the sky. His words made the martial master of Yunxian tremble. He had no idea what had transpired, but a premonition stirred within him. The 500 extraordinary warriors had likely encountered misfortune. Charge! We must attack and ascertain the truth. The masters of Yulua and Muyu had already given their orders. With no turning back, they were determined to pay any price today to eliminate the North King. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1,500 yexed suddenly. 15 vibrant figures rose into the air with forced laughter. They were the sovereigns of the great nations of the New Talent Alliance. Upon entering the cave realm, Chu Nan was greeted by their allegiance to the Great Xia as the leading nation of the New Talent Alliance. The three formidable nations joined forces, launching a grand assault on the Great Xia, having received the news. According to their pact, they were obliged to intervene and assist the New Talent Alliance in fending off enemies. Yet, fearing the wrath of the powerful nations, they hesitated. However, after the Northern King pointed it out, they had no choice but to reveal themselves. If you obstruct them, I shall show you mercy, the Northern King declared. Chu Nan calmly warned, if one escapes, I will annihilate you all. The 15 sovereigns of the great nations turned pale, hastily moving to intercept the fleeing cave dwellers. Though they were far from the ranking of the 1,000 absolute list, they still possessed some means to ensnare the cave dwellers and prevent their escape. Shall we leave none? Yun Xian, the martial master, trembled at Chu Nan's gaze. After a moment of fury, only fear and a desire to survive remained. Northern King, spare me, he pleaded. Chu Nan remained unresponsive, offering not a single word in reply. Yun Xian quickly retrieved the national seal from his Chinkoan ring. This national seal has been imbued with a spiritual imprint, he murmured. With but a flicker of my mental power, I can disseminate the secret of your great Xia's ability to forge extraordinary armies throughout the entire Qingzhou via the Void Realm. The aftermath of the fight in the cave realm reverberated. The spiritual array within the human pass, which isolated sight and sound, had been breached. Yun Xian beheld the Northern King's century-old army. The Great Xia's martial dynasty had condensed its national fortune for only half a year and had already produced countless extraordinary beings. This could not be a mere secret in the lands of Qingzhou. Only the four great dynasties possessed enough extraordinary beings to form armies, creating a formidable barrier. Once the news spread, even nations without enmity toward Chu Nan would be tempted to act. Chu Nan fell silent. "Rest assured, Northern King, I shall remain tight-lipped," Yun Xian quickly assured. "I am pondering." Chu Nan smirked, his form darting forward. "How shall I twist off your head?" The rapid rise of the Great Xia in Qingzhou had already drawn attention, and the matter of the Northern King's century-old army would eventually become public knowledge. He would not be threatened. Chapter 89. Clashing swords and iron horses, I stand with you, dragon's wrath. Chu Nan's tall figure was enveloped in 30 circles of divine rings, akin to a great dragon soaring through the skies, intent on obliterating the true dragon. Yet, before the Northern King, how could Yun Xian stand as a dragon? He screamed in agony. Chu Nan's hands, elbows, and legs transformed into unyielding weapons, showcasing the terrifying prowess of his physical combat skills. Initially, Yun Xian could defend against Chu Nan with the power of the cave realm, but as his arms were shattered and the light of his cave dimmed, he became entirely passive. His shattered body swayed like a frail boat amid tumultuous waves, blood splattering everywhere. With a cold gaze, Chu Nan did not relent. He bore no significant hatred toward Yun Xian, for the latter posed Noti as the valiant sovereign stationed at the border. He swiftly emerged on behalf of the great Qianwu dynasty, eager to seize the initiative. The silence of Chu Nan was palpable, yet the magnificent creature, dejin, unfurled its wings, its plumage shimmering with golden brilliance in the moonlight, akin to a radiant sun descending out of a cave. A celestial anomaly? The expression of the ethereal man shifted dramatically. The intelligence had not indicated the presence of celestial anomalies in the Great Xia, and this Northern King showed no inclination towards reason, opting instead for immediate action. In an instant, a tempest roared, and the towering peak trembled. The extraordinary creature beneath the man groaned in submission. Dejin, like a hawk swooping down for its prey, unleashed its glimmering claws, piercing through the extraordinary being, lifting its robust form into the sky. The ethereal man fell in disarray, his abdomen revealing a celestial cavity, suspended high above. Boom! In the next moment, a sound akin to an explosion erupted. Chu Nan, agile and robust, swung his hand down like a millstone, conjuring a tempest of energy stretching over 100 meters. One of the supreme techniques of the Eastern dynasty, the annihilation strike. The ethereal man, startled, attempted to block, letting out a muffled groan as he plummeted several dozen meters. Just as he regained his footing, Chu Nan's second strike descended upon him. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Without uttering a word, each palm struck flesh, each blow a testament to his overwhelming power. The ethereal man's form plummeted like a meteor, crashing upon the summit of the towering peak, only to continue its descent. Rocks tumbled, and chaos ensued. The 100-meter-high peak erupted under the force. Did this fellow truly believe that the elder brother was merely passing through? With a wicked smile, Yin Xiling leaped down, wielding a massive cleaver. Rallying his comrades, let the battle commence. Seize any treasures you encounter. With over 2,000 veteran soldiers, some rode extraordinary creatures while others soared through the air, their silver-curved blades drawn, slicing through the night. The formidable warriors stationed at the border of the great Qianwu dynasty were perfect targets for honing their unified sword technique. Are you not joining the fray? Yin Xiling inquired as the grim-robed swordsman, Yang Yi, remained steadfast with his killing sword. I am nurturing my killing sword with true essence. Unless commanded by the king, it shall remain sheathed for now.